Conduct of Russia and England during the war with Austria. Meditated expedition of British troops to the continent sent to Walcheren its calamitous details and result proceedings of Napoleon with regard to the Pope General Mialis. Enters Rome. Napoleon publishes a decree uniting the states of the Church to the French Empire. Is excommunicated. Pius Roman 7 is banished from Rome and sent to Grenoble. Afterwards brought back to Savona. Bonaparte is attacked by an assassin. Definitive treaty of peace signed at Schönbrunn. Napoleon returns to France on the 14th November 1809. The particular conditions of the peace with Austria were not adjusted until the 14th October 1809, although the armistice was signed nearly 3 months before. We avail ourselves of the interval to notice other remarkable events which happened during this eventful summer, and first, we must briefly revert to the conduct of Russia and England during the war. Notwithstanding the personal friendship betwixt the emperors Alexander and Napoleon, notwithstanding their engagements entered into at Tilsit, and so lately revived at Erfurt, it seems to have been impossible to engage Russia heartily as an ally of Napoleon in a war which had the destruction or absolute humiliation of Austria. The court of St. Petersburg had, it is true, lost no time in securing the advantages which had been stipulated for Russia in the conferences alluded to. Finland had been conquered, torn from Sweden, to which the province had so long belonged, and united with Russia, to whom it furnished a most important frontier and barrier. One Russia was also, with connivance of France, making war on the Porte, in order to enlarge her dominions by the addition of Moldavia and Wallachia. But two, though the court of St. Petersburg had gained one of these advantages, and was in a way of obtaining the other, the Russian ministers saw with anxiety the impending fate of Austria, the rather that they themselves were bound by treaty to lend their aid for her destruction. We have seen that Russia had interposed to prevent the war. She was now unwillingly compelled to take part in it. Yet when Prince Galitzin marched into Galicia at the head of 30,000 Russians, the manifesto which he published could be hardly termed that of a hostile nation. The emperor, it stated, had done all in his power to prevent things from coming to this extremity, but now, the war having actually broken out, he was bound by the faith of treaties to send the stipulated number of auxiliaries. Too, the motions of this body of Russians were slow, and their conduct in the Austrian dominions rather that of allies than enemies. Some of the Russian officers of rank avowed their politics to be in direct opposition to those of the emperor, and declared that 3/4 of the generals commanding territorial divisions in Russia were of their opinion. These expressions, with the unusual slowness and lenity just alluded to, were for the present passed over without remark, but were recorded and remembered as matter of high offense when Napoleon thought that the time was come to exact from Russia a severe account for everything in which she had disappointed his expectations. The exertions of England at the same period were of a nature, and upon a scale, to surprise the world. It seemed as if her flag literally overshadowed the whole seas on the coasts of Italy, Spain, the Ionian Islands, the Baltic Sea. Wherever there was the least show of resistance to the yoke of Bonaparte, the assistance of the English was appealed to, and was readily afforded. In Spain particularly, the British troops, led by a general, whose name began soon to be weighed against those of the best French commanders, displayed their usual gallantry under auspices which no longer permitted it to evaporate in actions of mere eclat. Yet the British administration, while they had thus embraced a broader and more adventurous, but at the same time a far wiser system of conducting the war, showed, in one most important instance, that they, or a part of them, were not entirely free from the ancient prejudices which had so long rendered vain the efforts of Britain in favour of the liberties of the world. The general principle was indeed adopted that the expeditions of Britain should be directed where they could do the cause of Europe the most benefit and the interests of Napoleon the greatest harm, but still there remained a lurking wish that they could be so directed as at the same time to acquire some peculiar and separate advantage to England, and to secure the accomplishment of what was called a British object. Some of the 3 English ministers might thus be said to resemble the ancient converts from Judaism, who in embracing the Christian faith still held themselves bound by the ritual, and fettered by the prejudices of the Jewish people, separated, as they were, from the rest of mankind. It is no wonder that the voice of what is in reality selfishness is listened to in national councils with more respect than it deserves, since in that case it wears the mask and speaks the language of a species of patriotism against which it can only be urged that it is too exclusive in its zeal. Its effects, however, are not the less to be regretted as disabling strong minds and misleading wise men, of which the history of Britain affords but too many instances. British expedition. Besides the forces already in the peninsula, Britain had the means of disposing of, and the will to send to the continent 40,000 men, with a fleet of 35 ships of the line and 20 frigates, to assist on any point where their services could have been useful. Such an armament on the coast of Spain might have brought to a speedy decision the long and bloody contest in that country, saved much British blood, which the protracted war wasted, and struck a blow the effects of which, as that of Trafalgar Bonaparte might have felt on the banks of the Danube. Such an armament, if sent to the north of Germany, ere the destruction of Schill and the defeat of the Duke of Brunswick's enterprise, might have been the means of placing all the northern provinces in active opposition to France. By an effort for which the state of the public mind was already prepared, a successful action would even have given spirits to Prussia and induced that depressed kingdom to resume the struggle for her independence. In a word, Britain might have had the honor of kindling the same flame, which, being excited by Russia in 1813, was the means of destroying the French influence in Germany and breaking up the Confederation of the Rhine. Unhappily, neither of these important objects seemed to the planners of this enterprise to be connected in a manner sufficiently direct with objects exclusively interesting to Britain. It was therefore agreed that the expedition should be sent against the strong fortresses, swampy isles, and dangerous coasts of the Netherlands, in order to seek for dockyards to be destroyed, and ships to be carried off. Antwerp was particularly aimed at, but although Napoleon attached great importance to the immense naval yards and docks which he had formed in the Scheldt, yet weighed with the danger and difficulty of an attack upon them, the object of destroying them seems to have been very inadequate. Admitting that Bonaparte might succeed in building ships in the Scheldt or elsewhere, there was no possibility in the existing state of the world that he could have been able to get sailors to man them, unless at least modern seamen could have been bred on dry land like the crews of the Roman galleys during the war with Carthage. If even the ships could have been manned, it would have been long ere Napoleon, with his utmost exertions, could have brought out of the Scheldt such a fleet as would not have been defeated by half their own numbers of British ships. The dangers arising to Britain from the naval establishments in the Scheldt were remote, nor was the advantage of destroying them, should such destruction be found possible, commensurate with the expense and hazard of the enterprise which was directed against them. Besides, before Antwerp could be attacked, the islands of Beveland and Walcheren were to be taken possession of, and a long amphibious course of hostilities was to be maintained to enable the expedition to reach the point where alone great results were expected. The commander-in-chief was the Earl of Chatham, who, inheriting the family talents of his father, the great minister, was remarkable for a spirit of inactivity and procrastination, the consequences of which had been felt in all the public offices which he held, and which therefore were likely to be peculiarly fatal in an expedition requiring the utmost celerity and promptitude of action. It is remarkable that though these points in Lord Chatham's character were generally known, the public voice at the time, in deference to the talents which distinguished his house, did not censure the nomination. Walcheren. Upon the 30th of July, the English disembarked on the islands of South Beveland and Walcheren. On the 1st of August, they attacked Flushing, the principal place in the neighbourhood, by land and sea. On the 15th of August, the place surrendered, and its garrison, 4,000 or 5,000 men strong, were sent prisoners of war to England. But here the success of the British ended. The French, who had at first been very much alarmed, had time to recover from their consternation. Fouch, then at the head of the police, and it may be said of the government, for he exercised for the time the power of Minister of the Interior, showed the utmost readiness in getting under arms about 40,000 National Guards to replace the regular soldiers of which the Low Countries had been drained, in awakening the military ardor of the citizens of France, in which he succeeded to an unusual degree. Fouch made use of these expressions: let Europe see that if the genius of Napoleon gives glory to France still, his presence is not necessary to enable her to repel her enemies from her soil. This phrase expressed more independence than was agreeable to Napoleon, and was set down as intimating a self-sufficiency which counterbalanced the services of the minister. 3. Neither did Fouch's selection of a military chief to command the new levies prove more acceptable. Bernadotte, whom we have noticed as a general of republican fame, had been at the time of Bonaparte's elevation opposed to his interests, and attached 5 to those of the Directory. Any species of rivalry or pretence of dispute between them was long since ended, yet still Bernadotte was scarce accounted an attached friend of the Emperor, though he was in some sort connected with the house of Napoleon, having married a sister-in-law of Joseph, the intrusive king of Spain, for in the campaign of Vienna, which we have detailed, Bernadotte, created Prince of Pont Corvo, commanded a division of Saxons, and had incurred Buonaparte's censure more than once, and particularly at the Battle of Wagram, for the slowness of his movements. The Prince of Pont Corvo came therefore to Paris in a sort of disgrace, where Fouche, in conjunction with Clark, the minister at war, invited him to take on himself the defence of Antwerp. Bernadotte hesitated to accept the charge, but having at length done so, he availed himself of the time afforded by the English to put the place in a complete state of defence, and assembled within and under its walls above 30,000 men. The country was inundated. By opening the sluices, strong batteries were erected on both sides of the Scheldt, and the ascending that river became almost impassable. 5. The British naval and military officers also disagreed among themselves, as often happens where difficulties multiply, and there appears no presiding spirit to combat and control them. The final objects of the expedition were therefore abandoned. The navy returned to the English ports, and the British forces were concentrated. For what reason, or with what expectation, it is difficult to see. In that fatal conquest, the Isle of Walcheren, among the marshes, stagnant canals, and unwholesome trenches of this island, there broods continually a fever of a kind deeply pestilential and malignant, and which, like most maladies of the same description, is more destructive to strangers than to the natives, whose constitutions become by habit proof against its ravages. This dreadful disease broke out among our troops with the force of a pestilence, and besides the numerous victims who died on the spot, shattered in many cases for ever the constitution of the survivors, the joy with which Napoleon saw the army of his enemy thus consigned to an obscure and disgraceful death broke out even in his bulletins, as if the pestilence under which they fell had been caused by his own policy, and was not the consequence of the climate, and of the ill-advised delay which prevented our soldiers being withdrawn from it. We are rejoiced, 6, he said in a letter to the minister at war, to see that the English have packed themselves in the morasses of Zealand. Let them be only kept in check, and the bad air and fevers peculiar to the country will soon destroy their army at length, after the loss of more lives than would have been wasted in 3 general battles. The fortifications of Flushing were blown up, and the British forces returned to their own country. 6. The evil consequences of this expedition did not end even here. The mode in which it had been directed and conducted introduced dissensions into the British cabinet, which occasioned the temporary secession of one of the most able and most eloquent of its members, Mr. George Canning, who was thus withdrawn from public affairs when his talents could be least spared by the country. On the other hand, the appointment of Marquis Wellesley to the situation of Secretary at War gave, in the estimation of the public, a strong pledge that the efficient measures suggested by the talents of that noble statesman would be supported and carried through by his brother Sir Arthur, to whom alone as a general the army and the people began to look with hope and confidence. While England was thus exerting herself, Buonaparte, from the castle of Schönbrunn, under the walls of Vienna, was deciding the fate of the continent on every point where British influence had no means of thwarting him. One of the revolutions, which cost him little effort to accomplish, yet which struck Europe with surprise by the numerous recollections which it excited, was his seizure of the city of Rome and the territories of the Church, and depriving the Pope of his character of a temporal prince. Pius VII. It must be allowed by the greatest admirers of Napoleon that his policy, depending less upon principle than upon existing circumstances, was too apt to be suddenly changed, as opportunity or emergency seemed to give occasion. There could, for example, be scarce a measure of his reign adopted on more deep and profound consideration than that of the Concordat, by which he re-established the national religion of France, and once more united that country to the Catholic Church. In reward for this great service, Pope Pius Roman VII, as we have seen, had the unusual complaisance to cross the Alps and visit Paris for the sake of adding religious solemnity and the blessing of St. Peter's successor to the ceremony of Napoleon's coronation. It might have been thought that a friendship thus cemented, and which altogether essential to the safety of the Pope, was far from indifferent to the interests of Buonaparte, ought to have subsisted undisturbed at least for some years. But the Emperor and Pontiff stood in a suspicious attitude with respect to each other. Pius VII Roman VII felt that he had made, in his character of chief of the Church, very great concessions to Napoleon, and such as he could hardly reconcile to the tenderness of his own conscience. He therefore expected gratitude in proportion to the scruples which he had surmounted, while Buonaparte was far from rating the services of His Holiness so high, or sympathizing with his conscientious scruples. Besides, the Pope, in surrendering the rights of the Church in so many instances, must have felt that he was acting under motives of constraint, and in the character of a prisoner, for he had sacrificed more than had been yielded by any prelate who had held the see of Rome since the days of Constantine. He may therefore have considered himself not only as doubly bound to secure what remained of the authority of his predecessors, but even at liberty, should opportunity offer, to reclaim some part of that which he had unwillingly yielded up. Thus circumstanced in respect to each other, Pius Roman 7 felt that he had done more in complaisance to Bonaparte than he could justify to his conscience, while Napoleon, who considered the reunion of France to Rome in its spiritual relations as entirely his own work, thought it of such consequence as to deserve greater concessions than His Holiness had yet granted. The Pope on his first return to Italy showed favourable prepossessions for Napoleon, whom he commemorated in his address to the College of Cardinals as that mighty Emperor of France whose name extended to the most remote regions of the earth, whom heaven had used as the means of reviving religion in France when it was at the lowest ebb, and whose courtesies towards his own person and compliance with his requests merited his highest regard and requital. Yet Napoleon complained that, subsequent to this period, Pius Roman 7 began by degrees to receive counsel from the enemies of France, and that he listened to advisers who encouraged him to hold the rights of the Church higher than the desire to gratify the Emperor. Thus a suppressed and unavowed, but perpetual struggle took place, and was carried on betwixt the Emperor and the Pope, the former desirous to extend and consolidate his recent authority, the latter to defend what remained of the ancient privileges of the Church. It is probable, however, that had there been only spiritual matters in discussion between them, Napoleon would have avoided an open rupture with the Holy Father, to which he was conscious much scandal would attach. But in the present situation of Italy, the temporal states of the Pope furnished a strong temptation for his ambition. These extend, as is well known, betwixt the kingdom of Naples, then governed by Joachim Murat, and the northern Italian provinces, all of which, by the late appropriation of Tuscany, were now amalgamated into one state, and had become under the name of the Kingdom of Italy a part of the dominions of Bonaparte. Thus the patrimony of the Eight Church was the only portion of the Italian peninsula which was not either directly or indirectly under the Empire of France, and as it divided the Neapolitan dominions from those of Napoleon, it afforded facilities for descents of British troops either from Sicily or Sardinia, and what Bonaparte was not less anxious to prevent, great opportunities for the importation of English commodities. The war with Austria in 1809, and the large army which the Archduke John then led into Italy, and with which, but for the defeat at Eckmühl, he might have accomplished great changes, rendered the independence of the Roman states the subject of still greater dislike and suspicion to Bonaparte. His ambassador therefore had instructions to press on the Pope the necessity of shutting his ports against British commerce, and adhering to the continental system, together with the further decisive measure of acceding to the confederacy formed between the Kingdom of Italy and that of Naples, or in other words becoming a party to the war against Austria and England. Pius Roman 7 reluctantly submitted to shut his ports, but he positively refused to become a party to the war. He was, he said, the father of all Christian nations. He could not, consistently with that character, become the enemy of any seven. Upon receiving this refusal, Bonaparte would no longer keep terms with him, and in order, as he said, to protect himself against the inconveniences which he apprehended from the pertinacity of the Holy Father, he caused the towns of Ancona and Civita Vecchia to be occupied by French troops, which were necessarily admitted when there were no means of resistance. This act of aggression, to which the Pope might have seen it prudent to submit without remonstrance, as to what he could not avoid, would probably have sufficiently answered all the immediate purposes of Bonaparte, nor would he, it may be supposed, have incurred the further scandal of a direct and irreconcilable breach with Pius Roman 7, but for recollections that Rome had been the seat of empire over the Christian world, and that the universal sovereignty to which he aspired would hardly be thought to exist in the full extent of majesty which he desired to attach to it, unless the ancient capital of the world made a part of his dominions. Napoleon was himself an Italian 8, and showed his 9 sense of his origin by the particular care which he always took of that nation, where whatever benefits his administrations conferred on the people reached them both more profusely and more directly than in any other part of his empire. That swelling spirit entertained the proud, and could it have been accomplished consistently with justice, the noble idea of uniting the beautiful peninsula of Italy into one kingdom of which Rome should once more be the capital. He also nourished the hope of clearing out the eternal city from the ruins in which she was buried, of preserving her ancient monuments, and of restoring what was possible of her ancient splendor. 9 Such ideas as these dearer to Napoleon, because involving a sort of fame which no conquest elsewhere could be attended with, must have had charms for a mind which constant success had palled to the ordinary enjoyment of victory, and no doubt the recollection that the existence of the Pope as a temporal prince was totally inconsistent with this fair dream of the restoration of Rome, and Italy determined his resolution to put an end to his power. Rome. On the 2 February 1809, General Mialis, with a body of French troops, took possession of Rome itself, disarmed and disbanded the Pope's guard of gentlemen, and sent his other soldiers to the north of Italy, promising them, as a boon, that they should be no longer under the command of a priest. The French cardinals, or those born in countries occupied by or subjected to the French, were ordered to retire to the various lands of their birth, in order to prevent the Holy Father from finding support in the councils of the conclave. The proposal of his joining the Italian League offensive and defensive was then again pressed on the Pope. As the only means of reconciliation, he was also urged to cede some portion of the estates of the Church. As the price of securing the rest on both points, Pius Roman 7 was resolute. He would neither enter into alliance which he conceived injurious to his conscience, nor consent to spoil the see of any part of its territories. This excellent man knew that though the temporal strength of the popedom appeared to be gone, everything depended on the courage to be manifested by the Pope personally. At length, on the 17th May, Napoleon published a decree in which, assuming the character of successor of Charlemagne, he set forth first that his august predecessor had granted Rome and certain other territories in fief to the bishops of that city, but without parting with the sovereignty thereof. 2d. That the union of the religious and civil authority had proved the source of constant discord, of which many of the pontiffs had availed themselves to extend their secular dominion under pretext of maintaining their religious authority. 3d. That the temporal pretensions of the Pope were irreconcilable with the tranquillity and well-being of the nations whom Napoleon governed, and that all proposals which he had made on the subject had been rejected. Therefore it was declared by the decree that the estates of the Church were reunited to the French Empire. A few articles followed for the preservation of the classical monuments, for assigning to the Pope a free income of 2 millions of francs, and for declaring that the property and palace belonging to the see were free of all burdens or right of inspection. Lastly, the decree provided for the interior government of Rome by a consultum or committee of administrators, to whom was delegated the power of bringing the city under the Italian constitution. A proclamation of the consultum, issued upon the 10th June, in consequence of the imperial rescript, declared that the temporal dominion of Rome had passed to Napoleon, but she would still continue to be the residence of the visible head of the Catholic Church. It had doubtless been thought possible to persuade the Pope to acquiesce in the annihilation of his secular power, as the Spanish Bourbons were compelled to ratify the usurpation of the Spanish crown, their inheritance, but Pius Roman 7 had a mind of a firmer tenor. In the very night when the proclamation of the new functionaries finally divested him of his temporal principality, the head of the Church assumed his spiritual weapons, and in the name of God, from whom he claimed authority by missives drawn up by himself and sealed with the seal of the fisherman, declared Napoleon, Emperor of the French, with his adherents, favourers and counsellors, to have incurred the solemn doom of excommunication, which he proceeded to launch against them. Accordingly, to the honour of Pius Roman 7, it must be added that, different from the bulls which his predecessors used to send forth on similar occasions, the present sentence of excommunication was pronounced exclusively as a spiritual punishment, and contained a clause prohibiting all and anyone from so construing its import as to hold it authority for any attack on the person either of Napoleon or any of his adherents. Pius Roman 7 banished. The emperor was highly incensed at the pertinacity and courage of the pontiff in adopting so bold a measure, and determined on punishing him in the night. Betwixt the 5th and 6th of July, the Quirinal palace in which His Holiness resided was forcibly entered by soldiers, and General Radit, presenting himself before the Holy Father, demanded that he should instantly execute a renunciation of the temporal estates belonging to the See of Rome. I ought not, I will not, I cannot make such cession, said Pius Roman 7. I have sworn to God to preserve inviolate the possessions of the Holy Church. I will not violate my oath. The general then informed His Holiness he must prepare to quit Rome. This then is the gratitude of your emperor, exclaimed the aged pontiff, for my great condescension towards the Gallican Church, and towards himself perhaps in that particular, my conduct has been blameworthy in the eyes of God, and he is now desirous to punish me. I humbly stoop to his divine pleasure. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the Pope was placed in a carriage which one cardinal alone was permitted to share with him, and thus forcibly carried from his capital. As they arrived at the Gate del Popolo, the general observed it was yet time for His Holiness to acquiesce in the transference of his secular estates. The pontiff returned a strong negative, and the carriage proceeded. At Florence, Pius was separated from Cardinal Pacca, the only person of his court who had been hitherto permitted to attend him, and the attendance of General Radit was replaced by that of an officer of gendarmes, after a toilsome journey partly performed in a litter, and sometimes by torchlight. The aged pontiff was embarked for Alexandria, and transferred from thence to Mondovì, and then across the Alps to Grenoble. But the strange sight of the head of the Catholic Church travelling under a guard of gendarmes, with the secrecy and the vigilance used in transporting a state criminal, began to interest the people in the south of France. Crowds assembled to beseech the Holy Father's benediction, perhaps with more sincerity than when as the guest of Bonaparte he was received there with all the splendour the imperial orders could command. At the end of 10 days, Grenoble no longer seemed a fitting place for His Holiness' residence, probably because he excited too much interest, and he was again transported to the Italian side of the Alps, and quartered at Savona. Here, it is said, he was treated with considerable harshness, and for a time at least confined to his apartment. The prefect of Savoy, Roman 1000 de Chabrol, presented His Holiness with a letter from Napoleon, upbraiding him in strong terms for his wilful obstinacy and threatening to convoke at Paris a council of bishops with a view to his deposition. "I will lay his threats," said Pius, Roman 7, "with the firmness which sustained him through his sufferings at the foot of the crucifix, and I leave with God the care of avenging my cause, since it has become his own." The feelings of the Catholics were doubtless enhanced on this extraordinary occasion by their belief in the sacred, and it may be said divine character, indissolubly united with the head of the Church. But the world, Papist and Protestant, were alike sensible to the outrageous indecency with which an old man, a priest, and a sovereign so lately the friend and guest of Bonaparte, was treated, for no other reason that could be alleged than to compel him to despoil himself of the territories of the Church, which he had sworn to transmit inviolate to his successors. Upon reflection, Napoleon seems to have become ashamed of the transaction which he endeavoured to shift from his own shoulders, while in the same breath he apologized for it, as the act of the politician, not the individual. Regarded politically, never was any measure devised to which the interest of France and the Emperor was more diametrically opposed. Napoleon nominally gained the city of Rome, which without this step it was in his power to occupy at any time, but he lost the support and incurred the mortal hatred of the Catholic clergy, and of all whom they could influence. He unravelled his own web and destroyed by this unjust and rash usurpation all the merit which he had obtained by the re-establishment of the Gallican Church. Before this period, he had said of the French clergy, and certainly had some right to use the language, "I have re-established them, I maintain them, they will surely continue attached to me," but in innovating upon their religious creed, in despoiling the Church and maltreating its visible head, he had cut the sinews of the league which he had formed betwixt the Church and his own government. It is easy to see the mistaken grounds on which he reckoned himself. An egotist, Napoleon supposed that, when he had ascertained and secured to any man or body of men their own direct advantage in the system which he desired should be adopted, the parties interested were debarred from objecting to any innovations which he might afterwards introduce into that system, providing their own interest was not affected. The priests and sincere Catholics of France, on the other hand, thought, and in conscience could not think otherwise, that the Concordat engaged the Emperor to the preservation of the Catholic Church, as on the other hand it engaged them to fealty towards Napoleon, when therefore by his unprovoked aggression against the head of the Church he had incurred the spiritual censure of excommunication. They held by consequence that all their engagements to him were dissolved by his own act. Pius VII. The natural feelings of mankind acted also against the Emperor. The Pope, residing at Rome, in the possession of temporal power and worldly splendour, was a far less interesting object to a devout imagination than an old man hurried a prisoner from his capital, transported from place to place like a criminal, and at length detained in an obscure Italian town, under the control of the French police and their instruments. The consequences of this false step were almost as injurious as those which resulted from the unprincipled invasion of Spain. To place that kingdom under his more immediate control, Napoleon converted a whole nation of docile allies into irreconcilable enemies, and for the vanity of adding to the empire of France, the ancient capital of the world, he created a revolt in the opinion of the Catholics which was in the long run of the utmost prejudice to his authority, The bulls of the Pope, in spite of the attention of the police and of the numerous arrests and severe punishments inflicted on those who dispersed them, obtained a general circulation, and by affording a religious motive enhanced and extended the disaffection to Napoleon, which unavowed and obscure began generally to arise against his person and government, even in France from the repeated drafts, upon the conscription, the annihilation of commerce, and the other distressing consequences arising out of the measures of a government, which seemed only to exist in war. While Bonaparte at Sconebrun was thus disposing of Rome and its territories, and weighing in his bosom the alternative of dismembering Austria, or converting her into a friend, his life was exposed to one of those chances to which despotic princes are peculiarly liable. It had often been predicted that the dagger of some political or religious enthusiast, who might be willing to deposit his own life in gage for the success of his undertaking, was likely to put a period to Napoleon's extended plans of ambition. Fortunately, men like Felton or Saint are rarely met with, for the powerful instinct of self-preservation is in the common case possessed of influence even over positive lunatics, as well as men of that melancholy and atrabilious temperament, whose dark determination partakes of insanity. Individuals, however, occur from time to time, who are willing to sacrifice their own existence to accomplish the death of a private or public enemy. The life of Bonaparte at Sconebrun was retired and obscure. He scarcely ever visited the city of Vienna, and spent his time as if in the Tuileries amid his generals, and a part of his ministers, who were obliged to attend him during his military expeditions. His most frequent appearance in public was when reviewing his troops. On one of these occasions, 23d Sept, while a body of the French Guard was passing in review, a young man well dressed, and of the middle rank, rushed suddenly forward, and attempted to plunge a long sharp knife or poniard in Napoleon's bosom. Berthier threw himself betwixt his master and the assassin, and Rapp made the latter prisoner. On his examination, the youth evinced the coolness of a fanatic. He was a native of Erfurt, son of a Lutheran clergyman, well educated, and of a decent condition in life. He avowed his purpose to have killed Napoleon, as called to the task by God for the liberation of his country. No intrigue or correspondence with any party appeared to have prompted his unjustifiable purpose, nor did his behavior or pulse testify any sign of insanity or mental alienation. He told Bonaparte that he had so much respect for his talents that if he could have obtained an audience of him, he would have commenced the conference by an exhortation to him to make peace, but if he could not succeed, he was determined to take his life. "What evil have I done you?" asked Napoleon. "To me personally, none, but you are the oppressor of my country, the oppressor of the world, and to have put you to death would have been the most glorious act a man of honor could do." Staps, for that was his name, was justly condemned to die, for no cause can justify assassination. His death was marked by the same fanatical firmness which had accompanied his crime, and the adventure remained a warning, though a fruitless one, to Bonaparte, that any man who is indifferent to his own life may endanger that of the most absolute sovereign upon earth, even when at the head of his military force. The negotiations for peace with Austria continued, notwithstanding the feeble state of the latter power, to be unusually protracted. The reason at that time secret became soon after publicly known. The Archduke Charles. Bonaparte's first intentions had been to dismember the empire which he had found so obstinate and irreconcilable in its enmity, and separating from the dominions of Austria either the kingdom of Hungary or that of Bohemia, or both, to reduce the House of Habsburg to the rank of a second-rate power in Europe. Napoleon himself affirmed when in St. Helena that he was encouraged by one of the royal family. The Archduke Charles is indicated to persist in his purpose as the only means of avoiding future wars with Austria, and that the same prince was willing to have worn one of the crowns, thus to be torn from the brows of his brother Francis. We can only say that the avowals of Napoleon when in exile, like his bulletins, when in power, seem so generally dictated by that which he wished to be believed rather than by a frank adherence to truth, that we cannot hold his unsupported and inexplicit testimony as sufficient to impose the least stain on the noble, devoted and patriotic character of the Archduke, whose sword and talents had so often served his brother's cause, and whose life exhibits no indication of that meanness which would be implied in a wish to share the spoils of his country, or accept at the hands of the conqueror a tributary kingdom reft from the dominions of his king and brother. Bonaparte himself paid the courage and devotion of the Austrian prince a flattering compliment, when in sending to him a decoration of the Legion of Honor, he chose that which was worn by the common soldier, as better suited to the determination and frankness of his character, than one of those richly ornamented which were assigned to men of rank who had perhaps never known or only seen at some distance the toils and dangers of battle. The crisis, however, approached which was to determine the fate of Austria. Bonaparte's favourite minister, Champagny, Duke of Cador, had been for some time at Pressburg, arranging with Metternich the extent of cession of territory, by which Austria was to pay for her unfortunate assumption of hostilities. The definitive treaty of peace, when at length published, was found to contain the following articles: Roman 1. Austria ceded in favour of the princes of the Confederation of the Rhine Salzburg Berchtesgaden, and a part of Upper Austria. Roman 2. To France directly she ceded her only seaport of Trieste, the districts of Carniola, Friuli, the circle of Villach, and some part of Croatia and Dalmatia. These dominions tended to strengthen and enlarge the French province of Illyria, and to exclude Austria from the Adriatic and the possibility of communication with Great Britain. A small lordship called Razons, lying within the territories of the Grison League, was also relinquished. Roman 3. To the King of Saxony. In that character, Austria ceded some small part of Bohemia, and in the capacity of Duke of Warsaw, she gave up to him the city of Krakow and the whole of western Galicia. Roman 4. Russia had a share, though a moderate one, in the spoils of Austria. She was to receive in reward of her aid, though tardily and unwillingly tendered, a portion of eastern Galicia, containing a population of 400,000 souls. But from this cession the town of Brody, a commercial place of consequence, was specially excepted, and it has been said that this exception made an unfavourable impression on the Emperor Alexander, which was not overbalanced by the satisfaction he received from the portion of spoil transferred to him. In his correspondence with the Russian court, Napoleon expressed himself as having, from deference to Alexander's wishes, given Austria a more favourable peace than she had any reason to expect. Indeed, Europe in general was surprised at the moderation of the terms, for though Austria, by her cessions, at different points yielded up a surface of 45,000 square miles, and a population of between 3 and 4 millions, yet the extremity in which she was placed seemed to render this a cheap ransom, as she still retained 180,000 square miles and upwards of territory, which with a population of 21 millions rendered her, after France and Russia, even yet the most formidable power on the continent. But her good angel had not slept. The house of Rodolph of Habsburg had arisen from small beginnings to its immense power and magnitude chiefly by matrimonial alliances, and it was determined that by another intermarriage of that imperial house with the most successful conqueror whom the world had ever seen, she should escape with comparative ease from the greatest extremity in which she had ever been placed. There is no doubt also that by secret articles of treaty Napoleon, according to his maxim of making the conquered party sustain the expense of the war, exacted for that purpose heavy contributions from the Austrian government. He left Schönbrunn on the 16th October, the day after the definitive treaty of peace, which takes its name from that palace, had been signed there, and it is remarkable that no military caution was relaxed in the evacuation of the Austrian dominions by the French troops. They retreated by echelon, so as to be always in a position of mutual support, as if they had still been manoeuvring in an enemy's country. On the 14th November, Napoleon received at Paris the gratulations of the Senate, who too fondly complimented him on having acquired by his triumphs the palm of peace. That emblem, they said, should be placed high above his other laurels upon a monument, which should be dedicated by the gratitude of the French people to the greatest of heroes who never achieved victory, but for the happiness of the world. Chapter Roman 50 Chain, in Napoleon's domestic life causes, which led to it his anxiety for an heir son of his brother Louis, is fixed upon, but dies in childhood. Character and influence of Josephine. Strong mutual attachment betwixt her and Napoleon Fouch opens to Josephine the plan. Divorce her. Extreme distress. On 5th December, Napoleon announces her fate to Josephine. On 15th, they are formally separated before the Imperial Council. Josephine, retaining the rank of Empress for life, espousals of Bonaparte and Maria Louisa of Austria take place at Vienna. 11th March 1810. Change in Napoleon's domestic life. There is perhaps no part of the varied life of the wonderful person of whom we treat more deeply interesting than the change which took place in his domestic establishment shortly after the Peace of Vienna. The main causes of that change are strongly rooted in human nature, but there were others which arose out of Napoleon's peculiar situation. The desire of posterity, of being represented long after our own earthly career is over by those who derive their life and condition in society from us, is deeply rooted in our species. In all ages and countries children, are accounted a blessing barrenness, a misfortune at least if not a curse. This desire of maintaining a posthumous connection with the world through the medium of our descendants is increased when there is property or rank to be inherited, and however vain the thought, there are few to which men cling with such sincere fondness as the prospect of bequeathing to their children the fortunes they have inherited from their fathers or acquired by their own industry. There is kindness as well as some vanity in the feeling, for the attachment which we bear to the children whom we see and love naturally flows downward to their lineage. Whom we may never see, the love of distant posterity is in some degree the metaphysics of natural affection. It was impossible that the founder of so vast an empire as that of Napoleon could be insensible to a feeling which is so deeply grafted in our nature, as to influence the most petty proprietor of a house and a few acres. It is of a character to be felt in proportion to the extent of the inheritance, and so viewed there never existed in the world before, and it is devoutly to be hoped will never be again permitted by Providence to arise a power so extensive, so formidable as Napoleon's. Immense as it had been moreover the work of his own talents, and therefore he must have anticipated with the greater pain that the system perfected by so much labour and blood should fall to pieces on the death of him by whom it had been erected, or that the reins of empire should be grasped after that event by some unlineal hand. No son of his succeeding. The drop of gall which the poet describes so naturally as embittering the cup of the usurper of Scotland, infused, there is no doubt, its full bitterness into that of Napoleon. Josephine. The sterility of the Empress Josephine was now rendered by the course of nature an irremediable evil, over which she mourned in hopeless distress, and conscious on what precarious circumstances the continuance of their union seemed now to depend. She gave way occasionally to fits of jealousy, less excited, according to Napoleon, by personal attachment than by suspicion that her influence over her husband's mind might be diminished in case of his having offspring by some paramour. She turned her thoughts to seek a remedy, and exerted her influence over her husband to induce him to declare someone his successor, according to the unlimited powers vested in him by the imperial constitution. In the selection, she naturally endeavoured to direct his choice towards his stepson Eugene Beauharnois, her own son by her first marriage, but this did not meet Bonaparte's approbation. A child, the son of his brother Louis by Hortense Beauharnois, appeared during its brief existence more likely to become the destined heir of this immense inheritance. Napoleon seemed attached to the boy, and when he manifested any spark of childish spirit, rejoiced in the sound of the drum or showed pleasure in looking upon arms and the image of war, he is said to have exclaimed, "There is a child fit to succeed, perhaps to surpass me." The fixing his choice on an heir so intimately connected with herself would have secured the influence of Josephine as much as it could receive assurance from anything save bearing her husband issue herself. But she was not long permitted to enjoy this prospect. The son of Louis and Hortense died of a disorder incident to childhood, and thus was broken, while yet a twig, the shoot that growing to maturity might have been reckoned on as the stay of an empire. Napoleon showed the deepest grief, but Josephine sorrowed as one who had no hope. Yet, setting aside her having the misfortune to bear him no issue, the claims of Josephine on her husband's affections were as numerous as could be possessed by a wife. She had shared his more lowly fortunes, and by her management and address during his absence in Egypt, had paved the way for the splendid success which he had attained on his return. She had also done much to render his government popular, by softening the sudden and fierce bursts of passion to which his temperament induced him to give way. No one could understand like Josephine the peculiarities of her husband's temper. No one dared like her to encounter his displeasure, rather than not advise him for his better interest. No one could possess such opportunities of watching the fit season for intercession, and no one, it is allowed, on all hands made a more prudent or a more beneficent use of the opportunities. She enjoyed the character of Bonaparte, vehement by temper, a soldier by education, and invested by fortune with the most despotic power, required peculiarly the moderating influence of such a mind, which could interfere without intrusion, and remonstrate without offence. To maintain this influence over her husband, Josephine made not only unreluctantly, but eagerly, the greatest personal sacrifices in many of the rapid journeys which he performed. She was his companion. No obstacle of road or weather was permitted to interfere with her departure. However sudden the call, the Empress was ever ready. However untimely the hour, her carriage was in instant attendance. The influence which she maintained by the sacrifice of her personal comforts was used for the advancement of her husband's best interests, relief of those who were in distress, and the averting the consequences of hasty resolutions formed in a moment of violence or irritation. Besides her considerable talents and her real beneficence of disposition, Josephine was possessed of other ties over the mind of her husband. The mutual passion which had subsisted between them for many years, if its warmth had subsided, seems to have left behind affectionate remembrances and mutual esteem. The grace and dignity with which Josephine played her part in the imperial pageant was calculated to gratify the pride of Napoleon, which might have been shocked at seeing the character of empress discharged with less ease and adroitness, for her temper and manners enabled her, as one early accustomed to the society of persons of political influence, to conduct herself with singular dexterity in the intrigues of the splendid and busy court, where she filled so important a character. Lastly, it is certain that Bonaparte, who, like many of those that affect to despise superstition, had a reserve of it in his own bosom, believed that his fortunes were indissolubly connected with those of Josephine, and loving her as she deserved to be beloved, he held his union with her the more intimate that there was attached to it. He thought a spell affecting his own destinies, which had ever seemed most predominant when they had received the recent influence of Josephine's presence. Notwithstanding all these mutual ties, it was evident to the politicians of the Tuileries that whatever attachment and veneration for the Empress Napoleon might profess and feel, it was likely in the long run to give way to the eager desire of a lineal succession, to which he might bequeath his splendid inheritance. As age advanced, every year weakened, though in an imperceptible degree, the influence of the Empress, and must have rendered more eager the desire of her husband to form a new alliance while he was yet at a period of life, enabling him to hope he might live to train to maturity the expected heir. Divorce of Josephine. Fouch, the Minister of Police, the boldest political intriguer of his time, discovered speedily to what point the emperor must ultimately arrive, and seems to have meditated the ensuring his own power and continuance in favor by taking the initiative in a measure in which perhaps Napoleon might be ashamed to break the ice in person. Sounding artfully his master's disposition, Fouch was able to discover that the emperor was struggling betwixt the supposed political advantages to be derived from an matrimonial union on the one hand, and on the other love for his present consort, habits of society, which particularly attached him to Josephine, and the species of superstition which we have already noticed. Having been able to conjecture the state of the emperor's inclinations, the crafty counsellor determined to make Josephine herself the medium of suggesting to Bonaparte the measure of her own divorce and his second marriage, as a sacrifice necessary to consolidate the empire and complete the happiness of the emperor. One evening at Fontainebleau, as the empress was returning from mass, Fouch detained her in the embrasure of a window in the gallery, while with an audacity almost incomprehensible, he explained with all the alleviating qualifications his ingenuity could suggest the necessity of a sacrifice which he represented as equally sublime and inevitable. The tears gathered in Josephine's eyes, colour came and went their lips, swellidan. The least which the counsellor had to fear was his advice having brought on a severe nervous affection. She commanded her emotions, however, sufficiently to ask Fouch with a faltering voice whether he had any commission to hold such language to her. He replied in the negative, and said that he had only ventured on such an insinuation from his having predicted with certainty what must necessarily come to pass, and from his desire to turn her attention to what so nearly concerned her glory and happiness. In consequence of this interview, an impassioned and interesting scene is said to have taken place betwixt Bonaparte and his consort, in which he naturally and truly disavowed the communication of Fouch, and attempted by every means in his power to dispel her apprehensions, but he refused to dismiss Fouch when she demanded it as the punishment due to that minister's audacity in tampering with her feelings, and this refusal alone might have convinced Josephine that though ancient habitual affection might for a time maintain its influence in the nuptial chamber, it must at length give way before the suggestions of political interest, which were sure to predominate in the cabinet. In fact, when the idea had once been started, the chief objection was removed, and Bonaparte, being spared the pain of directly communicating the unkind and ungrateful proposal to Josephine, had now only to afford her time to familiarize herself with the idea of a divorce as that which political combinations rendered inevitable. The communication of Fouch was made before Napoleon undertook his operations in Spain, and by the time of the meeting at Erfurt, the divorce seems to have been a matter determined, since the subject of a match betwixt Bonaparte and one of the archduchesses, the possibility of which had been anticipated as far back as the Treaty of Tilsit, was resumed seriously treated of, and if not received with cordiality by the imperial family of Russia, was equally far from being finally rejected the reigning empress, and the empress mother were however opposed to it. The ostensible motive was, as we have elsewhere said, the difference of religion, but these high-minded princesses rejected the alliance chiefly on account of the personal character of the suitor, and although it must have been managed with the greatest secrecy imaginable, it seems probable that the idea of substituting an Archduchess of Austria for her, whose hand was refused, him was started in the course of the Treaty of Schönbrunn, and had its effects in providing lenient terms for the weaker party. Napoleon himself says that he renounced his purpose of dismembering Austria when his marriage was fixed upon, but the conditions of peace were signed on the 15th of October, and therefore the motive which influenced Napoleon in granting them must have had existence previous to that period. Yet the contrary is boldly asserted. The idea of the match is said to have been suggested by the Austrian government at a later period, upon understanding that difficulties had occurred in Napoleon's negotiation for a matrimonial alliance in the family of Alexander. Fouch ascribes the whole to the address of his own agent, the Comte de Narbonne, a Frenchman of the old-school witty, pliant, gay, well-mannered, and insinuating, who was ambassador at Vienna in the month of January, 1029. But whether the successor of Josephine were, or were not already determined upon the measures for separating this amiable and interesting woman from him, whose fortunes she had assisted to raise, and to whose person she was so much attached, were in full and public operation soon after her husband's return from the campaign of Wagram, upon the 3d of December. Bonaparte attended the solemn service of Te Deum. For his victories he was clad with unusual magnificence, wearing the Spanish costume, and displaying in his hat an enormous plume of feathers. The kings of Saxony and Württemberg, who attended as his satellites on this occasion, were placed beside him in full uniform, and remained uncovered during the ceremony. From the cathedral Napoleon passed to the opening of the legislative body, and boasted in the oration he addressed to them of the victories which he had achieved, and the trophies which he had acquired. Nay, he vaunted of his having reunited Tuscany to the empires. If the spoiling the inoffensive and unresisting widow and orphan could ever be a legitimate subject of triumph from the existing affairs of Spain, no direct reason for gratulation could be derived. But when Napoleon could no longer claim praise from things as they presently stood, he was profuse in his promises of a rapid change to the better, and spoke as a prophet when he ceased to be the reporter of agreeable facts. When he said, "Show myself on the other side of the Pyrenees, the terrified leopard shall plunge into the ocean to avoid shame, defeat, and destruction. The triumph of my arms shall be that of the genius of good over the genius of evil, of moderation, order and morals over civil war, anarchy, and the malevolent passions with such fair colouring will ambition and injustice attempt to screen their purposes." A poetical reply from Roman 1000 de Fontaines assured the emperor that whatever was connected with him must arise to grandeur, whatever was subjected to any other influence was threatened with a speedy fall. It was therefore necessary, he continued, to submit to your ascendancy, whose counsels are at once recommended by heroism and by policy. To this speech Bonaparte made a rejoinder in which, resuming the well-worn themes of his own praises, he alluded to the obstacles which he had surmounted, and concluded, "I and my family will always know how to sacrifice our most tender affections to the interests and welfare of the great nation." These concluding words, the meaning of which was already guessed by all who belonged to the court, were soon no riddle to the public in general. 2 days afterwards Napoleon made Josephine acquainted with the cruel certainty that the separation was ultimately determined upon, but not the many months which had passed since the subject was first touched upon by Fouchenot. The conviction, which she must have long since received from various quarters, that the measure was unalterably resolved upon, could strengthen her to hear the tongue of her beloved husband announce what was in fact, though not in name, a sentence of repudiation. She fell into a long and profound swoon. Napoleon was much affected, but his resolution was taken, and could not be altered. The preparations for the separation went on without delay. On the 15th December, just 10 days after the official communication of her fate had been given to the Empress Napoleon, and Josephine appeared in presence of the Arch-Chancellor, the family of Napoleon, the principal officers of Stettin, a word the full imperial council. In this assembly Napoleon stated the deep national interest which required that he should have successors of his own body, the heirs of his love for his people, to occupy the throne on which Providence had placed him. He informed them that he had for several years renounced the hope of having children by his well-beloved Empress Josephine, and that therefore he had resolved to subject the feelings of his heart to the good of the state, and desire the dissolution of their marriage. He was, he said, but 40 years old, and might well hope to live to train up such children as Providence might send him in his own sentiments and arts of government again. He dwelt on the truth and tenderness of his beloved spouse, his partner, during 15 years of happy union, crowned, as she had been by his own hand. He desired she should retain the rank of empress during her life. Josephine arose, and with a faltering voice and eyes, suffused with tears, expressed in a few words sentiments similar to those of her husband the imperial pair, then demanded from the Arch-Chancellor a written instrument, in evidence of their mutual desire of separation, and it was granted accordingly in all due form with the authority of the council. The Senate were next assembled, and on the 16th December pronounced a consultum or decree authorizing the separation of the emperor and empress, and assuring to Josephine a dowry of 2 millions of francs, and the rank of empress during her life. Addresses were voted to both the imperial parties, in which all possible changes were rung on the duty of subjecting our dearest affections to the public good, and the conduct of Bonaparte, in exchanging his old consort for a young one, was proclaimed a sacrifice for which the eternal love of the French people could alone console his heart. The union of Napoleon and Josephine being thus abrogated by the supreme civil power, it only remained to procure the intervention of the spiritual authorities. The Arch-Chancellor, duly authorized by the imperial pair, presented a request for this purpose to the diocesan of the officiality or ecclesiastical court of Paris, who did not hesitate to declare the marriage dissolved, assigning however no reason for such their doom. They announced it indeed as conforming to the decrees of councils, and the usages of the Gallican Church, a proposition which would have cost the learned and reverend officials much trouble if they had been required to make it good either by argument or authority. When this sentence had finally dissolved their union, the emperor retired to St. Cloud, where he lived in seclusion for some days. Josephine, on her part, took up her residence in the beautiful villa of Malmaison near St. Germain's. Here she principally dwelt for the remaining years of her life, which were just prolonged to see the first fall of her husband, an event which might have been averted had he been content to listen more frequently to her lessons of moderation. Her life was chiefly spent in cultivating the fine arts of which she collected some beautiful specimens, and in pursuing the science of botany, but especially in the almost daily practice of acts of benevolence and charity, of which the English detenus, of whom there were several at St. Germain's, frequently shared the benefit. Napoleon visited her very frequently, and always treated her with the respect to which she was entitled. He added also to her dowry a 300,000 of francs, that she might feel no inconvenience from the habits of expense to which it was her foible to be addicted. Maria Louisa. This important state measure was no sooner completed than the Great Council was summoned on the 1st February to assist the emperor in the selection of a new spouse. They were given to understand that a match with a Grand Duchess of Russia had been proposed, but was likely to be embarrassed by disputes concerning religion. A daughter of the King of Saxony was also mentioned, but it was easily indicated to the council that their choice ought to fall upon a princess of the House of Austria. At the conclusion of the meeting, Eugene, the son of the repudiated Josephine, was commissioned by the council to propose to the Austrian ambassador a match between Napoleon and the Archduchess Maria Louisa. Prince Schwarzenberg had his instructions on the subject, so that the match was proposed, discussed, and decided in the council, and afterwards adjusted between plenipotentiaries on either side. In the space of 24 hours, the espousals of Napoleon and Maria Louisa were celebrated at Vienna. 11th March 1810. The person of Bonaparte was represented by his favourite Berthier, while the Archduke Charles assisted at the ceremony in the name of the Emperor Francis. A few days afterwards, the youthful bride, accompanied by the Queen of Naples, proceeded towards France. With good taste, Napoleon dispensed with the ceremonies used in the reception of Marie Antoinette, whose marriage with Louis Roman XVI, though never named or alluded to, was in other respects the model of the present solemnity. Near Soissons, a single horseman, no way distinguished by dress, rode past the carriage in which the young empress was seated, and had the boldness to return as if to reconnoitre more closely. The carriage stopped, the door was opened, and Napoleon, breaking through all the tediousness of ceremony, introduced himself to his bride, and came with her to Soissons. The marriage ceremony was performed at St. Cloud by Bonaparte's uncle, the Cardinal Fesch. The most splendid rejoicings, illuminations, concerts, festivals took place upon this important occasion, but a great calamity occurred which threw a shade over these demonstrations of joy. Prince Schwarzenberg had given a distinguished ball on the occasion, When unhappily the dancing room, which was temporary and erected in the garden, caught fire, no efforts could stop the progress of the flames, in which several persons perished, and amongst them even the sister of Prince Schwarzenberg. This tragic circumstance struck a damp on the public mind, and was considered as a bad omen, especially when it was remembered that the marriage of Louis Roman XVI with a former princess of Austria had been signalized by a similar disaster. As a domestic occurrence, nothing could more contribute to Buonaparte's happiness than his union with Maria Luisa. He was wont to compare her with Josephine, by giving the latter all the advantages of art and grace, the former the charms of simple modesty and innocence. His former empress used every art to support or enhance her personal charms, but with so much prudence and mystery that the secret cares of her toilette could never be traced. Her successor, trusted for the power of pleasing to youth and nature, Josephine, mismanaged her revenue and incurred debt. Without scruple, Maria Luisa lived within her income, or if she desired any indulgence beyond it, which was rarely the case, she asked it as a favor of Napoleon. Josephine, accustomed to political intrigue, loved to manage, to influence, and to guide her husband. Maria Luisa desired only to please and to obey him. Both were excellent women of great sweetness of temper, and fondly attached to Napoleon. In the difference between these distinguished persons we can easily discriminate the leading features of the Parisian and of the simple German beauty. But it is certainly singular that the artificial character should have belonged to the daughter of the West Indian planter, that marked by nature and simplicity, to a princess of the proudest court in Europe. Buonaparte, whose domestic conduct was generally praiseworthy, behaved with the utmost kindness to his princely bride. He observed, however, the strictest etiquette, and required it from the empress if it happened, for example, as was often the case, that he was prevented from attending at the hour when dinner was placed on the table. He was displeased if in the interim of his absence, which was often prolonged, she either took a book or had recourse to any female occupation. If, in short, he did not find her in the attitude of waiting for the signal to take her place at table. Perhaps a sense of his inferior birth made Napoleon more tenacious of this species of form, as what he could not afford to relinquish. On the other hand, Maria Luisa is said to have expressed her surprise at her husband's dispensing with the use of arms and attendance of guards, and at his moving about with the freedom of an individual, although this could be no great novelty to a member of the imperial family of Austria, most of whom, and especially the Emperor Francis, are in the habit of mixing familiarly with the people of Vienna at public places and in the public walks. As it influenced his political fate, Buonaparte has registered his complaint that the Austrian match was a precipice covered with flowers, which he was rashly induced to approach by the hopes of domestic happiness. But if this proved so, it was the fault of Napoleon himself. His subjects and his allies augured very differently of its consequences, and to himself alone it was owing that these auguries were disappointed. It was to have been expected that a connection formed with the most ancient imperial family in Christendom might have induced Buonaparte to adopt some of those sentiments of moderation which regard rather the stability than the increase of power. It constituted a point at which he might pause. It might have been thought that, satiated with success and wearied with enterprise, he would have busied himself more in consolidating the power which he desired to transmit to his expected posterity than in aiming at rendering his grandeur more invidious and more precarious by further schemes of ambition. Even the charms which this union added to his domestic life might, it was hoped, bring on a taste for repose, which, could it have influenced that fiery imagination and frame of iron, might have been of such essential advantage to. Napoleon knew what was expected, and endeavoured to vindicate himself beforehand, for the disappointment which he foresaw was about to ensue. The good citizens rejoice sincerely at my marriage, monsieur, he said to Decrès, his minister. Very much, sire, I understand. They think the lion will go to slumber. Harter, speak the truth, sire. They entertain some hopes of that nature. Napoleon paused an instant, and then replied, they are mistaken, yet it is not the fault of the lion's slumber would be as agreeable to him as to others. But see you not that while I have the air of being constantly the attacking party, I am, in fact, acting only on the defensive? This sophism, by which Napoleon endeavoured to persuade all men that his constant wars arose not from choice, but out of the necessity of his situation, will be best discussed hereafter. In the meantime, we may only notice that the Emperor Alexander judged most accurately of the consequences of the Austrian match, when he said on receiving the news, then the next task will be to drive me back to my forests. So certain he was that Napoleon would make his intimate alliance with the Emperor Francis the means of an attack upon Russia, and so acute was he in seeing the germs of future and more desperate wars in a union, from which more short-sighted politicians were looking for the blessings of peace. Chapter Roman 51. Almost all the foreign French settlements fall into the hands of the British-French squadron, destroyed at the Isle of Aix by Lord Cochrane and, at the Isle of Roses, by Lord Collingwood. Returned to the proceedings in Spain. Soult takes Oporto, attacked and defeated by Sir Arthur Wellesley Ferrol, and Corunna, retaken by the Patriots. Battle of Talavera gained by Sir Arthur Wellesley created Lord Wellington. The French armies take many towns and strong places. Supreme Junta retreat to Cadiz. The guerrilla system. Growing disappointment of Bonaparte, his immense exertions. Battle of Busaco. Lord Wellington's famous retreat on Torres Vedras. Notwithstanding the credit which Napoleon had acquired by dictating to the House of Austria the triumphant Treaty of Schönbrunn, and also by allying himself with that ancient imperial house, which had on different occasions showed towards him the signs of persevering enmity, this period of his history did not pass without his experiencing several reverses of fortune. The few foreign settlements which hitherto remained united to France were now successively taken by the British. Cayenne, Martinico, Senegal, and Saint Domingo were conquered and occupied in the West Indies, while Lord Collingwood, with troops furnished from Sicily, occupied the islands of Cephalonia, Zante, Ithaca, and Cerigo. A French squadron of men of war being blockaded in the roadstead of the Isle of Aix, the determined valour of Lord Cochrane was employed for their destruction. Fireships were sent against the French vessels, and though the execution was less complete than had been expected owing to some misunderstanding between Lord Cochrane and Admiral Gambier, who commanded in chief, yet the greater part of the French ships were burnt or driven ashore, and destroyed. Lord Collingwood also destroyed an important French convoy with the armed vessels who protected it in the Isle of Roses. Everything announced that England retained the full command of what has been termed her native element, while the transactions in Spain showed that under a general who understood at once how to gain victories and profit by them, when obtained, the land forces of Britain were no less formidable than her navy. This subject draws our attention to the affairs of the peninsula, where it might be truly said the land was burning. The evacuation of Corunna by the army of the late Sir John Moore, and their return to England, which their disastrous condition rendered indispensable, left Soult in seeming possession of Galicia. Ferrol and Corunna having both surrendered to him, but the strength of the Spanish cause did not lie in walls and ramparts but in the indomitable courage of the gallant patriots. The Galicians continued to distinguish themselves by a war of posts in which the invaders could claim small advantages, and when Soult determined to enter Portugal, he was obliged to leave Ney with considerable forces to secure his communication with Spain. Soult occupies Oporto. Soult's expedition began prosperously, though it was doomed to terminate very differently. He defeated General Romana and compelled him to retreat to Sanabria. The frontier town of Chaves was taken by Soult after some resistance, and he forced his way towards Oporto, but no sooner had the main body of Soult's army left Chaves than, in spite of the efforts of the garrison, the place was relieved by an insurrectionary army of Portuguese under General Silveira. The invader, neglecting these operations in his rear, continued to advance upon Oporto, carried that fine city by storm after a desultory defence of 3 days, and suffered his troops to commit the greatest cruelties, both on the soldiers and unarmed citizens. But when Marshal Soult had succeeded thus far, his situation became embarrassing. The Galicians, recovering their full energy, had retaken Vigo and other places, and Silveira, advancing from Chaves to the bridge of Amarant, interposed betwixt the French general and Galicia, and placed himself in communication with the Spaniards. While Soult was thus cooped up in Oporto, the English ministry, undaunted by the failure of their late expedition, resolved to continue the defence of the Portuguese, and to enter into still closer alliance with the Supreme Junta of Spain, consulting their own opinion, and the public voice. All consideration of rank and long service was laid aside in order to confer the command of the troops which were to be sent to the continent on Sir Arthur Wellesley, whose conduct in the Battle of Vimero, and the subsequent explanations which he afforded at the Court of Inquiry, had taught all Britain to believe that if Portugal could be defended at all, it must be by the victor of that day. He was scarce landed at Lisbon, April 22, ere he fully justified the good opinion of his countrymen. He crossed the Douro at different points with a celerity for which the French were unprepared, and after a brilliant action under the walls of Oporto, compelled Soult to evacuate that city and commence a retreat so disastrous as to resemble that of Sir John Moore. In this retrograde movement, the French left behind them cannon, equipments, baggage, all that can strengthen an army and enable it to act as such, and after all these sacrifices, their leader could hardly make his escape into Galicia, with scarce 3/4 of his army remaining, where he found great difficulty in remodelling his forces. Ney, whom he had left as governor of that province, was hard pressed by the patriots who defeated the French in several battles, and eventually retook the towns of Ferrol and Corunna. Sir Arthur Wellesley was prevented from completing Soult's defeat by pursuing him into Galicia, because after the Spaniards had sustained the severe defeat of Tudela, the French had penetrated into Andalusia in great strength, where they were only opposed by an ill-equipped and dispirited army of 40,000 men under the rash and ill-starred General Cuesta. It was evident that Marshal Victor, who commanded in Andalusia, had it in his power to have detached a considerable part of his force on Lisbon, supposing that city had been uncovered by Sir Arthur Wellesley's carrying his forces in pursuit of Soult. This was to be prevented. If possible, the English general formed the magnificent plan for which Napoleon's departure to the Austrian campaign afforded a favourable opportunity of marching into Andalusia, uniting the British forces with those of Cuesta, and acting against the invaders with such vigour as might at once check their progress in the south, and endanger their occupation of Madrid. Unhappily, an ill-timed jealousy seems to have taken possession of Cuesta, which manifested itself in every possible shape in which frowardness and a petty obstinacy of spirit could be exhibited. To know one of the combined plans submitted to him by the English general, would he give assent or effectual concurrence, and when a favourable opportunity arrived of attacking Victor, before he was united with the forces which Joseph Bonaparte and Sebastiani were bringing from Madrid to his support, Cuesta alleged he would not give battle on a Sunday. Battle of Talavera. The golden opportunity was thus lost, and when the Allies were obliged to receive battle, instead of giving it on the 28th July 1809, it was without the advantages which the former occasion held out. Yet the famous Battle of Talavera de la Reine, in which the French were completely defeated, was under these unfavourable circumstances achieved by Sir Arthur Wellesley. The event of this action, in which the British forces had been able to defend themselves against double their own number, with but little assistance from the Spanish army, became, owing to the continued wilfulness of Cuesta, very different from what such a victory ought to have produced. The French troops, assembling from every point, left Sir Arthur no other mode of assuring the safety of his army than by a retreat on Portugal, and for want of means of transport which the Spanish general ought to have furnished, more than 1,500 of the wounded were left to the mercy of the French. They were treated as became a courteous enemy, yet the incident afforded a fine pretext to contest the victory which the French had resigned by flying from the field. The assertions of the bulletins in the Monitor could not deceive men on the true state of affairs. The Spanish junta were sensible of the services rendered by the English general, and somewhat of the latest removed Cuesta from the command, to manifest their disapprobation of his unaccountable conduct. At home, Sir Arthur Wellesley was promoted to the peerage, by the title of Lord Wellington, who was destined to ascend, with the universal applause of the nation, as high as our constitution will permit. But Bonaparte paid the greatest compliment to the victor of Talavera, by the splenetic resentment with which he was filled by the news he had received the tidings by his private intelligence. Before the officer arrived with the regular dispatches, he was extremely ill received by the emperor, and as if the messengers had been responsible for the tidings they brought, a second officer with a duplicate of the same intelligence was treated still more harshly, and for a time put under arrest. This explosion of passion could not be occasioned by the consequences of the action, for the experienced eye of Napoleon must have discriminated the circumstances by which the effects of victory were in a great measure lost to the Allied armies, but he saw in the Battle of Talavera an assurance given to both English and Spanish soldiers that duly resisted the French would fly from them. He foresaw also that the British government would be tempted to maintain the contest on the continent, and that the Spaniards would be encouraged to persevere in resistance. He foresaw, in short, that war of 6 desperate and bloody campaigns, which did not terminate till the Battle of Thalaus in 1814. But it needed no anticipation to fill Napoleon's mind with anxiety on the subject of Spain. It is true, fortune seemed everywhere to smile on his arms. Zaragoza, once more besieged, maintained its former name, but without the former brilliant result. After a defence as distinguished as in the first siege, the brave garrison and citizens, deprived of means of defence and desperate of all hope of relief, had been compelled to surrender some months before. Gerona, Tarragona, Tortosa, though still vigorously defended, were so powerfully invested that it seemed as if Catalonia, the most warlike of the Spanish departments, was effectually subdued, and accordingly these fortresses also were afterwards obliged to capitulate. Andalusia, the richest province which sustained the patriot cause, certainly, was conquered in consequence of a total defeat, encountered by the Spanish Grand Army under Arizaga at Arcana November 1809, after the English troops had retreated to the Portuguese frontier. Joseph Bonaparte, whose road was cleared by this last success, entered Cordoba in triumph, the 17th of January 1810, and proud Seville itself upon the 1st of February following, yet the chief prize of victory had not yet been gained. The Supreme Junta had effected their retreat to Cadiz, which city situated in an island, and cut off from the mainland on one side by a canal, and on the other three by the ocean, was capable of the most strenuous defense. Cadiz contained a garrison of 20,000 men, English, Spanish, and Portuguese, under the command of General Graham, a distinguished officer whose merits, like those of Bonaparte, had been first distinguished at the siege of Toulon. Marshal Soult, as first in command in Spain, disposed himself to form the siege of this city, the capture of which would have been almost the death knell to the cause of the patriots. But although these important successes read well in the Monitor, yet such was the indomitable character of the Spaniards, which Napoleon had contrived fully to awaken, that misfortunes which would have crushed all hope in any other people seemed to them only an incentive to further and more desperate resistance. When they talked of the state of their country, they expressed no dismay at their present adverse circumstances. It had cost their ancestors, they said, 2 centuries to rid themselves of the Moors. They had no doubt that in a shorter time they should free themselves of the yoke of France, but they must reckon on time and opportunity as well as valor. The events of the war in many respects gave credit to their hopes. The Spaniards, often found weak where they thought themselves strongest, proved sometimes most powerful where, to all human appearance, they seemed weakest. While they lost Andalusia, believed to be so defensible, the mountainous province of Galicia, through which the French had so lately marched triumphantly in pursuit of the British, taking in their progress the important maritime towns of Corunna and Ferrol, was wrenched from the conquerors by the exertions of Romana, assisted by the warlike natives of the country, and at the head of an undisciplined and ill-equipped army. Cataloniath guerrillas. In Catalonia too, the French had hardly time to accomplish the conquest of towns and fortresses to which we have alluded, when they found themselves checked, baffled, and sometimes defeated by the Catalans, under Lacy O'Donnell and D. Rolls, who maintained the patriotic cause at the head of those energetic marksmen, the Sarmatines or Miquelets, nay, while the French were extending their seeming conquests to the Mediterranean Sea, and thundering at the gates of Cadiz, so little were they in peaceful possession of Navarre and the other provinces adjoining to France that not an officer with dispatches could pass from Burgos to Bayonne without a powerful escort, and bands of Spaniards even showed themselves on the French frontier, and passed it for the purpose of skirmishing and raising contributions. Such being the case on the frontiers nearest to France, it may be well supposed that the Midland provinces were not more subordinate. In fact, through the whole peninsula, the French held no influence whatever that was not inspired by the force of the bayonet and sabre, and where these could not operate, the country was in universal insurrection. The basis of this extensive and persevering resistance was laid in the general system of guerrilla or partisan warfare, to which the genius of the Spanish people and the character of their country are peculiarly fitted, and which offered a resistance to the invaders more formidable by far than that of regular armies, because less tangible and less susceptible of being crushed in general actions. It was with the defenders of Spain as with the guardian of the enchanted castle in the Italian romance. An armed warrior first encountered the champion who attempted the adventure, and when he had fallen under the sword of the assailant, the post which he had occupied appeared manned by a body of pygmies, small in size, but so numerous and so enterprising as to annoy the knight-errant far more than the gigantic force of his first adversary. The qualities of a partisan or irregular soldier are inherent in the national character of the Spaniard: calm, temperate, capable of much fatigue and veiling under a cold demeanor, an ardent and fiery character. They are qualified to wait for opportunities of advantage, and are not easily discouraged by difficulty or defeat. Good marksmen in general, and handling the lance, sword, and dagger with address, they are formidable in an ambush, and not less so in a close melee where men fight hand to hand more as nature dictates than according to the rules of war. The obstinacy of the Castilian character also had its advantages in this peculiar state of warfare. Neither promises nor threats made any impression on them, and the severities executed in fulfillment of menaces only inflamed the spirit of hostility by that of private revenge. to which the Spaniard is far more accessible than either to the voice of caution or persuasion. Neither were the officers less qualified for the task than the men. The command of a guerrilla was of a character not to be desired by any who did not find himself equal to, and in some measure called upon to accept the dangerous preeminence. There were few Spanish officers possessed of the scientific knowledge of war, and of course few adequate to lead armies into the field, but the properties necessary for a guerrilla leader are imprinted in the human mind, and ready for exercise whenever they are required. These leaders were, as it chanced, some of them men of high birth and military education, some had been smugglers or peasants, or had practiced other professions, as was discovered from their noms de guerre, as the curate, the doctor, the shepherd, and so forth. Many of their names will be long associated with the recollection of their gallant actions, and those of others as of Mina, and the empecinado will at the same time remind us of the gross ingratitude with which their heroic efforts have been rewarded. These daring men possessed the most perfect knowledge of the passes, strengths, woods, mountains, and wildernesses of the provinces in which they warred, and the exact intelligence which they obtained from the peasantry made them intimately acquainted with the motions of the enemy. Was too weak a French detachment moved, it ran the risk of being cut off. Was the garrison too feeble at the place which it left, the fort was taken, the slightest, as well as the most important objects met the attention of the guerrillas. A courier could not move without a large escort, nor could the intrusive king take the amusement of hunting however near to his capital, unless, like Earl Percy in the ballad, attended by a guard of 1,500 men. The juramentados, those Spaniards, that is, who had sworn allegiance to King Joseph, were of course closely watched by the guerrillas, and if they rendered themselves inconveniently or obnoxiously active in the cause they had espoused, were often kidnapped and punished as traitors. Examples which rendered submission to or active cooperation with the French at least as imprudent as boldly opposing the invaders. The guerrillas. The numbers of the guerrillas varied at different times, as the chiefs rose or declined in reputation, and as they possessed the means of maintaining their followers. Some led small flying armies of 2,000 and upwards. Others, or the same chiefs under a reverse of fortune, had only 10 or 20 followers. The French often attempted to surprise and destroy the parties by which they suffered most, and for that purpose detached movable columns from different points to assemble on the rendezvous of the guerrilla. But notwithstanding all their activity and dexterity on such expeditions, they rarely succeeded in catching their enemy at unawares, or if it so happened the individuals composing the band broke up and dispersed by ways only known to themselves, and when the French officers accounted them totally annihilated, they were again assembled on another point, exercising a partisan war on them and upon the communications of those who lately expected to have them at their mercy. Thus invisible, when they were sought for, the guerrillas seemed everywhere present when damage could be done to the invaders. To chase them was to pursue the wind, and to circumvent them was to detain water with a sieve. Soult had recourse to severity to intimidate these desultory but most annoying enemies by publishing a proclamation May 9 threatening to treat the members of the guerrillas not as regular soldiers, but as banditti taken in the fact, and thus execute such of them as chanced to be made prisoners. The chiefs, in reply to this proclamation, published a royal decree, as they termed it, declaring that each Spaniard was by the necessity of the times a soldier, and that he was entitled to all military privileges when taken with arms in his hands. They therefore announced that, having ample means of retaliation in their power, they would not scruple to make use of them, by executing 3 Frenchmen for every one of their followers who should suffer in consequence of Soult's unjust and inhuman proclamation. These threats were fulfilled on both sides. It is said a horrid example of cruelty was given by a French general, who in a manner crucified by nailing to trees 8 prisoners, whom he had taken from the guerrillas of the empecinado. The daring Spaniards' passions were wound up too high to listen either to pity or fear. He retaliated the cruelty by nailing the same number of Frenchmen to the same trees, and leaving them to fill the forest of Guadarrama with their groans. But these excesses became rare on either side, for the mutual interest of both parties soon led them to recur to the ordinary rules of war. We have given a slight sketch of the peculiar character of this singular warfare, which constitutes a curious and interesting chapter in the history of mankind, and serves to show how difficult it is to subject by the most formidable military means a people who are determined not to submit to the yoke. The probability of the case had not escaped the acute eye of Bonaparte himself, who, though prescient of the consequences, had not been able to resist the temptation of seizing upon this splendid sovereignty, and who was still determined, as he is said to have expressed himself, to reign at least over Spain, if he could not reign over the Spanish people. But even this stern wish, adopted in vengeance rather than in soberness of mind, could not, if gratified, have removed the perplexity which was annexed to the affairs of the peninsula. Bonaparte, in the spirit of calculation, which was one of his great attributes, had reckoned that Spain, when in his hands, would retain the same channels of wealth which she had possessed from her South American provinces. Had he been able to carry into execution his whole plan, had the old king really embarked for Peru or Mexico, it might have happened that Napoleon's influence over Charles, his queen and her favourite guard, could have been used to realize these expectations, but in consequence of the rupture which had taken place, the Spanish colonies, at first taking part with the patriots of the mother country, made large remittances to Cadiz for the support of the war against the French, and when afterwards adopting another view of the subject, the opportunity appeared to them favourable for effecting their own independence, the golden tide, which annually carried tribute to old Spain, was entirely dried up. This Bonaparte had not reckoned upon, and he had now to regret an improvident avidity similar to that of Aesop's boy who killed the bird which laid eggs of gold. The disappointment was as great as unexpected. Napoleon had from his private treasure, and the means he possessed in France, discharged the whole expense of the two large armies by whom the territory of Spain was first occupied, and it was natural for him to suppose that in this, as in so many other cases, the French troops should, after this first expedition, be paid and maintained at the expense of the provinces in which they were quartered. This was the rather to be expected when Andalusia, Granada, Valencia, fertile and rich provinces, were added to the districts overrun by the invading army, but so general was the disinclination to the French, so universal the disappearance of specie, so unintermitting the disturbances excited by the guerrillas, that both King Joseph, his court, and the French army were obliged to have constant recourse to Napoleon for the means of supporting themselves, and such large remittances were made for these purposes, that all the countries occupied by the French, the Spanish coin gradually disappeared from the circulation, and was replaced by that of France, the being obliged therefore to send supplies to the kingdom from which he had expected to receive them, was a subject of great mortification to Napoleon, which was not, however, the only one connected with the government he had established there. Situation of King Joseph. In accepting the crown of Spain at the hands of Napoleon, Joseph, who was a man of sense and penetration, must have been sufficiently aware that it was an emblem of borrowed and dependent sovereignty gleaming, but with such reflected light as his brother's imperial diadem might shed upon it, he could not but know that in making him King of Spain, Napoleon retained over him all his rights as a subject of France, to whose emperor in his regal as well as personal capacity he still, though a nominal monarch, was accounted to owe all vassalage. For this he must have been fully prepared, but Joseph, who had a share of the family pride, expected to possess with all others, save Bonaparte, the external appearance at least of sovereignty, and was much dissatisfied with the proceedings of the marshals and generals sent by his brother to his assistance, each of these accustomed to command his own separate corps d'army, with no subordination save that to the emperor, only proceeded to act on his own authority and his own responsibility, levied contributions at pleasure, and regarded the authority of King Joseph as that of a useless and ineffective civilian who followed the march along with the impediments and baggage of the camp, and to whom little honour was reckoned due and no obedience. In a word, so complicated became the state of the war and of the government, so embarrassing the rival pretensions set up by the several French generals against Joseph, and against each other, that, when Joseph came to Paris to assist at the marriage of Napoleon and Maria Louisa, he made an express demand that all the French troops in Spain should be placed under his own command, or rather that of his major general, and in case this was declined, he proposed to abdicate the crown, or what was equivalent, that the French auxiliaries should be withdrawn from Spain. Bonaparte had on a former occasion named his brother generalissimo of the troops within his pretended dominions. He now agreed that the French generals serving in Spain should be subjected without exception to the control of Marshal Jourdan as Major General of King Joseph. But as these commanders were removed from Bonaparte's immediate eye, and were obliged to render an account of their proceedings, both to the intrusive king and to Napoleon, it was not difficult for them to contrive to play off the one against the other, and in fact to conduct themselves as if independent of both. These very embarrassing circumstances were increased by the presence of the English army, which, having twice driven the French from Portugal, showed no intention of returning to their ships, but lay on the frontiers of the latter kingdom, ready to encourage and assist the continued resistance of Spain. It was not the fault of the commander-in-chief that their duties were for the present a great measure limited to those of an army of observation. If the troops which assisted in the ill-advised Walcheren expedition had been united to those under the command of Lord Wellington, they would at a loss infinitely less, and yet greatly more honourably incurred, have driven the French beyond the Ebro, or more probably have compelled them to evacuate Spain. But the British cabinet, though adopting new and more bold, as well as more just ideas of the force of the country, could not be expected perhaps all at once, and amid the clamour of an opposition who saw nothing but reckless desperation in whatever measures were calculated to resist France to hazard so much of the national force upon one single adventure, although bearing in their own eyes a promising aspect, statesmen, and even those of no mean character, are apt to forget that where a large supply of men and money is necessary to ensure the object aimed at, it is miserable policy to attempt to economize either, and that such ill-timed thrift must render the difficulties attending the expedition either altogether insurmountable or greatly add to the loss which must be encountered to overcome them. In the meantime Bonaparte, with respect to the peninsula, convulsed, as it was by civil war in every province have subdued, and half emancipate, causing him an immense expense, as well as endless contradiction and mortification, stood much in the condition, to use a popular simile, of one who, having hold of a wolf, feels it equally difficult to overpower the furious animal, and dangerous to let him go. His power over the general mind, however, rested a great deal on the opinion commonly received that he was destined to succeed in whatever enterprise he undertook. He himself entertained some such ideas concerning the force of his own destiny, and as it was no part either of his temper or his policy to abandon what he had once undertaken, he determined to make gigantic effort to drive the leopards and their sepoy general, as the French papers called the British and Lord Wellington, out of Portugal, to possess himself of Lisbon, and to shut that avenue against foreign forces again attempting to enter the peninsula. In obedience to the Emperor's commands, an army to be termed that of Portugal was assembled on a scale which the peninsula had scarcely yet seen. It was called by the French themselves 110,000 men, but certainly rather exceeded than fell short of the number of 80,000. This large force was put under the command of Massena, Prince of Essling, the greatest name in the French army after that of Napoleon, and so favoured by fortune that his master was wont to call him the spoilt child of victory. Lord Wellington's British troops did not exceed 25,000 in number, and there were among them so many invalids that his motions were necessarily entirely limited to the defensive. He had, however, a subsidiary force under his command, consisting of 30,000 Portuguese, in whom other generals might have rested little confidence, but they were receiving British pay and British allowances, were disciplined in the British manner, and commanded by British officers. And Lord Wellington, who had seen the unwarlike Hindu behave himself, in similar circumstances, like a companion not unworthy of the English soldier, had little doubt of being able to awaken the dormant and suppressed but natural ardour of the natives of Portugal. This force had been in a great measure trained under the auspices of Marshal Beresford, an officer who has eternal claims on the gratitude of his country for the generous manner in which he devoted himself to a labour which had at first little that was flattering or promising, and for the very great perfection to which, by dint of skill, good temper, and knowledge of human nature, he was able to bring his task to completion at such an important crisis. It was, however, of the utmost importance to avoid trusting too much to the Portuguese troops, which were so recently levied and trained, until they had acquired something of the practice as well as the theory of the military profession. Thus, between the weak state of the British and the imperfect discipline of the Portuguese, Lord Wellington was reduced to temporary inactivity, and had the mortification to see the frontier places of Ciudad Rodrigo and Almeida taken almost in the presence of his army. The fears of the British nation were as usual excited in an unreasonable degree by these two sinister events, but they had both come within the calculations of Lord Wellington, whose advance to the frontier was without the intention of incurring any risk for the preservation of those places, but merely by inducing the garrisons to hold out to protract as long as possible a defence the duration of which must be equally advantageous to the Allies and wasteful to the French. Torres Vedras, the position on which he meant to maintain the defence of Portugal, had been long since fixed upon, and the fortifications had been as long in progress. It was that of Torres Vedras, where, as appears from his own evidence before the Sintra Court of Inquiry, he had expected Junot to make a defence after the Battle of Vimero. All Lord Wellington's previous movements were adjusted carefully for the purpose of drawing the enemy from his supplies and communications, to that point, beyond which he proposed the invader should pass no farther. Admirably as Lord Wellington's premises were connected with the conclusion he aimed at, chance, or rather the presumption of the French general, favoured him with an unexpected opportunity of adding glory to a retreat, which was dictated by Prudence. Massena, if he did justice to British courage, thought himself entitled to set the military skill of their general at utter defiance. He saw indeed there retrograde movements from the banks of the Coa towards Lisbon, conducted with all the deliberate and guarded caution of a game at chess. But still, these movements were retrograde, nor could he resist the temptation by a bold and sudden attack to attempt to precipitate the retreat of the British, and drive them if not into the sea at least into their ships, to which he doubted not they were ultimately bound. This led to the Battle of Busaco, which was fought on the 27th of September 1810. Upon that memorable day, the British army was assembled on the sierra, or ridge of the hills called Busaco Massena. By turning the extremity of the ridge might have compelled the English general to recommence his retreat, but he meditated direct attack on the position. It was made by 5 strong divisions of the French. 2 attacked on the right, one of which, forcing its way to the top of the ridge, was bayoneted, and driven headlong down. The other, suffering great loss from the fire, gave way before reaching the top. 3 divisions attacked on the left with nearly the same fate. Defeated upon such unfavourable ground, the enemy lost, it was computed, at least 2,000 men slain, besides very many wounded. The moral effect of the Battle of Busaco was immense. It assured both the English themselves and the people of Portugal that the retreat of Lord Wellington's army was not the effect of fear, but of a deliberate choice. It evinced also what degree of trust might be securely reposed in the Portuguese levies. They had shown themselves worthy of contending, said Lord Wellington in his official dispatch, in the same ranks with British troops, and they felt their own confidence rise as their merits became acknowledged. The French army, declining any farther attack on the Sierra, proceeded to turn its extremity and move upon Lisbon by the way of Coimbra. Here, Massena established a strong rearguard with his hospitals, and wounded, but the inspiration occasioned by the victory of Busaco had not yet subsided among the Portuguese. Colonel Trant, a British officer who commanded a body of Portuguese militia, rushed gallantly into Coimbra and carried the place by a sudden attack. About 5,000 men, many of course wounded, with all the French hospital stores, fell into the hands of the Portuguese, and Massena, who could not recover the place, suffered all the loss of stores and provisions which that city afforded as a depot, and which the fertile district in the neighbourhood might have enabled him to collect. Great was the surprise of both armies when the retreat of the British and advance of the French suddenly terminated. The former entered a regular position, which by the utmost exertion of skill and labour had been rendered almost impregnable, being most formidably protected by fieldworks and heavy guns. They found that the Tagus and port of Lisbon afforded them assurance of subsistence even in plenty, and that their inferiority in numbers was completely made up to them by the strength of their position. The French, on the contrary, who had fondly expected to enter Lisbon as conquerors, found themselves in a country wasted by the hands of its cultivators, without hospitals or magazines, in their rear, in front a foe of whom they had lately felt the strength, and around a hostile population for the greater part in arms. If in such situation Massena could be said to besiege Lisbon, he was nevertheless in the utmost danger of suffering those extremities of famine which usually fall to the lot of the beleaguered party. He seemed by some strange transmutation to have changed lots with the natives of Lisbon, and to suffer all the evils which he expected to inflict. The war now paused on both sides. Lord Wellington had reached the point of his defence. Massena seemed at a loss where to commence his attack. The deer was turned to bay, but the dog sprung not. The eyes of all Europe were rested upon the Tagus, on whose banks were to be decided the pretensions to superiority asserted by 2 great generals in the name of 2 mighty nations. But that event was suspended for several months, during which it is fitting that we should resume the narrative of other matters. Chapter Roman 52. Change in Napoleon's principles of government. Becomes suspicious of Talleyrand, and Fouch endeavours, without the knowledge of Napoleon, to ascertain the views of England with respect to peace. His plan is defeated by a singular collision with a similar one of Napoleon, and Fouch is sent away as Governor-General of Rome. His moral and political character. Murmurings of the people against the Austrian alliance. Continental system. Ignorance of Napoleon of the actual political feelings of Great Britain. The licensed system. Louis Bonaparte endeavours in vain to defend Holland from the effects of the continental system. He abdicates the throne and retires to Graz in Styria. Holland is annexed to the French Empire. Changes in Napoleon's government. Since Bonaparte obtained in 1804 the absolute rule of the French Republic, a change had been gradually taking place in his principles of government, and in the character of the statesmen whom he employed as his ministers and advisers for the first 2 years and more. He had governed on the principle of a limited monarch, who avails himself of the best talents he can find among his subjects, and shows a deference to those who are distinguished, either for the political part which they have performed or the share they possess in the good opinion of the public. Among his advisers at this period, we find many of the leading men of the Revolution, persons who, though they had been induced from various motives to see the rise of Napoleon with equanimity, and even to aid him then their equal in his attempt to climb to supreme power, yet still remembered in what relation he and they had originally stood to each other in counselling an emperor. These statesmen did it with the more freedom that they remembered a period when they were on a level with him, nay, perhaps when they stood a good deal higher. This period of his reign, during which Napoleon suffered the wild and powerful flights of his own ambition to be in some degree restrained and directed by the judgment of others, formed the most laudable and useful, certainly, if not the most brilliant part of his career. But gradually, as his power became augmented and consolidated, the emperor began to prefer that class of complacent ministers who would rather reflect his own opinions, prefaced with additional recommendations and arguments, than less courteously attempt to criticize and refute them. The history of Napoleon justifies, or at least excuses, him for falling into this natural error. He felt, and justly, that he was the sole projector of his gigantic plans, and also, in a great measure, the agent who carried them through, and he was led to believe that, because he did so much, he might as well do the whole. The schemes which he had himself originally formed were executed by his own military genius, and thus it seemed as if the advice of counsellors, so indispensable to other princes, might be unnecessary to a sovereign who had shown himself all sufficient alike in the cabinet and in the field. Yet this, though a plausible, was a delusive argument. Even though it appeared to be borne out by the actual fact, it may be true that in Bonaparte's councils few measures of consequence were suggested by his ministers, and that he himself generally took the lead in affairs of importance, but still, it was of great consequence that such plans, having been proposed, should be critically weighed and canvassed by men of too much experience to be deceived by appearances, and too much courage to be prevented from speaking their mind. The advice of such men as Talleyrand and Fouché operated as a restraint upon schemes hastily adopted or opinionatively maintained, and their influence, though unseen and unheard save in the imperial cabinet, might yet be compared to the keel of a vessel, which, though invisible, serves to steady her among the waves and regulate the force by which she is propelled by her swelling canvas, or to the pendulum of a timepiece which checks and controls the mainspring of the machinery. Yet though Bonaparte must have been sensible of these advantages, he was still more accessible to the feelings of jealousy, which made him suspect that these statesmen were disposed rather to establish separate interests for themselves in the government and nation, than to hold themselves completely dependent on the imperial authority. Talleyrand, Fouché. The character of both Talleyrand and Fouché indeed authorized some such suspicion. They had been distinguished in the French Revolution before Napoleon's name had been heard of, were intimately acquainted with all the springs which had moved it, and retained, as Bonaparte might suspect, the inclination and even the power to interfere at some possible statecracies more effectually than accorded with his views of policy. He had gorged them indeed with wealth, but if he consulted his own bosom, he might learn that wealth is but an indifferent compensation for the loss of political power. In a word, he suspected that the great services which Talleyrand rendered him with regard to foreign relations, and Fouché as Minister of Police, were calculated to raise them into necessary and indispensable agents, who might thus become to a certain degree independent of his authority. He doubted, moreover, that they still kept up relations with a political society called Philadelphs, consisting of old republicans and others of different political creeds, but who were united in their views of obtaining some degree of freedom, either by availing themselves of such slender means of restraint as the Constitution, so carefully purged of every means of opposing the imperial will, might yet afford, or by waiting for some disaster befalling Napoleon, which might render their voice potential. The suspicions with which Bonaparte regarded his ministers did not rest on vague conjecture. While he was in Spain, he received information appearing to indicate that a party was forming itself in the Legislative Assembly, the bond connecting which was opposition to the imperial will. That body voted, it must be remembered, by ballot, and great was the surprise and alarm of the Assembly when black balls disapproving a measure suggested to their consideration by government, were counted to the number of 125, being a full third of the members present. An official note dated from Valladolid 4th December instantly recalled the presumptuous dissentients to a sense that the power of rejecting the laws laid before them in the emperor's name, which they had attempted thus boldly to exercise, was only entrusted to them for show, but was meant to contain no really effectual power of control. The words of Napoleon the Friend, as has been pretended of liberal institutions, are well worthy of remark. Our evils, he said, have arisen in part from an exaggeration of ideas, which has tempted the legislative body to consider itself as representing the nation, an idea which is chimerical and even criminal, since implying a claim of representation, which is vested in the emperor alone. The legislative body ought to be called the Legislative Council. It does not possess the right of making laws, since it has not the right of propounding them in the constitutional hierarchy. The emperor and the ministers, his organs, are the first representatives of the nation. If any other pretensions pretending to be constitutional should pervert the principles of our monarchical constitution, everything is undone. This is all very intelligible, and shows that in principle if not in practice the monarchical constitution of France rested upon the same basis of despotism, which supports the monarchical constitution of Constantinople, where the ulamats or men of law have an ostensible title to resist the Grand Signior's edicts, and are only exposed to the penalty of being pounded to death in a mortar, should they presume to exercise it. Yet a member of the French legislative body might have been pardoned for being inquisitive on two subjects. First, he might wish to know if that body chosen by the people, though indeed not directly, did not represent their electors. Whom was it that they did represent? 2dly, what was their real authority in the state, since they were not to enjoy the power of rejecting the overtures, which the Constitution contended should be laid before them before they were passed into laws. Fouch. Bonaparte entertained strong suspicion that this recalcitrating humour, so suddenly testified by so complacent an assembly, must have had the countenance of Talleyrand and of Fouch so soon as he returned to Paris. Therefore, he sounded the latter minister on the revolt in the legislative body, and desired his opinion on the sort of measures by which he had repressed it. Fouch had been too long a spy upon the private thoughts of others to be capable of the weakness of betraying his own. He expatiated in a tone of panegyric on the decisive tone of the official note, affirmed that this was the only way to govern a kingdom, and added that if any constitutional body arrogated the right of national representation, the sovereign had no choice but instantly to dissolve it. If Louis Roman XVI had acted thus, said the minister, he might have been alive and King of France at this day. Astonished at the zeal and promptitude of this reply, Bonaparte looked for an instant with wonder at his minister, who thus avouched sentiments so different from those which had governed the earlier part of his political life. And yet, Duke of Otranto, said the emperor to the ex-Jacobin, methinks you were yourself one of those whose voices sent Louis Roman XVI to the scaffold. I was, answered the supple statesman without confusion or hesitation, and it was the first service which I had the honour to render to your majesty. 52. This courtly answer saved the minister for the moment, but Napoleon did not the less continue to see in Fouch an object of suspicion and apprehension, whose power, owing to his having been so long at the head of the police, was immense, whose duplicity was unfathomable, and who evinced many indications of desiring to secure some separate individual authority, either by being too necessary to be dismissed or too formidable to be offended. Fouch himself has indeed admitted that he endeavoured to regulate the duties of his office so as to secure as much power to himself as possible, and was anxious out of a desire of popularity, as well as from respect for the virtue which he did not himself possess, to execute those duties with the least possible harm to individuals. His mode of transacting business with the emperor was thus characteristically described by himself: a person of rank, one of the detenus desirous of escaping from the durance in which he was confined, had been fortunate enough to engage the interest of Fouch in his behalf. He had received more than one intimation from this statesman that his passport would certainly be granted, but still, it never received the imperial signature, and Fouch, who began to fear that his own sincerity might be called in question, commenced one morning in the presence of our informer, and of one of the distinguished generals of the empire, the following oblique explanation of the cause of his failure. You no doubt think yourself a brave man, said he, addressing the general. Bar, replied the other, entering into the same vein of raillery. Brave as 100 lions, but I, continued the statesman, am much braver than you look. I desire some favour, the liberation of a friend, or the like. I watch the happy moment of access, select the moment of persuasion, am insinuat ingeloquent at length by argument or importunity. I am successful. Next day the paper which should ratify the boon which I had requested is rejected, when offered torn perhaps or flung beneath a heap of petitions and supplications. Now herein is displayed my courage, which consists in daring again and again to recommence the unacceptable suit, and what is perhaps the last verge of audacity, to claim it as a promise which, being once pledged, can only be redeemed by specific performance. In this confession we read the account of a minister still possessing influence but declining in favor, and already become the object of his sovereign's jealousy, to whose personal request a favor cannot be decently refused, although a promise reluctantly conceded to importunity is willingly forgotten, or at length tardily and disobligingly granted. Standing on these terms with a master at once watchful and jealous, we cannot be surprised at the audacity of Fouch, who feared not to affect a sort of independence by anticipating the desires of Napoleon in the public service, and even in the imperial family. A striking instance of the last occurred in his intrigue with Josephine on the subject of the divorce, and perhaps it was his escape out of that former involvement without loss of power or credit, which urged him to a second interference of a more public and national character, by which he endeavoured to sound the possibility of accomplishing a peace with England. We may discover more than one motive for Fouch's proceeding in this most important business, without either the knowledge or consent of Napoleon. He was aware that his master might have rendered it, in his way of treating, impossible, even at starting, to discover on what terms Great Britain would conclude peace, by stating as preliminaries certain concessions, which it was probable would not be granted, but from which, once stated, Napoleon could not himself recede. If therefore Fouch could find some secret mode of ascertaining upon what terms a treaty with England might really be obtained, he was doing a service to France, to Britain, to Napoleon himself, and to the world. It is not the Duke of Otranto, however, in particular, whom we would expect to incur disgrace and even personal hazard on mere public grounds, but besides the pleasure which those who have long engaged in political intrigues find in carrying them on, until the habit becomes as inveterate as that of the gambler, we can see that Fouch might reasonably propose to himself an important accession of influence by the success of such a negotiation, if he could once acquire a knowledge of the price at which Napoleon might obtain that peace for which the world sighed in vain. He would become possessed of an influence over public opinion both at home and abroad which could not but render him a person of extreme importance, and if he was able to become the agent in turning such knowledge to advantage and negotiating such an important treaty, he might fix himself even on Napoleon as one of those ministers frequently met with in history, whom their sovereign may have disliked, but could not find means to dismiss. Roman 1000 Ouvrard Fouch. Acting upon such motives, or on others which we can less easily penetrate, Fouch anxiously looked around to consider what concessions France might afford to make to soothe the jealousy of England, trusting it would be possible to come to some understanding with the British ministry, weakened by the loss of Mr. Canning, and disheartened by the defeats sustained by the Spanish patriots and the sinister event of the Walcheren expedition. The terms which he would have been willing to have granted comprehended an assurance of the independence of the two kingdoms of Holland and Spain, as, if such a guarantee could have availed anything, while these kingdoms had for sovereigns the brothers of Napoleon, men reigning as his prefects, and we shall presently see subject to removal at his pleasure, together with the acknowledgement of the Sicilian monarchy in the present king, and that of Portugal in the house of Braganza. Roman 1000. Ouvrard, a gentleman who had been permitted to go to London on commercial business, was employed by Fouch to open this delicate and furtive negotiation with the Marquis of Wellesley, but the negotiation was disconcerted by a singular circumstance. The idea of endeavouring to know on what terms peace could be obtained had occurred to Napoleon as well as to Fouch, and the sovereign on his part, unsuccessful, as he had been on 2 occasions in his attempt to open a personal correspondence with the King of England, had followed the steps of his minister in making Roman 1000 Laboucher, a commercial person, agent of a great Dutch mercantile establishment, the medium of communication with the British government. The consequence was that Ouvrard and the agent of the Emperor, neither of whom knew of the other's mission, entered about the same time into correspondence with the Marquis Wellesley, who, returned from his Spanish mission, was now Secretary at War. The British statesman, surprised at this double application, became naturally suspicious of some intended deception, and broke off all correspondence both with Ouvrard and his competitor for the office of negotiator. Napoleon must naturally have been so highly incensed with Fouch for tampering without his consent, in a matter of such vital consequence, that one is almost surprised to find him limiting the effects of his resentment to disgracing the minister he sent for Fouch June 2, and having extorted from him an avowal of his secret negotiation, he remarked, "So then you make peace or war without my leave." The consequence was that the Duke of Otranto was deprived of his office of Minister of Police, in which he was succeeded by Savary, and he was shortly after sent into a species of honourable exile in the character of Governor-General of Rome. It cost Bonaparte no little trouble to redeem from the clutches of his late minister the confidential notes which he had himself written to him upon affairs of police. For a long time, Fouch pretended that he had consigned these important documents to the flames, and it was not until he had before his eyes the alternative of submission or a dungeon that he at length delivered up the imperial warrants, containing no doubt much that would have been precious to history. Dismissed at present from the stage, we shall again meet with this bold statesman at other periods of our history, when, as is observed of some kinds of seafowl, his appearance seldom failed to announce danger and tempest. The character of Fouch in point of principle or morality could scarcely be accounted even tolerable, but he had high talents, and in many points the soundness of his judgment led him to pursue and recommend moderate and beneficent measures out of policy, if not from a higher motive on other accounts. Also many of the French had some partiality to him, especially those who cast their eyes backward upon their national history, and regretted the total loss of that freedom so eagerly longed for, so briefly possessed, and which they could never be properly said to have enjoyed, and to the recovery of which in part at least Fouch was understood to be favourable as far as he could or dared. The remnant of the sterner republicans might despise him as a time-server, yet they respected him at the same time as a relic of the Revolution, and on different occasions experienced his protection to the royalists. Also he had been courteous, and so decidedly, so as encouraged one of the boldest agents of the Bourbons to penetrate to his presence and endeavour to bring him over to the cause of the exiled family. Fouch dismissed him indeed with a peremptory refusal to listen to his proposal, but he did not deliver him to the police, and he allowed him 24 hours to leave the kingdom. These various feelings occasioned to many alarm and regret at the dismissal of the Duke of Otranto. The discharge of this able minister seemed the more portentous that shortly before it occurred the terrible charge of which he was about to be deprived had received an alarming extension of jurisdiction. The number of state prisons was extended from one being the old Tower of Vincennes to no less than 6 situated in different parts of France. These Bastilles, chiefly old Gothic castles, were destined to be the abode of captives, whom the government described as persons who could not be convicted of any crime perpetrated, but whom, as entertaining dangerous thoughts and principles, it was not safe to permit to remain at large. The lettre de cachet, by authority of which these victims of political suspicion were to be secluded from liberty, was to consist in a decree of the Privy Council, which might have been as well termed the pleasure of the Emperor. This measure was adopted on the 3d of March 1810, upon a report made to the Council of State in the name of Fouch, and agreed to by them, but it was well understood that in this and similar instances the individual at the head of any department was obliged to follow the obloquy of such measures as Napoleon desired to introduce into it. The Minister of Police was therefore held guiltless of recommending an extension of the government's encroachments upon public liberty, which in fact were the exclusive device of Napoleon and his Privy Council. Austrian alliance unpopular. It was another unfortunate circumstance for Napoleon that the observers of the times ascribed the dismissal of the old Republican councillors and the more rigorous measures adopted against political malcontents to the influence of the Austrian alliance with many persons in France. Bonaparte, as the heir of the Revolution, might like Danton, Robespierre, and others have exercised the most despotic authority, providing he claimed his right to do so by and through the Revolution, but they could not endure to see the Emperor Napoleon, while exercising the same authority, with 1,000 times more lenity attempt to improve his right to the submission of his subjects by an alliance with one of the ancient houses of Europe, against whom the principles of the Revolution had declared eternal war. Every class of politicians has its fanatics, and in that of the ancient Jacobins were many who would rather have perished by the short, sharp terrors of the Republican guillotine than survived to linger in a dungeon during the pleasure of a son-in-law of the Emperor of Germany. Such ideas, inconsistent as they were in themselves, and utterly irreconcilable with the quiet, gentle, and irreproachable character of Maria Louisa, who could never be justly accused of even attempting to influence her husband upon any political subject, circulated nevertheless, and were even accredited in political society. There was indeed this argument in their favour that no other motive could be assigned for Bonaparte's sparing Austria when she was lying at his mercy, and choosing a partner out of her royal family, than the desire of allying himself with the House of Habsburg, and of gaining such access as could be attained by such an alliance to a share in the rights and privileges of the most ancient hereditary dynasty of Europe. But in approaching to that fraternal alliance with legitimate royalty, Napoleon proportionally abandoned those revolutionary principles and associates by whose means he had first climbed to power, and by this change rather of the basis of his authority than of the authority itself, he offended many of the republicans, without effectually gaining the aristocrats to whom his new connection might have seemed a recommendation. Indeed, when his right to sovereignty was considered without reference to his possession, and his power to maintain it, Napoleon was in some measure censured like the bat in the fable. The Democrats urged against him his matrimonial alliance with the house of the ancient regime, while the aristocrats held him disqualified on account of the origin of his power under the revolutionary system. But although such objections existed among the zealots of both political factions, the great body of the French people would have cared little on what principle Napoleon had ascribed his title to the imperial crown, providing he had but been contented to allow the subject and himself the advantage of a short repose from wars and conquests. This tranquillity, however, was becoming every day less probable, for new incidents seemed to dictate new acquisitions to the empire, and unhappily for his own and other countries, the opportunity of aggrandizement was with Bonaparte all that it wanted to recommend it, and the pressure of the occasion was always a complete justification of any measure which the time rendered expedient. That which now chiefly occupied him, since the overtures for peace with England had been rendered abortive by the collision of his own confidential emissary with that of Fouche, was the destruction of the strength and the sapping of the resources of that country by dint of enforcing and extending what he called the European continental system, which consisted of the abolition of all commerce and the reducing each nation, as in the days of primitive barbarism, to remain satisfied with its own productions, however inadequate to the real or artificial wants to which its progress in society had gradually given rise. Like most foreigners, Napoleon understood little or nothing of the constitutional opinions or influential principles belonging to England. He was well acquainted with human character, as modified by the governments and customs of France and Italy, but this experience no more qualified him to judge of the English character than the most perfect acquaintance with the rise and fall of the Mediterranean, amounting to 5 or 6 inches in height, would prepare a navigator to buffet with the powerful tides which burst and foam on the shores of the British Islands. The information which he received from that hostile country Bonaparte, construed according to his wishes, and when it was supplied by private intelligencers, they were of course desirous of enhancing the value of what they told by exaggerating its importance. It was, indeed, no difficult task to impose on a statesman ignorant enough of the present state of North Britain to believe that he could even at this time of day have disturbed the security of the reigning family by landing in Scotland, some candidate having pretensions to the crown through the House of Stuart. With the same inaccuracy he concluded every warm speech in Parliament a summons to revolt, every temporary riot or testimony of popular displeasure from whatever cause a commencement of open rebellion. He could not be convinced that from the peculiarity of the English constitution and the temper of her people, such disturbances and such violent debates must frequently exist, and although like eruptions on the human body, they are both unpleasant and unseemly, they are yet the price at which sound internal health is preserved. The continental system, actuated by such erroneous views as we have stated, Napoleon conceived that in 1810 he saw in England the important results of his continental system, or interdiction of British commerce with the continent. The associations of the Luddites, as they were called, were at this time giving great disturbance in the manufacturing districts of England. These, it is well known, were framed to prevent the introduction of looms wrought by machinery or power looms, to the superseding the ordinary looms wrought by hand. The cause would have equally existed, and the discontent also, if the continental system had never been heard of, for such discontent must and will exist in every trade where a number of men are suddenly thrown out of employment by the introduction of abbreviated means of labour. Yet Napoleon never doubted that these heartburnings and the violence of the parliamentary debates arose entirely from the new mode he had found of striking at Great Britain by the destruction of her commerce, he therefore, as we shall presently see, examined all Europe with the intention of shutting every creek and fishing port through which cargoes of muslins or cotton goods could by possibility penetrate, and the absolute authority which he could exercise over the whole continent with the exception of Russia, and of the still vexed peninsula, entitles us to compare him to the heedful governor of a jail, who traverses his gloomy dominions at stated hours, striking with his hammer every bar to ascertain that it rings sound, and proving every lock to see that no secret means of communication exists with the free part of humanity. Thus commerce, the silken tie, which binds nations to each other, whose influence is so salutary to all states, so essential to the very existence of many, was in danger of being totally abrogated, unless, in as far as it was carried on by a system of licenses. The adoption of this system, which went in a great measure to counteract the effects of that very continental system, which he made it such an especial point to press and enforce upon all neutral powers, was a singular sacrifice made by Napoleon partly to necessity, partly to the desire of accumulating treasure. The license system was a relaxation of the continental blockade, of which England had set the example, by giving protections to such neutral vessels as, clearing out from a British port, had a certain proportion of their cargo made up of British goods or colonial produce. This was what in mercantile language is termed a real transaction. British merchandise was purchased by such as designed to make a profit by selling it again upon any part of the continent to which they might be able to introduce it. Bonaparte, in like manner, granted imperial licenses purchased for large sums of money, by which trading vessels were permitted to import a certain quantity of colonial produce, on condition of exporting an equal proportion of French manufactures. This system differed from that of England, in this important respect, that the demand for articles of the French manufactures was entirely simulated. The goods were not wanted in Britain, could not be resold there without payment of heavy duties, and were often thrown into the sea in preference to discharging the English duties upon them. Editions of books, a commodity thus exported, and thus disposed of, were wittily said to be ad usum Delphini. The prime cost at which these French goods had been purchased in compliance with Bonaparte's regulations was of course laid upon the colonial goods, which were the only actual subject of trade. Thus, if the French manufacturers derived any profit from the transaction, it was raised not by their goods being exported and sold in foreign countries in the usual course of trade, but by the prime cost being imposed as a tax upon the colonial produce imported, and the price was paid of course not by the foreign market, which the goods seldom reached, but by the French consumers of sugar, rum, and coffee. The real temptation for continuing this attempt to force a trade was, as we have seen, the impossibility of dispensing with colonial produce entirely, and the large revenue accruing to the French government from these licenses, who in this manner, exercising a complete monopoly in a trade which they interdicted to all others, made immense additions to the treasure, which almost choked the vaults of the Pavilion Marsan in the Tuileries. The language held by the minister of Napoleon to the powers thus affected amounted therefore to the following proposition: you shall shut your ports against British commodities, for without your doing so it will be impossible for the Emperor Napoleon to humble the mistress of the seas. But while you are thus deprived of all commerce, whether passive or active, Napoleon reserves to himself, by the system of license, the privilege of purchasing and dealing in the commodities of Britain and her colonies, which reaching your country by any other mode than through his permission, will be subject to confiscation, nay to destruction. At a later period, Bonaparte greatly regretted that he had suffered the emolument derived from the licensed trade to seduce him into relaxing his continental system. He seems to lament having relinquished his supposed advantage as a vindictive freebooter, might regret his having been reduced to let go his hold on his enemy's throat by the tempting opportunity of plunging his hand into the pocket of a bystander. The injustice which thus imposed on neutrals the necessity of abstaining from a lucrative commerce which France, the belligerent power, reserved to herself, the privilege of carrying on in such degree as she might find convenient, was of so crying a description that at any other time than during the irresistible ascendancy of Napoleon, the very mention of it would have revolted all Europe, and even as times stood, the non-compliance with terms so harsh and unjust cost the fall of 2 European thrones, ere it became the means of undermining that of Napoleon himself. Louis Bonaparte, the first of the royal sufferers, was the brother of Napoleon, Louis Bonaparte, who had been created King of Holland. By every account which we have been able to collect, Louis was an amiable, well-intentioned and upright man of a romantic disposition, and a melancholic complexion which he had increased by studying the sentimental philosophy of Rousseau. But he was in his brother's language an ideologist, that is, one who is disposed to do that which is right according to principle, rather than that which circumstances render expedient. He was embarrassed by some family disputes, and lived on indifferent terms with his wife, who was a greater favourite with Napoleon than was Louis himself. Since he had been under the necessity of accepting the crown of Holland, he had endeavoured to afford that country all the protection which could be derived from his near relationship to Napoleon, and if he could not save his subjects entirely from the evils of a conquered and dependent state, he endeavoured to diminish these as much as his means permitted. The Dutch, a calm and deliberate people, gave Louis full credit for his efforts, and in general regarded him as their friend and protector. But at the period we treat of, the evils which approached their state were far beyond Louis' power to avert, or even to modify. Other countries may have more or less of a commercial character, but Holland exists by commerce entirely. It was the influence of commerce which gained her amphibious territory from the waves, and, with that influence withdrawn, her fair towns must again become fishing villages, her rich pastures must return to their original state of saltwater marshes, shallows and sandbanks. The French exactions, already paid to the amount of 100 millions of francs, had purchased, as the natives of Holland fondly imagined, some right to exert the small means of commerce which remained to them, and which under King Louis' sanction were almost entirely engaged in traffic with England, now declared contraband. Napoleon used threats and commands to induce Louis to bring his subjects to a more rigorous observance of the continental system, while Louis employed expostulation and entreaty in behalf of the nation over whom he had been called to rule. Each brother grew more obstinate in his opinion, and at length, as the emperor began to see that neither fear nor favour could induce Louis to become the agent of oppression in Holland, his removal from that country was distinctly pointed at. As the consequence of his obstinacy, it was intimated, in a report by Champagny the Duc de Cador, that the situation of Louis on the throne of Holland was rendered critical by his feelings being divided betwixt the imprescriptible duties which he owed to France and to his family, and the interest which it was natural he should take in the welfare of Dutch commerce. To terminate this strife in his brother's mind, the report informed the public that Napoleon meant to recall the prince of his blood, whom he had placed on the Dutch throne, since the first duty of a French prince having a place in the succession to that monarchy was to France exclusively, and it was intimate that Holland, divested of her king and her nominal independence, would be reduced to the condition of a province of France, occupied by French troops and French officers of the revenue, and thus deprived of the means of thwarting the continental system, so necessary for the subjugation of Britain, by the obstinate continuance of commercial intercourse with a nation under the ban of the Empire. Holland abdication of Louis Bonaparte. This report is peculiarly interesting as explanatory of Bonaparte's views respecting the rights and regal authority of the sovereigns, whom he created and displaced at pleasure, as the interests of France, or rather, as his own, required, or seemed to require either. However, Napoleon became for the moment ashamed to acknowledge this fact so broadly, or he thought that such a contradiction of his repeated declarations might have a bad effect upon the Westphalian subjects of Jerome, and upon the Spaniards whom he desired to become those of Joseph, or perhaps the remonstrances of Louis produced some temporary effect upon his mind, for he stopped short in his full purpose, and on the 16th March concluded a treaty with Louis, the terms of which were calculated, it was said, to arrange disputed points betwixt the sovereigns, and render the independence of Holland consistent with the necessary conformity to the continental system. July 1. By this treaty Zeeland, Dutch Brabant, and the whole course of the Rhine, as well the right as the left bank, were transferred from Holland to France. French officers of the customs were to be placed in all the Dutch harbours. 18,000 troops were to be maintained by the Kingdom of Holland, of whom 6,000 were to be French. A fleet was to be fitted out by the same kingdom for the service of France. English manufactures were to be prohibited by the Dutch government, and other restrictions were subscribed to by Louis in hopes his brother's stern resolution might be so far softened as to leave the remaining portions of the territories of Holland in a state of nominal independence, but he was soon made sensible that this was no part of Napoleon's intentions. Instead of 6,000 French troops, 20,000 were assembled at Utrecht, with the purpose of being poured into Holland, instead of this foreign soldiery being stationed on the coasts, where alone their presence could be requisite to prevent the contraband trade, which was the sole pretext of introducing them at all. Louis was informed that they were to take military possession of the whole country. and that the headquarters of this army, which was totally independent of his authority, were to be established at Amsterdam, his capital. Seeing himself thus deprived by his brother of all power in the kingdom, which was still called his Louis, generously refused to play the pageant part of a monarch who could neither exert his rights nor protect his subjects on the 1st of July, he executed a deed of abdication in favor of his son, then a minor, expressing an affectionate hope that though he himself had been so unhappy as to offend his brother, the emperor, he would not nevertheless visit with his displeasure his innocent and unoffending family. In a letter from Haarlem, dated the 1st July, Louis enlarged on the causes of his abdication in a manner honorable to his head and his heart, and with a moderation when he spoke of his brother, which gave weight to his just complaints. He could not, he said, consent to retain the mere title of king, separated from all real authority. In his kingdom, his capital, or even his palace, he should be in such a case the witness of all that passed, without the power of influencing the current of events for the good of his people, yet remaining responsible for evils which he could neither remedy nor prevent. He had long foreseen the extremity to which he was now reduced, but could not avoid it without sacrificing his most sacred duties, without ceasing to bear at heart the happiness of his people, and to connect his own fate with that of the country. This, he said, was impossible perhaps. He continued, I am the only obstacle to the reconciliation of Holland with France. Should that prove the case, I may find some consolation in dragging out the remainder of a wandering and languishing life at a distance from my family, my country, and the good people of Holland, so lately my subjects. Having finished his vindication, and adjusted means for making it public, which he could only do by transmitting it to England, the ex-king of Holland entertained a chosen party of friends at his palace at Haarlem until near midnight, and then throwing himself into a plain carriage, which was in attendance, left behind him the kingly name and the kingly revenue, rather than hold them without the power of discharging the corresponding duties of a sovereign. Louis retired to Gratz in Styria, where he lived in a private manner upon a moderate pension, amusing his leisure with literature. His more ambitious consort, with a much more ample revenue, settled herself at Paris, where her wit and talents, independent of her connection with Napoleon, attracted around her the world of fashion, of which she was a distinguished ornament. Bonaparte, as was to have been expected, paid no regard to the claim of Louis' son, in whose favor his father had abdicated. He created that young person Grand Duke of Berg, and although he was yet a child, he took an opportunity to make him a speech, which we have elsewhere adverted to, in which, after inculpating the conduct of his brother, the tenor of which he stated could be accounted for by malady alone, he explained in few words the duties incurred by his satellite sovereigns. Never forget that whatever position you may be required to occupy, in order to conform to my line of politics, and the interest of my empire your first duty, must always regard me your second, must have reference to France. All your other duties, even those towards the countries which I commit to your charge, are secondary to these primary obligations. Thus was the leading principle clearly announced upon which the nominal independence of kingdoms allied to France was in future to be understood, as resting the monarchs to whom crowns were assigned were, but to be regarded as the lieutenants of the kingdoms in which they ruled, and, whatever part the interest of their dominions might call upon them to act, they were still subject, in the first instance, to the summons and control of their liege lord the emperor, and compelled to prefer what his pleasure should term the weal of France to every other call of duty whatever. Holland annexed to France. The fate of Holland was not long undecided. Indeed, it had probably been determined on as far back as Champagny's first report, in which it had been intimated that Holland, with all its provinces, was to become an integral part of France. This was contrary to the pledge given by Napoleon to the Senate that the Rhine should be considered as the natural boundary of France, nor was it less inconsistent with his pretended determination that the independence of Holland should be respected and maintained. But both these engagements yielded to the force of the reasoning used by his mouthpiece Champagny in recommending the union of Holland with the French Empire, and with France itself. They are worth quoting, were it only to show how little men of sense are ashamed to produce the weakest and most inconsistent arguments when they speak as having both the power and the settled purpose to do wrong. Holland, said the minister, whose very effrontery renders his arguments interesting, is in a manner an emanation from the territory of France, and is necessary to the full complement of the empire to possess the entire Rhine, which had been proposed as the natural boundary of France. Your Majesty must extend the frontier to the Zuyder Zee. Thus the course of all the rivers which arise in France, or which bathe her frontier, will belong to her as far as the sea, to leave in the hands of strangers the mouths of our rivers would be sire to confine your power to an ill-bounded monarchy, instead of extending its dominions to the natural limits befitting an imperial throne, on such precious reasoning much on a par with the claim which Napoleon set up to Great Britain as the natural appendage of France along with the Isle of Oleron Holland, was 9th July 1810 declared an integral part of the French Empire. But the usurpation was not unavenged. It cost Bonaparte a greater declension in public opinion than had arisen even from his unprincipled attempts on Spain. It is true none of the bloody and extensively miserable consequences had occurred in Holland, which had been occasioned by the transactions at Bayonne, but the seizure of Holland brought Bonaparte's worst fault, his ambition before the public, in a more broad and decided point of view. There were people who could endure his robbing strangers, who were yet shocked that he so fond of his kindred, and in general so liberal to them, should not have hesitated to dethrone his own brother, merely for entertaining sentiments becoming the rank to which he had been raised by himself to disinherit his nephew to go nigh taxing so near a relation with mental imbecility, and all on so slight a provocation for the only real point of difference, that viz. Respecting the English commerce, had been yielded by Louis in the treaty which Napoleon had signed, but only it seemed for the purpose of breaking it. It was observed too that, in the manly but respectful opposition made by Louis to his brother's wishes, there appeared nothing to provoke the displeasure of Napoleon, though one of the most irritable of men on subjects with which his ambition was implicated. It seemed a species of gratuitous violence acted as if to show that no circumstance of relationship, family feeling, or compassion, to make no mention of justice or moderation, could interfere with or check the progress of Napoleon's ambition, and whilst the more sanguine prophesied that he who ran so rashly might one day run himself to a close, all agreed that his empire, composed of such heterogeneous parts, could not in all probability survive the mortal date of the founder, supposing it to last so long. In the meantime, it was evident that the condition of no state, however solemnly guaranteed by Bonaparte himself, could be considered as secure or free from change, while it was subject to his influence. To conclude the whole, the Dutch were informed by the Emperor with bitter composure that he had hoped to unite them to France as allies, by giving them a prince of his own blood, as a ruler, that his hopes, however, had been deceived, and that he had shown more forbearance than consisted with his character, or than his rights required, thus intimating some farther and unexpressed severity, which he might have felt himself justified, in adding to the virtual exile of his brother, and the confiscation of his late dominions, and insinuating that the Dutch had escaped cheaply with the loss of their separate national existence. Chapter Roman 53, Gustavus Roman IV of Sweden is dethroned, and succeeded by his uncle the Crown Prince, killed by a fall from his horse. Candidates proposed for the succession. The Swedes, thinking to conciliate Napoleon, fix on Bernadotte. Bonaparte reluctantly acquiesces in the choice-barding interview between Bernadotte and Napoleon's subsequent attempts of the latter to bind Sweden to the policy of France. The Crown Prince unwillingly accedes to the continental system. Napoleon makes a tour through Flanders and Holland, returns to Paris, and takes measures for extending the continental system. Seizure of the Valois coast along the German Ocean annexed to France. Protest by the Tsar against the appropriation of Oldenburg. Russia allows the importation at certain seaports of various articles of British commerce. Negotiations for exchange of prisoners between France and England, and for a general peace broken off by Bonaparte's unreasonable demands. Gustavus Roman IV of Sweden dethroned. In the destruction of the Kingdom of Holland, a new sceptre, and that of Napoleon's own forming, was broken, as he wrenched it out of the hands of his brother in the case of Sweden, and in hopes of ensuring the patronage of the French emperor, or averting his enmity, a diadem was placed on the brows of one who, like Napoleon himself, had commenced his career as a soldier of fortune. We have repeatedly observed that the high spirit and intrepid enterprise of Gustavus Roman IV, unsupported, as they were either by distinguished military abilities or by effectual power, seemed as if he aped the parts of Gustavus Adolphus or Charles Roman XII, without considering the declined condition of the country he governed, or the inferiority of his own talents. Sweden had suffered great losses by the daring manner in which this prince maintained the ancient principles of aristocracy against the overwhelming power of France. Pomerania, being the only dominion belonging to Sweden on the south side of the Baltic, had been taken possession of by France in the War of 1867, and Russia, who had been a party to that war, and who had encouraged Gustavus to maintain it, had, since changing her politics at the Treaty of Tilsit herself, declared war against Sweden for the sole and undisguised purpose of possessing herself of Finland, which she had succeeded in appropriating. Sweden had therefore lost under this ill-fated monarch above 1/3 of her territories, and the inhabitants became anxious to secure, even were it by desperate measures, independence of that which remained. There were fears lest Russia should aspire to the conquest of the rest of the ancient kingdom, fears that France might reward the adhesion and the sufferings of Denmark by uniting the crown of Sweden with that of Denmark and Norway, and aiding the subjugation of the country with an auxiliary army. While these calamities impended over their ancient state, the Swedes felt confident that Gustavus was too rash to avert the storm by submission, too weak, and perhaps too unlucky to resist its violence. This conviction led to a conspiracy, perhaps one of the most universally known in history. The unfortunate king was seized upon and made prisoner in March 1809, without any other resistance than his own unassisted sword could maintain, and so little were the conspirators afraid of his being able to find a party in the state desirous of replacing him in the government that they were content he should have his liberty and a suitable pension on his agreeing to consider himself as an exile from Sweden, in which sentence of banishment, with little pretence to justice, his wife, sister of the Empress of Russia, and his children, comprehending the heir of his crown, were also included. The Duke of Sudermania, uncle of the dethroned prince, was called to the throne, and the succession of the kingdom was destined to Christian of Augustenburg. A prince of the House of Holstein. Peace was made by the new king with Russia at the expense of ceding Finland and the Isle of Åland to that power soon afterwards. A treaty was signed at Paris, by which Charles Roman XIII promised to adhere to the continental system and to shut his ports against all British commerce, with certain indulgences on the articles of salt and colonial produce. In requital, Napoleon restored to Sweden her continental province of Pomerania, with the Isle of Rügen, reserving, however, such dotations or pensions as he had assigned to his soldiers or followers upon those territories. But though the politics of Sweden were thus entirely changed, its revolution was destined to proceed. The king being aged, the eyes of the people were much fixed on the successor or crown prince, who took upon himself the chief labor of the government, and appears to have given satisfaction to the nation. But his government was of short duration. On the 28th May 1810, while reviewing some troops, he suddenly fell from his horse, and expired on the spot, leaving Sweden again without any head excepting the old king. This event agitated the whole nation, and various candidates were proposed for the succession of the kingdom. Among these was the King of Denmark, who, after the sacrifices he had made for Bonaparte, had some right to expect his support, the son of the late unfortunate monarch, rightful heir of the crown. And named like him, Gustavus was also proposed as a candidate. The Duke of Oldenburg, brother-in-law of the Emperor of Russia, had partisans to each of these candidates. There lay practical objections to have followed the line of lawful succession, and called Gustavus to the throne, which could not be forfeited by his father's infirmity. So far as he was concerned, would have been to place a child at the head of the state, and must have inferred amid this most arduous crisis all the doubts and difficulties of choosing a regent. Such choice might too be the means at a future time of reviving his father's claim to the crown. The countries of Denmark and Sweden had been too long rivals for the Swedes to subject themselves to the yoke of the King of Denmark, and to choose the Duke of Oldenburg would have been in effect to submit themselves to Russia, of whose last behaviour towards her Sweden had considerable reason to complain. Bernadotte. In this embarrassment they were thought to start a happy idea, who proposed to conciliate Napoleon by bestowing the ancient crown of the Goths upon one of his own field marshals, and a high noble of his empire, namely John Baptiste Julian Bernadotte, Prince of Pont Corvo. This distinguished officer was married to a sister of Joseph Buonaparte's wife, daughter of a wealthy and respectable individual named Clary, through whom he had the advantage of an alliance with the imperial family of Napoleon, and he had acquired a high reputation in the north of Europe, both when governor of Hanover and administrator of Swedish Pomerania. On the latter occasion Bernadotte was said to have shown himself in a particular manner the friend and protector of the Swedish nation, and it was even insinuated that he would not be averse to exchange the errors of popery for the reformed tenets of Luther. The Swedish nation fell very generally into the line of policy which prompted this choice, humiliating as it might at another period have been to a people proud of their ancient renown, to choose for their master a foreign soldier differing from them in birth and religious faith. Such an election yet promised to place at the head of the nation a person admirably qualified to comprehend and encounter the difficulties of the time, and it was a choice sure, as they thought, to be agreeable to him upon whose nod the world seemed to depend. Yet there is the best reason to doubt whether, in preferring Bernadotte to their vacant throne, the Swedes did a thing which was gratifying to Napoleon. The name of the Crown Prince of Sweden elect had been known in the wars of the Revolution, before that of Bonaparte had been heard. Of Bernadotte had been the older, though certainly not therefore the better soldier on the 18th Brumaire. He was so far from joining Bonaparte in his enterprise against the Council of 500, notwithstanding all advances made to him, that he was on the spot at St. Cloud armed and prepared had circumstances permitted to place himself at the head of any part of the military who might be brought to declare for the Directory. And although like every one else Bernadotte submitted to the consular system and held the government of Holland under Bonaparte, yet then as well as under the Empire, he was always understood to belong to a class of officers whom Napoleon employed indeed and rewarded, but without loving them or perhaps relying on them more than he was compelled to do, although their character was in most instances a warrant for their fidelity. These officers formed a comparatively small class, yet comprehending some of the most distinguished names in the French army, who in seeing the visionary republic glide from their grasp, had been nevertheless unable to forget the promises held out to them by the earlier dawn of the Revolution, reconciled by necessity to a state of servitude, which they could not avoid. This party considered themselves as the soldiers of France, not of Napoleon, and followed the banner of their country rather than the fortunes of the emperor. Without being personally Napoleon's enemies, they were not the friends of his despotic power, and it was to be expected, should any opportunity occur, that men so thinking would make a stand for the purpose of introducing some modifications into the arbitrary system which the emperor had established. Napoleon, always deeply politic and less, when carried off by sudden bursts of temperament, took, as already mentioned, great care, in his distribution of duties and honours, at once to conceal from the public the existence of a difference in opinion among his general officers, and also to arm the interests of those patriots themselves against their own speculative opinions, by rendering the present state of things too beneficial to them for their being easily induced to attempt any change. Still, it may nevertheless be conceived that it was not out of this class of lukewarm adherents he would have voluntarily selected a candidate for a kingdom which, being removed at some distance from the influence of France, he would more willingly have seen conferred on someone whose devotion to the will of his emperor was not likely to be disturbed by any intrusion of conscientious patriotism. But besides the suspicion entertained by Napoleon of Bernadotte's political opinions, subjects of positive discord had recently arisen between them. Bernadotte had been blamed by the emperor for permitting the escape of Romana, and the Spaniards, as already mentioned at a later period. He was commander of the Saxon troops in the campaign of Wagram, and notwithstanding a set of very scientific manoeuvres by which he detained General Bellegarde on the frontiers of Bohemia, when his presence might have been essentially useful to the Archduke Charles, he was censured by Napoleon as tardy in his movements. The landing of the English at Walcheren induced Fouche, as has been already said, with the concurrence of Clarke, then minister at war, to entrust Bernadotte with the charge of the defence of Flanders and Holland. But neither in this service had he the good fortune to please the Emperor. Fouche, at whose instance he had accepted the situation, was already tottering in office, and the ill-selected expression that however necessary Napoleon was to the glory of France, yet his presence was not indispensable to repel invasion, was interpreted into a magnifying of themselves at the expense of the Emperor. Napoleon made his displeasure manifest by depriving Bernadotte of the command in Belgium, and sending him back to the north of Germany, and it is said that the general on his part was so little inclined to make a secret of his resentment that he was remarked as a fiery Gascon, who, if he should ever have an opportunity, would be likely to do mischief. Sweden. But while such were the bad terms betwixt the emperor and his general, the Swedes, unsuspicious of the true state of the case, imagined that in choosing Bernadotte for successor to their throne, they were paying to Bonaparte the most acceptable tribute, and notwithstanding that Napoleon was actually at variance with Bernadotte, and although in a political view he would much rather have given his aid to the pretensions of the King of Denmark, he was under the necessity of reflecting that Sweden retained a certain degree of independence, that the sea separated her shores from his armies, and that however willing to conciliate him, the Swedes were not in a condition absolutely to be compelled to receive laws at his hand. It was necessary to acquiesce in their choice, since he could not dictate to them, and by doing so he might at the same time exhibit another splendid example of the height to which his service conducted his generals of his own desire to assist their promotion, and of that which might be much more doubtful than the two first propositions of his willingness to pay deference to the claims of a people in electing their chief magistrate, When therefore Bernadotte, protesting that he would be exclusively guided by Napoleon's wishes in pursuing or relinquishing this important object, besought him for his countenance with the states of Sweden who were to elect the Crown Prince Bonaparte, answered that he would not interfere in the election by any solicitations or arguments, but that he gave the Prince of Pont Corvo his permission to be a candidate, and should be well pleased if he proved a successful one. Such is Napoleon's account of the transaction. We have however been favoured with some manuscript observations, in which a very different colour is given to Napoleon's proceedings, and which prove distinctly that while Napoleon treated the Crown Prince-elect of Sweden with fair language, he endeavoured by underhand intrigues to prevent the accomplishment of his hopes. The Swedes, however, remained fixed in their choice, notwithstanding the insinuations of Desaugiers, the French envoy, whom Napoleon afterwards affected to disown and recall for supporting in the Diet of Orebro the interest of the King of Denmark, instead of that of Bernadotte. Napoleon's cold assent, or rather an assurance that he would not dissent, being thus wrung reluctantly from him, Bernadotte, owing to his excellent character among the Swedes, and their opinion of his interest with Napoleon, was chosen Crown Prince of Sweden by the states of that kingdom 21st August 1810. Napoleon, as he himself acknowledges, was enabled to resist, though with difficulty, a strong temptation to retract his consent and defeat the intended election. Perhaps this unfriendly disposition might be in some degree overcome by the expectation that by their present choice the Emperor of France would secure the accession of Sweden to the anti-commercial system, whereas by attempting a game which he was not equally sure of winning, he might indeed have disappointed a man whom he loved not, but by doing so must run the risk of throwing the states of Sweden, who were not likely to be equally unanimous in behalf of any other French candidate, into the arms of England, his avowed foe, or of Russia, who since the Treaty of Schönbrunn and Napoleon's union with the House of Austria could only be termed a doubtful and cloudy friend. But he endeavoured to obtain from Bernadotte some guarantee of his dependence upon France and its emperor. He took the opportunity of making the attempt when Bernadotte applied to him for letters of emancipation from his allegiance to France, which could not decently be withheld from the Prince Royal of another country. The expediting of the letters patent, said Napoleon, has been retarded by a proposal made by the council that Bernadotte should previously bind himself never to bear arms against Napoleon. Bernadotte exclaimed against a proposal which must have left him in the rank of a French general. The emperor was ashamed to persist in a demand so unreasonable, and dismissed him with the almost prophetic words, "Our destinies must be accomplished." He promised the Prince Royal 2 millions of francs as an indemnity for the Principality of Pont Corvo and other possessions which had been assigned to him, Holland, and which he restored on ceasing to be a subject of France. It is singular enough that Napoleon, while at St. Helena, permitted himself to assert that he had made a present of this money, of which only 1 million was ever paid, to enable Bernadotte to take possession of his new dignity with becoming splendour. To bring the affairs of Sweden to a close for the present, we may here add that though that nation were desirous to escape the renewal of the desperate and hopeless struggle with France, they were most unwilling nevertheless to lose the advantages of their commerce with England. The conduct of the national business soon devolved entirely upon the Crown Prince. The age and infirmities of the king not permitting him to conduct them any longer, it became Bernadotte's, or as he was now named, Charles John's, difficult and delicate task to endeavour at once to propitiate France, and to find excuses which might dispose Bonaparte to grant some relaxation on the subject of the continental system. But as it was impossible for the Prince of Sweden to disguise his motive for evading a cordial cooperation in Napoleon's favourite measure, so the latter, about 3 months after the accession of his former companion in arms to supreme power, grew impatient enough to overwhelm the Swedish minister Baron Lagerbielke with a tirade similar to his celebrated attack on Lord Whitworth. He discoursed with the utmost volubility for an hour and a quarter, leaving the astonished ambassador scarce an opening to thrust in a word by way of observation, defence, or answer. Do they believe in Sweden that I am to be so easily duped? Do they think I will be satisfied with this half state of things? Give me no sentiments. It is from facts we form our opinions. You signed the peace with me in the beginning of the year, and engaged yourself then to break off all communication with Britain, yet you retained an English agent till late in the summer, and kept the communication open by way of Gothenburg. Your small islands are so many smuggling magazines. Your vessels meet the English and exchange freights. I have not slept an hour tonight on account of your affairs, yet you ought to suffer me to take repose. I have need of it. You have vessels in every port in England. You talk of the necessity of buying salt. Forsooth is it, for salt you go into the Thames, you talk of suffering. By superseding the trade do you not believe that I suffer, that Germany, Bordeaux, Holland and France suffer? But it must all be ended, you must fire on the English, and you must confiscate their merchandise, or you must have war with France, open war or constant friendship. This is my last word, my ultimate determination. Could they think in Sweden that I would modify my system? Because I love and esteem the Prince Royal, did I not love and esteem the King of Holland? He is my brother, yet I have broken with him. I have silenced the voice of nature, to give ear to that of the general interest. These, and many violent expressions to the same purpose Bonaparte poured out in an elevation of voice that might be heard in the adjoining apartments. The Emperor's remonstrances, transmitted by the ambassador, were seconded at the court of Stockholm by the arguments of Denmark and Russia, and the Crown Prince was at last obliged to give the national adherence of Sweden to the continental system, and to declare war against England. The British government were fully sensible of the constraint under which Sweden acted, and so far from acting hostilely towards that kingdom, did not seem to make any perceptible change in the relations which had before subsisted between the countries. In the meantime, Bernadotte and Napoleon for a time veiled under the usual forms of courtesy their mutual dislike and resentment, but the Crown Prince could not forgive the Emperor for an attempt to lord it over him like a superior over a vassal, and compelling him, notwithstanding his entreaties, to distress his subjects and to render his government unpopular by sacrificing a lucrative trade. Napoleon, on the other hand, was incensed that Bernadotte, whose greatness he considered as existing only by his own permission, should affect to differ in opinion from him, or hesitate betwixt obliging France and injuring Sweden. On other occasional differences betwixt the sovereigns it appeared that there was no eager desire on the part of the Crown Prince of Sweden to oblige the Emperor of France. Repeated demands for sailors and soldiers to be engaged in the French service were made by Napoleon. These Bernadotte always contrived to evade by referring to the laws of Sweden as a limited monarchy, which did not permit him, like the absolute majesty of Denmark, to dispose of her sailors at pleasure, and by enlarging on the nature of the Swedes, who, bold and willing soldiers at home, were too much attached to their own climate and manners to endure those of any other country. In these, and such like excuses, no one could read more readily than Napoleon a fixed resolution on the part of his old companion, in arms, not to yield to the influence of France in any point in which he could avoid it, and though an outward show of friendship was maintained between the countries, and even between the sovereigns, yet it was of that insincere kind which was sure to be broken off on the slightest collision of their mutual interests. It remained, however, undisturbed, till the eventful year of 1812. We return to the affairs of France. Tour through Belgium. The Emperor undertook a tour through the provinces of Flanders and Holland with his young Empress, with the view of enforcing his views and purposes in church and state. In the course of this journey, one or two remarkable circumstances took place. The first was his furious reproaches to the clergy of Brabant, who, more rigorous papists than in some other Catholic countries, had circulated among their congregations the bull of excommunication fulminated by the Pope against Napoleon. The provocation was certainly considerable, but the mode of resenting it was indecently violent. He was especially angry that they appeared without their canonical dresses. "You call yourselves priests," he said. "Where are your vestments? Are you attorneys, notaries, or peasants? You begin by forgetting the respect due to me, whereas the principle of the Christian Church, as these gentlemen," turning to the Protestant deputies, "can teach you, is, as they have just professed to render unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's. But you will not pray for your sovereign, because a Romish priest excommunicated me. But who gave him such a right? Perhaps it is your wish to bring back tortures and scaffolds, but I will take care to baffle you. I bear the temporal sword, and know how to use it. I am a monarch of God's creation, and you reptiles of the earth dare not oppose me. I render an account of my government to none save God and Jesus Christ. Do you think I am one formed to kiss the Pope's slipper? Had you the power, you would shave my head, clap a cowl on me, and plunge me in a cloister. But if you preach not the gospel as the apostles did, I will banish you from the empire, and disperse you like so many Jews. And Monsieur le Préfet, see that these men swear to the Concordat, and take care that the orthodox gospel be taught in the ecclesiastical seminaries, that they may send out men of sense, and not idiots like these." Thus closed this edifying admonition. The Dutch were under the necessity of assuming the appearance of great rejoicing, yet even the danger of indulging their blunt humour could not altogether restrain these downright merchants, when the Emperor made a stir about establishing a chamber of commerce at Amsterdam. One of the burgomasters gravely observed there was no need of a chamber, since a closet would hold all the commerce left them in like manner, when Napoleon was vaunting that he would soon have a fleet of 200 sail. And when you have got them, said a plain-spoken citizen, the English will have double the number. But more formidable than blunt truths and indifferent jests, there appeared while Bonaparte was in Holland one of those stern invocations, exciting the people against foreign tyranny, which have often occasioned the downfall of unjust power, and always rendered those who possess it unhappy and insecure. People of Holland, said this singular paper, which may be compared to the tract called Killing No Murder, which drove sleep from Cromwell's pillow. Why do you fear your oppressor? Is one you are many appeal to his very soldiers. Their desertions in Spain show how they hate him, and even his generals would abandon him, could they secure their own rank and grandeur independent of his. But above all, arise to the task of your own redemption, rise in the fullness of national strength. A general revolt of the continent will ensue, the oppressor will fall, and your triumph will be a warning to tyrants, and an example to the world. This address produced no perceptible effect at the time, but with other papers of the kind, it made a profound impression on the public mind. On his return to Paris, Napoleon set himself still farther to impose the extension of the continental system, which he was induced to attempt by the appropriation of Holland, and the revolution in Sweden holding his plan as much more decisive than it could have been even if his power and his spleen had been adequate to effect his purpose. He cast his eyes in every direction to close every aperture, however small, through which British commerce, the victim he hoped entirely to smother, might draw ever so slight a gasp of breath. It was a feature of Bonaparte's ambition, as indeed it is of inordinate ambition in general, that, whatever additions were made to his empire, extended his wish of acquisition. Holland, whose traders were princes, and she herself, the queen of commerce, had been already devoured with her ample seacoast and far-famed harbours, but other cities less wealthy and famed, yet still venerable from their ancient importance, must become a part of France ere Bonaparte thought his blockade against British commerce complete and impervious. The seizure of the poor regions called the Valais, which had hitherto been suffered to exist as a free republic, gave France the absolute command of the road over the Simplon, the property, and perhaps the command of which passage, it being the great means of communication betwixt France and Italy, Napoleon did not incline should remain with a petty republic. It was a sufficient reason at this unhappy period for depriving any country of its independence that France was to be benefited by the change. It was not in this case a bloodless one. The poor mountaineers drew to arms, and it required some fighting before they were compelled to submission, and their barren mountains were annexed to France. But it was of much greater importance in Napoleon's eye to prevent the commerce which he had expelled from Holland from shifting its residence to the trading towns of the north of Germany, composing what was called the Hanseatic League, a new appropriation of territory, therefore united to France the whole seacoast along the German Ocean, comprehending the mouths of the Scheldt, the Meuse, and the Rhine, the Ems, the Weser, and the Elbe. And it was the Emperor's proposal to unite these maritime territories to France by a canal which was to join the Baltic Ocean to the Seine, a considerable proportion of the Kingdom of Westphalia, and of the Grand Duchy of Berg. Both principalities of Napoleon's own creation fell under this appropriation, and formed another example, had not that of Holland been sufficient to show how little respect Napoleon was disposed to pay even to those rights which emanated from himself when they interfered with fresher plans and wider prospects of ambition. Had Prussia retained her ancient influence as protector of the North, Hamburg, Bremen, and Lübeck would not have been thus unceremoniously melted down and confounded with the French Empire. But while these venerable and well-known free cities sunk without protection or resistance under a despotism which threatened to become universal, a petty state of far less consequence, scarce known as having an independent existence by any who was not intimate with the divisions of the north of Germany, found a patron, and a powerful one. This was Oldenburg, a dukedom, the present prince of which was related to the Emperor of Russia, as both were descended of the house of Holstein-Gottorp, and was moreover Alexander's brother-in-law. This state of Oldenburg had been studiously accepted from the changes made in the north of Germany after the Treaty of Tilsit, which made the present confiscation of its territory an act of more marked slight towards the court of Russia. A formal expostulation being transmitted to Napoleon, he proposed to repair the injury of the Duke of Oldenburg by assigning to him the town and territory of Erfurt with the lordship of Blankenheim. But the Duke felt himself too strongly supported to be under the necessity of surrendering his dominions, and receiving others in exchange the offer of indemnity was haughtily rejected. France persevered in her purpose of usurping Oldenburg, and the Emperor Alexander in a protest gravely, but temperately worded a copy of which was delivered to every member of the diplomatic body, intimated that he did not acquiesce in the injury done to a prince of his family, although he continued to adhere to that great line of political interest which had occasioned the alliance between France and Russia. The real truth was that Napoleon, secure of the friendship of Austria by the late alliance, had not, it would seem, regarded Russia as any longer worthy of the same observance which he had originally found it politic to pay to the Emperor Alexander. The Tsar himself felt this, and the very large proportion of his subjects composing the party of Old Russians, as they termed themselves, who were favourable to the English alliance, and detested the connection with France, improved the opportunity by pointing out the evils which all classes in the country endured from the Tsars having, in complaisance to the plans of Napoleon, decreed the abolition of English commerce. They showed that this compliance with the views of France had been attended with great detriment to his own subjects, who could neither sell their commodities, and the produce of their estates, for which Britain always offered a market, nor acquire the colonial produce and British manufactured goods, which the consumption of Russia almost peremptorily demanded. Russian protest. A new case was issued on the 31st of December 1810, which was drawn up with considerable art, for while in words it seemed to affirm the exclusion of British manufactures from the empire in general, it permitted importations to be made at Archangel Petersburg, Riga, Revel, and 5 or 6 other seaports where various articles of merchandise, and in particular colonial produce, unless proved to belong to Britain, might be freely imported, so that while appearing to quote and respect the continental system, Napoleon could not but be sensible that Russia virtually renounced it. But as Alexander had not ventured to avail himself of the seizure of Oldenburg as a reason for breaking off his alliance with France, so Napoleon on his part, though the changed tone of Russian policy could not escape him, paused nevertheless in coming to a final rupture with an enemy so powerful upon the subject of the ukase of December 1810. Exchange of prisoners. Meantime the French emperor became probably sensible that peace with England was the surest ground upon which he could secure his throne. In the month of April 1810, some attempt at obtaining terms of pacification had been made during the mission of Mr. Mackenzie, who was sent to Morlaix as agent on the part of the British government. It had been not the least cruel peculiarity of this inveterate war that no cartel for exchange of prisoners had been effected on either side, and of course that those unhappy persons whom chance had thrown into the power of the enemy had no visible alternative but to linger out their lives in a distant and hostile country, or at least remain captives, till the conclusion of hostilities to which no one could presume to assign a date. The original impediment to such an exchange, which has in all civilized countries been considered as a debt indispensably due to soften the rigors of war and lessen the sufferings of its victims, was a demand of Napoleon that the persons possessing no military character, whom he had made prisoners contrary to the law of nations at the commencement of hostilities, should be exchanged against French sailors and soldiers. The British ministers for a long time resisted so unusual an application, to which policy indeed forbade them to accede at length. However, the sufferings of individuals and of their families induced the British government to allow the French emperor the advantage of his oppressive act in detaining these unfortunate persons, and agree that they should be included in the proposed cartel. But when the commissioners met at Morlaix, Mr. Mackenzie found himself as far from approaching an agreement as ever. The number of French prisoners in Britain was more by many thousands than that of the British in France, and Bonaparte, who seldom made a bargain in which he did not secure the advantage to himself, insisted that the surplus of French prisoners should be exchanged for Germans, Spaniards, Portuguese, or others who should be captive in France. This was readily agreed to so far as regarded foreign troops in British pay, but it was equally unreasonable and contrary to usage to require that we should restore to France her native subjects, whose services she might use to augment her military force, while we received in exchange foreigners unconnected with us by service or allegiance, and who perhaps when set at liberty might be as apt to join the French ranks as those of the nation in whose name they had obtained freedom. After much wrangling and dispute, Mr. Mackenzie, to show the sincere desire which the British government entertained of releasing the prisoners on both sides, made a proposal that the exchange should commence by liberating as many French prisoners as could be balanced by British captives in the French prisons, that after this captives of every nation should be exchanged indifferently on both sides, and whatever number of prisoners might remain on either side after the general balance had been struck, should also be set at liberty upon an engagement not to serve, till regularly exchanged to this. Proposal a more liberal one could hardly be madeth French only answered by starting new demands and making new objections among these. Perhaps it will scarcely be believed that Moustier, the French commissioner, had the modesty to propose that Lord Wellington and his army lying in the lines at Torres Vedras should be reckoned as French prisoners in the proposed cartel. Mr. Mackenzie answered with becoming spirit that he would neither be the medium through which his government should be insulted by such a proposal, nor would he proceed in the negotiation until this impertinence were atoned for. It is needless to proceed farther in the illusory detail of a treaty which Napoleon had previously determined should be brought to no useful issue. He had calculated which country could best support the absence of their prisoners, or rather to whom their services were of most consequence. He felt that he himself, by the conscription, as well as by the auxiliary troops which he could summon at pleasure from his neighbours or dependents, could always command a sufficiency of men, even for his gigantic undertakings, while to Britain, whose soldiers could only be obtained by a high bounty, the deliverance of her prisoners was proportionally more valuable. Whatever was his view in establishing the negotiation, which was probably only to satisfy the French army, by evincing a seeming interest in the unfortunate portion of their brethren in arms who were immured in English prisons, they gave way to the consideration that while things remained as they were, Britain suffered more in proportion than France. Some proposals for a general peace had been made during the conferences at Morlaix, and the British government had stated 3 different principles, any of which they expressed themselves willing to admit as a basis. These were: first, the state of possession before the war; or secondly, the present state of possession; or thirdly, a plan of reciprocal compensations. But none of these principles suited the French government to act upon, so that the treaty for a general peace, and that for restoring, taking into calculation the prisoners on both sides, upwards of 100,000 human beings, to liberty, their country and their home, proved both of them altogether nugatory. The note of defiance was therefore resumed so soon as it had been ascertained that Britain would reject any terms of peace which were not founded on equal and liberal principles. An oration of Count Semonville demonstrated that it was all owing to the persevering ambition of England that Bonaparte had been obliged to possess himself of the seacoast of Europe, that all his encroachments on the land were the necessary consequences of her empire of the seas. He then demanded in prophetic fury to know what in future would be the bounds of possibility. "It is the part of England," he said, to reply, "let her turn her eyes on the past, and learn to judge from thence. The events of the future, France and Napoleon will never change." Chapter Roman 54 View of Napoleon's gigantic power. The Empress Maria Louisa delivered of a sung criticism on the title given him of King of Rome. Speculations in regard to the advantages or disadvantages arising from this event. Retrospect exqueen of Etruria, her severe and unjustifiable treatment by Napoleon. Lucien Bonaparte is invited to England, where he writes epic poetry. Attempt to deliver Ferdinand defeated operations in Portugal. Retreat of Massena. Battles of Fuentes de Honoro, fought by Lord Wellington on the south frontier of Portugal, by Lord Beresford of Barossa, by General Graham. Enterprise of Arroyo Molina's Spaniards, defeated under Blake. Valencia, captured by the French and he and his army made prisoners of war. Disunion among the French generals. Joseph wishes to abdicate the throne of Spain. Actual dominions. The natural consequences of an overgrown empire were already sapping that of Napoleon, for extent of territory does not constitute power any more than corpulence in the human frame constitutes strength or health, and Napoleon's real authority was in truth greater some years before than now, when his dominion was so much enlarged. The war in Spain, maintained at such an expense of blood and treasure, was a wasting and consuming sore. The kingdom of Holland had afforded him supplies more readily, and had more the means of doing so, when under the dominion of his brother Louis, than the Dutch now either showed or possessed. When ranked as a constituent part of the French Empire, the same might be said of the states and free towns in the north of Germany, where, in many instances, strong bands of smugglers, dressed and armed as guerrilla parties, maintained a desultory war with the officers of the French customs, and moved equally by national hatred and the love of gain won by desperate risks, made in some districts a kind of petty civil war. Yet though such cankerworms gnawed the root of the tree, the branches and foliage to all outward appearance extended a broader shade than ever. It was especially when a formal annunciation both in France and Austria called the good subjects of both realms to rejoice in the prospect that Maria Luisa would soon give an heir to Napoleon that men who opened the map of Europe saw with fear, and wondered the tremendous inheritance to which the expected infant was likely to succeed. The actual dominions of France, governed by Napoleon in his own proper right as Emperor of the French, had gradually attained the following extravagant dimensions. They extended from northeast to southwest, from Travemund on the Baltic Ocean to the foot of the Pyrenees, and from northwest to southeast, from the port of Brest to Terracina on the confines of the Neapolitan territories, a population of 4 to 2 millions of people, fitted in various ways to secure the prosperity of a state, and inhabiting for wealth, richness of soil, and felicity of climate, by far the finest portion of the civilized earth, formed the immediate liege subjects of this magnificent empire. Yet to stop here were greatly to undervalue the extent of Napoleon's power. We have to add to his personal empire Carniola and the Illyrian provinces, and also the fine kingdom of Italy. Then, in his character of mediator of the Helvetian Republic, the emperor exercised an almost absolute authority in Switzerland, which furnished him, though unwillingly, with several fine regiments of auxiliaries. The German Confederation of the Rhine, though numbering kings among their league, were at the slightest hint bound to supply him each with his prescribed quota of forces, with a readiness and an affectation of zeal very different from the slack and reluctant manner in which they formerly supplied their paltry contingents to the Emperor of Germany. Murat, with his kingdom of Naples, was at his brother-in-law's disposal, and if, as Buonaparte's hopes whispered, the peninsula should ultimately prove unable to resist the war he waged, then Spain and Portugal would be added to his immense empire, being now in the state of sturdy and contumacious rebels, whose resistance seemed in the speedy prospect of being finally subdued. Thus an empire of 800,000 square miles, and containing a population of 85 millions in territory 1/5 part, and in the number of inhabitants 1/2 of united Europe, was either in quiet subjection to Napoleon's scepter, or on the point, as was supposed, of becoming so. Of those who shared amongst them the residue of Europe, and still maintained some claim to independence, Britain might make the proud boast that she was diametrically in opposition to the ruler of the world, that in the long-continued strife she had dealt him injuries as deep as she had ever received, and had disdained under any circumstances to treat with him on less terms than those of equality. Not to that fair land be the praise, though she supported many burdens and endured great losses, but to Providence, who favoured her efforts and strengthened her resolutions, who gave her power to uphold her own good cause, which in truth was that of European independence, and courage to trust in the justice of heaven, when the odds mustered against her seemed in earthly calculation so dreadful as to deprive the wise of the head, to counsel the brave of the heart to resist. Denmark, so powerful was the voice which France had in her councils, might almost be accounted humbled to one of the federative principalities. Sweden had but a moderate and second-rate degree of power. She felt, as other German nations, the withering blight of the continental or antisocial system, but circumstanced, as she was with the possession of Swedish Pomerania, dependent on French pleasure, she had no other remedy than to wait her opportunity. Still more was this the case with Prussia, through all her provinces the mortal enemy of the French name, but whom the large garrisons which France had planted in her dominions, and the numerous forces which she maintained there, compelled for the time to be as submissive as a handmaiden. It was true that the court were as noiselessly as possible endeavouring to revive their military establishment, that they were dismissing the villains who had sold and betrayed their country, and replacing them by age which had been tried, or youth which had witnessed the agony of their country, and been trained up in thinking that to avenge her was their dearest duty. True, it was also that the people in Prussia, and many other parts of Germany, waited, as for the day dawning, for the hope of winning back their freedom, but outward appearances indicated nothing of these smothered hopes, wishes, and preparations, and the general eye saw in Prussia only a nation resigned to her bondage, without apparently any hope of redemption. Austria, besides the terrible losses which the last war had brought upon her, was now fettered to Napoleon by a link which gave the proud house of Habsburg an apology for the submission, or at least the observance which she paid to the son-in-law of her emperor. Turkey, though she would have had her turn had the tide of fortune continued to keep the course in which it had so long flowed, was not yet in the way of being comprehended in Napoleon's plan of politics. Russia was waging with the Porte an impolitic war of acquisition to realize some of the selfish plans of aggrandizement which Napoleon had assented to, or perhaps suggested, at Tilsit and Erfurt, but he now witnessed them without wishing them success, and listened to the complaints of Austria, who unwillingly saw the ambitious views of Russia in these provinces of all the continental states. Therefore, assuming even the semblance of independence, Russia seemed alone to possess it in reality, and from late acts of estrangement such as the protest on the subject of the Duchy of Oldenburg and the reception of British ships and merchandise into her ports, it certainly appeared that a different spirit was in the councils of this great empire than had ruled them during the meetings at Tilsit and Erfurt. Yet there were but few who thought that Russia, in opposition to the whole continent of Europe, would dare confront Napoleon, and still fewer, even of the most sanguine politicians, had any deep-grounded hope that her opposition would be effectual. Out of such a Cimmerian midnight to all human views was the dayspring of European liberty destined to arise. America, happy in the Atlantic, which severed her from Europe, now an almost universal scene of war or slavery, looked on in conscious security, and by reviving at this crisis disputed claims upon Britain, seemed to listen more to the recollection of recent enmity than of mutual language, manners, and descent. Birth of the King of Rome. Within a year after her marriage with Napoleon, the young empress was announced to have been taken with the pains of labor. The case was a difficult and distressing one, and the professional person employed lost courage, and was afraid to do what was necessary. Napoleon appeared in the apartment, and commanded him to proceed as if the patient were the wife of an ordinary burgess. She was at length successfully and safely delivered of a fine boy, which Bonaparte, with feelings doubtless as highly strung as after a battle gained, carried into the next apartment, and exhibited in triumph to the great officers and courtiers, by whom he was unanimously hailed King of Rome, the dignity which had been destined to the heir of the French Republic. The title did not indeed pass uncriticised. Some said that, taking the regal designation from a city where the very name of king had been accounted unlucky, had an ominous presage. Catholics objected to it, as it necessarily carried with it the recollection of the sacrilegious violence which had stripped the Pope of his temporal possessions, and lastly it was asked what chance there ever was of the execution of that part of the Italian constitution which, after Napoleon's death, guaranteed the succession in the kingdom of Italy to some one different from the Emperor of France, when the title of King of Rome was assumed as that of the heir of the French Empire. Such ominous remarks, however, only circulated among the disaffected, or passed with anti-imperial jests, satires, and calembours through such saloons of the Faubourg Saint-Germain as were still tenanted by the ancient and faithful adherents of the House of Bourbon. The city of Paris made as general a show of rejoicing as they ever testified when an heir was born to one of their most beloved sovereign's deputations, with addresses came from public bodies of every description, and that flattery might sound the very bass string of humility. The fashionable colour of dress for the season bore a name alluding to the young King of Rome, which delicacy, if not pride, ought to have rejected. But perhaps the strangest circumstance of the whole was that the old dethroned King of Spain and his consort undertook a journey for the purpose of carrying their personal congratulations on the birth of an heir to one who had deposed, and was detaining in prison their own lineage, and had laid Spain, their native dominions, in blood from the Pyrenees to the Pillars of Hercules. Napoleon and his more devoted admirers rejoiced in this happy incident as that which was most likely in their eyes to sustain the Empire of France, when fate should remove him by whom it was founded. The protection of the House of Austria, and the charm flung around the child by the high fame of the father, could not, it was thought, but ensure a peaceful accession to the throne, and an undisturbed security in possessing it. His life too was insured in future against such fanatics as that of Schonbrunn. For what purpose would it serve to cut off the emperor, when the empire was to survive and descend in all its strength upon his son and heir? Others there were who pretended that the advantages arising from the birth of the King of Rome were balanced by corresponding inconveniences. These asserted that several of the French great generals had followed the fortunes of Napoleon in hopes that upon his death in battle, or upon his natural decease, they or some of them might, like the successors of Alexander the Great, share amongst them the ample succession of kingdoms and principalities, which were likely to become the property of the strongest and bravest in the lottery, which might be expected to take place on the death of the great favourite of fortune. These great soldiers, it was surmised, being cut short of this fair prospect, would no longer have the same motives for serving the living Napoleon, whose inheritance at his death was now to descend like the patrimony of a peasant or burgess in the regular and lawful line of inheritance. But the politicians who argued thus did not sufficiently regard the pitch of superiority which Napoleon had attained over those around him. his habit of absolute command, theirs of implicit obedience, and the small likelihood there was of anyone who served under him venturing to incur his displeasure, and the risk of losing the rank and fortune, which most had actually obtained, by showing any marks of coldness or dissatisfaction, on account of the disappointment of distant and visionary hopes. There were others who augured different consequences from the effect of the same event on the feelings of Bonaparte's enemies, both open and unavowed. It had been a general belief, and certainly was founded on probability, that the immense but ill-constructed empire which Napoleon had erected would fall to pieces so soon as it was not kept steady and compact by the fear and admiration of his personal talents. Hence the damp cast by persons affecting a wise caution upon the general desire to shake off the yoke of France. They enlarged upon the invincible talent, upon the inevitable destinies of Napoleon personally. But they consoled the more impatient patriots by counselling them to await his death before making a daring attempt to vindicate their freedom. Such counsels were favourably listened to, because men are in spite of themselves always willing to listen to prudent arguments when they tend to postpone desperate risks. But this species of argument was ended when the inheritance of despotism seemed ready to be transmitted from father to son in direct descent. There was no termination seen to the melancholy prospect, nor was it easy for the most lukewarm of patriots to assign any longer a reason for putting off till Napoleon's death. The resistance which today demanded under these various lights was the birth of the King of Rome considered, and it may after all remain a matter of doubt whether the blessing of a son and heir, acceptable as it must necessarily have been to his domestic feelings, was politically of that advantage to him which the Emperor of France unquestionably expected. And now, before we begin to trace the growing differences betwixt France and Russia, which speedily led to such important consequences, we may briefly notice some circumstances connected with Spain and with Spanish affairs, though the two incidents which we are to mention first are rather of a detached and insulated nature. The ex-queen of Etruria. The first of these refers to the ex-queen of Etruria, a daughter, it will be remembered, of Charles, King of Spain, and a sister of Ferdinand. Upon this princess and her son Bonaparte had settled the kingdom of Etruria or Tuscany preparatory to the Bayonne intrigue. He had forcibly deprived her of this dignity in order to offer it as an indemnification to Ferdinand for the cession, which he proposed to that unhappy prince of the inheritance of Spain. Having contrived to obtain that cession, without any compensation, Bonaparte reserved Etruria to himself, and retained the late queen as a hostage for some time. She was permitted to reside with her parents at Campani, but afterwards, under pretext of conducting her to Parma, she was escorted to Nice, and there subjected to the severe vigilance of the police. The princess appears to have been quicker in her feelings than the greater part of her family, which does not indeed argue any violent degree of sensibility. Terrified, however, and alarmed at the situation in which she found herself, she endeavoured to effect an escape into England. 2 gentlemen of her retinue were sent to Holland for the purpose of arranging her flight, but her project was discovered on the 16th April 1811. Officers of police and gendarmes broke into the residence of the Queen at Nice, seized her person and papers, and after detaining her in custody for 2 months and threatening to try her by a military tribunal, they at length intimated to her a sentence condemning her. With her daughter, her son had been left very much indisposed at Campani, to be detained close prisoners in a monastery at Rome, to which she was compelled to repair within 24 hours after the notice of her doom. Her 2 agents, who had been previously made prisoners, were sent to Paris. They were condemned to death by a military commission, and were brought out for that purpose to the plain of Gresnel. One was shot on the spot, and pardon was extended to his companion when he was about to suffer the same punishment. The mental agony of the poor man had, however, affected the sources of life, and he died within a few days after the reprieve. The severity of this conduct towards a princess, a queen indeed, who had placed her person in Napoleon's hands, under the expectation that her liberty at least should not be abridged, was equally a breach of justice, humanity, and gentlemanlike courtesy. Lucien Bonaparte. It is curious that about the same time when Napoleon treated with so much cruelty a foreign and independent princess, merely because she expressed a desire to exchange her residence from France to England, his own brother Lucien was received with hospitality in that island so heartily detested, so frequently devoted to the fate of a second Carthage. Napoleon, who was always resolute in considering the princes of his own blood as the first slaves in the state, had become of late very urgent with Lucien to dismiss his wife and unite himself with some of the royal families on the continent, or at least to agree to bestow the hand of his daughter upon young Ferdinand of Spain, who had risen in favour by his behaviour on an occasion immediately to be mentioned, but Lucian determined at this time not to connect himself or his family with the career of his relative's ambition, resolved to settle in America and place the Atlantic betwixt himself and the importunities of his imperial brother. He applied to the British minister at Sardinia for a pass, who was under the necessity of referring him to his government. On this second application, he was invited to England, where he was permitted to live in freedom upon his parole, one officer only having superintendence of his movements and correspondence. These were in every respect blameless, and the ex-statesman who had played so distinguished a part in the great revolutionary game was found able to amuse himself with the composition of an epic poem on the subject of Charlemagne AD, somewhat more harmlessly than did his brother Napoleon in endeavouring again to rebuild and consolidate the vast empire of the son of Pepin. Another intrigue of a singular character, and which terminated in an unexpected manner, originated in an attempt of the English ministry to achieve the liberty of Ferdinand, the lawful king of Spain. A royal and a popular party had begun to show themselves in that distracted country, and to divert the attention of the patriots from uniting their efforts to accomplish the object of most engrossing importance, the recovery namely of their country from the intruding monarch and the French armies. The English government were naturally persuaded that Ferdinand, to whose name his subjects were so strongly attached, would be desirous and capable of placing himself, were he at liberty, at their head, putting an end to their disputes by his authority, and giving their efforts an impulse which could be communicated by no one but the King of Spain to the Spanish nation. It is no doubt true that had the government of England known the real character of this prince, a wish for his deliverance from France or his presence in Spain would have been the last which they would have formed. This misapprehension, however, was natural, and was acted upon. A Piedmontese of Irish extraction, called the Baron Carley, or Kelly, the selected agent of the British government, was furnished with some diamonds and valuable articles under pretext of disposing of which he was to obtain admission to the prince, then a prisoner at Valenquay, where his chief amusement, it is believed, was embroidering a gown and petticoat to be presented to the Virgin Mary. Carley was then to have informed the prince of his errand, effected Ferdinand's escape by means of confederates among the royalist party, and conveyed him to the coast, where a small squadron awaited the event of the enterprise, designed to carry the King of Spain to Gibraltar, or whither else he chose. In March 1810, Carley was put ashore in Quiberon Bay, whence he went to Paris to prepare for his enterprise. He was discovered, however, by the police, and arrested at the moment when he was setting out for Valenquay. Some attempts were made to induce him to proceed with the scheme, of which his papers enabled the police to comprehend the general plan, keeping communication at the same time with the French minister. As he disdained to undertake this treacherous character, Carley was committed close prisoner to the castle of Vincennes, while a person the same who betrayed his principal, and whose exterior in some degree answered the description of the British emissary, was sent to represent him at the castle of Valenquay. But Ferdinand, either suspicious of the snare which was laid for him, or poor-spirited enough to prefer a safe bondage to a brave risk incurred for liberty, would not listen to the supposed agent of Britain, and indeed denounced the pretended Carley to Barthélemy, the governor of the castle. The false Carley therefore returned to Paris, while the real one remained in the castle of Vincennes till the capture of Paris by the Allies. Ferdinand took credit in a letter to Bonaparte for having resisted the temptation held out to him by the British government, who had, as he pathetically observed, abused his name, and occasioned by doing so the shedding of much blood in Spain. He again manifested his ardent wish to become the adopted son of the emperor, his hope that the author and abettors of the scheme to deliver him might be brought to condign punishment, and concluded with a hint that he was extremely desirous to leave Valenquay, a residence which had nothing about it but what was unpleasant, and was not in any respect fitted for him. The hint of Ferdinand about a union with Buonaparte's family probably led to the fresh importunity on the emperor's part which induced Lucian to leave Italy. Ferdinand did not obtain the change of residence he desired, nor does he seem to have profited in any way by his candour towards his keeper, excepting that he evaded the strict confinement, or yet worse fate to which he might have been condemned, had he imprudently confided in the false Baron Carley. Massena and Wellington. In Portugal, the great struggle betwixt Massena and Wellington, upon which, as we formerly observed, the eyes of the world were fixed, had been finally decided in favour of the English general. This advantage was attained by no assistance of the elements none of those casual occurrences which are called chances of war be no dubious or even venturous risks be, the decision of no single battle lost or won, but solely by the superiority of one great general over another, at the awful game in which neither had yet met a rival. For more than 4 months Massena, with as fine an army as had ever left France, lay looking at the impregnable lines, with which the British forces, so greatly inferior in numerical strength, were covering Lisbon, the object of his expedition to assail in such a position troops, whose valour he had felt at Busaco would have been throwing away the lives of his soldiers, and to retreat was to abandon the enterprise which his master had entrusted to him with a confidence in his skill, and his good fortune which must in that case have been thereafter sorely abated. Massena tried every effort which military skill could supply to draw his foe out of his place of advantage. He threatened to carry the war across the Tagus, threatened to extend his army towards Oporto, but each demonstration he made had been calculated upon and anticipated by his antagonist, and was foiled almost without an effort. At length, exhausted by the want of supplies and the interruption of his communications after lying 1 month at Alenka, Massena retreated to Santerme as preferable winter quarters, but in the beginning of March he found that these were equally untenable, and became fully sensible that if he desired to save the remnant of a sickly and diminished army, it must necessarily be by a speedy retreat. This celebrated movement, decisive of the fate of the campaign, commenced about the 4th of March. There are 2 different points in which Massena's conduct may be regarded, and they differ as light and darkness if it be considered in the capacity of that of a human being. The indignant reader, were we to detail the horrors which he permitted his soldiers to perpetrate, would almost deny his title to the name. It is a vulgar superstition that when the enemy of mankind is invoked, and appears, he destroys in his retreat the building which has witnessed the apparition. It seemed as if the French in leaving Portugal were determined that ruins alone should remain to show they had once been. Their military license was let loose in its most odious and frightful shape, and the crimes which were committed embraced all that is horrible to humanity. But if a curtain is dropped on these horrors, and Massena is regarded merely as a military leader, his retreat perhaps did him as much honour as any of the great achievements which formerly had made his name famous. If he had been rightly called Fortune's favourite, he now showed that his reputation did not depend on her smile, but could be maintained by his own talents, while she shone on other banners. In retreating through the north of Portugal, a rugged and mountainous country, he was followed by Lord Wellington, who allowed him not a moment's respite. The movements of the troops, to those who understood and had the calmness to consider them, were as regular consequences of each other as occur in the game of chess. The French were repeatedly seen drawn up on ground where it seemed impossible to dislodge them, and as often the bayonets of a British column which had marched by some distant route were observed twinkling in the direction of their flank, intimating that their line was about to be turned. But this was only the signal for Massena to recommence his retreat, which he did before the English troops could come up, nor did he fail again to halt where opportunity offered, until again dislodged by his sagacious and persevering pursuer. At length, the French were fairly driven out of the Portuguese territory, excepting the garrison in the frontier town of Almeida, of which Lord Wellington formed first the blockade, and afterwards the siege. Battle of Fuentes de Nora. So soon as he escaped from the limits of Portugal, Massena hastened to draw together such reinforcements as he could obtain in Castile, collected once more a large force, and within about a fortnight after he had effected his retreat, resumed the offensive with the view of relieving Almeida, which was the sole trophy remaining to show his triumphant advance. In the preceding season Lord Wellington did not refuse the battle which took place on the 5th of May near Fuentes de Onoro. The conflict was well disputed, but the French general sustained a defeat notwithstanding his superiority of numbers, and particularly of cavalry. He then retreated from the Portuguese frontier, having previously sent orders for the evacuation of Almeida by the garrison, which the French commandant executed with much dexterity. On the more southern frontier of Portugal, Lord Beresford fought also a dreadful and sanguinary battle. The action was in some measure indecisive, but Soult, who commanded the French, failed in obtaining such a success as enabled him to accomplish his object, which was the raising of the siege of Badajoz in Portugal. Therefore, and along its frontiers, the British had been uniformly successful, and their countrymen at home began once more to open their ears to the suggestions of hope and courage. Cadiz, also the remaining bulwark of the patriots, had been witness to a splendid action. General Graham, with a body of British troops, had sallied out from the garrison in March 1811, and obtained a victory upon the heights of Barossa, which had he been properly seconded by the Spanish general Leipner, would have been productive of a serious influence upon the events of the siege, and which, even though it remained imperfect, gave heart and confidence to the besieged and struck a perpetual damp into the besiegers who found themselves bearded in their own position. There had been much fighting through Spain with various results, but if we dare venture to use such an emblem, the bush, though burning, was not consumed, and Spain continued that sort of general resistance which seemed to begin, after all usual means of regular opposition had failed, as nature often musters her strength to combat a disease which the medical assistants have pronounced mortal. Catalonia, though her strongholds were lost, continued, under the command of de Lacy and de Eroles, to gain occasional advantages over the enemy, and Spain saw Figueras, one of her strongest fortresses, recovered by the bold stratagem of Rivera, a doctor of divinity and commander. Guerrilla party being instantly besieged by the French and ill supplied with provisions, the place was indeed speedily regained, but the possibility of its being taken was, to the peculiarly tenacious spirit of the Spaniards, more encouraging than its recapture was matter of dismay. But chiefly, the auxiliary British, with the Portuguese who, trained by the care of Lord Beresford, were fit to sustain their part in line by the side of their allies, showed that they were conducted in a different spirit from that which made their leaders in former expeditions stand with one foot on sea and one on land, never venturing from the sight of the ocean, as if they led amphibious creatures who required the use of both elements to secure their existence, and the scheme of whose campaign was to rout and repel as they best could the attacks of the enemy, but seldom to venture upon anticipating or disconcerting his plans to protect Galicia, for example, when invaded by the French Lord Wellington, though with a much inferior army than he was well aware could be brought against him, formed the blockade of Ciudad Rodrigo, thus compelling the enemy to desist from their proposed attempt on that province, and to concentrate their forces for the relief of that important place. Such a concentration could not, in the condition of the French armies, be effected without much disadvantage. It afforded breathing space for all the guerrillas, and an opportunity which they never neglected of acting with their usual courage and sagacity against small parties and convoys of the French, as well as that of seizing upon any posts which the enemy might have been obliged to leave imperfectly defended. And when the French had collected their whole force to overwhelm the British general and his forces, Marmont had the mortification to see the former withdraw from the presence of a superior enemy with as much calmness and security as if marching through a peaceful country. Nothing remained for the French general save to detail in the pages of the Moniteur what must have been the fate of the English, but for their hasty and precipitate flight, when the well-concerted and boldly executed enterprise of Arroyo Molinos convinced him to his cost that a retreat was no route in this village. Upwards of 1,400 French were taken prisoners at a moment when they least expected to be attacked. This little action showed a spirit of hazard, a disposition to assume the offensive which the French did not expect from the British forces, and they were for the first time foiled in their own military qualities of vigilance, enterprise, and activity in Britain. Also the nation perceived that their army showed the same courage and the same superiority which had been considered as the exclusive property of their gallant sailors. The French were defeated under the Rock of Gibraltar by the Spanish General Ballesteros, and their General Gardinet blew out his own brains rather than face the account to which Soult, his commander-in-chief, was about to summon him. Tarifa, in the same quarter, was defended successfully by a garrison of mingled Spaniards and British, and the French were computed to have lost before it about 2,500 men. On the other hand, the French discipline continued to render them superior over the Patriots, wherever the latter could be brought to face them in anything resembling a pitched battle. Thus Blake, after a gallant action, was totally defeated near Murvidro, and that town itself fell into possession of the enemy, a more severe consequence of the Battle of Ocana, as that disastrous action was termed, was the capture of Valencia, where Blake and the remainder of his army were made prisoners. But amid those vicissitudes of good or bad fortune, Spain continued to Bonaparte the same harassing and exhausting undertaking which it had been almost from the commencement. Sickness and want made more ravages amongst the French troops than the sword of the enemy, though that did not lie idle. Many of the districts are unhealthy to strangers, but of these as well as others it was necessary for the invaders to retain possession there. While numerous deaths happened among the troops, the guerrillas watched the remnant until sickness and fatigue had reduced the garrisons to a number insufficient for defense, and then pounced upon them like birds of prey on a fallen animal upon whom they have been long in attendance. Joseph wishes to abdicate. besides disunion, continued to reign among the French generals. Joseph, although in point of power the very shadow of what a king ought to be, had spirit enough to resent the condition in which he was placed amid the haughty military chiefs, who acknowledged no superior beside the emperor, and listened to no commands save those emanating from Paris. He wrote to his brother a letter, accompanying a formal abdication of the throne of Spain, unless he was to be placed in more complete authority than even the orders of Napoleon himself had hitherto enabled him to attain. But the prospect of a northern war approaching nearer and nearer Napoleon was induced to postpone his brother's request, although so pressingly urged, and Spain was in some measure left to its fate during the still more urgent events of the Russian campaign. Chapter Roman 55, retrospect of the causes leading to the rupture with Russia, originate in the Treaty of Tilsit. Alleged reasons of complaint. Arguments of Napoleon's counsellors against war with Russia. Fouch is against the war presents a memorial to Napoleon upon the subject. His answer: Napoleon's views in favour of the war as urged to his various advisers. Rupture with Russia. We are now approaching the verge of that fated year when fortune, hitherto unwearied in her partiality towards Napoleon, turned first upon himself personally. A clouded and stormy aspect. Losses he had sustained both by land and sea, but he could still remark, as when he first heard of the defeat at Trafalgar, I was not there. I could not be everywhere at once, but he was soon to experience misfortunes to the narrative of which he could not apply this proud commentary. The reader must be first put in remembrance of the causes of the incipient quarrel betwixt the Empire of France and that of Russia. Notwithstanding the subsequent personal intimacy which took place betwixt the two sovereigns, and which for 5 years prevented the springing up of any enmity betwixt Alexander and Napoleon, the seeds of that quarrel were nevertheless to be found in the Treaty of Pacification of Tilsit itself. Russia, lying remote from aggression in every other part of her immense territory, is open to injury on that important western frontier by which she is united with Europe, and in those possessions by virtue of which she claims to be a member of the European Republic. The partition of Poland, unjust as it was in every point of view, was a measure of far greater importance to Russia than either to Austria or Prussia, for while that state possessed its former semi-barbarous and stormy independence, it lay interposed in a great measure betwixt Russia and the rest of Europe, or in other words betwixt her and the civilized world. Any revolution which might restore Poland to the independence for which the inhabitants had not ceased to sigh would have effectually thrust the Tsar back upon his forests, destroyed his interest and influence in European affairs, and reduced him comparatively to the rank of an Asiatic sovereign. This liberation of their country, and the reunion of its dismembered provinces under a national constitution, was what the Poles expected from Bonaparte. For this they crowded to his standard after the Battle of Jena, and although he was too cautious to promise anything explicitly concerning the restoration of Poland to its rank among nations, yet most of his measures indicated a future purpose of accomplishing that work. Thus, when those Polish provinces, which had fallen to the portion of Prussia, were formed into the Grand Duchy of Warsaw as an independent principality, and the sovereignty was conferred not without a secret meaning on the King of Saxony, a descendant of the ancient monarchs of Poland, what could this be supposed to indicate save the commencement of an independent state, to which might be added as opportunity occurred the remaining districts of Poland, which had been seized upon by Austria and Russia? To what purpose, asked those statesmen who belonged to the old Russian or anti-Gallican party in the empire, are those stipulations for a free military road and passage of troops from Saxony to Warsaw and its territory through Silesia, if it is not that France may preserve the means of throwing an overpowering force into the duchy so soon as it shall be her pleasure to undo the work of the sage Catherine, by depriving Russia of those rich Polish provinces which her policy had added to the empire? Wherefore, asked the same persons, should there have been a special article in the same Treaty of Tilsit that France should retain Danzig until a maritime peace, unless it was to serve as a place of arms in the event of a new war with Russia, the probability of which Napoleon therefore must certainly have calculated upon, even at the very moment when he cultivated such close personal intimacy with the Emperor Alexander. These suspicions were considerably increased by the articles of peace concluded with Austria at Schönbrunn. By that treaty all western Galicia, together with the city of Krakow and other territories, were disjoined from Austria, and added to the dukedom of Warsaw, marking, it was supposed, still farther the intention of Napoleon at one time or another to restore in its integrity the ancient kingdom of Poland, of which Russia alone now held the full share allotted to her by the partition treaties. Other causes led to the same conclusion. The old Russians, a numerous and strong party in the empire, which comprehended the greater part of the large landholders, felt, as they had done under the Emperor Paul, much distress national and personal, from the interruption of the British trade, by Bonaparte's continental system, their timber, their pitch, their potash, their hemp, and other bulky and weighty commodities, the chief produce of their estates, for which the British had been ready customers, remained on their hands, while they were deprived of the colonial produce and manufactures of Britain, which they were wont to receive in exchange for those articles with mutual profit and convenience to both parties. It was in vain that, to reconcile them to this state of interdiction, they saw in the speeches and decrees of Bonaparte tirades about the freedom of the seas and the maritime tyranny of England. It seemed an illumined species of liberation, which began by the destruction of their commerce and impoverishment of their estates, and the Russian boyards could no more comprehend the declamation of Bonaparte against the English than the millers of the Ebro could be made to understand the denunciation of Don Quixote against their customers. These magnates only saw that the ruler of France wished them to submit to great commercial distress and inconvenience in order to accelerate his plan of ruining Great Britain, after which achievement he might find it a more easy undertaking to destroy their own natural importance as a European power by re-establishing Poland and resuming the fertile provinces on the western boundary, thus leading the Russian cabinet, if the French interest should remain paramount there, by a very disadvantageous road, to a still more disastrous conclusion. There was besides spread through the Russian nation generally a sense that France was treating their emperor rather on the footing of an inferior. It is a thing entirely unknown in diplomacy that one government should pretend a right to dictate to another, who is upon terms of equality, the conditions on which she should conduct her commerce, and the assuming such a right seconded by threatening language in case of non-compliance has been always held a legitimate cause of war. Indeed, the opinion that the French League disgraced the Russian nation, plunged their country into embarrassments, and was likely to occasion still farther misfortunes to them, became so general that the emperor must have paid some attention to the wishes of his people, even if his own friendship with Bonaparte had not been cooled by late occurrences. The alliance with Austria was of a character calculated to alarm Alexander. Russia and Austria, though they had a common interest to withstand the overpowering strength of Bonaparte, had been in ordinary times always rivals and sometimes enemies. It was the interference of Austria which upon several occasions checked the progress of the Russians in Turkey, and it was Austria also which formed a barrier against the increase of their power in the south of Europe. The family connection therefore formed by Bonaparte with the House of Habsburg made him still more formidable to Russia, as likely to embrace the quarrels and forward the pretensions of that power against the Tsar, even if France herself should have none to discuss with him. But there was no need to have recourse to remote causes of suspicion. Russia had and must always have had direct and immediate cause of jealousy, while France or her emperor claimed the permanent right of thinking and deciding for her, as well as other nations, in the relations of commerce and others, in which every independent state is most desirous of exercising the right of deliberating for herself. This was the true state of the case. To remain the ally of Bonaparte, Alexander must have become his vassal. To attempt to be independent of him was to make him his enemy, and it can be no wonder that a sovereign so proud and powerful as the Tsar chose rather to stand the hazard of battle than diminish the luster or compromise the independence of his ancient crown. The time, too, for resistance seemed as favorable as Russia could ever expect. The War of Spain, though checkered in its fortune, was in no respect near a sudden end. It occupied 250,000 of the best and oldest French troops, demanded also an immense expenditure, and diminished, of course, the power of the French emperor to carry on the war on the frontiers of Russia. A conclusion of these wasting hostilities would have rendered him far more formidable with respect to the quality as well as the number of his disposable forces, and it seemed the interest of Russia not to wait till that period should arrive. The same arguments which recommended to Russia to choose the immediate moment for resisting the extravagant pretensions of France ought, in point of prudence, to have induced Napoleon to desist from urging such pretensions, and to avoid the voluntarily engaging in two wars at the same time, both of a character decidedly national, and to only one of which he could give the influence of his own talents and his own presence his best and wisest generals whom he consulted, or to speak more properly to whom he opened his purpose, used various arguments to induce him to alter, or at least defer his resolution. He himself hesitated for more than a year, and was repeatedly upon the point of settling with Russia, the grounds of disagreement betwixt them upon amicable terms. Complaints of the Tsar. The reasons of complaint on the part of the Tsar were 4 in number. Roman 1. The alarm given to Russia, by the extension of the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, by the Treaty of Schönbrunn, as if it were destined to be the central part of an independent state, or kingdom in Poland, to which those provinces of that dismembered country which had become part of Russia were at some convenient time to be united on this point. The Tsar demanded an explicit engagement on the part of the French Emperor that the Kingdom of Poland should not be again established. Napoleon declined this form of guarantee, as it seemed to engage him to warrant Russia against an event which might happen without his cooperation, but he offered to pledge himself that he would not favor any enterprise which should directly or indirectly lead to the re-establishment of Poland as an independent state. This modified acquiescence in what was required by Russia fell considerably short of what the Tsar wished, for the stipulation as at first worded would have amounted to an engagement on the part of France to join in opposing any step towards Polish independence, whereas according to the modification which it received at Paris, it only implied that France should remain neuter if such an attempt should take place. Roman 2. The wrong done by including the Duchy of Oldenburg, though guaranteed by the Treaty of Tilsit, to its prince the Tsar's near relative and ally in the territory, annexed to France, admitted of being compensated by an indemnification, but Russia desired that this indemnification should be either the city of Danzig or some equally important territory on the frontiers of the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, which might offer an additional guarantee against the apprehended enlargement of that state. France would not listen to this, though she did not object to compensation elsewhere. Roman 3. The third point in question was the degree to which the Russian commerce with England was to be restricted. Napoleon proposed to grant some relaxation on the occasions where the produce of Russia was exported in exchange for that of England to be effected by the way of mutual licenses. Roman 4. It was proposed to revise the Russian tariff of 1810, so as without injuring the interests of Russia, it might relax the heavy duties imposed on the objects of French commerce. From this statement, which comprehends the last basis on which Napoleon expressed himself willing to treat, it is quite evident that had there not been a deeper feeling of jealousy and animosity betwixt the two emperors than those expressed in the subjects of actual debate, betwixt them, these might have been accommodated in an amicable way. But as it was impossible for Napoleon to endure being called to account like a sovereign of the second rate, or at least in the tone of an equal, by the Emperor of Russia, so the latter, more and more alarmed by the motions of the French armies which were advancing into Pomerania, could not persuade himself that in agreeing to admit the present grounds of complaint Napoleon meant more than to postpone the fatal struggle for superiority, until he should find a convenient time to commence it with a more absolute prospect of success. In the meantime and ere the negotiations were finally broken off, Bonaparte's councillors urged him with as much argument as they dared to desist from running the hazard of an enterprise so remote, so hazardous, and so little called for. They contended that no French interest and no national point of honour were involved in the disagreement which had arisen, the principles upon which the points of dispute might be settled being in a manner agreed upon. They argued that their master should stop in their military preparations to march an army into Prussia, and to call forth the Prussians as auxiliaries would, they contended, be using measures towards Russia which could not but bring on the war which they anxiously deprecated. To submit to menaces supported by demonstrations of open force would be destructive of the influence of Russia, both at home and abroad. She could not be expected to give way without a struggle. War with Russia. These advisers allowed that a case might be conceived for justifying an exertion to destroy the power of Russia, a case arising out of the transactions between France and the other states of Europe, and out of the apprehension that these states, aggrieved and irritated by the conduct of France, might be tempted to seek a leader, patron, and protector in the Emperor Alexander. But this extremity, they alleged, could not exist so long as France had the means of avoiding a perilous war by a mitigation of her policy towards her vassals and auxiliaries, for if the states whose revolt, so to call it, was apprehended, could be reconciled to France by a more lenient course of measures to be adopted towards them, they would lose all temptation to fly to Russia as a protector. In such case, the power of Russia would no longer give jealousy to France, or compel her to rush to a dubious conflict for the purpose of diminishing an influence, which could not then become dangerous to the Southern Empire, by depriving France of her clientage. It might have been added, though it could not be so broadly spoken out, that in this point of view, nothing would have been more easy for France than to modify or soften her line of policy in favor of the inferior states, in whose favor the Russian interference was expected or apprehended. That policy had uniformly been a system of insult and menace. The influence which France had gained in Europe grew less out of treaty than fear, founded on the recollection of former wars. All the states of Germany felt the melancholy consequences of the existence of despotic power, vested in men who, like Napoleon himself and the military governors whom he employed, were new to the exercise and enjoyment of their authority, and on the other hand, the French emperor and his satellites felt towards the people of the conquered or subjected states the constant apprehension which a conscious sense of injustice produces in the minds of oppressors, namely, that the oppressed only watch for a safe opportunity to turn against them. There was therefore no French interest or even point of honor which called on Napoleon to make war on Alexander, and the temptation seems to have amounted solely to the desire on Napoleon's part to fight a great battle, to gain a great victory, to occupy with his victorious army another great capital, and, in fine, to subject to his arms the power of Russia, which of all the states on the continent remained the only one that could be properly termed independent of France. It was in this light that the question of peace and war was viewed by the French politicians of the day, and it is curious to observe in the reports we have of their arguments the total absence of principle which they display in the examination of it. They dwell on the difficulty of Napoleon's undertaking, upon its dangers, upon its expense, upon the slender prospect of any remuneration by the usual modes of confiscation, plunder, or levy of contributions. They enlarge, too, upon the little probability there was that success in the intended war would bring to a conclusion the disastrous contest in Spain, and all these various arguments are insinuated or urged with more or less vehemence, according to the character, the station, or the degree of intimacy with Napoleon of the counsellor who ventured to use the topics. But among his advisers none that we read or hear of had the open and manly courage to ask where was the justice of this attack upon Russia. What had she done to merit it? The emperors were friends by the Treaty of Tilsit, confirmed by personal intimacy, and the closest intercourse at Erfurt. How had they ceased to be such? What had happened since that period to place Russia, then the friend and confessed equal of France, in the situation of a subordinate and tributary state? On what pretence did Napoleon confiscate to his own use the Duchy of Oldenburg, acknowledged as the property of Alexander's brother-in-law by an express article in the Treaty of Tilsit? By what just right could he condemn the Russian nation to all the distresses of his anti-commercial system, while he allowed them to be a free and independent state, above all while he considered them as a sovereign and a people entitled to be treated with the usual respect due between powers that are connected by friendly treaties? With what pretense of justice or even decency could he proceed to enforce claims so unfounded in themselves, by introducing his own forces on their frontier and arming their neighbors against them for the same purpose? Of these pleas in moral justice there was not a word urged, nor was silence wonderful on this fruitful topic, since to insist upon it would have been to strike at the fundamental principle of Bonaparte's policy, which was never to neglect a present advantage for the sake of observing a general principle. Let us hear of no general principles, said Bonaparte's favourite minister of the period. Ours is a government not regulated by theory, but by emerging circumstances. Fouche's memorial. We ought not to omit to mention that Fouche, among others, took up a testimony against the Russian war. He had been permitted to return to his chateau of Ferrières near Paris, under the apology that the air of Italy did not agree with his constitution, but Napoleon distrusted him, and the police were commissioned to watch with the utmost accuracy the proceedings of their late master. Fouche was well aware of this, and desirous that his remonstrance with the emperor should have all the force of an unexpected argument, he shut himself up in the strictest seclusion, while engaged in composing a production, which perhaps he hoped might be a means of recalling him to recollection, if not to favour. In an able and eloquent memorial, Fouche reminded Bonaparte that he was already the absolute master of the finest empire the world had ever seen, and that all the lessons of history went to demonstrate the impossibility of attaining universal monarchy. The French Empire had arrived, according to the reasoning of this able statesman, at that point when its ruler should rather think of securing and consolidating his present acquisitions than of achieving farther conquests, since whatever his empire might acquire in extent, it was sure to lose in solidity. Fouche stated the extent of the country which Napoleon was about to invade, the poverty of the soil, the rigor of the climate, and the distance which each fresh victory must remove him from his resources annoyed, as his communications were sure to be by nations of Cossacks and Tartars. He implored the emperor to remember the fate of Charles Roman XII of Sweden. If that warlike monarch, he said, had not like Napoleon half Europe in arms at his back, neither had his opponent the Tsar Peter 400,000 soldiers and 50,000 Cossacks, the invader, it was stated, would have against him the dislike of the higher ranks, the fanaticism of the peasantry, the exertions of soldiers accustomed to the severity of the climate. There were besides to be dreaded, in case of the slightest reverse, the intrigues of the English, the fickleness of his continental allies, and even the awakening of discontent and conspiracy in France itself, should an idea generally arise that he was sacrificing the welfare of the state to the insatiable desire of fresh enterprises and distant conquests. Fouch presented himself at the Tuileries, and requested an audience of the emperor, hoping doubtless that the unexpected circumstance of his appearing there, and the reasoning in his memorial, would excite Napoleon's attention. To his great surprise, Napoleon, with an air of easy indifference, began the audience. "I am no stranger, Monsieur le Duc, to your errand. Here you have a memorial to present. Give it me, I will read it, though I know already its contents. The war with Russia is not more agreeable to you than that of Spain. Your Imperial Majesty will pardon my having ventured to offer some observations on this important crisis," said the statesman, astonished to find himself anticipated, when he believed he had labored in the most absolute secrecy. "It is no crisis," resumed Napoleon, "merely a war of a character entirely political. Spain will fall when I have annihilated the English influence at St. Petersburg. I have 800,000 men, and to one who has such an army Europe is but an old prostitute who must obey his pleasure. Was it not yourself who told me that the word impossible was not good French? I regulate my conduct more on the opinion of my army than the sentiments of you grandees who are become too rich, and while you pretend anxiety for me, only are apprehensive of the general confusion which would follow my death. Don't disquiet yourself, but consider the Russian war as a wise measure demanded by the true interests of France and the general security. Am I to blame because the great degree of power I have already attained forces me to assume the dictatorship of the world? My destiny is not yet accomplished. My present situation is but a sketch of a picture which I must finish. There must be one universal European code, one court of appeal, the same money, the same weights and measures, the same laws must have currency through Europe. I must make one nation out of all the European states, and Paris must be the capital of the world. At present, you no longer serve me well because you think my affairs are in danger, but before a year is over you will assist me with the same zeal and ardor as at the periods of Marengo and Austerlitz. You will see more than all this. It is I who assure you of it. Adieu, Monsieur le Duc. Do not play the disgraced courtier or the captious critic of public affairs, and be so good as to put a little confidence in your emperor." He then turned his back on Fouch, and left him to reflect by what means he who so well knew all the machinations of the police could himself have become exposed to their universal vigilance, with some cause, perhaps, to rejoice that his secret employment, though unpleasing to Bonaparte, was not of a character to attract punishment as well as animadversion. Rupture with Russia. As Napoleon discountenanced and bore down the remonstrances of the subtle Fouch, so he represented to his various advisers the war upon which he was unalterably determined, in the light most proper to bring them over to his own opinion. To the army, in general, the mere name of war was in itself a sufficient recommendation. It comprehended preferment, employment, plunder, distinction, and pensions to the generals. It afforded marshals batons, to the marshals crowns and scepters to the civilians. He urged as to Fouch that it was a war of policy, of necessity, the last act in the drama, but indispensably requisite to conclude the whole. To his most intimate friends, he expressed his conviction that his fortune could not stand still, that it was founded on public opinion, and that if he did not continue to advance, he must necessarily retrograde. To his uncle Cardinal Fesch, he used still more extraordinary argument. This prelate, a devout Catholic, had begun to have compunction about his nephew's behaviour towards the Pope, and these sentiments mingled like an ominous feeling with the alarms excited by the risks of this tremendous undertaking. With more than usual freedom he conjured his kinsman to abstain from tempting Providence. He entreated him not to defy heaven and earth, the wrath of man, and the fury of the elements at the same time, and expressed his apprehension that he must at length sink under the weight of the enmity which he incurred daily. The only answer which Bonaparte vouchsafed was to lead the cardinal to the window, and opening the casement and pointing upwards to ask him if he saw yonder star. No, sire, answered the astonished cardinal. But I see it, answered Bonaparte, and turned from his relation, as if he had fully confuted his arguments. This speech might admit of two meanings: either that Napoleon wished in this manner to express that his own powers of penetration were superior to those of the cardinal, or it might have reference to a certain superstitious confidence in his predestined good fortune, which we have already observed he was known to entertain. But as it was not Napoleon's fashion whatever reliance he might place on such auguries to neglect any means of ensuring success within his power, we are next to inquire what political measures he had taken to carry on the proposed Russian war to advantage. Chapter Roman 56 Allies on whose assistance Bonaparte might count causes which alienated from him the Prince Royal of Sweden, who signs a treaty with Russia. Delicate situation of the King of Prussia, whose alliance the Emperor Alexander on that account declines. A treaty with France, dictated to Prussia. Relations between Austria and France. In order to preserve them, Bonaparte is obliged to come under an engagement not to revolutionize Poland. His error of policy in neglecting to cultivate the alliance of the portamount of Bonaparte's army levies for the protection of France in the Emperor's absence. Storming of Ciudad Rodrigo by Lord Wellington. Bonaparte makes overtures of peace to Lord Castlereagh. The correspondence broken off ultimatum of Russia rejected. Napoleon sets out from Paris 9th May 1812 and meets the sovereigns his allies at Dresden. A last attempt of Napoleon to negotiate with Alexander proves unsuccessful. The several powers who might in their different degrees of strength aid or impede the last and most daring of Bonaparte's undertakings were Denmark, Saxony, Sweden and Prussia in the north of Europe, in the south Austria, and the Turkish Empire. Denmark and Saxony were both devoted to the cause of France, but the former power, who had made over to Napoleon her seamen, had no land troops to spare for his assistance. The few that she had on foot were scarce sufficient to protect her against any enterprise of Sweden or England. Saxony was also the firm friend of Napoleon, who had enlarged her dominions and changed her ruler's electoral bonnet into a royal crown. It is true, if Poland was to be regenerated, as seemed to be the natural consequence of a war with Russia, the King of Saxony must have reckoned upon losing his ducal interest in the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, but from this he derived little present advantage, and as he was secure of indemnification, the apprehension of that loss did not prevent him from following the banner of Napoleon with the same goodwill as ever. Prince Royal of Sweden. Very different was the condition of Sweden. That kingdom, since the reign of Francis Roman I, had been the ancient and natural ally of France against Russia, in acting against which last power her local advantages afforded great facility. Sweden was also governed at the moment by a Frenchman, but the Prince Royal had received more injuries and affronts than favours at the hands of the Emperor Napoleon, and the violent policy which the latter was in the habit of using towards those of his allies and neighbours, who did not submit unresistingly to all his demands, had alienated from France the hearts of the Swedes, and from his own person the friendship of his old companion in arms. We have mentioned the mode of argument, or rather declamation, which he had used to compel the Swedes into a total exclusion of English manufactures, contrary to a reservation made in a recent treaty, by which the Swedes had retained the right of importing colonial goods and salt, while consenting to exclude British commodities. Generally, with the same urgency and menaces, he had compelled the Crown Prince to declare war against Britain. But although Napoleon succeeded in both points, he could not oblige Britain to treat Sweden as a belligerent power. On the contrary, England seemed not in the slightest degree to alter the relations of amity to a state whom she considered as having adopted the attitude of an enemy towards her merely from compulsion too powerful to be resisted. This moderation on the part of Great Britain did not prevent Sweden from feeling all the evils of the antisocial system of Bonaparte. Her commerce was reduced to a mere coasting trade, and her vessels skulked from port to port, exposed to the depredations of Danish and French privateers, who seized upon and confiscated upwards of 50 Swedish ships. Under pretence of enforcing the non-intercourse system, the Prince Royal applied for redress at the court of Paris, but although vague promises were given, yet neither were the acts of piracy discontinued, nor any amends made for those daily committed. The Baron Olquer, who was the French envoy at Stockholm, used, according to Bernadotte's expression, the language of a Roman proconsul, without remembering that he did not speak to slaves. When asked, for example, to state categorically what Napoleon expected from Sweden, and what he proposed to grant her in return, Olquer answered that the Emperor expected from Sweden compliance in every point conformable to his system, after which it would be time enough to inquire into what his Imperial Majesty might be disposed to do in favour of Sweden. On another occasion, the French envoy had the assurance to decline farther intercourse with the Crown Prince on the subject of his mission, and to desire that some other person might be appointed to communicate with him, there can be no doubt that in this singular course of diplomacy Baron Ulquire obeyed his master's instructions, who was determined to treat the Prince Royal of Sweden emancipated, as he was from his allegiance to France by letter patent from the imperial chancery, as if he had still been his subject, and serving in his armies. Napoleon went so far as to say before his courtiers that he had a mind to make Bernadotte finish his lessons in the Swedish language in the castle of Vincennes. It is even said that the emperor thought seriously of putting this threat into execution, and that a plot was actually formed to seize the person of the Prince Royal, putting him on board a vessel, and bringing him prisoner to France, but he escaped this danger by the information of an officer named Salazar, formerly an aide-de-camp of Marmont, who conveyed to the prince timely information of the outrage which was intended. With so many causes of mutual animosity between France and Sweden, all arising out of the impolitic vehemence by which Bonaparte endeavoured to drive rather than lead the Prince Royal into the measures he desired, it can hardly be supposed that the last would neglect any opportunity to assert his independence, and his resolution not to submit to a superiority so degrading in itself, and so ungraciously, and even unmercifully exercised. Such was the state of matters betwixt the two countries, when from the approaching war with Russia, the assistance of Sweden became essential to France. But what bait could Napoleon hold out to bring back an alienated friend? He might indeed offer to assist Bernadotte in regaining the province of Finland, which by the connivance of Napoleon had been conquered by Russia. But the Crown Prince concluded that to enter into a war with the view of recovering Finland would occasion expenses which the country could not afford, and which the acquisition of Finland could not compensate, even supposing it sure to be accomplished. Besides, the repossession of Finland would engage Sweden in perpetual disputes with Russia, whereas the two nations, separated by the Gulf of Bothnia, had at present no cause of difference. On the other hand, by siding with Russia in the great contest which was impending, Sweden might expect the assistance of that empire, as well as of Britain, to achieve from Denmark, the ally of France, the conquest of her kingdom of Norway, which in its geographical situation lay so conveniently for Sweden, and afforded her the whole range of seacoast along the western shores of Scandinavia. It is said that the Prince Royal offered to Napoleon to enter into a league offensive and defensive with France, providing Norway as well as Finland were added to his dominions, but the emperor rejected the terms with disdain. The whole alleged negotiation, however, has been disputed and denied. So soon as Bonaparte found there was no hope of conciliating the Prince Royal, which indeed he scarce seems seriously to have attempted, he proceeded without waiting for the ceremony of declaring war to strike against Sweden, the most severe, or rather the only blow in his power. In January 1812, General Davoust marched into Swedish Pomerania, the only possession of Sweden south of the Baltic Sea, seized upon the country and its capital, and proceeded to menace the military occupation of Prussia, so far as that country was not already in the hands of France. Receiving no satisfaction for this aggression, Sweden, 24th March 1812, signed a treaty with Russia declaring war against France, and proposing a diversion with a joint force of 25 or 30,000 Swedes, together with 15 or 20,000 Russians, upon some point of Germany, and the Emperor of Russia became bound either by negotiation or military cooperation to unite the Kingdom of Norway to that of Sweden, and to hold the Russian army which was at present in Finland as disposable for that purpose. Thus was the force of Sweden rendered yet more considerable by the high military character of its present chief, thrown into the scale against France, to whom, but for the passionate and impolitic character of Napoleon's proceedings towards her, she might in all probability have remained the same useful and faithful ally which she had been since the alliance of Francis Roman I with Gustavus Vasa. No reason can be discovered for insulting Sweden at the precise moment when her cooperation would have been so useful, excepting the animosity of Napoleon against a prince whom he regarded as an ancient rival before the 18th Brumaire, and now as a contumacious and rebellious vassal. A due regard to the honour and interest of France would have induced him to lay aside such personal considerations, but this does not appear to have been in Bonaparte's nature, who, if he remembered benefits, had also a tenacious recollection of enmities, said to be peculiar to the natives of Corsica. When this feeling obtained the ascendancy, he was too apt to sacrifice his policy to his spleen. Prussia. The situation of the King of Prussia at the breaking out of the dispute between the empires of France and Russia was truly embarrassing. His position lying betwixt the contending parties rendered neutrality almost impossible. And if he took up arms, it was a matter of distracting doubt on which side he ought to employ them, oppressed by French exactions and French garrisons, instigated besides by the secret influence of the Tugendbund. The people of Prussia were almost unanimous in their eager wish to seize the sword against France, nor was the king less desirous to redeem the independence and revenge the sufferings of his kingdom. The recollections of an amiable and beloved queen, who had died in the prime of life, heartbroken with the distresses of her country, with her hands locked in those of her husband, called also for revenge on France, which had insulted her when living, and slandered her when dead. Accordingly, it is now well understood that the first impulse of the King of Prussia's mind was to throw himself into the arms of Russia, and offer, should it cost him his life and crown, to take share in the war as his faithful ally. But the Emperor Alexander was sensible that in accepting this offered devotion, he would come under an obligation to protect Prussia in case of those reverses which might be almost reckoned on as likely to occur in the early part of the campaign. The strongest fortresses in Prussia were in the hands of the French. The army of the king did not amount to more than 40,000 men, and there was no time to arm or organize the national forces in order to form a junction with these 40,000 men, or as many of them as could be collected. It would be necessary that Alexander should precipitate the war and march a strong army into Silesia, upon which the Prussians might rally. But such an army, when it had attained its object, must have had in front the whole forces of France-Saxony and the Confederacy of the Rhine, while the hostile troops of the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, with probably a body of Austrian auxiliaries, would have been in their rear. This premature movement in advance would have resembled the conduct of Austria in the unhappy campaigns of 1805 and 1809, in both of which she precipitated her armies into Bavaria in hopes of acquiring allies, but only exposed them to the decisive defeats of Ulm and Eckmühl. It would also have been like the equally illumined advance of the Prussian army in 1806, when, hurrying forward to compel Saxony to join him, the Duke of Brunswick gave occasion to the unhappy Battle of Jena. Experience and reflection, therefore, had led the Russian Emperor and cabinet to be of opinion that they ought to avoid encountering the French in the early part of the campaign, and in consequence that, far from advancing to meet them, they should rather suffer the invaders to involve themselves in the immense wastes and forests of the territories of Russia itself, where supplies and provisions were not to be found by the invader, and where every peasant would prove an armed enemy. The support which could be derived from an auxiliary army of Prussians, amounting only to 40,000 men, of whom perhaps the half could not be drawn together, was not, it appeared, an adequate motive for altering the plan of the campaign, which had been founded on the most mature consideration. The Emperor Alexander therefore declined accepting of the King of Prussia's alliance, as only tending to bring upon that prince misfortunes, which Russia had not even the chance of averting, without entirely altering those plans of the campaign which had been deliberately adopted, foreseeing at the same time that this refusal on his part must have made it necessary for Frederick, whose situation rendered neutrality impossible, to take part with France. The Emperor Alexander generously left him at liberty to take the measures and form the connections which his circumstances rendered inevitable, assuring him nevertheless that if Russia gained the ascendant, Prussia should derive the same advantage from the victory, whatever part she might be compelled to adopt during the struggle. While the King of Prussia saw his alliance declined by Russia as rather burdensome than beneficial, he did not find France at all eager to receive him on her part as a brother of the war. He offered his alliance to Bonaparte repeatedly, and especially in the months of March, May, and August 1811, but receiving no satisfaction, he began to be apprehensive that his destruction was intended. There was some reason for this fear, for Napoleon seems to have entertained a personal dislike towards Frederick, and is said to have exclaimed, when he was looking over a map of the Prussian territories, "Is it possible I can have been simple enough to leave that man in possession of so large a kingdom?" There is great reason besides to suppose that Napoleon may have either become acquainted with the secret negotiations betwixt Prussia and Russia, or may have been induced to assume from probability the fact that such had existed. He hesitated certainly whether or not he would permit Prussia to remain an independent power. At length, however, on the 24th of February 1812, a treaty was dictated to Frederick under condition of subscribing which the name and title of King of Prussia were to be yet left him. Failing his compliance, Davoust, who had occupied Swedish Pomerania, was to march into Prussia and treat it as a hostile country, in thus sparing for the time a monarch of whom he had every reason to be jealous. Napoleon seems to have considered it more advisable to use Frederick's assistance than to throw him into the arms of Russia. The conditions of this lenity were severe. Prussia was to place at the disposal of France about 20,000 men, with 60 pieces of artillery, the disposable part of the poor remnant of the standing army of the great Frederick. She was also to supply the French army with everything necessary for their sustenance as they passed through her dominions, but the expense of these supplies was to be imputed as part of the contributions imposed on Prussia by France, and not yet paid. Various other measures were taken to render it easy for the French, in case of necessity, to seize such fortresses belonging to Prussia as were not already in their hands, and to keep the Prussian people as much as possible disarmed, a rising amongst them being considered inevitable if the French arms should sustain any reverse. Thus, while Russia fortified herself with the assistance of France's old ally Sweden, France advanced against Russia, supported by the remaining army of Frederick of Prussia, who was at heart Alexander's best well-wisher. Relations with Austria. Napoleon had of course a weighty voice in the councils of his father-in-law of Austria, but the Austrian cabinet were far from regarding his plans of ambitious aggrandizement with a partial eye. The acute Metternich had been able to discover and report to his master on his return to Vienna in the spring of 1811, that the marriage which had just been celebrated would not have the effect of inducing Napoleon to sheathe his sword, or of giving to Europe permanent tranquillity. And now, although on the approach of the hostilities into which they were to be involved by their formidable ally Austria agreed to supply an auxiliary army of 30,000 men under Prince Schwarzenberg, it seems probable that she remembered at the same time the moderate and lenient mode of carrying on the war practiced by Russia when the ally of Napoleon during the campaign of Wagram, and gave her general secret instructions to be no further active in the campaign than the decent supporting of the part of an auxiliary peremptorily required. In one most material particular, the necessity of consulting the interests of Austria interfered with Napoleon's readiest and most formidable means of annoying Russia. We have repeatedly alluded to the re-establishment of Poland as an independent kingdom, as a measure which would have rent from Russia some of the finest provinces which connect her with Europe, and would have gone a certain length in thrusting her back into the character of an Asiatic sovereignty, unconnected with the politics of the civilized world. Such reconstruction of Poland was, however, impossible so long as Austria continued to hold Galicia, and that state in her treaty of alliance with France against Russia made it an express condition that no attempt should be made for the restoration of Polish independence by Napoleon without the consent of Austria, or without making compensation to her for being in the event supposed deprived of her share of Poland. This compensation, it was stipulated, was to consist in the retrocession on the part of France of the Illyrian provinces yielded up by His Imperial Majesty of Austria at the Treaty of Schönbrunn. By submitting to this embargo on his proceedings in Poland, Napoleon lost all opportunity of revolutionizing that military country, from which he drew therefore little advantage, unless, from the Duchy of Warsaw, nothing but the tenacity with which Bonaparte retained every territory that fell into his power would have prevented him from at once simplifying this complicated engagement by assigning to Austria those Illyrian provinces which were entirely useless to France, but on which her ally set great value, and stipulating in return what Austria would then have willingly granted the power of disposing, according to his own pleasure, as well of Galicia, as of such parts of the Polish provinces as should be conquered from Russia, or in case, as de Pradt insinuates, the court of Austria were averse to the exchange, it was in the power of Napoleon to have certainly removed their objections by throwing Venice itself into the scale, but we have good reason to believe that Illyria would have been a sufficient inducement to the transaction. We cannot suppose Bonaparte blind to the importance of putting, as he expressed it, all Poland on horseback, but whether it was that in reality he did not desire to establish an independent state upon any terms, or whether he thought it hard to give up the Illyrian provinces ceded to France in property in order to reconstruct a kingdom which nominally at least was to be independent, or whether in fine he had an idea that by vague promises and hopes he could obtain from the Poles all the assistance he desired. It is certain that he embarrassed himself with this condition in favor of Austria, in a manner which tended to render complex and difficult all that he afterwards attempted in Polish affairs, and lost the zealous cooperation and assistance of the Lithuanians, at a time when it would have been invaluable to him. Turkey. Turkey remains to be noticed as the sole remaining power whom Bonaparte ought in prudence to have propitiated previous to attacking Russia, of which empire she is the natural enemy, as she was also held the natural and ancient ally of France, were it not that the talents of Napoleon were much better fitted to crush enemies than to gain or maintain friends. It would be difficult to account for his losing influence over the Porte at this important period. The Turkish government had been rendered hostile to France by the memorable invasion of Egypt, but Sultan Selim, an admirer of Napoleon's valor and genius, had become the friend of the Emperor of France. Selim was cut off by a conspiracy, and his successor was more partial to the English interests in the Treaty of Tilsit. The partition of Turkey was actually agreed upon, though the term was adjourned, as at the negotiations of Erfurt Napoleon agreed to abandon the Turkish dominions as far as the Danube to become the property of Russia, if it should be in her power to conquer them. The court of St. Petersburg were ill-advised enough to make the attempt, although they ought to have foreseen even then that the increasing power of France should have withheld them from engaging in any scheme of conquest at that period. Indeed, their undertaking this war with the Ottoman Empire, a proceeding so impolitic in case of a rupture with France, may be quoted to show the Emperor Alexander's confidence that no such event was likely to take place, and consequently to prove his own determination to observe good faith towards Napoleon. The Turks made a far better defense than had been anticipated, and though the events of war were at first unfavorable to them, yet at length the Grand Vizier obtained a victory before Rauchow, or at least gave the Russian general such a serious check as obliged him to raise the siege of that place. But the gleam of victory on the Turkish banners was of brief duration. They were attacked by the Russians in their entrenched camp, and defeated in a battle so sanguinary that the vanquished army was almost annihilated. The Turks, however, continued to maintain the war, forgotten and neglected as they were by the Emperor of France, whose interest it chiefly was, considering his views against Russia, to have sustained them in their unequal struggle against that formidable power. In the meanwhile hostilities languished, and negotiations were commenced, for the Russians were of course desirous, so soon as a war against France became a probable event, to close that with Turkey, which must keep engaged a very considerable army at a time, when all their forces were necessary to oppose the expected attack of Napoleon. At this period, and so late as the 21st March 1812, it seemed to occur all at once to Bonaparte's recollection that it would be highly politic to maintain, or rather to renew, his league with a nation of whom it was at the time most important to secure the confidence. His ambassador was directed to urge the Grand Signior in person to move towards the Danube at the head of 100,000 men, in consideration of which the French emperor proposed not only to obtain possession for them of the two disputed provinces of Moldavia and Wallachia, but also to procure the restoration to the port of the Crimea. This war-breathing message arrived too late, the Porte having adopted a specific line of policy. The splendid promises of France succeeded too abruptly to so many years of neglect. To obtain credit for sincerity, the envoys of England, with a dexterity which it has not been always their fortune to display, obtained a complete victory in diplomacy over those of France, and were able to impress on the Sublime Porte the belief that though Russia was their natural enemy among European nations, yet a peace of some permanence might be secured with her, under the guarantee of England and Sweden, whereas if Napoleon should altogether destroy Russia, the Turkish Empire, of which he had already meditated the division, would be a measure no state could have influence to prevent, as in subduing Russia, he would overcome the last terrestrial barrier to his absolute power. It gives no slight idea of the general terror and suspicion impressed by the very name of Napoleon that a barbarous people like the Turks, who generally only comprehend so much of politics as lies straight before them, should have been able to understand that there was wisdom in giving peace on reasonable terms to an old and inveterate enemy, rather than by assisting in his destruction, to contribute to the elevation of a power still more formidable, more ambitious, and less easily opposed. The Peace of Bucharest was accordingly negotiated betwixt Russia and Turkey, of which we shall hereafter have occasion to speak. Thus was France, on the approaching struggle, deprived of her two ancient allies, Sweden and Turkey-Prussia. She brought to the field like a slave at her chariot wheels Denmark and Saxony, in the character of allies, who were favoured so long as they were sufficiently subservient, and Austria as a more equal confederate, but who had contrived to stipulate that in requital of an aid coldly and unwillingly granted, the French emperor should tie himself down by engagements respecting Poland, which interfered with his using his influence over that country in the manner which would best have served his purposes, the result must lead to one of two conclusions: either that Napoleon, confident in the immense preparations of his military force, disdained to enter into negotiations to obtain that assistance which he could not directly command, or else that his talents in politics were inferior to those which he displayed in military affairs. State of the army. It is true that if the numbers, and we may add the quality of the army, which France brought into the field on this momentous occasion, were alone to be considered, Napoleon might be excused for holding cheap the assistance which he might have derived from Sweden, or he had anticipated the conscription of 1811, and he now called out that of 1812, so that it became plain that so long as Napoleon lived, and warred the conscription of the first class, would be not a conditional regulation to be acted, or not acted upon according to occasion, but a regular and never-to-be-remitted tax of 80,000 men, annually levied without distinction on the youth of France. To the amount of these conscriptions for 2 years were to be added the contingents of household kings, vassal princes, subjected republics of 2/3 of Europe, in short, which were placed under Bonaparte's command. No such army had taken the field since the reign of Xerxes, supposing the exaggerated accounts of the Persian invasion to be admitted as historical. The head almost turns dizzy as we read the amount of their numbers. The gross amount of the whole forces of the Empire of France and its dependencies and allies is thus given by Bauderlin. Total amount of the French army 850,000 men. The army of Italy under the Viceroy Eugene 50,000. Of the Grand Duchy of Warsaw with other Poles 60,000. Of Bavaria 40,000. Of Saxony 30,000. Of Westphalia 30,000. Of Württemberg 15,000. Of Baden 9,000. Of the princes of the Confederacy of the Rhine 23,000. The corps of Prussian auxiliaries 20,000. Of Austrian auxiliaries 30,000. The army of Naples 30,000. 1,187,000 men. But to approximate the actual force, we must deduce from this total of 1,187,000 about 387,000 men for those in the hospital absent upon furlough, and for incomplete regiments still there remains the appalling balance of 800,000 men ready to maintain the war, so that Bonaparte was enabled to detach an army to Russia greatly superior to what the Emperor Alexander could without immense exertions get under arms, and this without withdrawing any part of his forces from Spain. Still, however, in calculating all the chances attending the eventful game on which so much was to be staked, and to encounter such attempts upon France as England might by his absence be tempted to make, Napoleon judged it prudent to have recourse to additional means of national defence, which might extend the duty of military service still more widely among his subjects than was effected even by the conscription, as the measure was never, but in one particular, brought into general activity. It may be treated of the more slightly. The system consisted in a levy of national guards divided into 3 general classes: ban, the second ban, and a rear ban. For Bonaparte loved to retain the phrases of the old feudal institutions. The first ban was to contain all men from 20 to 26 years who had not been called to serve in the army. The second ban included all capable of bearing arms from the age of 26 to that of 40. The rear ban comprehended all able-bodied men from 40 to 60. The levies from these classes were not to be sent beyond the frontiers of France, and were to be called out in succession. As the danger pressed, they were divided into cohorts of 11-20 men each. But it was the essential part of this project that it placed 100 cohorts of the first ban, that is upwards of 100,000 men, between 20 and 26 years, at the immediate disposal of the Minister of War. In short, it was a new form of conscription, with the advantage to the recruits of limited service. The celebrated philosopher Count Lacepede, who from his researches into natural history, as well as from the ready eloquence with which he could express the acquiescence of the Senate in whatever scheme was proposed by the Emperor, had acquired the title of King of Reptiles, had upon this occasion his usual task of justifying the imperial measures in this allotment of another mighty draft of the youth of France to the purposes of military service, at a time when only the unbounded ambition of Napoleon rendered such a measure necessary. He could discover nothing save a new and affecting proof of the Emperor's paternal regard for his subjects. The youths, he said, would be relieved by 1/6 part of a cohort at a time, and being at an age when ardour of mind is united to strength of body, they would find in the exercise of arms rather salutary sport and agreeable recreation than painful labor or severe duty, then the express prohibition to quit the frontiers would-be their parents might rest assured an absolute check on the fiery and impetuous character of the French soldier, and prevent the young men from listening to their headlong courage and rushing forward into distant fields of combat, which no doubt there might be otherwise reason to apprehend. All this sounded very well, but the time was not long ere the Senate removed their writ ne exit regno in the case of these 100 cohorts, and whether hurried on by their own impetuous valor or forced forward by command of their leaders, they were all engaged in foreign service, and marched off to distant and bloody fields, from which few of them had the good fortune to return. Ciudad Rodrigo Badajoz. While the question of peace or war was yet trembling in the scales, news arrived from Spain that Lord Wellington had opened the campaign by an enterprise equally successfully conceived and daringly executed. Ciudad Rodrigo, which the French had greatly strengthened, was one of the keys of the frontier between Spain and Portugal. Lord Wellington had blockaded it, as we have seen on the preceding year, but more with the purpose of compelling General Marmont to concentrate his forces for its relief than with any hope of taking the place. But in the beginning of January 1812, the French heard with surprise and alarm that the English army suddenly put in motion had opened trenches before Ciudad Rodrigo and were battering in breach. Marmont once more put his whole forces in motion to prevent the fall of a place which was of the greatest consequence to both parties, and he had every reason to hope for success, since Ciudad Rodrigo, before its fortifications had been improved by the French, had held out against Massena for more than a month, though his army consisted of 100,000 men. But in the present instance, within 10 days from the opening of the siege, the place was carried by storm almost under the very eyes of the experienced general who was advancing to its relief, and who had no alternative but to retire again to cantonments and ponder upon the skill and activity which seemed of a sudden to have inspired the British forces. Lord Wellington was none of those generals who think that an advantage or a victory gained is sufficient work for one campaign. The French were hardly reconciled to the loss of Ciudad Rodrigo, so extraordinary did it appear to them, when Badajoz was invested, a much stronger place, which had stood a siege of 36 days against the French in the year 1811, although the defences were then much weaker, and the place commanded by an officer of no talent and dubious fidelity. It was now with incomprehensible celerity battered, breached, stormed, and taken within 12 days after the opening of the trenches. 2 French marshals had in vain interfered to prevent this catastrophe. Marmont made an unsuccessful attempt upon Ciudad Rodrigo, and assumed the air of pushing into Portugal, but no sooner did he learn the fall of the place than he commenced his retreat from Castel Branco. Soult, who had advanced rapidly to relieve Badajoz, was in the act, it is said, of informing a circle of his officers that it was the commands of the Emperor, commands never under any circumstances to be disobeyed, that Badajoz should be relieved, when an officer who had been sent forward to reconnoitre interrupted the shouts of Vive l'Empereur with the equally dispiriting and incredible information that the English colours were flying on the walls. These 2 brilliant achievements were not only of great importance by their influence on the events of the campaign, but still more so as they indicated that our military operations had assumed an entirely new character, and that the British soldiers, as now conducted, had not only the advantage of their own strength of body and natural courage, not only the benefit of the resources copiously supplied by the wealthy nation to whom they belonged, but also, as began to be generally allowed, an undoubted superiority in military art and science. The objects of the campaign were admirably chosen, for the exertion to be made was calculated with a degree of accuracy which dazzled and bewildered the enemy, and though the loss incurred in their attainment was very considerable, yet it was not in proportion to the much greater advantages attained by success. Badajoz fell on the 7th April, and on the 18th of that month an overture of pacific tendency was made by the French government to that of Britain. It is not unlikely that Bonaparte, on beholding his best commanders completely outgeneraled before Ciudad Rodrigo and Badajoz, might foresee in this inauspicious commencement the long train of defeat and disaster which befell the French in the campaign of 1812, the events of which could not have failed to give liberty to Spain, had Spain, or rather, had her government been united among themselves, and cordial in supporting their allies. It might be Lord Wellington's successes, or the lingering anxiety to avoid a war involving so many contingencies as that of Russia, or it might be a desire to impress the French public that he was always disposed towards peace, that induced Napoleon to direct the Duke of Bassano to write a letter to Lord Castlereagh, proposing that the integrity and independence of Spain should be guaranteed under the present reigning dynasty, that Portugal should remain under the rule of the princes of Braganza, Sicily, under that of Ferdinand and Naples, under Murat, each nation in this manner, retaining possession of that which the other had not been able to wrench from them, by force of war. Lord Castlereagh immediately replied that if the reign of King Joseph were meant by the phrase the dynasty actually reigning, he must answer explicitly that England's engagements to Ferdinand Roman VII and the Cortes presently governing Spain rendered her acknowledging him impossible. The correspondence went no farther. The nature of the overture served to show the tenacity of Bonaparte's character, who in treating for peace would yield nothing save that which the fate of war had actually placed beyond his reach, and expected the British to yield up to him the very kingdom of Spain whose fate depended upon the bloody arbitrament of the sword. It also manifested the insincerity with which he could use words to mislead those who treated with him. He had in many instances, some of which we have quoted, laid it down as a sacred principle that princes of his blood called to reign over foreign states should remain still the subjects of France and vassals of its emperor, whose interest they were bound to prefer on all occasions to that of the countries they were called to govern upon. These grounds he had compelled the abdication of King Louis of Holland, and how was it possible for him to expect to receive credit when he proposed to render Spain independent under Joseph, whose authority was unable to control even the French marshals who acted in his name? Hostile preparations. This feeble effort towards a general peace having altogether miscarried, it became subject of consideration whether the approaching breach betwixt the two great empires could yet be prevented. The most active preparations for war were taking place on both sides. Those of Russia were defensive, but she mustered great armies on the Niemen, as if in expectation of an assault, while France was rapidly pouring troops into Prussia and into the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, and assuming those positions most favorable for invading the Russian frontier, yet amid preparations for war made on such an immense scale as Europe had never before witnessed. There seemed to be a lingering wish on the part of both sovereigns, even at this late hour, to avoid the conflict. This indeed might have been easily done had there been on the part of Napoleon a hearty desire to make peace instead of what could only be termed a degree of hesitation to commence hostilities. In fact, the original causes of quarrel were already settled, or what is the same thing, principles had been fixed on which their arrangement might be easily adjusted. Yet still the preparations for invading Russia became more and more evident. The purpose was distinctly expressed in the treaty between France and Prussia, and the war did not appear the less certain that the causes of it seemed to be in a great measure abandoned. The anxiety of Alexander was therefore diverted from the source of the dispute to its important consequences, and he became most naturally more solicitous about having the French troops withdrawn from the frontiers of Poland than about the cause that originally brought them there. Accordingly, Prince Corsican, the Russian plenipotentiary, had orders to communicate to the Duke of Bassano his master's ultimatum. The grounds of arrangement proposed by the Tsar were the evacuation of Prussia and Pomerania by the French troops, a diminution of the garrison of Danzig, and an amicable arrangement of the dispute between Napoleon and Alexander. On these conditions, which in fact were no more than necessary to assure Russia of France's peaceable intentions, the Tsar agreed to place his commerce upon a system of licenses, as conducted in France, to introduce the clauses necessary to protect the French trade, and farther to use his influence with the Duke of Oldenburg to obtain his consent to accept some reasonable indemnification for the territory which had been so summarily annexed to France. In looking back at this document, it appears to possess as much the character of moderation, and even of deference, as could be expected from the chief of a great empire. His demand that France, unless it were her determined purpose to make war, should withdraw the armies which threatened the Russian frontier, seems no more than common sense or prudence would commend. Yet this condition was made by Napoleon, however unreasonably, the direct cause of hostilities. The person in a private brawl who should say to an angry and violent opponent, "Sheathe your sword, or at least lower its point, and I will accommodate with you on your own terms," the original cause of quarrel, would surely not be considered as having given him any affront or other cause for instant violence. Yet Bonaparte, in nearly the same situation, resented as an unatonable offence the demand that he should withdraw his armies from a position where they could have no other purpose save to overawe Russia, The demand, he said, was insolent. He was not accustomed to be addressed in that style nor to regulate his movements by the commands of a foreign sovereign. The Russian ambassador received his passports, and the unreasonable caprice of Napoleon, which considered an overture towards an amicable treaty as a gross offence, because it summoned him to desist from his menacing attitude, led to the death of millions, and the irretrievable downfall of the most extraordinary empire which the world had ever seen. On the 9th May 1812 Bonaparte left Paris. The Russian ambassador had his passports for departure 2 days later. Royal festivities. Upon his former military expeditions, it had been usual for Napoleon to join his army suddenly, and with a slender attendance, but on the present occasion, he assumed a style of splendor and dignity becoming one who might, if any earthly sovereign ever could have assumed the title of King of Kings. Dresden was appointed as a mutual rendezvous for all the king's dominations, princes, dukes, and dependent royalties of every description who were subordinate to Napoleon or hoped for good or evil at his hands. The Emperor of Austria with his Empress met his mighty son-in-law upon this occasion, and the city was crowded with princes of the most ancient birth, as well as with others who claimed still higher rank, as belonging to the family of Napoleon. The King of Prussia also was present, neither a willing nor a welcome guest, unless so far as his attendance was necessary to swell the victor's triumph. Melancholy in heart, and in looks, he wandered through the gay and splendid scenes a mourner, rather than a reveller. But fate had amends in store for a prince whose course in times of unparalleled distress had been marked by courage and patriotism. Amidst all these dignitaries, no one interested the public so much as he for whom, and by whom the assembly was collected, the wonderful being who could have governed the world, but could not rule his own restless mind. When visible, Napoleon was the principal figure of the group. When absent, every eye was on the door expecting his entrance. He was chiefly employed in business in his cabinet, while the other crowned personages, to whom indeed he left but little to do, were wandering abroad in quest of amusement. The feasts and banquets, as well as the assemblies of the royal personages, and their suites after the theatrical representations, were almost all at Napoleon's expense, and were conducted in a style of splendor which made those attempted by any of the other potentates seem mean and paltry. The youthful empress had her share of these days of grandeur. The reign of Maria Louisa, said her husband, when at St. Helena, has been very short, but she had much to make her enjoy it. She had the world at her feet. Her superior magnificence in dress and ornaments gave her great preeminence over her mother-in-law, the Empress of Austria, betwixt whom and Maria Louisa there seems to have existed something of that petty feud which is apt to divide such relations in private life. To make the Austrian Empress some amends, Bonaparte informs us that she often visited her daughter-in-law's toilette, and seldom went back without receiving some marks of her munificence. Perhaps we may say of this information, as Napoleon says of something else, that an emperor should not have known these circumstances, or at least should not have told them. The truth is, Bonaparte did not love the Empress of Austria, and though he represents that high personage as showing him much attention, the dislike was mutual. The daughter of the Duke of Modena had not forgot her father's sufferings by the campaigns of Italy. In a short time, however, the active spirit of Napoleon led him to tire of a scene where his vanity might for a time be gratified, but which soon palled on his imagination as empty and frivolous. He sent for Duprat, the Archbishop of Malines, whose talents he desired to employ as ambassador at Warsaw, and in a singular style of diplomacy, thus gave him his commission. I am about to make a trial of you. You may believe I did not send for you here to say mass, which ceremony Archbishop had performed that morning. You must keep a great establishment, have an eye to the women. Their influence is essential in that country. You know Poland, you have read Rulhiers for me. I go to beat the Russians. Time is flying. We must have all over by the end of September perhaps. We are even already too late. I am tired to death here. I have been here 8 days, playing the courtier to the Empress of Austria. He then threw out indistinct hints of compelling Austria to quit her hold on Galicia and accept an indemnification in Illyria, or otherwise remain without any. As to Prussia, he avowed his intention when the war was over to ruin her completely, and to strip her of Silesia. I am on my way to Moscow. He added, 2 battles, there will do the business. I will burn Thule, the Emperor Alexander will come on his knees. And then is Russia disarmed. All is ready and only waits my presence. Moscow is the heart of their empire. Besides, I make war at the expense of the blood of the Poles. I will leave 50,000 of my Frenchmen in Poland. I will convert Danzig into another Gibraltar. I will give 50 millions a year in subsidies to the Poles. I can afford the expense without Russia, be included the continental system would be mere folly. Spain costs me very dear without her. I should be master of the world. But when I am so, my son will have nothing to do but to keep his place, and it does not require to be very clever to do that. Go take your instructions from merit. The complete confidence of success implied in these disjointed yet striking expressions was general through all who approached Napoleon's person, whether French or foreigners. The young military men looked on the expedition against Russia as on a hunting party which was to last for 2 months. The army rushed to the fatal country all alive with the hopes of plunder, pensions, and promotion. All the soldiers who were not included railed against their own bad luck, or the partiality of Napoleon for detaining them from so triumphant an enterprise. War with Russia. Meantime Bonaparte made a last attempt at negotiation, or rather to discover what was the state of the Emperor Alexander's mind, who, while he was himself surrounded by sovereigns, as the sun by planets, remained lonely in his own orbit, collecting around him means of defense, which, immense as they were, seemed scarcely adequate to the awful crisis in which he stood. General Lauriston had been dispatched to Wilna to communicate definitively with Alexander. Count de Narbonne, already noticed as the most adroit courtier of the Tuileries, was sent to invite the Tsar to meet Napoleon at Dresden in hopes that in a personal treaty the two sovereigns might resume their habits of intimacy and settle between themselves what they had been unable to arrange through their ambassadors. But Lauriston could obtain no audience of the Emperor, and the report of Narbonne was decidedly warlike. He found the Russians neither depressed nor elated, but arrived at the general conclusion that war was become inevitable, and therefore determined to submit to its evils rather than avoid them by a dishonorable peace. Chapter Roman 57. Napoleon's plan of the campaign against Russia, understood and provided against by Barclay de Tolly. The Russian Generalissimo statement of the Grand French Army of the Grand Russian Army. Disaster on the river Willia. Difficulties of the campaign on the part of the French. Their defective commissariat and hospital department. Cause of Bonaparte's determination to advance his forced marches. Occasion actual delay. Napoleon remains for some days at Wilna Ab. Deprat. His intrigues to excite the Poles neutralized by Napoleon's engagements with Austria. An attempt to excite insurrection in Lithuania also fails. In ancient history, we often read of the inhabitants of the northern regions, impelled by want, and by the desire of exchanging their frozen deserts for the bounties of a more genial climate, breaking forth from their own bleak regions, and with all the terrors of an avalanche bursting down upon those of the south. But it was reserved for our generation to behold the invasion reversed, and to see immense hosts of French, Germans, and Italians leaving their own fruitful, rich, and delightful regions to carry at once conquest and desolation through the dreary pine forests, swamps, and barren wildernesses of Scythia. The philosopher Hume dedicated an essay to consider whether futurity might expect a new inundation of barbarian conquerors, a fresh living cloud of war from the northern hives, but neither to him nor anyone else had it occurred to anticipate the opposite danger of combined hundreds of thousands from the fairest and most fertile regions of Europe, moving at the command of a single man for the purpose of bereaving the wildest country of Europe of its national independence. Russia, said Bonaparte, in one of his Delphic proclamations, is dragged on by her fate. Her destiny must be accomplished. Let us march, let us cross the Niemen, let us carry war into her territories. The second war of Poland will be as glorious to the French arms as the first, but the peace we shall conclude shall carry with it its guarantee and terminate that haughty influence which Russia has exercised for more than 50 years on the affairs of Europe. Napoleon's final object was here spoken out. It was to thrust Russia back upon her Asiatic dominions and deprive her of her influence in European politics. The address of the Russian emperor to his troops was in a different, more manly, rational, and intelligible strain, devoid of those blustering attempts at prophetic eloquence which are in bad taste when uttered, and if they may acquire some credit among the vulgar, when followed by a successful campaign, become the most bitter of satires if fortune does not smile on the vaticination. Alexander enforced on his subjects the various efforts which he had made for the preservation of peace, but which had proved fruitless. It now only remains, he said, after invoking the Almighty Being, who is the witness and defender of the true cause, to oppose our forces to those of the enemy. It is unnecessary to recall to generals, officers, and soldiers what is expected from their loyalty and courage. The blood of the ancient Sclavonians circulates in their veins. Soldiers, you fight for your religion, your liberty, and your native land. Your emperor is amongst you, and God is the enemy of the aggressor. The sovereigns who addressed their troops each in his own peculiar mode of exhortation had their different plans for the campaign. Bonaparte was formed on his usual system of warfare. It was his primary object to accumulate a great force on the center of the Russian line, to break it asunder, and cut off effectually as many divisions as activity could surprise and overmaster in such a struggle to secure the possession of large towns, if possible one of the two capitals, Petersburg or Moscow, and to grant that which he doubted not would by that time be humbly craved, the terms of a peace which should strip Russia of her European influence and establish a Polish nation in her bosom, composed of provinces rent from her own dominions, would have crowned the undertaking. Barclay de Tolly. The tactics of Napoleon had by long practice been pretty well understood by those studious of military affairs. Barclay de Tolly, whom Alexander had made his generalissimo, a German, by birth a Scotchman by extraction, had laid down and recommended to the Tsar, with whom he was in great favour, a plan of foiling Bonaparte upon his own system. He proposed that the Russians should first show only so much opposition on the frontier of their country as should lay the invaders under the necessity of marching with precaution and leisure, that they should omit no means of annoying their communications and disturbing the base on which they rested, but should carefully avoid everything approaching to a general action on this principle. It was proposed to fall back before the invaders, refusing to engage in any other action than skirmishes, and those upon advantage, until the French lines of communication, extended to an immeasurable length, should become liable to be cut off even by the insurgent peasantry. In the meanwhile, as the French became straitened in provisions and deprived of recruits and supplies, the Russians were to be reinforcing their army, and at the same time refreshing it. Thus, it was the object of this plan of the campaign not to fight the French forces until the bad roads, want of provisions, toilsome marches, diseases, and loss in skirmishes should have deprived the invading army of all its original advantages of numbers, spirit, and discipline. This procrastinating system of tactics suited Russia the better that her preparations for defensive war were very far from being completed, and that it was important to gain time to receive arms and other supplies from England, as well as by making peace with the Turks to obtain the disposal of the large army now engaged upon the Danube. At the same time, it was easy to foresee that so long a retreat, together with the desolation occasioned to the Russian territory by the presence of an invading army, might wear out the patience of the Russian soldiery. Some advantageous position was therefore to be selected and skillfully fortified beforehand, in which a stand might be made like that of Lord Wellington in the lines at Tours Vedras. For this purpose, a very large fortified camp was prepared at Drissa on the river Duna or Dwina, which, supposing the object of the French to have been St. Petersburg, would have been well calculated to cover that capital. On the other hand, were the French to move on Moscow, which proved their final determination, the entrenchments at Drissa were of no importance. We must speak of the immense hosts combined under Bonaparte, as if they were all constituent parts of one army, although the theatre of war which they occupied was not less than 120 French leagues in extent of front. MacDonald commanded the left wing of the whole French army, which consisted of above 30,000 men. His orders were to penetrate into Curdled and threaten the right flank of the Russians, and if it were found advisable to besiege Riga, or at least to threaten that important seaport. The extreme right of Napoleon's army was placed towards Pinsk in Volhynia, and consisted almost entirely of the Austrian auxiliaries under Prince Schwarzenberg. They were opposed to the Russian army under General Tormazov, which had been destined to protect Volhynia. This was a false step of Napoleon, adopted doubtless to allay the irritable jealousy of his ally Austria on the subject of freeing and restoring the Kingdom of Poland. The natives of Volhynia, it must be remembered, are Poles subjected to the yoke of Russia. Had French troops, or those of the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, been sent amongst them, the Volhynians would probably have risen in arms to vindicate their liberty, but they had little temptation to do so when they only saw the Austrians, by whose arms Galicia was yet detained in subjection, and whose emperor was as liable as Alexander himself to suffer from the resuscitation of Polish independence. Betwixt the left wing commanded by MacDonald and the right under Schwarzenberg lay the grand French army, divided into three masses. Bonaparte himself moved with his guards, of which Bessieres commanded the cavalry, the marshals Lefebvre and Mortier the infantry. The emperor had also under his immediate command and corps d'army commanded by de Vaust Oudenarde and Ney, which with the divisions of cavalry under Grouchy Montbrun and Nansouty, amounting, it was computed to no fewer than 250,000 men, were ready to rush forward and overpower the opposite army of Russians, called the Army of the West. King Jerome of Westphalia with the divisions of Junot, Poniatowski and Rignier, and the cavalry of Latour-Maubourg forming a mass of about 80,000 men, were destined in the same manner to move forward on the Russian second, or supporting army. Lastly, a central army under Eugene, the Viceroy of Italy, had it in charge to press between the first and second Russian army, increase their separation, render their junction impossible, and act against either or both, as opportunity should arise. Such was the disposition of the invading force. Murat, King of Naples, well known by his old name of Le Beau Sabreur, commanded the whole cavalry of this immense army. On the other hand, the Grand Russian army, commanded by the Emperor in person, and more immediately by Barclay de Tolly, advanced its headquarters as far as Wilna. Not that it was their purpose to defend Lithuania or its capital, but to oblige the French to maneuver and so show their intentions. It amounted to 120,000 men on the north towards Kurland. This grand army communicated with a division of 10,000 men under Count Essen, and on the south held communication, but on a line rather too much prolonged, with the second army under the gallant Prince Bagration, one of the best and bravest of the Russian generals. Platov, the celebrated hetman or captain general of the Cossacks, attended this second army with 12,000 of his children. Of the desert, independent of these, Bagration's army might amount to 80,000 men on the extreme left, and watching the Austrians, from whom perhaps no very vigorous measures were apprehended, was Tormazov, with what was termed the Army of Volhynia, amounting to 20,000 men. Two armies of reserve were in the course of being formed at Novgorod and Smolensk. They might amount to about 20,000 men each. Thus, on the whole, the Russians entered upon the campaign with a sum total of 260,000 men, opposed to 470,000, or with an odds of almost one-half against them. But during the course of the war, Russia raised reinforcements of militia and volunteers to greatly more than the balance which was against her at the commencement. March upon the Niemen. The Grand Imperial Army marched upon the river Niemen in its three overwhelming masses: the King of Westphalia, upon Grodno, the Viceroy of Italy on Pilony, and the Emperor himself on a point called Nagarayski 3 leagues beyond Kauno. When the head of Napoleon's columns reached the river, which rolled silently along under cover of immense forests on the Russian side, he advanced in person to reconnoitre the banks, when his horse stumbled, and through him a bad omen, said a voice, but whether that of the Emperor or one of his suite could not be distinguished. A Roman would return on the Russian bank. Appeared only a single Cossack, who challenged the first party of French that crossed the river, and demanded their purpose in the territories of Russia to beat you, and to take Wilna. Was the reply. The patrol withdrew, nor was another soldier seen. A dreadful thunderstorm was the welcome which they received in this wild land, and shortly after the Emperor received intelligence that the Russians were falling back on every side, and manifested an evident intention to evacuate Lithuania without a battle, the Emperor urged forward his columns with even more than his usual promptitude, eager to strike one of those formidable blows by which he was wont to annihilate his enemy at the very commencement of the campaign. This gave rise to an event more ominous than the fall of his horse or the tempest which received him on the banks of the Niemen, the river Wilia being swollen with rain, and the bridges destroyed. The Emperor, impatient of the obstacle, commanded a body of Polish cavalry to cross by swimming. They did not hesitate to dash into the river, but ere they reached the middle of the stream, the irresistible torrent broke their ranks, and they were swept down and lost almost to a man before the eyes of Napoleon, to whom some of them in the last struggle turned their faces, exclaiming "Vive l'Empereur." The spectators were struck with horror, but much greater would that feeling have been could they have known that the fate of this handful of brave men was but an anticipation of that which impended over the hundreds of thousands who, high in health and hope, were about to rush upon natural and artificial obstacles no less formidable and no less insurmountable than the torrent which had swept away their unfortunate advanced guard. While his immense masses were traversing Lithuania, Napoleon fixed his headquarters at Wilna, the ancient capital of that province, where he began to experience the first pressure of those difficulties which attended his gigantic undertaking. We must pause to detail them, for they tend to show the great mistake of those who have followed Napoleon himself in supposing that the Russian expedition was a hopeful and well-conceived plan, which would certainly have proved successful, if not unexpectedly disconcerted by the burning of Moscow and the severity of the weather, by which the French armies were compelled to retreat into Poland. We have elsewhere mentioned that, according to Napoleon's usual style of tactics, the French troops set out upon their campaign with bread and biscuit for a few days, And when that was expended, which betwixt waste and consumption usually happened before the calculated period, they lived on such supplies as they could collect in the country, by the means of marauding or pillage, which they had converted into a regular system. But Napoleon had far too much experience and prudence to trust amid the wastes of Russia to a system of supplies which had sufficed for maintenance of the army in the rich fields of Austria. He knew well that he was plunging, with 500,000 of men, into inhospitable deserts, where Charles Roman XII could not find subsistence for 20,000 Swedes. He was aware, besides, of the impolicy there would be in harassing the Lithuanians by marauding exactions to conciliate them. Was a great branch of his plan for Lithuania in respect to Russia, was a conquered province into which Napoleon hoped to inspire the same desire of independence which animated Poland, and thus to find friends and allies among the very subjects of his enemy. The utmost exertion of his splendid talents, putting into activity the full extent of his almost unlimited power, had therefore turned towards collecting immense magazines of provisions, and for securing the means of transporting them along with the army. His strong and impassioned genius was, for months before the expedition, directed to this important object, which he pressed upon his generals with the utmost solicitude. For masses like those we are about to move, if precautions be not taken, the grain of no country can suffice, he said, in one part of his correspondence. In another, all the provision wagons must be loaded with flour, rice, bread, vegetables, and brandy, besides what is necessary for the hospital service. The result of my movements will assemble 400,000 men on a single point. There will be nothing to expect from the country, and it will be necessary to have everything within ourselves. These undeniable views were followed up by preparations which, abstractedly considered, must be regarded as gigantic. The cars and wagons, which were almost innumerable, destined for the carriage of provisions, were divided into battalions and squadrons. Each battalion of cars was capable of transporting 6,000 quintals of flour, each squadron of heavy wagons nearly 4,800 quintals, besides the immense number dedicated to the service of the engineers and the hospitals, or engaged in transporting besieging materiel and pontoons. Defective commissariat. This sketch must convince the reader that Napoleon had in his eye from the outset the prospect of deficiency in supplying his army with provisions, and that he had bent his mind to the task of overcoming it by timely preparation. But all his precautions proved totally inadequate. It was found a vain attempt to introduce military discipline amidst the carters and wagon drivers, and when wretched roads were encumbered with fallen horses and broken carriages, when the soldiers and wain drivers began to plunder the contents of the cars and wagons which they were appointed to protect, and to manage, the confusion became totally inextricable. Very far from reaching Lithuania, where their presence was so essential, few of the heavy wagons ever attained the banks of the Vistula, and almost none proceeded to the Niemen. Weeks and months after the army had passed, some of the light cars and herds of cattle did arrive, but comparatively few in number, and in most miserable plight. The soldiers were therefore, at the very commencement of the campaign, compelled to have recourse to their usual mode of supplying themselves, by laying contributions on the country which, while they continued in Poland, the immense fertility of the soil enabled it to supply. But matters became greatly worse after entering Lithuania, which the Russians had previously endeavored to strip of all that could benefit the French. Thus, in the very first march from the Niemen and the Wilia through a country which was regarded as friendly, and before they had seen an enemy, the immense army of Napoleon were incurring great loss themselves, and doing infinite damage to the country on which they lived at free cost, in spite of all the measures which Bonaparte had devised, and all the efforts he had made to maintain them from their own stores. This uncertain mode of subsistence was common to the whole army, though its consequences were especially disastrous in particular corps. Segur informs us that the armies under Eugene and Davoust were regular in their work of collecting contributions and distributing them among the soldiers, so that their system of marauding was less burdensome to the country and more advantageous to themselves. On the other hand, the Westphalian and other German auxiliaries under King Jerome, having learned the lesson of pillaging from the French and wanting, according to Segur, the elegant manner of their teachers, practiced the arts they had acquired with a coarse rapacity, which made the French ashamed of their pupils and imitators. Thus the Lithuanians, terrified, alienated, and disgusted with the injuries they sustained, were far from listening to the promises of Napoleon, or making common cause with him against Russia, who had governed them kindly, and with considerable respect to their own habits and customs. Immense losses of the army. But this was not the only evil. The direct loss sustained by the French army was very great in the course of the very first marches from the Niemen, and the Willia not less than 10,000 horses and numbers of men were left dead on the road of the young conscripts, especially many died of hunger and fatigue, and there were instances of some who committed suicide, rather than practice the cruel course of pillage by which only they could subsist, and of others who took the same desperate step from remorse at having participated in such cruelties. Thousands turned stragglers, and subsisted by robbery. The Duke of Trevise, who followed the march of the Grand Army, informed Napoleon that from the Niemen to the Willia he had seen nothing but ruined habitations, abandoned carriages, overturned, broke open, and pillaged corpses of men and horse soul, the horrible appearances, in short, which present themselves in the route of a defeated army. Those who desired to flatter Bonaparte ascribed this loss to the storm of rain, which fell at the time they were entering Lithuania, but summer rain, whatever its violence, does not destroy the horses of an army by hundreds and thousands. That which does destroy them, and renders those that survive almost unfit for service during the campaign, and incapable of bearing the hardships of winter, is hard work, forced marches, want of corn or dry fodder, and the supporting them on the green crop, which is growing in the fields. It was now the season when of all others a commander who values the serviceable condition of his army will avoid such enterprises as require from his cavalry hard work, and forced marches in like manner. Storms of summer rain do not destroy the foot soldiers exposed to them more than other men, but forced marches on bad roads, and through a country unprovided with shelter and without provisions, must ruin infantry, since every man who from fatigue, or from having straggled too far in quest of food chances to be left behind, is left exposed without shelter to the effects of the climate, and if he cannot follow and rejoin his corps has no resource but to lie down and die. The provisions of the hospital department had been as precarious as those of the commissariat. Only 6,000 patients could be accommodated in the hospitals at Wilna, which is too small a proportion for an army of 400,000 men, even if lying in quarters in a healthy and peaceful country where one invalid in 50 is a most restricted allowance, but totally inadequate to the numbers which actually required assistance, as well from the maladies introduced by fatigue and bad diet, as by the casualties of war. Although no battle and scarce a skirmish had been fought, 25,000 patients encumbered the hospitals of Wilna, and the villages were filled with soldiers who were dying for want of medical assistance. The King of Westphalia must be exempted from this general censure. His army was well provided with hospitals, and lost much fewer men than the others. This imperfection of the hospital department was an original defect in the conception of the expedition, and continued to influence it most unfavorably from beginning to end. Napoleon sometimes repined under these losses and calamities, sometimes tried to remedy them by threats against marauders, and sometimes endeavored to harden himself against the thought of the distress of his army as an evil which must be endured until victory should put an end to it. But repining and anger availed nothing. Denunciations against marauders could not reasonably be executed upon men who had no other means of subsistence, and it was impossible to obtain a victory over an enemy who would not risk a battle. The reader may here put the natural question why Bonaparte, when he found the stores which he considered as essential to the maintenance of his army had not reached the Vistula, should have passed on instead of suspending his enterprise until he was provided with those means which he had all along judged essential to its success. He might in this manner have lost time, but he would have saved his men and horses, and avoided distressing a country which he desired to conciliate. The truth is that Napoleon had suffered his sound and cooler judgment to be led astray by strong and ardent desire to finish the war by one brilliant battle, and victory, the hope of surprising the Emperor Alexander at Wilna, of defeating his grand army, or at least cutting off some of its principal corps, resembled too much many of his former exploits not to have captivation for him for this purpose, and with this expectation forced marches were to be undertaken from the Vistula even to the Dwina, and Dnieper. The carts, carriages, cattle, all the supplies brought from France, Italy, and Germany were left behind, the difficulties of the enterprise forgotten, and nothing thought of but the expectation of finding the enemy at unawares and totally destroying him at one blow, the fatal consequence of the forced marches we have stated. But what may appear most strange is that Napoleon, who had recourse to this expeditious and reckless advance solely to surprise his enemy by an unexpected attack, rather lost than gained that advantage of time to procure which he had made such sacrifices. This will appear from the following detail. The army which had been quartered on the Vistula broke up from thence about the 1st of June, and advanced in different columns and by forced marches upon the Niemen, which it reached upon different points, but chiefly near Kauno upon the 23d, and commenced the passage on the 24th of the same month from the Vistula to the Niemen, is about 250 wersts equal to 235 or 240 English miles, from Kauno on the banks of the Niemen to Vipsk on the Dwina, is nearly the same distance the whole space might be marched by an army, moving with its baggage in the course of 40 marches at the rate of 12 miles a day, yet the traversing this distance took, as we shall presently see, 4 days more, notwithstanding the acceleration of forced marches, than would have been occupied by an army moving at an ordinary and easy rate, and carrying its own supplies, along with its columns. The cause why this overhaste should have been attended with actual delay was partly owing to the great mass of troops which were to be supplied by the principle of the marauding system, partly to the condition of the country, which was doomed to afford them, and partly it may be to the political circumstances which detained Napoleon 20 precious days at Wilna. The first reason is too obvious to need illustration, as a flying army of 20,000 men bears comparatively light on the resources of a country, and may be pushed through it in haste, but those immense columns whose demands were so unbounded could neither move rapidly nor have their wants hastily supplied. But besides, in a country like Lithuania, the march could not be regular, and it was often necessary to suspend the advance, thus losing in some places the time which great exertion had gained in others. Wildernesses and pathless forests were necessarily to be traversed in the utmost haste, as they afforded nothing for the marauders on whose success the army depended for support. To make amends for this, it was necessary to halt the troops for 1 day, or even more in the richest districts, or in the neighborhood of large towns, to give leisure and opportunity to recruit their supplies at the expense of the country. Thus the time gained by the forced marches was lost in inevitable delays, and the advance, though attended with such tragic consequences to the soldier, did not secure the advantage which the general proposed to attain. Wilna. Upon arriving at Wilna, Napoleon had the mortification to find that, although the Emperor Alexander had not left the place until 2 days after he had himself crossed the Niemen, yet the Russian retreat had been made with the utmost regularity, all magazines and provisions which could yield any advantage to the invaders having been previously destroyed to a very large amount. While Bonaparte's generals had orders to press forward on their traces, the French emperor himself remained at Wilna to conduct some political measures, which seemed of the last importance to the events of the campaign. The Abbé de Prat had executed with ability the task entrusted to him of exciting the Poles of the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, with the hope of a general restoration of Polish freedom. This brave but unhappy country destined, it would seem, to spend its blood in every cause, but its own had in that portion of it which formerly belonged to Prussia, and now formed the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, gained but little by its nominal independence. This state had only a population of about 5 millions of inhabitants, yet maintained for the service of France, rather than for its own, an armed force of 85,000 men. 18 regiments of these were embodied with the Emperor's army and paid by France, but the formation and expense of the rest far exceeded the revenues of the duchy. The last amounted only to 40 millions of francs, while the expenses more than doubled that sum. The Grand Duchy had also suffered its full share of distress from the continental system of Napoleon. The revenue of Poland depends on the sale of the grain which her fertile soil produces, and that grain in the years previous to the present had lain rotting in the warehouses. The misery of the poor was extreme. The opulence of the rich classes had disappeared, and they could not relieve them. The year 1811 had been a year of scarcity here as well as elsewhere, and as in former years the Poles had grain which they could not send to market, so at present they had neither corn nor means to purchase it. To all these disadvantages must be added the plunder and misery sustained by the duchy during the march of Bonaparte's numerous forces from the Vistula to the Niemen. Yet so highly toned is the national patriotism of the Poles that it kindled at the name of independence, notwithstanding the various accumulated circumstances which tended to damp the flame. When therefore a diet of the Duchy of Warsaw was convened, where the nobles assembled according to ancient form, all were anxious to meet Napoleon's wishes, but an unfortunate hint which the emperor had thrown out concerning the length of the discourse with which the diet was to be opened induced the worthy Count Massachusetts, whose duty it was to draw up the peroration, to extend it to 50 pages of very close writing. As all the assembly exclaimed against the prolixity of this mortal harangue, the French ambassador, the Abbé de Prat, was required to substitute something more suitable for the occasion. Accordingly, He framed a discourse more brief, more in the taste of his own country, and we doubt not more spirited and able than that of Count Massachusetts. It was hailed by the warm and enthusiastic applause of the Diet notwithstanding, which when sent to Napoleon, then at Wilna, he disapproved of it, as too obviously written in the French style of composition, and intimated in plain terms that language like that of an ancient Pole, speaking his national sentiments in the oriental tropes of his national language, would better have suited the occasion. The intimation of this dissatisfaction tore the veil from the Abbé de Pratt's eyes, as he himself assures us. He foresaw that the infatuated want of judgment which the emperor displayed in disliking his discourse was that of a doomed and falling man. He dated from that epoch the overthrow of Napoleon's power, and was so much moved with the spirit of prophecy that he could not withhold his predictions, even before the young persons connected with his embassy. Diet of Warsaw. But a more fatal sign of Napoleon's prospects than could be inferred by any, except the author, from his disapprobation of the Abbé de Pratt's discourse, occurred in his answer to the address of the Diet of the Grand Duchy. The Diet of Warsaw, anticipating as they supposed Napoleon's wishes, had declared the whole kingdom, in all its parts, free and independent, as if the partition treaties had never existed, and no just-thinking person will doubt their right to do so. They entered into a general confederation, declared the Kingdom of Poland, restored, summoned all Poles to quit the service of Russia, and finally sent deputations to the Grand Duke and the King of Saxony, and another to Napoleon, announcing their desire to accelerate the political regeneration of Poland, and their hope to be recognized by the entire Polish nation as the center of a general union. The expressions addressed to Napoleon were in a tone of idolatry. They applied for the countenance of the hero who dictated his history to the age in whom resided the force of Providence, language which is usually reserved to the deity alone. Let the great Napoleon, they said, only pronounce his fiat, that the Kingdom of Poland should exist, and it will exist accordingly. The natives of Poland will unite themselves at once and unanimously to the service of him to whom ages are as a moment, and space no more than a point in another case. This exaggerated eloquence would have induced some suspicion of sincerity on the part of those who used it, but the Poles, like the Gascons to whom they have been compared, are fond of superlatives, and of an exalted and enthusiastic tone of language, which however they have in all ages been observed to support by their actions in the field. The answer of Bonaparte to this heightened address was unexpectedly cold, doubtful, and indecisive. It was at this moment, probably, he felt the pressure of his previous engagements with Austria, which prevented his at once acquiescing in the wishes of the Polish mission. He loved the Polish nation, he said, and in the situation of the Diet at Warsaw would act as they Roman 999, but he had many interests to reconcile and many duties to fulfill. Had he reigned when Poland was subjected to those unjust partitions which had deprived her of independence, he would have armed in her behalf, and as matters stood when he conquered Warsaw and its surrounding territories, he instantly restored them to a state of freedom. He applauded what they had done, authorized their future efforts, and would do all he could to second their resolution. If their efforts were unanimous, they might compel their oppressors to recognize their rights. But these hopes must rest on the exertions of the population. These uncertain and cool assurances of his general interest in the Polish cause were followed by the express declaration that he had guaranteed to the Emperor of Austria the integrity of his dominions, and he could not sanction any maneuver or the least movement tending to disturb the peaceable possession of what remained to him of the Polish provinces. As for the provinces of Poland attached to Russia, he was content with assuring them that providing they were animated by the spirit evinced in the Grand Duchy, Providence would crown their good cause with success. This answer, so different from that which the Poles had expected, struck the mission with doubt and dismay. Instead of countenancing the reunion of Poland, Napoleon had given an assurance that, in the case of Galicia, he neither could nor would interfere to detach that province from Austria, and in that of the Polish provinces attached to Russia, he exhorted the natives to be unanimous, in which case, instead of assuring them of his powerful assistance, he was content with recommending them to the care of that providence, in whose place the terms of their bombastic address had appeared to install Napoleon himself. The Poles accordingly began from that period to distrust the intentions of Napoleon towards the re-establishment of their independence, the more so as they observed that neither Polish nor French troops were employed in Volhynia or elsewhere whose presence might have given countenance to their efforts, but Austrians only who, for example's sake, were as unwilling to encourage the Russian provinces of Poland to declare for the cause of independence, as they would have been to preach the same doctrines in those which belonged to Austria. Napoleon afterwards often and bitterly regretted the sacrifice which he made on this occasion to the wishes of Austria, and he had the more occasion for this regret, as the error seemed to be gratuitous. It is true that to have pressed Austria on the subject of emancipating Galicia might have had the effect of throwing her into the arms of Russia, but this might probably have been avoided by the cession of the Illyrian provinces as an indemnity, and if this exchange could not be rendered acceptable to Austria by throwing in Trieste or even Venice, Napoleon ought then to have admitted the impossibility of reinstating the independence of Poland, to have operated as a reason for entirely declining the fatal war with Russia. Lithuania. The French ruler miscarried also in an effort to excite an insurrection in Lithuania, although he named a provisional government in the province and declared the country was free of the Russian yoke, but the Lithuanians, a colder people than the Poles, were not in general much dissatisfied with the government of Russia, while the conduct of the French armies in their territories alienated their minds from Napoleon. They observed also the evasive answer which he returned to the Poles, and concluded that if the French emperor should have occasion to make peace with Alexander, he would not hesitate to do so at the expense of those whom he was now encouraging to rise in insurrection. Thus the moral effect which Napoleon expected to produce on the Russian frontier was entirely checked, and counteracted insomuch that of a guard of honor which the Lithuanians had proposed to serve for the emperor's person. Only 3 troopers ever made their appearance on parade, nor did the country at large take any steps, either generally or individually, to intimate a national interest in the events of the war, seeming to refer themselves entirely to the course of events. Chapter Roman 58, Proceedings of the Army under Prince Bagration. Napoleon's maneuvers against him, King Jerome of Westphalia, is disgraced for alleged inactivity. Bagration is defeated by Davoust, but succeeds in gaining the interior of Russia and re-establishing his communication with the Grand Army, which retreats to Drissa. Barclay and Bagration meet at Smolensk on the 20th July. The French generals become anxious that Napoleon should close the campaign at Wipsk. For the season he persists in preceding Smolensk, evacuated by de Tolly, after setting fire to the place. Reduced condition of the French and growing strength of the Russian armies. Peace effected between Russia and England, Sweden and Turkey. Napoleon resolves to advance upon Moscow. Protracted stay at Wilna. Napoleon continued to occupy his headquarters at Wilna from 28 June to 16 July, the space of 18 days. It was not usual with him to make such long halts, but Wilna was his last point of communication with Europe, and he had probably much to arrange ere he could plunge into the forests and deserts of Russia, whence all external intercourse must be partial and precarious. He named Marat, Duke of Bassano, governor of Lithuania, and placed under the management of that minister the whole charge of correspondence with Paris, and with the armies, thus rendering him the center of administrative, political, and even military communication between the emperor and his dominions. It must not be supposed, however, that these 18 days passed without military movements of high importance. The reader must remember that the Grand Army of Russia was divided into 2 unequal portions that, commanded under the emperor by Barclay de Tolly, had occupied Wilna and the vicinity until the French entered Lithuania, when by a preconcerted and well-executed retreat they fell back on their strong, fortified camp at Drissa. The smaller army under Prince Bagration was much farther advanced to the southwestward, and continued to occupy a part of Poland. The prince's headquarters were at Walkowisk-Platov, with 7,000 Cossacks lay at Grodno, and both he and Bagration maintained communication with the main army through its left wing, which under Dorokhov extended as far as Lida. The army of Bagration had been posted thus far to the southwest in order that when Napoleon crossed the Niemen, this army might be placed in his rear. As he advanced to Wilna, to execute this plan became impossible, so much greater was the invading army than the Russians had anticipated. On the contrary, the French were able to protect the flank of their advance against Wilna by an army of 30,000 men under the King of Westphalia placed betwixt them and this secondary Russian army, and far from having it in his power to annoy the enemy. Bagration was placed so much in advance as greatly to hazard being separated from the main body, and entirely cut off. The Russian prince accordingly had directions from Barclay de Tolly to get his army out of their perilous situation, and again on the 13th of July he had orders from Alexander to move on the camp of Drissa. When Napoleon arrived at Wilna, the danger of Bagration became imminent, for the entrenched camp at Drissa was the rendezvous of all the Russian corps, and Napoleon, being 150 wersts or 7 days' march nearer to Drissa than Bagration. Neither Napoleon nor any other general had ever so fair an opportunity for carrying into execution the French emperor's favourite manoeuvre of dividing into two the line of his enemy, which was unquestionably too much extended. It was the 30th of July ere Napoleon was certain of the advantage which he possessed, and he hastened to improve it. He had dispatched the greater part of his cavalry under Murat to press on the retreat of the Grand Russian Army. The Second Corps under Oudinot and the Third under Ney, with 3 divisions of the First Corps, were pushed towards the Dwina on the same service, and constituted force too strong for the army of Barclay de Tolly to oppose on the right of the army. The King of Westphalia had directions to press upon Bagration in front and throw him upon the army of Davoust, which was to advance on his flank, and towards his rear it was concluded that Bagration, cut off from the Grand Army and attacked at once by Jerome, and Davoust must necessarily surrender or be destroyed. Having thus detached very superior forces against the only 2 Russian armies which were opposed to him, Bonaparte himself with the Guards, the army of Italy, the Bavarian army, and 3 divisions of Davoust's corps d'armée, was at liberty to have marched forward upon Wipsk, occupying the interval between the corps of Murat, who pressed upon Alexander and de Tolly, and of Davoust, who was pursuing Bagration. By thus pressing on where there was no hostile force opposed to him, Napoleon might have penetrated between the 2 Russian armies, to each of whom a superior force was opposed, might have forced himself between them, and occupied Wipsk and threatened both St. Petersburg and Moscow, or if he decided for the latter capital might have advanced as far as Smolensk. That Bonaparte formed this plan of the campaign on the 10th of July at Wilna, we are assured by Segur, but it was then too late for putting it in execution. Yet another week was lost at Wilna. All seem to have been sensible of an unusual slowness in Napoleon's motions on this important occasion, and Segur attributes it to a premature decay of constitution, of which however we see no traces in the campaigns of 1813 and 1,814,123, but the terrible disorder of an army, the sick and stragglers of which absolutely filled Lithuania, and that army, one of such immense size, required considerable time to remodel and reorganize it, and this of itself, a misfortune inherent in the enterprise, is sufficient to account for the halt at Wilna. Meantime Bagration, in a precarious situation, defended himself with the greatest skill and gallantry. Being cut off from the direct road to Drissa, it was his object to retreat eastward to his rear, instead of moving northward by his right flank, and thus to make his way towards the Dwina either through Ostrono and Minsk, or by the town of Borisov. When he gained the Dwina, Bagration trusted to form a junction with the Grand Army, from which he was now so fearfully separated. The actual strength of his army was, however, increased not only by the Hetman Platov with his Cossacks, who being advanced southwestward as far as Grodno, made in fact a part of Bagration's command, and assisted him materially in his retreat, but also by the division of General Dorokhov, which, forming the extreme left of the Grand Russian Army, was cut off in the retreat upon Drissa by the advance of the French, and therefore had been placed also in communication with Bagration, so that numerically the prince might have under his command from 40 to 50,000 men. The ground which Bagration had to traverse was the high plain of Lithuania, where arise the sources of the rivers, which take different directions to the Black and Baltic seas. The soil is unusually marshy and traversed by long causeways, which the Russians made use of in defending themselves against the attacks of Jerome's advanced guard. But while Bagration struggled against the attempt on his front, Davoust, having occupied all the posts on the Russian's right flank, and succeeded in preventing him taking the shortest road to Drissa, began next to cut him off from his more circuitous route, to the east occupying the town of Minsk, and the defiles by which Bagration must issue from Lithuania towards Wipsk, and the Dwina. The occupation of Minsk greatly embarrassed the retreat of Bagration, insomuch that the French were of opinion that it was only the want of skill and enterprise on the part of King Jerome of Westphalia, who did not, it was said, press the Russians with sufficient vigor, that prevented the Russian prince being thrust back on Davoust and totally destroyed. At any rate, Jerome, whether guilty or not of the alleged slowness of movement, was according to the fashion in which the chief of the Napoleon dynasty treated the independent princes, whom he called to sovereignty, sent back in disgrace to his Westphalian dominions, unaccompanied even by a soldier of his guards, for all of whom Napoleon had sufficient employment. Several skirmishes were fought between the corps of Bagration and those opposed to it, of which the event was dubious. Platov and his Cossacks had more than one distinguished success over the Polish cavalry, who with all their fiery courage had not yet the intimate acquaintance with partisan war, which seems to be a natural attribute of the modern Scythians in. The meanwhile Bagration, continuing his attempts at extricating his army, made another circuitous march towards the south, and avoiding his pursuers, he effected the passage of the Beresina at Bobruisk, the Dnieper. Anciently, the Borysthenes was the next obstacle to be overcome, and with a view to regain the ground he had lost, Bagration ascended that stream as far as Mohilov. Here he found himself again anticipated by Davoust, who was equally though less unpleasantly surprised by finding himself in front of Bagration, who prepared to clear his way by the sword. The combat was at first advantageous to the Russians, but they were at length repulsed roughly, and lost the battle without however suffering much, except in the failure of their purpose. Disappointed in this attempt, Bagration, with unabated activity, once more altered his line of retreat, descended the Dnieper so far as to reach Nev. Bykov finally crossed at that point, and thus gained the interior of Russia and an opportunity of again placing himself in communication with the Grand Russian army from which he had been so nearly cut off. It was certainly a new event in the history of Napoleon's wars that two large armies of French should be baffled and outmaneuvered by a foreign general, and yet this was clearly the case for admitting that the Russians committed originally the great error of extending their line too far from Drissa, the intended point of union, and although in consequence the army of Bagration run great risk of being cut off, yet the maneuvers by which he effectually eluded the enemy showed superior military talent on the part of the general, as well as excellent discipline on that of the soldiers, and were sufficient for the extrication of both. General Wittgenstein. We return to the Grand Army commanded by the Emperor, or rather by Barclay de Tolly, which though pressed by Murat at the head of the greater part of the French cavalry, as well as by Oudinot, and nay all burning for combat, made a regular and successful retreat to the entrenched camp at Drissa, where the Russian army had been appointed to concentrate itself. The French troops on their part approached the left bank of the Dwina, and that river now separated the hostile armies, and there took place only partial actions between detached corps with various success, but the Russian general Wittgenstein, whose name began to be distinguished both for enterprise and conduct, observing that Sebastiani's vanguard of French cavalry had quartered themselves with little precaution in the town of Drissa, he passed the river unexpectedly on the night of the 2 July, beat up Sebastiani's quarters, and was completely successful in the skirmish, which ensued. Enterprises of this sort show a firm and energetic character, and Napoleon began already to be aware of the nature of the task he had before him, and of the necessity of employing his own talents in the campaign. In the meantime Barclay was led to change his plan from learning the danger to which Prince Bagration was exposed. The camp at Drissa became too distant a point of junction, and there was every risk that the whole body of the French army, which was now getting itself into motion, would force a passage across the Dwina at Wipsk, a good deal higher up than Drissa, and thus at once turn Barclay's left flank and entirely separate him from Bagration. And his corps d'army, alarmed at this prospect, Barclay evacuated the camp and began to ascend the right side of the Dwina by Polotsk towards Wipsk. This line of movement converged with that of Bagration's retreat, and served essentially to favor the desired junction of the two Russian armies. Wittgenstein was left near Drissa to observe the enemy and cover the road to St. Petersburg. The army first arrived at Polotsk when the Emperor Alexander left the troops and hastened to Moscow to recommend and enforce energetic measures and solicit the heavy sacrifices which the emergency demanded. Barclay continued his march upon Wipsk, hoping to get into communication with Bagration, to whom he had sent orders directing him to descend the Dnieper as far as Orksa or Orcha, which is about 56 wersts from Wipsk. At this period Napoleon was directing his whole reserved forces upon the same point of Wipsk, with a purpose as anxious to prevent the junction of the two Russian armies as that of Barclay. To accomplish that important movement, had Napoleon's march commenced earlier, there can be no doubt that he must have attained the disputed position sooner by marching from Wilna than Barclay could have reached it by ascending the Dwina from Drissa, hasting from Wilna. Upon the 4th, he might easily have reached Wipsk on the 20th, and would then have found himself with a chosen army of 120,000 men, without an enemy on his front, posted between the two hostile armies, each of which was pressed by a force superior to their own, and having their flanks and communications at his mercy. Instead of this advantageous condition, the Emperor found himself in front of the Grand Army of Russia, in a situation where they could not easily be brought to action, although severe and bloody skirmishes took place between the cavalry on both sides. On his part, Barclay was far from easy. He heard nothing of Bagration, whom he expected to approach from Auxerre, and rather than abandon him to his fate by a retreat, he formed on the 14th July the almost desperate resolution of risking a general action with very superior forces commanded by Napoleon. But just as he had made his dispositions for battle, the Russian general received news from one of the prince's aides-de-camp, which made him joyfully alter his determination. The repulse at Mohilov had as before noticed obliged Bagration to change his line of retreat, which was now directed upon Smolensk. Barclay renouncing instantly, his purpose of battle commenced a retreat upon the same point, and arriving at Smolensk on the 20th, was joined by Bagration within 2 days after. The result of these manoeuvres had been on the whole disappointing to the Emperor of the French. The two armies of Russians had united without material loss and placed themselves upon their own lines of communication. No battle had been fought and won, and although Napoleon obtained possession of the fortified camp at Drissa and afterwards of Wipsk, it was only as positions which it no longer served the enemy's purpose to retain. Wipsk. The marshals and generals who surrounded Napoleon began to wish and hope that he would close at Wipsk the campaign of the season, and quartering his troops on the Dwina await supplies, and the influence of the invasion upon the mind of the Russian nation, till next spring. But this suggestion Bonaparte treated with contempt, asking those who favoured such a sentiment whether they thought he had come so far only to conquer a parcel of wretched huts, if ever therefore he had seriously thought of settling his winter quarters at Wipsk, which Segur affirms and Gogod positively denies. It had been but a passing purpose. Indeed, his pride must have revolted at the very idea of fortifying himself with entrenchments and redoubts in the middle of summer, and confessing his weakness to Europe by stopping short in the midst of a campaign in which he had lost 1/3 of the active part of his great army, without even having fought a general action, far less won a decisive victory. Meanwhile, the Russians, finding their two wings united to the number of 120,000, were not inclined to remain inactive. The French army at Wipsk lay considerably more dispersed than their own, and their plan was by moving suddenly upon Napoleon to surprise him ere his army could be concentrated. With this view, General Barclay directed the march of a great part of the Grand Army upon Rudnaya, a place about halfway between Wipsk and Smolensk. Being nearly the centre of the French line of position, their march commenced on the 26th July. But on the next day Barclay received information from the outposts, which induced him to conclude that Napoleon was strengthening his left flank for the purpose of turning the Russian right wing and assaulting the town of Smolensk in their rear. To prevent this misfortune, Barclay suspended his march in front and began flank movement to extend his right wing for the purpose of covering Smolensk. This error, for such it was, led to his advanced guard, who had not been informed of the change of plan, being placed in some danger at Inkau, a place about 2 wersts from Rudnaya. Platov, however, had the advantage in the cavalry skirmish which took place. The Russian general, in consequence of the extension of his flank, discovered that there was no French force on the left, and consequently that he was in no danger on that point, and he resumed his original plan of pressing the French at Rudnaya. But while Barclay lost 4 days in these fruitless marches and countermarches, he at length learned that the most speedy retreat towards Smolensk would be necessary to save him from that disaster, which he had truly apprehended, though he mistook the quarter from which the danger was to come. While Barclay was in hopes of surprising Napoleon, the Emperor had laid a scheme of a singularly audacious character for inflicting the surprise with which he had been himself threatened, without allowing his purpose to be suspended by the skirmishing on his front. He resolved entirely to change his line of operations from Wipsk, the Dwina, to concentrate his army on the Dnieper, making Auxerre the central point of his operations, and thus turning the left of the Russians instead of their right as Barclay had apprehended. He hoped to gain the rear of their forces, occupy Smolensk, and act upon their lines of communication with Moscow. With this purpose Napoleon withdrew his forces from Wipsk and the line of the Dwina with equal skill and rapidity, and by throwing 4 bridges over the Dnieper, effected a passage for Ney the viceroy, and Davoust the king of Naples accompanied them at the head of 2 large corps of cavalry. Poniatowski, with Junot, advanced by different routes to support the movement. Ney and Murat, who commanded the vanguard, drove everything before them until they approached Krasnoy upon 14th August, where a remarkable action took place. This maneuver, which transferred the Emperor's line of operations from the Dwina to the Dnieper, has been much admired by French and Russian tacticians, but it has not escaped military criticism. General Nuarosk had been stationed at Krasnoy with above 6,000 men, a part of the garrison of Smolensk which had been sent out for the purpose of making a strong recognizance, but finding himself attacked by a body of infantry stronger than his own, and no less than 18,000 cavalry, besides the Russian general, commenced his retreat upon the road to Smolensk. The ground through which the road lay was open, flat, and favorable for the action of cavalry. Murat, who led the pursuit, and while he affected the dress and appearance of a cavalier of romance, had the fiery courage necessary to support the character, sent some of his light squadrons to menace the front of the Russian corps, while with his heavy horse he annoyed their flanks or thundered upon their rear. To add to the difficulties of the Russians, their columns consisted of raw troops who had never been under fire, and who might have been expected to shrink from the furious onset of the cavalry. They behaved bravely, however, and availed themselves of a double row of trees, which borders the high road to Smolensk, on each side to make their musketry effectual, and to screen themselves from the repeated charges, protecting themselves as they retreated by a heavy fire. Neurosk made good a lion-like retreat into Smolensk, having lost 400 men chiefly by the artillery and 5 guns, but receiving from friend and foe the testimony, due to a movement so bravely and ably conducted. Upon the 14th of August, the same day, with this skirmish Napoleon arrived at Rassasina upon the Dnieper, and continued during the 15th, to press forward towards Smolensk in the rear of Ney, and Murat. Prince Bagration in the meantime threw General Rifskoy into Smolensk, with a strong division to reinforce Neurosk, and advanced himself to the Dnieper, along the left bank of which he pressed with all possible speed towards the endangered town. Barclay de Tolly was now made aware, as we have already stated, that while he was engaged in false manoeuvres to the right, his left had been in fact turned, and that Smolensk was in the utmost danger. Thus the 2 Russian generals pressed forward from different points to the relief of the city, whilst Napoleon used every effort to carry the place before their arrival. Smolensk, a town of consequence in the empire, and like Moscow honoured by the appellation of the Sacred, and of the Key of Russia, contains about 12,600 inhabitants. It is situated on the heights of the left bank of the Dnieper, and was then surrounded by fortifications of the ancient Gothic character. An old wall, in some places dilapidated, was defended by about 30 towers, which seemed to flank the battlements, and there was an ill-contrived work called the Royal Bastion, which served as a species of citadel, the walls, however, being 18 feet thick and 25 high, and there being a ditch of some depth. The town, though not defensible if regularly approached, might be held out against a coup de main. The greatest inconvenience arose from the suburbs of the place, which, approaching near to the wall of the town, preserved the assailants from the fire of the besieged. As they approached it, Rifskoy prepared to defend Smolensk at the head of about 16,000 men. He was reinforced on the 16th of August by a division of grenadiers under Prince Charles of Mecklenburg, who were detached for that purpose by Bagration. Ney arrived first under the walls of the city, and instantly rushed forward to attack the citadel. He failed entirely, being himself wounded, and 2/3 of the storming party cut off. A second attempt was made to as little purpose, and at length he was forced to confine his efforts to a cannonade, which was returned from the place with equal spirit. Later in the day, the troops of Napoleon appeared advancing from the eastward on one side of the Dnieper, while almost at the same moment there were seen upon the opposite bank clouds of dust, enveloping long columns of men moving from different points with uncommon celerity. This was the Grand Army of Russia under Barclay, and the troops of Bagration, who, breathless with haste and anxiety, were pressing forward to the relief of Smolensk. At length, said Napoleon, as he gazed on the advance from the opposite side, "At length, I have them." He had no doubt it was the purpose of the Russians to pass through the city, and deploying from its gates, to offer him under the walls that general action for which he longed, and on which so much depended. He took all the necessary measures for preparing his line of battle. But the cautious Barclay de Tolly was determined that not even for the protection of the sacred city would he endanger the safety of his army, so indispensably necessary to the defence of the empire. He dismissed to Elnia his more impatient coadjutor Prince Bagration, who would willingly have fought a battle incensed as he was at beholding the cities of Russia sacked, and her fields laid waste without the satisfaction either of resistance or revenge. Barclay in the meanwhile occupied Smolensk, but only for the purpose of covering the flight of the inhabitants and emptying the magazines. Bonaparte's last look that evening was on the still empty fields betwixt his army and Smolensk. There was no sign of any advance from its gates, and Murat prophesied that the Russians had no purpose of fighting. Davoust entertained a different opinion, and Napoleon, continuing to believe what he most wished, expected with the peep of day to see the whole Russian army drawn up betwixt his own front and the walls of Smolensk morning came, however, and the space in which he expected to see the enemy was vacant as before. On the other hand, the highroad on the opposite side of the Dnieper was filled with troops and artillery, which showed that the grand army of the Russians was in full retreat. Disappointed and incensed Napoleon appointed instant measures to be taken to storm the place, resolving as speedily as possible to possess himself of the town that he might have the use of its bridge in crossing to the other side of the Dnieper. In order to pursue the fugitive Russians, there are moments when men of ordinary capacity may advise the wisest. Murat remarked to Bonaparte that as the Russians had retired, Smolensk, left to its fate, would fall without the loss that must be sustained in an attack by storm, and he more than hinted the imprudence of penetrating farther into Russia at this late season of the year. The answer of Napoleon must have been almost insulting, for Murat, having exclaimed that a march to Moscow would be the destruction of the army, spurred his horse like a desperate man to the banks of the river, where the Russian guns from the opposite side were cannonading a French battery, placed himself under a tremendous fire, as if he had been courting death, and was with difficulty forced from the dangerous spot. Battle of Smolensk. Meantime the attack commenced on Smolensk, but the place was defended with the same vigor as on the day before. The field guns were found unable to penetrate the walls, and the French lost 4,000 or 5,000 men in returning repeatedly to the attack. But this successful defense did not alter Barclay's resolution of evacuating the place. It might no doubt have been defended for several days more, but the Russian general feared that a protracted resistance on this advanced point might give Napoleon time to secure the road to Moscow and drive the Russian armies back upon the barren and exhausted provinces of the northwest, besides getting betwixt them and the ancient capital of Russia in the middle of the night. Then, while the French were throwing some shells into the place, they saw fires beginning to kindle far faster and more generally than their bombardment could have occasioned. They were the work of the Russian troops, who, having completed their task of carrying off or destroying the magazines, and having covered the flight of the inhabitants, had now set the dreadful example of destroying their own town, rather than that its houses or walls should afford assistance to the enemy. Smolensk. When the Frenchmen entered Smolensk, which they did the next morning, 18th August, most of the town, which consisted chiefly of wooden houses, was yet blazingel. They found nothing but blood and ashes. The French troops were struck with horror at the inveterate animosity of the Russians, and the desperation of the resistance which they met with, and all began to wish a period to a war where there was nothing to be gained from the retreating enemy, except a long vista of advance through an inhospitable wilderness of swamps, pine forests, and deserts, without provisions, and without shelter, without hospitals for the sick and dressings for the wounded, and without even a shed where the weary might repose, or the wounded might die. Bonaparte himself hesitated, and is reported to have then spoken of concluding the campaign at Smolensk, which would, he said, be an admirable head of cantonments. Here, he said, the troops might rest and receive reinforcements. Enough was done for the campaign. Poland was conquered, which seemed a sufficient result. For 1 year, the next year they would have peace, or they would seek it at Moscow. But in the interior of his councils he held a different language, and endeavoured to cover with the language of prudence the pride and pertinacity of character, which forbade him to stop short in an enterprise which had yet produced him no harvest of renown. He stated to his generals the exhausted state of the country in which his soldiers were living from hand to mouth, and the risk and difficulty of drawing his supplies from Danzig or Poland through Russian roads, and in the winter season he alleged the disorganized state of the army, which might move on though it was incapable of stopping motion. He said might keep it together. A halt or a retreat would be at once to dissolve it. It was an army of attack, not of defense, an army of operation, not of position. The result was they must advance on Moscow, possess themselves of the capital, and their dictator peace. The language which Segur has placed in the mouth of the emperor by no means exaggerates the dreadful condition of the French army when Napoleon entered the country only 6 weeks before. The corps, which formed his operating army, amounted to 297,000 men, and by the 5th August, when preparing to break up from Wipsk, that number was diminished to 185,000, not two-thirds of their original number, and a great additional loss had been sustained in the movements and encounters on the Dnieper. The wounded of the army were in the most miserable state, and it was in vain that the surgeons tore up their own linen. For dressings they were obliged to use parchment, and the down that grows on the birch trees. It is no wonder that few recovered. Thus it may be concluded that this rash enterprise carried with it from the beginning the seeds of destruction, which even without the conflagration of Moscow, or the Russian climate, though the latter must have been at all events included, made the expedition resemble that of Cambyses into Egypt of Crassus, and after him Julian into Parthia, and so many others of the same character, where the extent of preparation only rendered the subsequent fate of the invaders more signally calamitous. While the French army was thus suffering a gradual, or rather hasty, decay, that of the Russians was now receiving rapid reinforcements. The Emperor Alexander, on leaving the army for Moscow, had convoked the nobles and the merchants of that capital in their several assemblies had pledged to them his purpose never to make peace, while a Frenchman remained in Russia, and had received the most enthusiastic assurances from both ranks of the state of their being devoted to his cause with life and property. A large sum was voted by the merchants as a general tax, besides which they opened a voluntary subscription, which produced great supplies. The nobility offered a levy of 10 men in the 100. Through all their estates many were at the sole expense of fitting out and arming their recruits, and some of these wealthy boyards furnished companies, nay battalions, entirely at their own expense. The word peace was not mentioned, or only thought of, as that which could not be concluded with an invader without an indelible disgrace to Russia. Other external circumstances occurred which greatly added to the effect of these patriotic exertions. A peace with England and the restoration of commerce was the instant consequence of war with France. Russia had all the support which British diplomacy could afford her in operating a reconciliation with Sweden, and a peace with Turkey, the former being accomplished under the mediation of England and the Crown Prince being assured in possession of Norway. The Russian army under General Stagentale or Steingel, which was, while Bernadotte's amicable disposition might be doubted, necessarily detained in Finland, was now set at liberty for the more pressing service of defending the empire. A peace even still more important was made with the Turks at Bucharest on the 16th May. The port yielded up to Russia Bessarabia, and that part of Moldavia situated on the left of the river Pruth, and Russia renounced all claim to the rest of the two provinces of Moldavia and Wallachia. But the great advantage which accrued to Russia by this treaty was its setting at liberty a veteran army of 45,000 men, and rendering them a disposable force in the rear of the French troops. If the able statesman who at that period conducted the foreign affairs of Great Britain, Lord Castlereagh, had never rendered to his own country, and to the world, any other service than the influence which he successfully exercised in these important diplomatic affairs, he must have gone down to posterity as the minister who had foreseen and provided in the most critical moment the mode of strengthening Russia to combat with her formidable invaders, and which after all her exertions was the means of turning the balance in her favor. It was at Wipsk that Napoleon learned that the Turks had made peace, and as it had only instigated him to precipitate his measures against Smolensk, so now the same reason urged him to continue his march on Moscow. Hitherto his wings had had the advantage of the enemy MacDonald in blockading. Riga kept all Kurland at his disposal, and alarmed St. Petersburg more to the south. St. Cyr had some hard fighting with Wittgenstein, and after a severe battle at Polotsk had reduced that enterprising officer to the defensive. Equally favourable intelligence had reached from Volhynia, the extreme right of the terrible line of invasion. The Russian general Tormasov had made, when least expected, his appearance in the Grand Duchy. Driven before him, Rignier, who was covering that part of Poland, destroyed a Saxon brigade and alarmed Warsaw, but Rignier united himself with the Austrian general Schwarzenberg, advanced on Tormasov, and engaging him near a place called Goruxna, defeated him with loss, and compelled him to retreat. It was obvious, however, that the advantage of these two victories at Polotsk and Goruxna would be entirely lost if General Steingel with the Finland army should join Wittgenstein, while Tormasov fell back on the Moldavian army of Russia, commanded by Admiral Tchichagov. Advance upon Moscow. For Napoleon to await in cantonments at Smolensk in a wasted country, the consequences of these junctions, which were likely to include the destruction of his two wings, would have been a desperate resolution. It seemed waiting for the fate which he had been wont to command to move forward was a bold measure, but the French army in its state of disorganization somewhat resembled an intoxicated person who possesses the power to run though he is unable to support himself if he stands still. If Napoleon could yet strike a gallant blow at the Russian Grand Army, if he could yet obtain possession of Moscow, the wholly he reckoned on sending dismay into the heart of Alexander, and dictating to the Tsar, as he had done to many other princes, the conditions of peace from within the walls of his own palace. Bonaparte therefore resolved to advance upon Moscow, and perhaps circumstanced as he had no safer course, unless he had abandoned his whole undertaking and fallen back upon Poland, which would have been an acknowledgment of defeat that we can hardly conceive his stooping to while he was yet at the head of an army. Chapter Roman 59 Napoleon detaches Murat and other generals in pursuit of the Russians' bloody but indecisive action at Valoutina. Barclay de Tolly's defensive system, relinquished, and Kutuzov, appointed to the chief command of the Russian army. Napoleon advances from Smolensk. Battle of Borodino fought on 5th September. Prince Bagration, slain. Kutuzov retreats upon Majysk, and thence upon Moscow. Napoleon continues his advance on the 12th. Count Rostopchin, governor of Moscow. His character: the Russians abandon Moscow, which is evacuated by the inhabitants. The Grand Russian army marches through Moscow. Last public court of justice, held there by Rostopchin, after which he follows the march of the army. Without communicating his purpose of advancing in person from Smolensk, and completing without any interval of delay his great undertaking, Napoleon failed not to detach Murat nay Junot, and Davoust in pursuit of the Russians as they retired from Smolensk. Either, however, his own mind was not made up, or he did not wish his purpose of going onward to be known. He represented this demonstration as arising merely out of the desire of pressing the Russian retreat, though in fact it was preliminary to his own advance. Barclay de Tolly, having performed the stern duty of burning Smolensk, had retired for 2 or 3 miles along the road to St. Petersburg, which route he chose in order to avoid a cannonade from the left side of the Dnieper. Having proceeded a little way in this direction, he turned southward to regain the road to Moscow, which he would have taken at first, but for its exposing him to loss from the enemy's artillery, where it bordered on the river. The French could not for some time determine on which route they were to pursue the Russians. At length, finding the track, they overtook the rearguard at a place called Valoutina, encumbered, as it was, with guns and baggage. Here a desperate action took place, the Russians reinforcing their rearguard. As fast as the French brought new bodies to attack them, both parties fought most obstinately, and the distinguished French general Gudin was mortally wounded. The French blamed Junot, who, having been dispatched across the Dnieper, showed no alertness in advancing to charge the enemy. There was seen indeed in this affair of Valoutina or Lumbino that the marshals and the great officers, who had been accustomed each to command a separate corps d'army, disdained to receive either orders or even advice or hints from a brother of the same rank. Wherever there were 2 or 3 of these dignitaries on the field, it was necessary Bonaparte should be within reach to issue the necessary orders, for no voice, save that of the emperor, was implicitly obeyed by all. Action at Valoutina. In the meantime, the bloody action of Valoutina had an unsatisfactory result. The Russians, whose rearguard had been attacked, had moved off without losing either guns, prisoners, or baggage. They had lost equal numbers with the French, but the time was fast approaching when they must possess a numerical superiority, and when of course an equal loss would tell in favor of the party which was nearest to its resources. The plan of Barclay de Tolly had hitherto been scrupulously adhered to. All general actions had been cautiously avoided, and while no means were left unemployed to weaken the enemy in partial actions, and to draw him on from swamp to swamp, from conflagration to conflagration, from one wild and waste scene to another of equal sterility and disconsolation, the end had been in a great measure attained of undermining the force and breaking the moral courage of the invading army, who wandered forward like men in a dream, feeling on all hands a sense of oppressive and stifling opposition, yet unable to encounter anything substantial which the slumberer can struggle with and overcome. Barclay de Tolly, if he had made some faults by extending his line too much at the commencement of the campaign, and afterwards by his false movements upon Rudnaya, had more than atoned for these errors by the dexterity with which he had maneuvered before Smolensk and the advantages which he had gained over the enemy on various other occasions. But they were now approaching Moscow. The grand, the sanctified, and the military councils of Russia were about to change their character. The spirit of the Russians, especially of the new levies, was more and more exasperated at the retreat, which seemed to have no end, and at the style of defence, which seemed only to consist in inflicting on the country, by the hands of Cossacks or Tartars, the very desolation, which was perhaps the worst evil they could experience from the French. The natural zeal of the new levies, their confidence, and their desire to be led to fight in the cause for which they were enlisted, eagerly declared against further retreat, and they demanded a halt and a battle under a Russian general more interested, as they supposed such must be, in the defence of the country than a German stranger. The emperor, almost alone, continued to adhere to the opinion of Barclay de Tolly, but he could not bid defiance to the united voice of his people and his military council. The political causes which demanded a great battle in defense of Moscow were strong and numerous, and overcame the military reasons, which certainly recommended that a risk so tremendous should not be incurred. In compliance, therefore, with the necessity of the case, the emperor sacrificed his own opinion. General Kutuzov, an officer high in military esteem among the Russians, was sent for from the corps which had been employed on the Danube against the Turks, to take the chief command of the Grand Army, and it was to Barclay's great honor that, thus superseded, he continued to serve with the utmost zeal and good faith in a subordinate situation. The French were not long of learning that their enemy's system of war was to be changed, and that the new Russian general was to give them battle, the object which they had so long panted for. Bonaparte, who had halted 6 days at Smolensk, moved from thence on the 24th August, and now pressed forward to join the advanced guard of his army at Gijats. In this place, his followers found a Frenchman who had dwelt long in Russia. They learned from this man the promotion of Kutuzov to the chief command of the army opposed to them, and that he was placed there for the express purpose of giving battle to the French army. The news were confirmed by the manner of a Russian officer, who arrived under some pretext with a flag of truce, but probably to espy the state of the invaders' army. There was defiance in the look of this man, and when he was asked by a French general what they would find between Wyazma and Moscow, he answered sternly, Pultowa. There was therefore no doubt that battle was approaching. But the confusion of Bonaparte's troops was still such that he was obliged to halt 2 days at Gijats in order to collect and repose his army. He arrived at the destined field of battle, an elevated plain called Borodino, which the Russians had secured with lines and batteries. Battle of Borodino. The French army were opposed to them on the 5th September, having consumed 17 days in marching 280 wersts. Their first operation was a successful attack upon a redoubt in the Russian front, but which a great error in war was, situated too distant from it to be effectually supported. The French gained it, and kept it. The armies lay in presence of each other all the next day, preparing for the approaching contest, upon a position naturally strong. The Russians had raised very formidable fieldworks. Their right flank rested on a wood which was covered by some detached entrenchments. A brook occupying in its course a deep ravine covered the front of the right wing, and the center of the position as far as the river of Borodino. From that village, the left extended down to another village called Semonskoy, which is more open yet protected by ravines and thickets in front. This, as the most accessible point, was anxiously secured by redoubts and batteries, and in the center of the position, upon a gentle elevation, arose a sort of double battery like a citadel for the protection of the whole line. In this strong position was stationed the Russian army, equal now in numbers to the French, as each army might be about 120,000 men. They were commanded by a veteran, slow, cautious, tenacious of his purpose, wily too, as Napoleon afterwards found to his cost, but perhaps not otherwise eminent as a military leader. The army he led were of one nation and language, all conscious that this battle had been granted to their own ardent wishes, and determined to make good the eagerness with which they had called for it. The French army again consisted of various nations, but they were the elite and seasoned soldiers who had survived the distresses of a most calamitous march. They were the veterans of the victors of Europe. They were headed by Napoleon in person, and under his immediate command by those marshals whose names in arms were only inferior to his own, besides a consciousness of their superiority, in action of which, from the manner in which they had covered themselves in entrenchments, the enemy seemed aware the French had before them the prospect of utter destruction if they should sustain a defeat in a country so difficult that they could hardly advance even as a successful army, and certainly could never hope to retreat as a routed one. Bonaparte's address to his troops had less of the tinsel of oratory than he generally used on such occasions. Soldiers, he said, here is the battle you have longed for. It is necessary, for it brings us plenty good winter quarters, and a safe return to France. Behave yourselves, so that posterity may say of each of you, he was in that great battle under the walls of Moscow. In the Russian camp was a scene of a different kind, calculated to awaken feelings to which France had long ceased to appeal. The Greek clergy showed themselves to the troops arrayed in their rich vestments, and displaying for general worship the images of their holiest saints. They told their countrymen of the wrongs which had been offered by the invaders to earth as well as heaven, and exhorted them to merit a place in paradise by their behavior in that day's battle. The Russians answered with shouts. 2 deeply interesting circumstances occurred to Napoleon the day before the battle. An officer brought him a portrait of his boy, the King of Rome, which he displayed on the outside of the tent, not only to satisfy the officers, but the soldiers who crowded to look upon the son of their emperor. The other was the arrival of an officer from Spain, with dispatches giving Napoleon news of the loss of the Battle of Salamanca. He bore the evil tidings with temper and firmness, and soon turned his thoughts alike from domestic enjoyments and foreign defeats to forming the necessary plans for the action before him. Davoust proposed a plan for turning the left of the enemy's entrenched line by following the old road from Smolensk to Moscow, and placing 35,000 men in the flank and rear of that part of the Russian position. This operation was partly to be accomplished by a night march, partly on the morning, while the rest of the army was engaging the enemy's attention in front. The ground to which this road would have conducted Davoust and his troops forms the highest land in the neighborhood, as appears from the rivulets taking their source there. Upon this commanding position, the attacking corps might have been formed in the rear of the Russian line. Such a movement on that point must have cut off the Russians from their point of retreat on Marjinsk and Moscow, and Davoust might have come down their line, driving everything before him, advancing from redoubt to redoubt and dispersing reserve after reserve till the Russians should no longer have the semblance of an army. Perhaps Napoleon considered this plan as too hazardous, as it implied a great weakening of his front line, which in that case might have been attacked and broken before the corps d'armée under Davoust had attained the desired position. The emperor therefore determined that Poniatowski, with not more than 5,000 men, should make a demonstration that should commence upon their left in the direction proposed by Davoust, and that then a general attack should commence on the Russian right and centre. Foreseeing an obstinate resistance, he had ordered as much artillery as possible to be brought into line, and the guns on each side are said to have amounted to 1,000. The battle began about 7 o'clock by Ney's attacking the bastioned redoubt on the Russian centre with the greatest violence, while Prince Eugene made equal efforts to dislodge the enemy from the village of Semonskoye and the adjoining fortifications. No action was ever more keenly debated, nor at such a wasteful expenditure of human life. The fury of the French onset at length carried the redoubts, but the Russians rallied under the very line of their enemy's fire, and advanced again to the combat to recover their entrenchments. Regiments of peasants, who till that day had never seen war, and who still had no other uniform than their grey jackets formed with the steadiness of veterans, crossed their brows, and having uttered their national exclamation, Gospodi, Pomilui Nuzgard, have mercy upon us, rushed into the thickest of the battle, where the survivors, without feeling fear or astonishment, closed their ranks over their comrades, as they fell, while supported at once by enthusiasm for their cause, and by a religious sense of predestination. Life and death seemed alike indifferent to them. The fate of the day seemed more than once so critical that Napoleon was strongly urged on more than one occasion to bring up the young guard whom he had in reserve as the last means of deciding the contest. He was censured by some of those around him for not having done so, and it has been imputed to illness, as he had passed a bad night and seemed unusually languid during the whole of the day. But the secret of his refusal seems to be contained in his reply to Berthier, when he urged him on the subject, and if there is another battle tomorrow, where is my army? The fact is that this body of 10,000 household troops were his last reserve. They had been spared as far as possible in the march, and had of course retained their discipline in a proportional degree, and had they sustained any considerable loss which from the obstinate resistance and repeated efforts of the Russians was to be apprehended, Bonaparte, whom even victory must leave in a perilous condition, would in that case have lost the only corps upon whom in the general disorganization of his army he could thoroughly depend. The compromising the last reserve is an expedient reluctantly resorted to by prudent generals, and perhaps if Napoleon had been as circumspect on that subject at Waterloo as at Borodino, his retreat from that bloody field might have been less calamitous than it proved. The Russians, whose desperate efforts to recover their line of redoubts had exposed them to so much loss, were at length commanded to retreat, and although the victory was certainly with the French, yet their enemies might be said rather to desist from fighting than to have suffered a defeat. Indeed, it was the French who after the battle drew off to their original ground, and left the Russians in possession of the bloody field of battle, where they buried their dead, and carried off their wounded at their leisure. Their cavalry even alarmed the French camp on the very night of their victory. Both parties sustained a dreadful loss in this sanguinary battle. Among that of the Russians, the death of the gallant Prince Bagration, whose admirable retreat from Poland we have had occasion to commemorate, was generally lamented. General Tauxkov also died of his wounds, and many other Russian generals were wounded. Their loss amounted to the awful sum total of 15,000 men killed, and more than 30,000 wounded. The French were supposed to have at least 10,000 men killed, and double the number wounded. Of these last few recovered for the great convent of Karlotskoye, which served them as an hospital, was very ill provided with anything for their relief, and the medical attendants could not procure a party to scour the neighbouring villages to obtain lint and other necessaries, for it seems even the necessaries of an hospital could in this ill-fated army only be collected by marauding. 8 French generals were slain, of whom Montbrun and Caulaincourt, brother of the Grand Equerry, were men of distinguished reputation. About 30 other generals were wounded. Neither party could make any boast of military trophies, for the Russians made 1,000 prisoners and the French scarce twice the number, and Kutuzov carried away 10 pieces of cannon belonging to the French, leaving in their hands 13 guns of his own. So slight, except in the numbers of slain, had been the consequences of the battle, that it might have seemed to have been fought as in the games of chivalry, merely to ascertain which party had the superior strength and courage. Marshals. According to the Russian accounts, Kutuzov entertained thoughts of giving battle again the next day, but the reports from various corps having made him acquainted with the very large loss they had sustained, he deemed the army too much exhausted to incur such a risk. He retreated the next day upon Marshals, without leaving behind him a single fragment to indicate that he had the day before sustained such an immense loss. Upon the 9th September the French arrived at Marshals and came again in sight of the Russian rearguard and made dispositions to attack them. But on the 11th they found that the Russian army had again disappeared by a retreat so well conducted and so effectually masked and concealed as to leave Napoleon altogether uncertain whether they had taken the road to Moscow or to Kalouga. Owing to this uncertainty, Napoleon was obliged to remain at Marshals till the 12th, when he received positive intelligence that the Russian army had retreated upon their capital. It is impossible to avoid observing how often the Russian army, though large and consisting of new levies, had in the course of this campaign escaped from the front of the French and left Napoleon at a loss to conjecture whither they had gone. Besides the present occasion, the same circumstance took place at Wipsk, and again before the walls of Moscow. No doubt the Russians were in their own country and possessed clouds of Cossacks, by means of whom they might cover the retreat of their main body. Yet with all these advantages, we are led to admire the natural spirit of obedience and instinct of discipline, by which they were brought to execute that movement with such steadiness that not a single straggler remained to betray their secret. On the 12th September Bonaparte resumed his march, the army having no better guide than the direction of the high road, and the men no better food than horse flesh and bruised wheat. Upon the previous day Murat and Mortier, who led the vanguard, found the Russians strongly posted near Krimsky, where the inconsiderate valour of the King of Naples brought on an action in which the French lost 2,000 men. Still Bonaparte pursued the traces of the Russians, because he could not suppose it possible that they would resign their capital without a second struggle. He was the more anxious to meet it, as 2 divisions of the Italian army under Labord and Pino had joined him from Smolensk, which again carried his numbers sore thinned after the Battle of Borodino to upwards of 100,000 men. A council of war of the Russian generals had been called to deliberate on the awful question whether they should expose the only army which they had in the centre of Russia to the consequences of a too probable defeat, or whether they should abandon without a struggle, and as a prey to the spoiler, the holy Moscow, Jerusalem of Rosyth city, beloved of God and dear to man, with the name and existence of which so many historical, patriotic, national and individual feelings were now involved. Reason spoke one language, pride and affection held another. To hazard a second battle was in a great measure to place the fate of their grand army upon the issue, and this was too perilous an adventure even for the protection of the capital. The consideration seems to have prevailed that Napoleon, being now in the centre of Russia, with an army daily diminishing, and the hard season coming on every hour during which a decisive action could be delayed, was a loss to France and an advantage to Russia. This was the rather the case that Wittgenstein on the northern frontier being reinforced by Steingel with the army of Finland, and on the south that of Moldavia being united to Tormasov, Lithuania and Poland, which formed the base of Napoleon's operations, were in hazard of being occupied by the Russians from both flanks, an event which must endanger his supplies, magazines, reserves and communications of every kind, and put in peril at once his person and his army. Besides, the Russian generals reflected that by evacuating Moscow a measure which the inhabitants could more easily accomplish than those of any other city in the civilized world, they would diminish the prize to the victor, and leave him nothing to triumph over save the senseless buildings. It was therefore determined that the preservation of the army was more essential to Russia than the defense of Moscow, and it was agreed that the ancient capital of the Tsars should be abandoned to its fate. Count Rostopchin, the governor of Moscow, was a man of worth and talent of wit, also, as we have been informed, joined to a certain eccentricity. He had since the commencement of the war kept up the spirits of the citizens, with favourable reports and loyal declarations, qualified to infuse security into the public mind, after the fate of Smolensk, however, and especially after the recommencement of Buonaparte's march eastward. Many of the wealthy inhabitants of Moscow removed or concealed their most valuable effects and left the city themselves. Rostopchin continued, however, his assurances, and took various means to convince the people that there was no danger. Among other contrivances, he engaged a great number of females in the task of constructing a very large balloon from which he was to shower down fire, as the people believed upon the French army under this pretext. He is stated to have collected a large quantity of firework and combustibles actually destined for a very different purpose. The Russians abandoned Moscow. As time passed on, however, the inhabitants became more and more alarmed, and forming a dreadful idea of the French and of the horrors which would attend their entrance into the city. Not only the nobility gentry and those of the learned professions, but tradesmen, mechanics, and the lower orders in general left Moscow by thousands, while the governor, though keeping up the language of defiance, did all he could to superintend and encourage the emigration. The archives and the public treasures were removed, the magazines particularly. Those of provisions were emptied as far as time permitted, and the roads, especially to the south, were crowded with files of carriages and long columns of men, women, and children on foot, singing the hymns of their church, and often turning their eyes back to the magnificent city, which was so soon destined to be a pile of ruins. The Grand Army of Moscow arrived in the position of Philly, near the capital. Not, it was now acknowledged, to defend the sacred city, but to traverse its devoted streets, associating with their march the garrison and such of the citizens as were fit to bear arms, and so leave the capital to its fate. On the 14th of September, the troops marched with downcast looks, furled banners, and silent drums through the streets of the metropolis, and went out at the Kolomna gate. Their long columns of retreat were followed by the greater part of the remaining population. Meanwhile, Rostopchin, ere departing, held a public court of justice. 2 men were brought before him, one a Russian, an enthusiast who had learned in Germany and been foolish enough to express at Moscow some of the old French republican doctrines. The other was a Frenchman, whom the near approach of his countrymen had emboldened to hold some indiscreet political language. The father of the Russian delinquent was present. He was expected to interfere. He did so, but it was to demand his son's death. I grant you, said the governor, some moments to take leave, and to bless him shall I. Bless a rebel, said this Scythian Brutus, be my curse upon him that has betrayed his country. The criminal was hewed down on the spot. Stranger, said Rostopchin to the Frenchman, thou hast been imprudent, yet it is but natural thou shouldst desire the coming of thy countrymen. Be free then, and go to meet them. Tell them there was one traitor in Russia, and thou hast seen him punished. The governor then caused the jails to be opened, and the criminals to be set at liberty, and abandoning the desolate city to these banditti, and a few of the lowest rabble, he mounted his horse, and putting himself at the head of his retainers, followed the march of the army. Chapter Roman 60. On 14th September Napoleon reaches Moscow, which he finds deserted by the inhabitants. The city is discovered to be on fire. Napoleon takes up his quarters in the Kremlin. The fire is stopped next day, but arises again at night, believed to be willful, and several Russians apprehended and shot. On the 3rd night, the Kremlin is discovered to be on fire. Buonaparte leaves it and takes his abode at Petrovsky. The fire rages till the 19th, when 4/5 of the city are burnt down. On the 20th, Buonaparte returns to the Kremlin. Discussion as to the origin of this great conflagration, disorganization, and indiscipline of the French army. Difficulty as to the route on leaving Moscow. Lauriston sent, with a letter to the Emperor Alexander, retrospect of the march of the Russian army. After leaving Moscow, Lauriston has an interview with Kutuzov on 5th October. The result: armistice made by Murat. Preparations for retreat. The Emperor Alexander refuses to treat. On the 14th September 1812, while the rearguard of the Russians were in the act of evacuating Moscow, Napoleon reached the hill called the Mount of Salvation, because it is there where the natives kneel and cross themselves at first sight of the holy city. Moscow seemed lordly and striking as ever, with the steeples of its 30 churches and its copper domes glittering in the sun, its palaces of Eastern architecture mingled with trees, and surrounded with gardens, and its Kremlin a huge triangular mass of towers, something between a palace and a castle, which rose like a citadel out of the general mass of groves and buildings, but not a chimney sent up smoke, not a appeared on the battlements or at the gates. Napoleon gazed every moment, expecting to see a train of bearded boyards arriving to fling themselves at his feet, and place their wealth at his disposal. His first exclamation was, "Behold at last that celebrated city!" His next, "It was full time his army, less regardful of the past or the future, fixed their eyes on the goal of their wishes," and a shout of "Moscow, Moscow!" passed from rank to rank. Meantime no one interrupted his meditations, until a message came from Murat. He had pushed in among the Cossacks, who covered the rear of the Russians, and readily admitted to a parley the chivalrous champion, whom they at once recognized, having so often seen him blazing in the van of the French cavalry. The message which he sent to Bonaparte intimated that Miloradovich threatened to burn the town if his rear was not allowed time to march through it. This was a tone of defiance. Napoleon, however, granted the armistice, for which no inhabitants were left to be grateful. After waiting 2 hours, he received from some French inhabitants, who had hidden themselves during the evacuation, the strange intelligence that Moscow was deserted by its population, the tidings that a population of 250,000 persons had left their native city was incredible, and Napoleon still commanded the boyards, the public functionaries, to be brought before him, nor could he be convinced of what had actually happened till they led to his presence some of that refuse of humanity, the only live creatures they could find in the city, but they were wretches of the lowest rank. When he was at last convinced that the desertion of the capital was universal, he smiled bitterly, and said the Russians will soon learn better the value of their capital. The signal was now given for the troops to advance, and the column, still in a state of wonder at the solitude and silence which received them, everywhere penetrated through that assemblage of huts, mingled with palaces, where it seemed that penury, which had scarce means to obtain the ordinary necessaries of life, had for her next-door neighbour all the wealth and profuse expenditure of the East. At once the silence was broken by a volley of musketry, which some miserable fanatics poured from the battlements of the Kremlin on the first French troops that approached the palace of the Tsars. These wretches were most of them intoxicated, yet the determined obstinacy with which they threw away their lives was another feature of that rugged patriotism of which the French had seen, and were yet to see so many instances. Entry into Moscow. When he entered the gates of Moscow, Bonaparte, as if unwilling to encounter the sight of the empty streets, stopped immediately on entering the first suburb. His troops were quartered in the desolate city. During the first few hours after their arrival, an obscure rumour which could not be traced, but one of those which are sometimes found to get abroad before the approach of some awful certainty, announced that the city would be endangered by fire in the course of the night. The report seemed to arise from those evident circumstances which rendered the event probable, but no one took any notice of it until at midnight, when the soldiers were startled from their quarters by the report that the town was in flames. The memorable conflagration began amongst the coachmakers' warehouses and workshops in the bazaar or general market, which was the most rich district of the city. It was imputed to accident, and the progress of the flames was subdued by the exertions of the French soldiers. Napoleon, who had been roused by the tumult, hurried to the spot, and when the alarm seemed at an end, he retired not to his former quarters in the suburbs, but to the Kremlin, the hereditary palace of the only sovereign whom he had ever treated as an equal and over whom his successful arms had now attained such an apparently immense superiority. Yet he did not suffer himself to be dazzled by the advantage he had obtained, but availed himself of the light of the blazing bazaar to write to the emperor proposals of peace with his own hand. They were dispatched by a Russian officer of rank, who had been disabled by indisposition from following the army, but no answer was ever returned. Next day the flames had disappeared, and the French officers luxuriously employed themselves in selecting out of the deserted palaces of Moscow that which best pleased the fancy of each for his residence. At night the flames again arose in the north and west quarters of the city. As far the greater part of the houses were built of wood, the conflagration spread with the most dreadful rapidity. This was at first imputed to the blazing brands and sparkles which were carried by the wind, but at length it was observed that as often as the wind changed, and it changed 3 times in that terrible night, new flames broke always forth in that direction where the existing gale was calculated to direct them on the Kremlin. These horrors were increased by the chance of explosion. There was, though as yet unknown to the French, a magazine of powder in the Kremlin, besides that a park of artillery with its ammunition was drawn up under the emperor's window. Morning came, and with it, a dreadful scene during the whole night. The metropolis had glared with an untimely and unnatural light. It was now covered with a thick and suffocating atmosphere of almost palpable smoke. The flames defied the efforts of the French soldiery, and it is said that the fountains of the city had been rendered inaccessible, the waterpipes cut, and the firing engines destroyed or carried off. Then came the reports of fireballs having been found burning in deserted houses of men and women that, like demons, had been seen openly spreading the flames, and who were said to be furnished with combustibles for rendering their dreadful work more secure. Several wretches against whom such acts had been charged were seized upon, and probably without much inquiry were shot on the spot, while it was almost impossible to keep the roof of the Kremlin clear of the burning brands, which showered down the wind. Napoleon watched from the windows the course of the fire which devoured his fair conquest, and the exclamation burst from him, "These are indeed Scythians." The equinoctial gales rose higher and higher upon the third night, and extended the flames with which there was no longer any human power of contending. At the dead hour of midnight, the Kremlin itself was found to be on fire. A soldier of the Russian police, charged with being the incendiary, was turned over to the summary vengeance of the imperial guard. Bonaparte was then at length persuaded by the entreaties of all around him to relinquish his quarters in the Kremlin, to which, as the visible mark of his conquest, he had seemed to cling with the tenacity of a lion, holding a fragment of his prey. He encountered both difficulty and danger in retiring from the palace, and before he could gain the city gate he had to traverse with his sweet streets arched with fire, and in which the very air they breathed was suffocating. At length, he gained the open country, and took up his abode in a palace of the Tsars called Petrovsky, about a French league from the city. As he looked back on the fire, which under the influence of the autumnal wind swelled and surged around the Kremlin like an infernal ocean, around a sable pandemonium, he could not suppress the ominous expression, "This bodes us great misfortune." The fire continued to triumph unopposed, and consumed in a few days what it had cost centuries to raise palaces and temples. Says a Russian author, monuments of art and miracles of luxury, the remains of ages which had passed away, and those which had been the creation of yesterday, the tombs of ancestors, and the nursery cradles of the present generation, were indiscriminately destroyed. Nothing was left of Moscow save the remembrance of the city, and the deep resolution to avenge its fall. The fire raged till the 19th with unabated violence, and then began to slacken for want of fuel. It is said 4/5 of this great city were laid in ruins on the 20th. Bonaparte returned to the Kremlin, and as if in defiance of the terrible scene which he had witnessed, took measures as if he were disposed to make Moscow his residence for some time. He even caused a theatre to be fitted up, and plays to be acted by performers sent from Paris, to show perhaps that it was not in the most terrible of elements to overawe his spirit or interrupt his usual habits of life in the same style of indifference or affectation. A set of very precise regulations respecting the theatre franchise was drawn up by the emperor amid the ruins of Moscow. He was not superior to the affectation of choosing distant places and foreign capitals for the date of domestic and trifling ordinances. It gave the emperor an air of ubiquity to issue rules for a Parisian theatre from the Kremlin. It had already been prophesied that he would sacrifice his army to have the pleasure of dating a decree from Moscow. The conflagration of Moscow was so complete in its devastation, so important in its consequences, so critical in the moment of its commencement, that almost all the eyewitnesses have imputed it to a sublime, yet almost horrible exertion of patriotic decision on the part of the Russians, their government, and in particular of the governor Rostopchin. Nor has the positive denial of Count Rostopchin himself diminished the general conviction that the fire was directed by him. All the French officers continue to this day to ascribe the conflagration to persons whom he had employed. On the other hand, there are many, and those good judges of the probabilities, in such an event, who have shown strong reasons for believing that Moscow shared but the fate of a deserted city, which is almost always burnt as well as pillaged. We shall only observe that should the scale of evidence incline to the side of accident, history will lose one of the grandest as well as most terrible incidents which she has on record considered as a voluntary Russian act. The burning of their capital is an incident of gigantic character, which we consider with awe and terror. Our faculties, so confused by the immensity of the object, considered in its different bearings, that we hardly know whether to term it vice or virtue, patriotism or vengeance. Whether the conflagration of Moscow was or was not the work of Russian will and Russian hands, the effects which it was to produce on the campaign were likely to be of the most important character. Bonaparte's object in pressing on to the capital at every risk was to grasp a pledge for the redemption of which he had no doubt Alexander would be glad to make peace on his own terms, but the prize of his victory, however fair to the sight, had, like that fabled fruit said to grow on the banks of the Dead Sea, proved in the end but soot and ashes. Moscow indeed he had seized, but it had perished in his grasp, and far from being able to work upon Alexander's fears for its safety, it was reasonable to think that its total destruction had produced the most vehement resentment on the part of the Russian monarch, since Napoleon received not even the civility of an answer to his conciliatory letter, and thus the acquisition so much desired, as the means of procuring peace, had become by this catastrophe the cause of the most irreconcilable enmity. Neither was it a trifling consideration that Napoleon had lost by this dreadful fire a great part of the supplies which he expected the capture of the metropolis would have contributed for the support of his famished army. Had there existed in Moscow the usual population of a capital, he would have found the usual modes of furnishing its markets in full activity. These doubtless are not of the common kind, for provisions are sent to this capital, not as is usual from fertile districts around the city, but from distant regions, whence they are brought by water carriage in the summer, and by sledges which travel on the ice and frozen snow in the winter time to Moscow with its usual inhabitants. These supplies must have been remitted as usual, lest the numerous population of 250,000 and upwards should be famished as well as the enemy's army, but Moscow deserted, Moscow burnt, and reduced to mountains of cinders and ashes, had no occasion for such supplies, nor was it to be supposed that the provinces from which they were usually remitted would send them to a heap of ruins, where there remained none to be fed save the soldiers of the invading army. This conviction came with heavy anticipation on the Emperor of France and his principal officers. Meanwhile the ruins of Moscow and the remnant which was left standing afforded the common soldiers an abundance of booty during their short day of rest, and as is their nature they enjoyed the present moment without thinking of futurity. The army was dispersed over the city, plundering at pleasure whatever they could find, sometimes discovering quantities of melted gold and silver, sometimes rich merchandise and precious articles, of which they knew not the value, sometimes articles of luxury, which contrasted strangely with their general want of comforts, and even necessaries. It was not uncommon to see the most tattered, shoeless wretches sitting among bales of rich merchandise, or displaying costly shawls, precious furs, and vestments rich with barbaric pearl and gold. In another place there were to be seen soldiers possessed of tea, sugar, coffee, and similar luxuries, while the same individuals could scarce procure carrion to eat or muddy water to drink. Of sugar in particular, they had such quantities that they mixed it with their horseflesh soup. The whole was a contrast of the wildest and most lavish excess with the last degree of necessity, disgusting to witness, and most ominous in its presage. They esteemed themselves happiest of all who could procure intoxicating liquors, and escape by some hours of insensibility from the scene of confusion around them. Napoleon and his officers toiled hard to restore some degree of organization to the army. The plundering, which could not be discontinued, was latterly set about more regularly, and detachments were sent to pillage the ruins of Moscow. As in turn of duty, the rest of the troops were withdrawn from the city or confined to their quarters in the buildings which remained entire. Everything was done to protect the few peasants who brought provisions to the camp. For sale nevertheless few appeared, and at length not one was to be seen. The utmost exertion, therefore, could not, it was obvious, render Moscow a place of rest for many days, and the difficulty of choosing the route by which to leave it became now an embarrassing consideration. There were 3 modes of proceeding on evacuating Moscow, all of which had in their turn Napoleon's anxious consideration. First, he might march on St. Petersburg, and deal with the modern as he had with the ancient capital of Russia. This counsel best suited the daring genius of Bonaparte, ever bent upon the game by which all is to be lost, or all won. He even spoke of that measure as a thing resolved, but Berthier and Bessières prevailed in convincing him that the lateness of the season, the state of the roads, the want of provisions, and the condition of the army rendered such an attempt totally desperate. The second proposed measure was to move southwards upon the fertile province of Kalouga, and thence to proceed westward towards Smolensk, which was their first depot in this route. Napoleon must have fought a general action with Kutuzov, who, as we shall presently see, had taken a position to the south of Moscow. This indeed would have been in many respects a motive with Napoleon to take the route to Kalouga, but a second battle of Borodino, as obstinately fought, and as doubtful in its termination, would have been a bad commencement for a retreat the flanks of which would certainly be annoyed. Even if the Moldavian army did not intercept the front, the third plan was to return by the route on which he had advanced, and on which by a few places hastily fortified, he still preserved a precarious communication with Smolensk-Wipsk, and so on to Wilna. This line, however, lay through the countries which had been totally destroyed and wasted by the advance of the army, and where all the villages and hamlets had been burned and abandoned either by the French or the Russians themselves. To take this direction was to confront famine. Napoleon's hesitation on this important point was increased by the eagerness with which he still adhered to his own plan for the conclusion of the war by a triumphant peace with Alexander, concluded on the ruins of his capital. His mind, which ever clung with tenacity to the opinions he had once formed, revolved the repeated instances in which his voice had in such circumstances commanded peace, and dictated the articles. The idea which he had formed of Alexander's disposition during the interviews of Tilsit and Erfurt had made him regard the Tsar as docile and disposed to submit to the rebuke of his own predominant genius, but he mistook the character of the sovereign and of the nation he commanded. The one, although he had hitherto encountered nothing but defeat and disaster, was determined not to submit while his immense resources furnished the means of resistance. The other, in all probability, would not have permitted the sovereign to act otherwise, for the popular indignation was now at springtide, and from the palace of the Tsar to the hut of the slave there was nothing breathed save resistance and revenge. Mission to Emperor Alexander. It was in vain, therefore, that Napoleon expected that Alexander would open some communication on the subject of, or would answer the letter which he had sent during the first night. He possessed Moscow by a Russian officer. He grew impatient at length, and resolved himself to make further advances, but not even to his confidential advisers would he own that he sought peace on his own score. He affected to be anxious only on account of Alexander. "He is my friend," he said, "a prince of excellent qualities, and should he yield to his inclinations and propose peace, the barbarians in their rage will dethrone and put him to death and fill the throne with some one less tractable. We will send Caulaincourt to break the way for negotiation, and prevent the odium which Alexander might incur by being the first to propose a treaty." The emperor abode by this resolution, excepting in so far as he was persuaded with some difficulty to dispatch General Count Lauriston, his aide-de-camp, upon this embassy, lest Caulaincourt's superior rank of master of the horse might indicate that his master sought a treaty less for Alexander's security than his own, and that of his army. Lauriston, who was well acquainted with the Russian character, urged several doubts against the policy of the mission entrusted to him as betraying their necessity to the enemy, and recommended that the army should without losing a day commence its retreat by Kalauga and the more southern route. Bonaparte, however, retained his determination, and Lauriston was dismissed with a letter to the Emperor Alexander, and the parting instruction, "I must have peace, and will sacrifice to obtain it all except my honor." Before we give the result of Lauriston's mission, it is proper to trace the movements of the Russian Grand Army. Since their melancholy march through the city of Moscow, they left the city by the route of Kolomna, and marched for 2 days in that direction, and having thus imposed on the enemy a belief that they were bent in securing a retreat to the southeast, leaving at once the eastern and southern provinces undefended, Kutuzov executed one of the most dexterous movements of the Russian army during the campaign. The observation of the Petersburg road was entrusted to Winzingerode with a small flying army. Kutuzov himself, turning to the southward, performed a circular march of which Moscow was the center, so as to transfer the Grand Army to the route towards Kalauga. They marched in stern dejection, for the wind, great as the distance was, showered among their ranks the ashes of their burning capital, and in the darkness the flames were seen to rage like a huge ocean of fire. The movement was a bold one also, for although performed at a respectful distance from the French army, yet the march was for 3 days a flank march, and consequently of a very delicate character. The Russians maneuvered, however, with such precision that they performed their movements in perfect safety, and while the French troops who had been sent in their pursuit were amusing themselves with pursuing 2 regiments of horse which had been left on the Kolomna road, they were astonished to find that the Grand Russian army had assumed a position on the southeastern side of Moscow, from which they could operate upon and harass, nay intercept at pleasure, Napoleon's line of communication with Smolensk and with Poland, and at the same time cover the town of Kalauga, where great magazines had been assembled, and that of Tula, famed for the fabrication of arms and artillery. The ardent King of Naples, with the advanced guard of his brother-in-law's army, at length moved against their enemies on the Kalauga road, but little took place save skirmishes, by which the Russians protected their rear, Until they took up a stationary posture in the strong position of Tarutino, they were here admirably placed for the purpose of covering the important town of Kalauga. There are 3 routes which lead from Moscow to that city, and Tarutino being situated in the middle road. An army placed there can with little trouble, by moving to the right or the left, occupy either of the other 2. The front of the Russian position was covered by the river Nara. The camp was amply supplied with provisions from the wealthy and plentiful districts in the rear. And as the spirit of the country more and more developed itself, recruits and new-raised regiments arrived faster than the exertions of the veteran soldiers could train them to arms. Although the Russian, from his docility and habits of obedience, receives military discipline with unusual readiness, the Ukraine and Don sent 20 regiments of Cossacks, most of them men who, having already served their stipulated time, were excused from military duty, but who universally assumed the lance and saber at a crisis of such emergency. Murat at the same time pressed forward to establish himself in front of the Russian camp. For the purpose of watching their motions in his progress, he passed what had been a splendid domain, belonging to Count Rostopchin, the governor of Moscow. It was in ashes, and a letter from the proprietor informed the French he had destroyed it lest it should give an invader comfort or shelter. The same spirit possessed the peasantry. They set fire to their hamlets wherever they could be of use to the invaders, proclaimed the punishment of death to all of their own order who from avarice or fear should be tempted to supply the enemy with provisions, and they inflicted it without mercy on such as incurred the penalty. It is an admitted fact that when the French, in order to induce their refractory prisoners to labor in their service, branded some of them on the hand with the letter N, as a sign that they were the serfs of Napoleon, one peasant laid his branded hand on a log of wood and struck it off with the axe which he held in the other in order to free himself from the supposed thraldom. The French who looked on shuddered and cursed the hour which brought them into collision with enemies of such a rugged and inexorable disposition. The patriotism of the peasants in general had been turned to still better account by the partisan or guerrilla warfare for which Spain had given an example. General Davidoff, Lieutenant Colonel Denis Davidoff, who became well known to the French by the name of Le Capitaine Noir, had suggested this species of war to Prince Bagration a little before the Battle of Borodino, and had obtained distinguished success at the head of a small party of Cossacks and Hussars by his operations on the route betwixt Gjats and Wyazma. In cutting off supplies and defeating small detached parties of the enemy, he was speedily put at the head of a much larger force, and other free corps of the same kind were raised with brave and active spirits at their head. They scoured the country, infested the French lines of communication, drove in their outposts, and distressed them on every point. The peasants also took arms, and formed themselves into bodies of partisans, rendered formidable by their perfect knowledge of the woods' bypaths and passes. They have a natural contempt for foreigners, for whom they have no other name than the deaf and dumb, to denote their ignorance of the Russian language. The events of the campaign, especially the conflagration of Moscow, had converted their scorn into deadly hatred, and whatever soldier of Napoleon fell into their hands was put to death without scruple or pity. Meantime the cavalry of Murat, which afforded the best means of chastising and repressing these bands, gradually declined under hard work and want of subsistence, and although little used to droop or distress himself about the future, the King of Naples wrote repeatedly from his advanced post to press Napoleon no longer to delay a retreat which was become absolutely necessary. It was while matters were in this state that General Lauriston arrived at the Russian outposts, and after a good deal of difficulty, real or affected, was at length admitted to an interview with Kutuzov at midnight on the 5th October. His reception was such as to make him consider himself a welcome envoy. Lauriston opened his business with a proposal for exchange of prisoners, which was of course declined on the part of Kutuzov, aware that while soldiers were plenty among the Russians, the ranks of Napoleon must become every day thinner. Lauriston next introduced the subject of the independent bands, and proposed that an end should be put to this species of unusual war, in which so many cruelties were committed. Kutuzov replied that this kind of partisan war did not depend on his orders, but arose from the native spirit of the country, which led the Russians to regard the French invasion as an incursion of Tartars. General Lauriston then entered on the real business of his mission by asking whether this war, which had assumed such an unheard-of character, was to last forever, declaring at the same time his master, the Emperor of France's sincere desire to terminate hostilities between two great and generous nations. The astucious old Russian saw Bonaparte's evident necessity in his affected wish for peace, and immediately adopted the course most likely to gain time, which must at once increase the difficulties of the French and his own power of availing himself of them. He affected a sincere desire to promote a pacification, but declared he was absolutely prohibited either to receive any proposal to that effect himself, or to transmit such to the emperor. He therefore declined to grant General Lauriston the desired passport to the presence of Alexander, but he offered to send General Wolkonsky, an aide-de-camp of the Tsar, to learn his imperial pleasure. The express charge which Lauriston had received from his master that peace was to be obtained on any terms not inferring dishonor, did not permit him to object to this arrangement. He was even encouraged to hope it might prove effectual, so much satisfaction was expressed by General Kutuzov and the officers of his military family, all of whom seemed to deplore the continuance of the war, and went so far as to say that this annunciation of a treaty would be received at Petersburg with public rejoicings. These accounts being transmitted to Napoleon lulled him into a false security. He returned to his original opinion, which had been shaken, but not subverted, and announced to his generals, with much satisfaction, that they had but to wait a fortnight for a triumphant pacification. He boasted his own superior knowledge of the Russian character, and declared that on the arrival of his overture for peace Petersburg would be full of bonfires. Armistice made by Murat. Napoleon, however, was not so confident of peace as to approve a singular sort of armistice, which Murat had entered into with the Russians. It was to be broken off on an intimation of 3 hours' space, by either party to the other, and while in existence it only subsisted along the fronts of the two armies, leaving the Russians at liberty to carry on their partisan war on the flanks, as much as ever the French could not obtain a load of furs or a cart of provisions without fighting for it, and, often to disadvantage, a large party of the dragoons of the Imperial Guard were surprised and piked by the Cossacks. 2 considerable convoys were surprised and cut off on the road. To Majysk, the only communication which the French army had with its magazines and reinforcements, the French were surprised, and lost a detachment in the town of Veria on Murat's left flank. Thus the war continued everywhere except on the front of the armies, where it had the greatest chance to be favourable to the French. This bad policy is not to be imputed to Napoleon, who had refused to authorize the armistice, but to the vanity of Murat, under whose authority it was still observed. It gave him an opportunity of amusing himself by caracoling on the neutral ground, betwixt the camps, displaying his handsome form, gallant horsemanship, and splendid dresses to the soldiers on both sides, receiving the respectful salutes of the Russian patrols and the applause of the Cossacks. These last used to crowd around him, partly in real admiration of his chivalrous appearance and character, which was of a kind to captivate these primitive warriors, and partly doubtless from their natural shrewdness, which saw the utility of maintaining his delusion. They called him their hetman, and he was so intoxicated with their applause as to have been said to nourish the wild idea of becoming in earnest king of the Cossacks. Such delusions could not forever lull Murat's vigilance. To sleep, the war was all around him, and his forces were sinking under a succession of petty hostilities, while the continual rolling of drums and the frequent platoon firing, heard from behind the Russian encampment, intimated how busily they were engaged in drilling numerous bodies of fresh recruits. The Russian officers at the outposts began to hold ominous language, and ask the French if they had made a composition with the northern winter. Russia's most fearful ally. Stay another fortnight, they said, and your nails will drop off, and your fingers fall from your hands like boughs from a blighted tree. The numbers of the Cossacks increased so much as to resemble one of the ancient Scythian emigrations, and wild and fantastic figures on unbroken horses, whose manes swept the ground, seemed to announce that the inmost recesses of the desert had sent forth their inhabitants. Their grey-bearded chiefs sometimes held expostulations with the French officers, in a tone very different from that which soothed the ears of Murat. Had you not, they said, in France food enough, water enough, air enough to subsist you, while you lived, earth enough to cover you when you died? And why come you to enrich our soil with your remains, which by right belong to the land where you were born? Such evil bodements affected the van of the army, from whence Murat transmitted them to the emperor. Immured in the recesses of the Kremlin, Napoleon persisted in awaiting the answer to the letter dispatched by Lauriston. It had been sent to Petersburg on the 6th, and an answer could not be expected before the 26th. To have moved before that period might be thought prudent in a military point of view, but politically considered it would greatly injure his reputation for sagacity, and destroy the impression of his infallibility. Thus sensible, and almost admitting that he was wrong, he determined nevertheless to persevere in the course he had chosen, in hopes that fortune, which never before failed him, might yet stand his friend in extremity. Moscow. A bold scheme is said to have been suggested by Daru to turn Moscow into an entrenched camp, and occupy it as winter quarters. They might kill the remainder of the horses, he said, and salt them down foraging, must do the rest. Napoleon approved of what he termed a lion's council, but the fear of what might happen in France, from which this plan would have secluded them for 6 months, induced him finally to reject it. It might be added that the obtaining supplies by marauding was likely to become more and more difficult as winter, and the scarcity increased, especially now that the country around Moscow was completely ruined. Besides, if Napoleon fixed himself at Moscow for the winter, not only his line of communications, but Lithuania and the Grand Duchy, which formed the base of his operations, ran every risk of being invaded on the southwest. The dubious faith of Austria was all he had to trust to for the purpose of resisting the united armies of Tchichagov and Tormasov, which might be augmented to 100,000 men, and make themselves masters of Warsaw and Wilna on the northern extremity of his general line of operations. MacDonald and St. Cyr might prove unable to resist Wittgenstein and Steingel, and he had in his rear Prussia, the population of which Napoleon justly considered as ready to take arms against him at the first favourable opportunity. The scheme, therefore, for occupying winter quarters at Moscow was rejected as fraught with dangers. Even when appearances of a fall of snow reminded the emperor of the climate, which he was braving, his preparations for retreat were slowly and reluctantly made, and some of them were dictated by his vanity rather than his judgment. All the pictures, images, and ornaments of the churches which were left unburnt were collected and loaded upon wains to follow the line of march, already too much encumbered with baggage. A gigantic cross which stood on the tower of Ivan the Great, the tallest steeple of Moscow, was dismounted with much labour, that it might add to the trophies which were already sufficiently cumbrous. On the same principle, Napoleon was angry when it was proposed to leave some of his immense train of artillery, which was greatly too numerous for the reduced size of his army. He would leave no trophy for the Russians to triumph over, that all the artillery and baggage might be transported. He surprised his officers by an order to buy 20,000 horses, where perhaps there were not 100 to be sold, and when those which they had already were daily dying for want of forage, the latter article he ordered should be provided for 2 months in depots on his route. This mandate might make known his wants, but as it certainly could contribute little to supply them, it must only have been issued for the purpose of keeping up appearances, perhaps the desire to have some excuse to himself, and others for indulging in his lingering wish to remain a day or two longer, to await the answer from St. Petersburg, might be a secret cause of issuing orders, which must occasion some inquiry ere it could be reported in what extent they could be obeyed. If this were the case, it was the rash indulgence of a groundless hope. The Emperor Alexander refused to hear of any negotiation for peace, and took no other notice of that which had been transmitted to him by Wolkonsky than to pass a censure on the Russian officers concerned, and Prince Kutuzov himself for having had the least intercourse with the French generals. He reminded the Generalissimo how positive his instructions had been on this subject, and that he had enjoined him on no account to enter into negotiations or correspondence with the invaders, and he revived and enforced his injunctions to that effect. The sagacious general was not, it is to be supposed, greatly affected by a rebuke, which was only given for form's sake. He made his soldiers acquainted with the emperor's unalterable resolution to give no terms to the invaders, and spreading through the camp at the same time the news of the victory at Salamanca and the evacuation of Madrid, pointed out to them that Frenchmen, like others, were liable to defeat, and called on his soldiers to emulate the courage of the British and patriotism of the Spaniards. While the minds of the soldiery were thus excited and encouraged, Kutuzov took measures for anticipating Napoleon by putting an end to the armistice and assuming an offensive posture. Chapter Romans 61, Murat's armistice broken off. Napoleon leaves Moscow on 19th October. Bloody skirmish at Malo-Yaroslavets. Napoleon in great danger. While reconnoitring, he retreats to Veria, where he meets Mortier and the young guard Winzingerode, made prisoner and insulted by Bonaparte. The Kremlin is blown up by the French. Napoleon continues his retreat towards Poland. Its Horus conflict near Wyazma on 3 November, where the French lose 4,000 men, cross the river Wyazma. During the night, the Viceroy of Italy reaches Smolensk in great distress. Bonaparte arrives at Smolensk with the headmost division of the Grand Army. Calamitous retreat of Ney's division. The whole French army now collected at Smolensk. Cautious conduct of Prince Schwarzenberg. Winzingerode, freed on his road to Paris by a body of Cossacks. Tchichagov occupies Minsk. Perilous situation of Napoleon. Murat attacked and defeated. It was easy to make Murat himself the active person in breaking off the armistice, a step which the Russian general preferred lest a formal intimation of rupture on his own side might lead the King of Naples to suspect his further purpose accordingly. Cossack having fired his carabine when Murat was examining the advanced guards irritated, as it was designed to do that fiery soldier, and induced him to announce to the Russian generals that the armistice was ended, the Russians were the first to commence hostilities. The camp or position which Murat occupied Warradana was covered on the right, and on the centre by a rivulet or brook running in a deep ravine, but the stream taking another direction left a good part of the left wing uncovered, which was at the same time exposed to surprise from a wood, covering a little plain where his left rested. The sum of Murat's force, which consisted of the cavalry and Poniatowski's division, was computed to be upwards of 30,000. It is singular that since the King of Naples expected an attack as was intimated by his letter to his brother-in-law, he did not take the precaution of placing vedettes and advanced guards in the woody plain, but the French from their long train of success were accustomed to despise their enemies, and to consider a surprise as a species of affront which they were never to be exposed to. The Russians had laid a plan which, had it been dexterously executed, must have destroyed the whole French advanced guard. An attack upon the left of Murat's position by 2 Russian columns under Count Orloff Denisov was completely successful, but other 2 columns by whom he should have been supported did not arrive in time upon the point of action. The Poles under Poniatowski made a glorious defence upon the right, and the vanguard was saved from utter destruction, but there was a complete defeat. The King of Naples lost his cannon, his position, and his baggage, had 2,000 men killed, and lost 1,500 prisoners. The French cavalry, except a few of those belonging to the guard, might be said to be utterly destroyed. Everything which the Russians saw in the enemy's camp convinced them of the distress to which the French were reduced. Flayed cats and horseflesh were the dainties found in the King of Naples' kitchen. It was the 18th of October when first the noise of the cannon, and soon after the arrival of an officer, brought intelligence of this mishap to Bonaparte. His energy of character, which had appeared to slumber during the days he had spent in a species of irresolution at Moscow, seemed at once restored. He poured forth without hesitation a torrent of orders suited for the occasion, directing the march of the troops to support Murat at Warradana. Notwithstanding the miscellaneous variety of directions, each was distinct in itself, yet critically connected with the others, so as to form on the whole a perfect and well-connected plan of movements. Part of the army marched that night, the rest had their route for the next morning. A garrison under Marshal Mortier was left as a rearguard in the Kremlin, from which it may be inferred that Napoleon did not as yet intend a final retreat. On the 19th October, before daybreak, the Emperor in person left Moscow, after an abode of 34 days. "Let us march," he said, "on Kalauga, and woe to those who shall oppose us." In this brief sentence, he announced the whole plan of his retreat, which was to defeat the army of Kutuzov, or compel him to retire, and then himself to return to the frontiers of Poland by the unwasted route of Kalauga, Medin, Unkow, Elnia, and Smolensk. The French army, which now filed from the gates of Moscow, and which continued to move on in a living mass for many hours, comprehended about 120,000 men, indifferently well appointed, and marching in good order. They were followed by no less than 550 pieces of cannon, a train beyond proportion to their numbers, and 2,000 artillery wagons. So far the march had a martial and imposing aspect, but in the rear of these came a confused crowd of many thousands, consisting of followers of the camp, stragglers who had rejoined it, and prisoners, many of them employed in carrying or driving forward, in wheelbarrows, the spoil of the conquerors. Among these were French families formerly inhabitants of Moscow, and composing what was called the French colony there, who could no longer reckon upon it as a safe place of abode, and who took the opportunity of retiring with their countrymen. There was besides a mixture and confusion of all imaginable kind of carriages charged with the baggage of the army, and with the spoils of Moscow to swell those trophies which Napoleon had seized upon to amuse the Parisians, as well as what had been seized by individuals. This miscellaneous crowd resembled, according to Segur, a horde of Tartars returning from a successful invasion. Battle of Malyaroslavets. There were, as has been said, 3 routes from Moscow to Kalauga. The central or old road was that upon which the Russians lay encamped at their grand position of Tarutino, and in front of it was that of Warradana or Unkow, where they had so lately defeated Murat. Napoleon, advanced a day's march on this route in order to induce Kutauzov to believe that he proposed to attack his army in front. But this was only a feint, for on the next day, he turned off by crossroads into the western or new road to Kalauga with the view of advancing by that route, until he should be past the Russian camp at Tarutino on the right flank, and then of again crossing from the new road to the old one, and thus getting possession of Borosk and Malo-Yaroslavets towns on the same road to the southward of Tarutino. Thus the Russian position would be turned and avoided, while the main body of the French emperor would be interposed betwixt Kutauzov and Kalauga, and the fertile southern provinces laid open to supply his army. On the 23d, the emperor with his main body attained Borosk, and learned that the division of Delzans which formed his vanguard had occupied Malo-Yaroslavets without opposition. Thus far all seemed to have succeeded according to Napoleon's wish. But Kutauzov, so soon as he was aware of the danger in which he stood of being cut off from Kalauga, retaliated upon Napoleon his own maneuver, and detached generals Dokhtoroff and Rifskoy to the southward, with a strong division to outmarch the French, and occupy the position of Malo-Yaroslavets, or to regain it if it was taken. He himself, breaking up his camp at Tarutino, followed with his whole army by the road of Lektozowo, and marched so rapidly as to outstrip the French army, and reach the southward of Malo-Yaroslavets, and consequently again interpose himself between Napoleon and Kalauga. Malo-Yaroslavets offers a strong position. The town is built on a rapid declivity, broken with cliffs, the bottom of which is washed by the river Lauja on the northern side of the Lauja, and connected with the town by a bridge is a small plain with some huts, where Delzan's army bivouacked, having stationed 2 battalions to defend the town, and to watch the motions of the enemy. About 4 in the morning, when all were asleep save the few sentinels, who kept a careless watch, the Russians rushed into the place with dreadful outcries, drove the 2 battalions out of the town, and pushed them down the declivity and across the Lauja to their main body. The noise of the artillery drew the attention of Eugene, the viceroy, who being only about 3 leagues from the scene of action arrived there about the dawn. The soldiers of Delzan's division were then discovered struggling to regain the southern bank, on which the town was situated. Encouraged by the approach of Eugene, Delzans pushed forward across the bridge, repelled the Russians, gained the middle of the village, and was shot dead. His brother, who endeavored to drag the general's body from the spot, incurred the same fate. General Guilleminot succeeded to the command, and threw a strong party of French into the church, which served as a citadel. During the continuance of the action, the Russians rushed in once more and drove Guilleminot back to the bridge. He was however succoured by Prince Eugene, who after various less serious attempts directed a whole division on the town. Malo-Yaroslavets was then recovered by the French, but on reconnoitring a little farther, the whole of Kutauzov's army appeared on the plain beyond it, upwards of 100,000 men in number, and already possessed of a good position, which they were improving by entrenchments. Reinforcements from the Russian ranks immediately attacked the French, who were driven back on the town, which being composed of wooden huts was now in flames, and the French were again dispossessed of Malo-Yaroslavets. The miserable ruins of this place were 5 times won, and lost at length. As the main body of the Grand Army came up under Napoleon himself, he found the French still in possession of the disputed village and its steep bank, but beyond them lay the numerous Russian army stationed and entrenched, supported by a very large train of artillery, and seeming to render a battle absolutely indispensable to dislodge them from the position they had taken and the fortifications with which they had secured themselves. A council of war was held in the headquarters of the emperor, the hut of a poor weaver divided by a screen, which served as the only partition here. He received and meditated upon the reports of his generals together with their opinions, and learned to his distress that Bessieres and other good officers reported that the position occupied by Kutauzov was unassailable. He resolved to judge with his own eyes on the next day, and in the meantime turned a negligent ear to the reports which informed him that the Cossacks were stealing through the woods, and insinuating themselves betwixt him and his advanced guard. At dawning, Napoleon mounted his horse in order to reconnoitre, and incurred in the attempt a great risk of his life or freedom. It was about daybreak, when, as attended by his staff and orderly soldiers, he crossed the little plain on the northern side of the Lauja. In order to gain the bridge, the level ground was suddenly filled with fugitives, in the rear of whom appeared some black masses. At first the cries they made seemed to be those of Vive l'Empereur, but the wild aurora of the Cossacks and the swiftness of their advance soon announced the children of the desert. "It is the Cossacks," said Rapp, seizing the reins of the emperor's bridle. "You must turn back." Napoleon refused to retreat, drew his sword, as did his attendants, and placed themselves on the side of the highway. Rapp's horse was wounded and borne down by one of these lancers, but the emperor and suite preserved their liberty by standing their ground, while the cloud of Cossacks, more intent on plunder than prisoners, passed them within lance's length, without observing the inestimable prey which was within their grasp, and threw themselves upon some carriages, which were more attractive. The arrival of the cavalry of the guard cleared the plain of this desultory, but venturous and pertinacious enemy, and Napoleon proceeded to cross the river and ascend the further bank for the purpose of reconnoitring. In the meantime, the audacity of the Cossacks in their retreat was equal to the wild character of their advance. They halted between the intervals of the French cavalry to load their pistols and carabines, perfectly secure that if pressed their horses at a touch of the whip, which is attached to their bridle, would outstrip the exhausted chargers of the French imperial guard. When the plain was attained, Napoleon saw on the front, and barring the road to Kalouga, Kutuzov, strongly posted with upwards of 100,000 men, and on the right Platov and 6,000 Cossacks with artillery. To this belonged the polk which he had just encountered, and who were returning from the flanks of his line loaded with booty, while others seemed to meditate a similar attack. He returned to his miserable headquarters after having finished his reconnoitring party. Retreat on Verrières. A second council of war was held, in which Bonaparte, having heard the conflicting opinions of Murat, who gave his advice for attacking Kutuzov, and of Davoust, who considered the position of the Russian general as one which, covering a long succession of defiles, might be defended inch by inch, at length found himself obliged to decide between the angry chiefs, and with a grief which seemed to deprive him of his senses for a little while, gave the unusual order to retreat. Bonaparte's own personal experience had convinced him how much in advancing his flanks would be exposed to the hetman and his Cossacks, who had mustered in great force in the neighborhood of Medin. Other intelligence informed him that his rear had been attacked by another body of Cossacks coming from Twer, and who belonged not to Kutuzov's army, but to another Russian division under the command of Winzingerode, which was advancing from the northward to reoccupy Moscow. This showed that the communications of the French were at the enemy's mercy on the west, and the north on flank, and in rear, and seems to have determined the emperor to give at length, and most reluctantly, the orders to retreat for the purpose of returning to the frontiers by Verrières and Wierzma, the same road by which they had advanced. It was very seldom that Napoleon resigned the settled purpose of his own mind, either to the advice of those around him, or to any combination of opposing circumstances. He usually received any objection founded on the difficulty of executing his orders with an evasive answer, "Ah, on ne peut pas," which, from the sarcastic mode in which he uttered the words, plainly showed that he imputed the alleged impossibility to the imbecility of the officer who used the apology. It might have been better for Napoleon in many instances had he somewhat abated this pertinacity of disposition, and yet it happened that, by yielding with unwonted docility to the advice of his generals upon the present occasion, he actually retreated at the very moment when the Grand Russian army were withdrawing from the position in which Davoust had pronounced them unassailable. The reason of this retrograde movement, which involved the most serious risk, and which, had Napoleon been aware of it, might have yielded him access to the most fertile and unharassed provinces of Russia, was said to be Kutuzov's fears that the French, moving from their right flank, might have marched round the Russian army by the way of Medin. The truth seems to be that Kutuzov, though placed in command of the Grand Army, in order to indulge the soldiers with a general action, was slow and cautious by nature, and rendered more so by his advanced age. He forgot that in war, to gain brilliant results, or even to prevent great reverses, some risks must be run, and having received just praise for his practiced and cautious movements from the Battle of Borodino till that of Malo Yaroslavets, he now carried the qualities of prudence and circumspection to the extreme, and shunned a general action, or rather the hazard of a general attack from the French, when he might certainly have trusted first in the chance, which turned out the reality of Bonaparte's retreat; secondly, in the courage of his troops, and the strength of his position. But fortune, says Tacitus, has the chief influence on warlike events, and she so ordered it that both the hostile armies retired at once, so that while Bonaparte retreated towards Borosk and Verrières, the route by which he had advanced, the Russians were leaving open before him the road to Kalouga, to gain which he had fought in vain the bloody battle of Malo Yaroslavets. Favoured, however, by their immense clouds of light cavalry, the Russians learned the retrograde movement of Napoleon long before he could have any certain knowledge of theirs, and in consequence manoeuvred from their left so as to approach the points of Wierzma and Jijats, by which the French must needs pass if they meant to march on Smolensk. Winsinger Road made prisoner. At Veria, where Napoleon had his headquarters on the 27th October, he had the satisfaction to meet with Mortier, and that part of the young guard which had garrisoned the Kremlin. They brought with them an important prisoner, whom chance, or rather his own imprudence, had thrown into their hands. We have said incidentally that upon the French army evacuating Moscow, Winsinger Road, with a considerable body of forces, advanced upon the Twer to regain possession of the city. All was vacant and silent, except where the French garrison lay deserted and moody in the Kremlin with a few detached outposts. Winsinger Road, with a single aide-de-camp, rode imprudently forward, and both were seized by the French soldiers. The general waved a white handkerchief and claimed the privilege of a flag of truce, alleging that he came to summon the French marshal to surrender, but Mortier refused him the privilege he claimed, observing plausibly that it was not the custom of general officers to summon garrisons in person. Before leaving Moscow, the French, by the especial command of Napoleon, prepared to blow up the ancient palace of the Tsars, as the Kremlin was totally useless as a fortification. Even if Napoleon could have hoped ever to return to Moscow as a victor, this act of wanton mischief can only be imputed to a desire to do something personally displeasing to Alexander, because he had been found to possess a firmer character than his former friend had anticipated. The mode of executing this mandate, which however should be probably ascribed to the engineers, was a piece of additional barbarity, aware that some of the Russians who were left behind, men of the lowest rank and habits, would crowd in to plunder the palace. When the French retreated, they attached long slow matches to the gunpowder, which was stored in the vaults of the palace, and lighted them when the rear of the French column marched out. The French were but at a short distance when the explosion took place, which laid a considerable part of the Kremlin in ruins, and destroyed at the same time, in mere wantonness, a number of wretches whom curiosity or love of plunder had, as was anticipated, induced to crowd within the palace. The Russian troops poured in, destroyed the mines, which had not yet exploded, and extinguished the fire which had already caught the building. The patriotic foresight of the Russian peasants was now made manifest. We have mentioned the extreme wants of the French in the desolate city. No sooner was the Russian flag hoisted than these wants vanished, as if by magic. 1,800 cars loaded with bread poured in from the neighborhood on the very day that saw Moscow reoccupied. The bread and the mode of conveying it had been in secret prepared by these rustic patriots. We return to the movements of the French army. The dreadful explosion of the Kremlin shook the ground like an earthquake, and announced to Napoleon, then on his march against Kutuzov, that his commands had been obeyed on the next day. A bulletin announced in a triumphant tone that the Kremlin, coeval with the Russian monarchy, had existed, and that Moscow was now but an impure lacetol, while the 200,000 persons which once formed her population wandered through the forests, subsisting on wild roots, or perishing for want of them. With yet more audacity, the same official enunciation represents the retreat of the French as an advance on the road to victory. The army expects to be put in motion on the 24th to gain the Dwina, and to assume a position which will place it 80 leagues nearer to St. Petersburg, and to Wilno a double advantage, since it will bring us nearer the mark we aim at, and the means by which it may be accomplished. While such splendid figments were circulated for the satisfaction of the people of Paris, the real question was not whether the French were to approach St. Petersburg, but by what means they were to get out of Russia, with the semblance of an army remaining together. Napoleon's spirit was observed to be soured by the result of the affair at Malo-Yaroslavets. It was indeed an operation of the last consequence, since it compelled a broken and suffering army to retreat through a country already wasted by their own advance, and by the acts of the Russians. Where the houses were burnt, the inhabitants fled, and the roads broken up instead of taking the road by Kalouga through a region which offered both the means of subsistence and shelter. When the advanced season of the year was considered, it might be said that the retreat upon Veria sounded the death knell of the French army. These melancholy considerations did not escape Bonaparte himself, though he endeavored to disguise them from others by asserting in a bulletin dated from Borosk that the country around was extremely rich, might be compared to the best parts of France and Germany, and that the weather reminded the troops of the sun, and the delicious climate of Fontainebleau. His temper was visibly altered. Among other modes of venting his displeasure, he bitterly upbraided his prisoner Winsinger Road, who was then brought before him. "Who are you?" he exclaimed. 192. "A man without a country. You have ever been my enemy. You were in the Austrian ranks. When I fought against them I have become Austria's friend, and I find you in those of Russia. You have been a warm instigator of the war. Nevertheless, you are a native of the Confederation of the Rhine. You are my subject. You are a rebel. Seize on him, gendarmes let him be brought to trial. Winsinga Road. To this threat, which showed that Napoleon accounted the states of the Confederacy not as appurtening in sovereignty to the princes whose names they bore, but as the immediate subjects of France from whom the French emperor was entitled to expect direct fealty, Napoleon added other terms of abuse, and called Winsinga Road an English hireling and incendiary, while he behaved with civility to his aide-de-camp Naryshkin, a native Russian. This violence, however, had no other consequence than that of the dismissal of Winsinga Road, a close prisoner to Lithuania, to be from thence forwarded to Paris. The presence of a captive of rank and reputation, an aide-de-camp of the Emperor of Russia, was designed, of course, to give countenance to the favourable accounts, which Napoleon might find it convenient to circulate on the events of the campaign. It was not, however, Winsinga Road's fortune to make this disagreeable journey. He was, as will be hereafter mentioned, released in Lithuania, when such an event was least to be hoped for. Accounts had been received tending to confirm the opinion that the Russian army were moving on Medin, with the obvious purpose of intercepting the French army, or at least harassing their passage at Wyazma, or at Gijats by the orders of Napoleon. Therefore the army pressed forward on the last-named town. They marched on in 3 corps d'armée. Napoleon was with the first of these armies. The second was commanded by the Viceroy of Italy, Prince Eugene III, which was destined to act as a rearguard, was led by Davoust, whose love of order and military discipline might be, it was hoped, some check upon the license and confusion of such a retreat. It was designed that 1 day's march should intervene between the movements of each of these bodies to avoid confusion, and to facilitate the collecting subsistence, being a delay of 2, or at most 3 days, betwixt the operations of the advanced guard and that of the rear. It has been often asked, nor has the question ever been satisfactorily answered, why Napoleon preferred that his columns should thus creep over the same ground in succession, instead of the more combined and rapid mode of marching by 3 columns in front, by which he would have saved time and increased, by the breadth of country which the march occupied, the means of collecting subsistence. The impracticability of the roads cannot be alleged, because the French army had come thither arranged in 3 columns, marching to the front abreast of each other, which was the reverse of their order in the retreat. In the road the army passed Borodino, the scene of the grand battle, which exhibited so many vestiges of the French prowess, and of the loss they had sustained. This, the most sanguinary conflict of modern times, had been entirely without adequate advantages to the victors. The momentary possession of Moscow had annihilated every chance of an essential result by the catastrophe which followed, and the army which had been victorious at Borodino was now escaping from their conquests, surrounded by danger on every hand, and already disorganized on many points by danger, pain, and privation. At the convent of Karlotskoye, which had been the grand hospital of the French after the battle, many of the wounded were found still alive, though thousands more had perished for want of materials necessary for surgical treatment, food of suitable quality, bandages, and the like. The survivors crawled to the door and extended their supplicating hands to their countrymen as they passed onwards on their weary march. By Napoleon's orders, such of the patients as were able to bear being moved were placed on the sutlers' carts, while the rest were left in the convent together with some wounded Russian prisoners, whose presence, it was hoped, might be a protection to the French. Several of those who had been placed in the carriages did not travel very far. The sordid wretches to whom the carts and wains loaded with the plunder of Moscow belonged got rid in many cases of the additional burden imposed on them by lagging behind the column of march in desolate places, and murdering the men entrusted to their charge in other parts of the column. The Russian prisoners were seen lying on the road, their brains shot out by the soldiers appointed to guard them, but who took this mode of freeing themselves of the trouble. It is thus that a continued course of calamity renders men's minds selfish, ravenous, and fiendish, indifferent to what evil they inflict, because it can scarcely equal that which they endure, as divines say of the condemned spirits, that they are urged to malevolent actions against men by a consciousness of their own state of reprobation. Gijats Wyazma. Napoleon, with his first division of the Grand Army, reached Gijats without any other inconvenience than arose from the state of the roads and the distresses of the soldiery. From Gijats he advanced in 2 marches to Wyazma, and halted there to allow Prince Eugene and Marshal Davoust to come up, who had fallen 5 days' march to the rear instead of 3 days, only as had been directed. On the 1st November the Emperor again resumed his painful retreat, leaving however the corps of Ney at Wyazma to reinforce and relieve the rearguard under Davoust, who he concluded must be worn out with the duty. He resumed with his old guard the road to Dorogobauj, on which town he thought it probable the Russians might be moving to cut him off, and it was most important to prevent them. Another order of Napoleon's confirms his sense of the danger which had now begun to oppress him. He commanded the spoils of Moscow ancient armor cannon, and the great cross of Ivan to be thrown into the lake of Semilin, as trophies which he was unwilling to restore and unable to carry off. Some of the artillery which the unfed horses were unable to drag forward were also now necessarily left behind, though the circumstance was not communicated in every instance to Napoleon, who, bred in the artillery department, cherished, like many officers of that branch of service, a sort of superstitious reverence for his guns. The emperor and the vanguard of his army had hitherto passed unopposed. It was not so with the centre and rear. They were attacked during the whole course of that march by clouds of Cossacks, bringing with them a species of light artillery mounted on sledges, which, keeping pace with their motions, threw showers of balls among the columns of the French, while the menaced charge of these irregular cavalry frequently obliged the march to halt, that the men might form lines or squares to protect themselves the passage of streams where the bridges were broken down, and the horses and wagons were overturned on the precipitous banks or in the miry fords, and where drivers and horses dropped down, exhausted. Added to this confusion, when such obstacles occurred, the two divisions, however, having as yet seen no regular forces, passed the night of the 2d November in deceitful tranquillity within 2 leagues of Wyazma, where Ney was lying ready to join them. In that fatal night Miloradovich, one of the boldest, most enterprising and active of the Russian generals, and whom the French were wont to call the Russian Murat, arrived with the vanguard of the Russian regulars, supported by Platov and many thousand Cossacks, and being the harbinger of Kutuzov and the whole grand army of Russia. The old Russian general, when he learned the French emperor's plan of retiring by Jijats and Wyazma, instantly turning his own retreat into a movement to the left, arrived by crossroads from Malo-Yaroslavets. The Russians now reached the point of action at daybreak, pushed through Prince Eugene's line of march, and insulated his vanguard, while the Cossacks rode like a whirlwind among the host of stragglers and followers of the army, and drove them along the plain at the lance's point. The viceroy was succoured by a regiment, which Ney, though himself hardly pressed, dispatched to his aid from Wyazma, and his rearguard was disengaged by the exertions of Davoust, who marched hastily forward to extricate them. The Russian artillery, which is superior in caliber, and carries farther than the French, manoeuvred with rapidity, and kept up a tremendous cannonade to which the French had no adequate means of replying. Eugene and Davoust made a most gallant defence, yet they would not have been able to maintain their ground had Kutuzov, as was to have been expected, either come up in person or sent a strong detachment to support his vanguard. The battle lasted from 7 in the morning till towards evening, when Eugene and Davoust pushed through Wyazma, with the remains of their divisions pursued by and almost mingled with the Russians, whose army marched into the town at the charging step with drums beating, and all the indications of victory. The French divisions, under cover of the night, and having passed the river which, like the town, is called Wyazma, established themselves in obscurity and comparative safety upon the left bank. The day had been disastrous to the French arms. Though their honour remained unsullied, they had lost about 4,000 men. Their regiments were mouldered down to battalions, their battalions to companies, their companies to weak pickets. All tacticians agree that if Kutuzov had reinforced Miloradovich as warmly urged by Sir Robert Wilson, or if he had forced the town of Wyazma, which his numbers might have enabled him to do, both the centre and rear divisions of Napoleon's force, and probably the troops under Ney, also must have been inevitably cut off. But the aged general confided in the approach of the Russian winter, and declined to purchase by the blood of his countrymen a victory of which he held himself secured by the climate. The French were so far from any place where they could procure either food or shelter. They were so hemmed in and confined to the desolated highroads, which every column as it passed rendered more impracticable to the rest, that he refused to gain at the sword's point advantages, which he deemed himself sure of possessing without effort, determined, therefore, to avoid a general battle, yet to maintain his advantages over the French by manoeuvring. Kutuzov, turning a deaf ear to the remonstrances and even threats of those who differed in opinion from him, removed his headquarters to Krasny, leaving to Miloradovich the duty of beating up the rear of the French on their retreat by following the course of the highroad, while the hetman Platov, flanking the French march with his Cossacks, took advantage of every opportunity to distress them. In the meanwhile, the viceroy received orders from Napoleon to abandon the straight road to Smolensk, which was the route of the corps of Davoust and Ney, and to move northward on Doukhouchina and Porksy, to afford countenance and support to Marshal Oudinot, now understood to be hard-pressed by Wittgenstein, who, as we shall presently see, had regained the superiority. In the north of Russia, the viceroy, in obedience to this order, began his march on the new route which was enjoined him by marching himself upon Zassali. Closely pursued, watched, and harassed by his usual Scythian attendants, he was compelled to leave behind him 64 pieces of cannon, and these, with 3,000 stragglers, fell into the prompt grasp of the pursuers. Operations of Prince Eugene. A large cloud of Cossacks, with Platov at their head, accompanied the movements of the viceroy and his Italian army. Whoever strayed from the column was inevitably their prey. Eugene passed a night at Zassali, without having as yet encountered any great misfortune, but in advancing from thence to Dachau, China, the French had to cross the Wap, a river swelled by rains. While the passage to the ford was steep and frozen here, the viceroy passed over his infantry with great difficulty, but was obliged to abandon 23 pieces of cannon, and all his baggage to the Cossacks. The unhappy Italians, wetted from head to foot, were compelled to pass a miserable night in bivouac upon the other side, and many expired there whose thoughts, when perishing so miserably, must have been on their own mild climate and delicious country. Next day the shivering, half-naked, and persecuted column reached Dachau, China, where they expected some relief, but their first welcome was from a fresh swarm of Cossacks, which rushed out from the gates with cannon. These were the advanced corps of the troops which had occupied Moscow, and were now pressing westward, where their services were more necessary. Notwithstanding their opposition, Prince Eugene forced his way into the place with much gallantry, and took up quarters for the night, but having lost his baggage, the greater part of his artillery and ammunition, and with the utter destruction of his cavalry, he saw no prospect of being able to march forward to Wipsk to support Oudinot, nor was he in a condition to have afforded him assistance even if he had been in communication. In this situation of distress, the viceroy determined to rejoin the Grand Army, and for that purpose marched upon Wlodymerowa, and from thence to Smolensk, where, harassed by the Cossacks, he arrived in a miserable condition upon the 13th of November, having fallen in with Marshal Ney upon his march, as we shall afterwards mention. The emperor, in the meantime, had halted at Stackowo during the 3d and 4th November. On the 5th, he slept at Dorogobut. On the 6th November commenced that terrible Russian winter of which the French had not yet experienced the horrors. Although the weather had been cold, frosty, and threatening, no sun was visible, and the dense and murky fog which hung on the marching column was changed into a heavy fall of snow in large broad flakes which at once chilled and blinded the soldiers. The march, however, stumbled forward, the men struggling, and at last sinking in the holes and ravines which were concealed from them by the new and disguised appearance of the face of nature. Those who yet retained discipline and their ranks stood some chance of receiving assistance, but amid the mass of the stragglers, men's hearts, intent upon self-preservation, became hardened and closed against every feeling of sympathy and compassion, the sentiments of which are sometimes excluded by the selfishness of prosperity, but are almost always destroyed by the egotism of general and overwhelming misfortune. A stormy wind also began to arise and whirl the snow from the earth, as well as that from the heavens, into dizzy eddies around the soldiers' heads. There were many hurled to the earth in this manner, where the same snows furnished them with an instant grave under which they were concealed, until the next summer came, and displayed their ghastly remains in the open air. A great number of slight hillocks on each side of the road intimated in the meanwhile the fate of these unfortunate men. Smolensk. There was only the word Smolensk, which echoed from man to man, served as a talisman to keep up the spirits of the soldiers. The troops had been taught to repeat that name, as indicating the place where they were once more to be welcomed to plenty and repose. It was counted upon as a depot of stores for the army, especially of such supplies as they had outstripped by their forced marches first on Wilna and afterwards on Moscow. They were now falling back, as was hoped and trusted, upon these resources, and continued their march with tolerable spirit, which even the snowstorm could not entirely depress. They reckoned also upon a reinforcement of 30,000 men under Victor, who were waiting their arrival at Smolensk, but a concourse of evil tidings had made the services of that division necessary elsewhere. On the same fatal 6th of November, Bonaparte received intelligence of two events, both of deep import, and which corresponded but too well with the storms around him. The one was the singular conspiracy of Mallet, so remarkable for its temporary success, and its equally sudden discomfiture. This carried his mind to Paris with the conviction that all could not be well with an empire, where such an explosion could so nearly attain success. On the other hand, his thoughts were recalled to his present situation by the unpleasing intelligence that Wittgenstein had assumed the offensive, beaten St. Cyr, taken Polotsk and Wipsk, and reoccupied the whole line of the Dwina. Here was an unexpected obstacle to his retreat, which he endeavored to remove by ordering Victor to move from Smolensk with the division just mentioned, and instantly to drive Wittgenstein behind the Dwina, not perhaps considering with sufficient accuracy whether the force which his marshal commanded was equal to the task. Similar bad news came from other quarters. 4 demi-brigades of recruits from France had arrived at Smolensk. Barangay de Hilliers, their general, had by command from Bonaparte sent forward these troops towards Elnia, intimating at the time that they should clear the road towards Kalauga, by which last town he then expected the emperor to approach Smolensk. As Napoleon was excluded from the Kalauga road, these troops, as no longer useful at Elnia, ought to have been drawn back on Smolensk, but Barangay de Hilliers had no certain information of this change of route. The consequence was that the celebrated Russian partisans Orlov, Denisov, Davidov, Seslavin, and others surprised these raw troops in their cantonments, and made them all prisoners to the number of better than 2,000 men. Other detachments of the French about the same time fell into the hands of the Russians. At length the longed-for Smolensk was visible at the sight of its strong walls and lofty towers. The whole stragglers of the army, which now included treble the number of those who kept their ranks, rushed headlong to the place. But instead of giving them ready admission, their countrymen in the town shut the gates against them with horror for their confused and irregular state, their wild, dirty and unshaved appearance, their impatient cries for entrance above all their emaciated forms and starved yet ferocious aspects made them to be regarded rather as banditti than soldiers. At length the imperial guards arrived, and were admitted. The miscellaneous crowd rushed in after them to the guards, and some few others who had kept order. Rations were regularly delivered, but the mass of stragglers, being unable to give any account of themselves or their regiments, or to bring with them a responsible officer, died many of them, while they besieged in vain the doors of the magazines. Such was the promised distribution of food. The promised quarters were nowhere to be found. Smolensk, as is already recorded, had been burnt by the Russians, and no other covering was to be had than was afforded by miserable sheds reared against such blackened walls as remained yet standing. But even this was shelter and repose compared to the exposed bivouac on reeds of snow. And as the straggling soldiers were compelled by hunger to unite themselves once more with their regiments, they at length obtained their share in the regular distribution of rations, and an approach towards order and discipline began to prevail in the headmost division of the Grand Army of France. The central part of the army under Davoust, who had relinquished the rearguard to Ney, continued to advance from Wyazma to Dorogobuj, but at this point his distress became extreme from the combined influence of the storm, the enemy, and the disheartened condition of men driven from their standards by want of food, searching for it in vain, and afterwards unable from weakness to resume their ranks. Many fell into the hands of the incensed peasants, by whom they were either killed or stripped naked and driven back to the highroad. The rearguard under Ney suffered, yet more than these. Every house had been burnt before their arrival, and their sufferings from the enemy were the severer that they were the last French whom they had to work their revenge upon. Yet Ney continued to evince a degree of personal firmness and resolution which has been rarely witnessed. At the passage of the Dnieper he was attacked by the enemy, and all was nearly lost in one general confusion, when the marshal, seizing a musket to encourage the few men who could be brought to act, succeeded against all the hopes of the Russians, and equally against the despairing calculations of the French, in bringing over a part of his rearguard. But he lost on this fatal spot a great part of his artillery, and a great number of his soldiers. We can give only one unvarying sketch of Ney's dreadful retreat. On every point he was attacked by the same wasting, wearying warfare, and every cessation from fighting was necessarily employed in pushing forward towards Smolensk, which he was approaching on the 13th of November, when suddenly the hills to his left were covered with a disorderly mob of fugitives, whom a band of Cossacks were pursuing and slaughtering at pleasure. Having succeeded in dispersing the Cossacks, the next apparition was that of the army of Italy, to which the flying stragglers belonged. This corps d'army was on its return, as the reader is aware, from Dachau towards Smolensk, and was as usual severely pushed at every step by the Cossacks. The passage of the Wop had stripped the soldiers of baggage provisions, such as they had, and artillery and cavalry. They kept their march, however, with sufficient regularity. It was only the stragglers whom the Cossacks chased before them, and wounded, took and slew at pleasure. These wretched fugitives no sooner saw Ney's army than they flew to shelter themselves under its protection, and by doing so communicated their own terror to the marshals' ranks. All, both stragglers and soldiers, began to hurry towards the Dnieper, over which was a bridge, which their numbers soon choked up. Great loss was sustained, until Eugene and the indefatigable Ney again presented a defensive front, and repelled the assailants who had again gathered around them. They were so near Smolensk that Napoleon could send them refreshments and succor during the action. The viceroy and Ney at length extricated themselves from their persecutors, and entered Smolensk, where Davoust had before found refuge. Napoleon allowed his army, which was now entirely collected, 5 days to consume such supplies as were to be found in the place, and to prepare for the terrors of a farther retreat. But though such a delay was indispensable, the evil news, which continued to arrive from every quarter, positively prohibited his prolonging this period of repose. Operations of the Russians. It is now necessary to trace more particularly the incidents which had taken place on the extreme flanks of Napoleon's line of advance, on both of which, as we have already intimated, the Russians, powerfully reinforced, had assumed the offensive with the apparent purpose of forming a communication with each other, and acting in conjunction to intercept the retreat of the Grand Army. Upon the 18th of August, St. Cyr having beaten Wittgenstein and taken Polotsk, the war had languished in that quarter. The French army lay in an entrenched camp, well secured with barracks for shelter and fortifications for defense, but in the partisan war which they carried on for 2 months, St. Cyr's army sustained great loss, while that of Wittgenstein was more than doubled by the arrival of recruits. Finally, General Steingel, with 2 divisions of the Russian army from Finland, amounting to 15,000, landed at Riga, and after some inefficient movements against MacDonald, marched to the support of Wittgenstein. The Russian general, thus reinforced, began to act on the offensive with great vigor. On the 17th of October, the French outposts were driven into their entrenched camp at Polotsk. On the 18th, the camp itself was furiously attacked, and the redoubts by which it was protected were taken and retaken several times. The French remained in possession of them, but St. Cyr was wounded, and his situation became very precarious. In fact, the next day, 19th October, the attack was renewed by Wittgenstein on the right bank of the Dwina, while Steingel, advancing up the opposite bank, threatened to occupy Polotsk and its bridge, and thus to enclose St. Cyr in the entrenched camp. Fortunately for the French general, night and a thick mist enabled him to cross the river to the left bank, and thus to effect a retreat which Steingel was unable to prevent. But besides the disasters of the loss of the camp, and of the important place of Polotsk, which the Russians occupied on the 20th October, discord broke out between the Bavarian General Reid and St. Cyr. When the latter was wounded, the command naturally devolved in course upon the Bavarian, but the other French generals refused to submit to this substitution, and St. Cyr was obliged, in spite of his wounds, to continue to act as commander-in-chief. Reid, in the meanwhile, assumed an independence of movement quite unusual in an auxiliary general who was acting with a French marshal, and separating altogether from St. Cyr, fell back upon Villacre near Wilna, and withdrew himself from action entirely. The French division must have been cut off, had not Victor, who was then lying at Smolensk with a covering army of 25,000 men, received, as lately mentioned, Napoleon's orders, dispatched on the 6th November to advance and reinforce St. Cyr, who thus became once more superior to Wittgenstein. Victor was under orders, however, to run no unnecessary risk, but to keep as far as possible on the defensive, because it was to this army, and that under Schwarzenberg, that Napoleon in a great measure trusted to clear the way for his retreat, and prevent his being intercepted ere he gained the Polish frontiers. But when Wittgenstein, even in the presence of Victor, took Wipsk, and began to establish himself on the Dwina, Napoleon caused Oudenarde, as a more enterprising soldier, to replace the Duke of Belluno, and ordered Eugene to move from Wiersma to Dachau, for the purpose of reinforcing that army. Eugene's march, as we have formerly shown, was rendered useless by his misfortune at crossing the river Wap, and he was compelled to move towards Smolensk, where he arrived in a most dilapidated condition. In the meantime, Wittgenstein received reinforcements, and not only kept Oudenarde in complete check, but gradually advanced towards Borisov and threatened at that town, which lay directly in the course of Napoleon's retreat, to form a junction with the army of the Danube, which was marching northward with the same purpose of cooperation, and to the movements of which we have now to direct the reader's attention. It has been mentioned that General Tormasov had on the 12th of August been defeated at Gorodczno by the Austrians under Schwarzenberg and the French under Rignier, and that the Russians had fallen back beyond the Steyr Schwarzenberg, satisfied with this advantage, showed no vehement desire to complete the disaster of his enemy, the French go nigh to bring an accusation against him of treachery which we do not believe, but his heart was not in the war. He was conscious that the success of Alexander would improve the condition of Austria as well as of Europe in general, and he fought no harder than was absolutely necessary to sustain the part of a general of an auxiliary army who felt by no means disposed to assume the character of a principal combatant. While Tormasov and the Austrians watched each other upon the Steyr, two smaller corps of Russians and Poles were making demonstrations in the same country. Prince Bagration, upon retreating from the banks of the Dwina, had not altogether deprived that neighborhood of Russian troops at Barbarisk. He had left a considerable garrison which had been blockaded first by the French cavalry under La Tour Maubourg and afterwards, when Maubourg was summoned to join Napoleon by the Polish General Dąbrowski, the garrison was supported by Russian corps under General Ertel. It was an instance of Napoleon's extreme unwillingness to credit anything that contradicted his wishes, that he persisted in believing or desiring to have it believed that the Russians on this point, which commanded still an access from Russia to Poland, were inferior to the Poles whom he had opposed to them, and while Dąbrowski was acting against Ertel, he overwhelmed the embarrassed general with repeated orders to attack and destroy the enemy, before whom he could scarce maintain his ground. The armies were thus occupied when Admiral Chichagov, with 50,000 Russians, whom the peace with the Turks permitted to leave Moldavia, advanced upon Volhynia with the purpose of cooperating with Tormasov and Ertel, and finally of acting in combination with Wittgenstein for intercepting Buonaparte's retreat. On the 14th September, this important junction betwixt the armies of Tormasov and Chichagov was effected, and the Russian army increased to 60,000 men became superior to all the force whether of French, Austrians or Poles, which could be opposed to them. They crossed the Steyr, and moved forward on the Duchy of Warsaw, while Schwarzenberg not without loss retreated to the banks of the Bug. His pursuers might have pressed on him still closer, but for the arrival of Prince Chernyshев, the aide-de-camp of the Emperor, who, escorted by a body of chosen Cossacks, had executed a perilous march, in order to bring fresh orders to Tormasov and Chichagov. The former was directed to repair to the Grand Army, to occupy the situation formerly held by Prince Bagration, while the command of the united Volhynian army was devolved upon Admiral Chichagov, who, to judge by subsequent events, does not seem to have been on great emergencies very well fitted for so important a trust. Prince Chernyshев then set out with his band of Scythians to carry to the army of Wittgenstein tidings of the purposes and movements of that of Moldavia. The direct course between the Russian armies was held by the Franco-Austrian army. To escape this obstacle, Chernyshев took his course westwards, and penetrating deep into Poland, made so long a circuit as completely to turn the whole army of Schwarzenberg, marching with extraordinary dispatch through the wildest and most secret paths. He traversed the interior of Poland, avoiding at once the unfriendly population and the numerous detachments of the enemy, and sustaining his cavalry horses and men in a way in which none but Cossacks and Cossack horses could have supported existence. We have good evidence that this flying party on one occasion travelled nearly 100 English miles in 24 hours. This extraordinary expedition was marked by a peculiar and pleasing circumstance. The reader must recollect the capture of the German general Wintzingerode before the Kremlin and the ungenerous manner in which Buonaparte expressed himself to that officer. Wintzingerode, with another Russian general, were dispatched under a suitable guard from Moscow to Wilna in order to their being sent from thence to Paris, where the presence of two captives of such distinction might somewhat gild the gloomy news which the Emperor was under the necessity of transmitting from Russia, when Wintzingerode was prosecuting his melancholy and involuntary journey, far advanced into Poland, and out of all hope either of relief or escape. He saw by the side of a wood a figure which retreated so suddenly as hardly gave even his experienced eye time to recognize a Cossack's cap and lance. A ray of hope was awakened, which was changed into certainty, as a band of Cossacks bursting from the wood overcame the guard, and delivered the prisoners. Chernyshев proceeded successfully on expedition embellished by this agreeable incident, and moving eastward with the same speed, sagacity, and successful enterprise, joined Wittgenstein's army, then lying between Wipsk and Tichakniki, with communications from the Moldavian army and directions how Wittgenstein was to cooperate with them in the intended plan of cutting off Napoleon's return to Poland. In virtue of the orders which he had received, Chichagov advanced upon Schwarzenberg, from whom Napoleon might have first expected the service of a covering army, so soon as his broken and diminished troops should approach Poland. But when Tychiczegoff appeared in force, this Franco-Austrian, or rather Austro-Saxon army was after some skirmishing compelled to retire behind the Bug. The admiral left General Sacken, a brave and active officer, to observe Schwarzenberg and Rignier, and keep them at least in check, whilst he himself retrograded towards the Beresina, where he expected to be able to intercept Bonaparte. Tychiczegoff succeeded on the 14th November in occupying Minsk, a most essential conquest at the moment, for it contained a very large proportion of those stores which had been destined to relieve the Grand Army, or rather its remains so soon as they should approach Poland. This success was followed by another equally important. Count Lambert, one of Tychiczegoff's generals, marched against Borisov, situated on the Beresina at the very point where it was probable that Napoleon would be desirous to effect a passage. The valiant Polish general Dąbrowski hastened to defend a place, in the loss of which the emperor's safety must stand completely compromised. The battle began about daybreak on the 21st November, and after severe fighting Lambert obtained possession of Borisov, after a victory in which Dąbrowski lost 8 cannon and 2,500 prisoners. The Admiral Tychiczegoff removed his headquarters thither, as directed by the combined plan for farther operations. Action near Wolkowitz. While Tychiczegoff marched eastward to his place of destination on the Beresina, Sacken, whom he had left in Walhynia, sensible of the importance of the service destined, for the admiral made every exertion to draw the whole attention of Schwarzenberg and Rignier upon himself in this daring and generous scheme. He completely succeeded, as the forces of the Austrian and the French generals were separated from each other. Sacken marched against Rignier, and not only surprised, but nearly made him prisoner. Nothing could have saved Rignier from destruction, except the alertness with which Schwarzenberg came to his assistance. The Austrian, with strong reinforcements, arrived nearly in the moment when his presence must have annihilated Sacken, who, not aware of the Austrians being so near, had on the 15th November engaged in a serious action with Rignier near Wolkowitz. The Russians suffered considerable loss and effected a retreat with difficulty. He concentrated his army, however, and continued his retreat from point to point upon the position of Brzezt, from which he had commenced his advance. In this manner, Sacken withdrew the attention of Schwarzenberg and the Austro-Saxon army to the banks of the Bug, at a moment when it ought to have been riveted on the decisive scenes which were about to take place on those of the Beresina. The French writers complain of the Austrian general on this occasion. They cannot deny that Schwarzenberg was active and victorious, but they complain that his activity exerted itself in a quarter which could not greatly affect the issue of the campaign. Some tacticians account for this by supposing that his secret instructions, given when the Emperor of Austria could not foresee that the personal safety of his son-in-law would be implicated, prohibited Schwarzenberg to extend his military operations beyond Walhynia and Lithuania. From these details, it appears that fortune was bending her blackest and most ominous frowns on the favourite of so many years. Napoleon was quartered with the wretched relics of his grand army amid the ruins of the burnt town of Smolensk, in which he could not remain, although his means of escape appeared almost utterly desperate. The grand army of the Russians waited on his flank to assault his columns the instant they were in motion, and should he escape a pursuing enemy, all the Polish towns in the front where supplies had been provided for his relief had been taken, and the 2 large armies of Tychiczegoff and Wittgenstein lay in position on the Beresina to intercept him, hemmed in betwixt pursuers and those who, in sportsman's phrase, were stationed to head him back, destitute of cavalry, to oppose the nations of Cossacks which infested every motion, and having but little artillery to oppose to that of the Russians. All probability of escape seemed removed to an immeasurable distance. Chapter Roman 62. Napoleon divides his army into 4 corps, which leave Smolensk on their retreat towards Poland. Cautious proceedings of Kutuzov. The Viceroy's division is attacked by Miloradovich and effects a junction with Napoleon at Krasny. After severe loss, Kutuzov attacks the French at Krasny, but only by a distant cannonade. The division under Davoust is reunited to Napoleon, but in a miserable state. Napoleon marches to Liadi, and Mortier and Davoust are attacked and suffer heavy loss. Details of the retreat of Ney. He crosses the Lozmana with great loss of men and baggage and joins Napoleon at Orxa with his division reduced to 1,500 men. The whole Grand Army is now reduced to 12,000 effective men, besides 30,000 stragglers. Dreadful distress and difficulties of Bonaparte and his army. Singular scene betwixt Napoleon and Duroc and Daru. Napoleon moves towards Borisov, and falls in with the corps of Victor and Oudinot Kutuzov, halts at Karpin without attacking Buonaparte. Napoleon crosses the Beresina at Studzianka. Partenot's division, cut off by Wittgenstein Severe, fighting on both sides of the river. Dreadful losses of the French. In crossing it, according to the Russian official account, 36,000 bodies were found in the Beresina after the thaw. Napoleon leaves Smolensk, cooped up, as we have said, in the ruins of Smolensk, and the slender provision of food and supplies, which that place offered to his army almost entirely exhausted. Napoleon had now seriously to consider in what direction he should make an effort to escape, as he had heard of the loss of Wipsk, by which town he had advanced, and understood that Wittgenstein was in possession of the line of the Dwina. He naturally determined to take the road to Wilna by Krasnoy Borisov and Minsk. The two latter towns were stored with the provisions which he so much wanted, and ignorant as yet of what had happened on the south of Lithuania, he might expect to find the banks of the Beresina in possession of the Austro-Saxon army under Schwarzenberg. For this effort he proceeded as well as circumstances would admit to reorganize his army. It was reduced to about 40,000 men, with a disproportioned train of baggage and of artillery, although much of the former and 350 cannon had already been left behind. This force the Emperor divided into 4 corps which were to leave Smolensk, placing a day's interval betwixt the march of each. He himself led the van with 6,000 of his guard, and about as many soldiers, the relics of different corps, amalgamated into battalions, as well as circumstances would permit. The Emperor's division left Smolensk on the evening of the 13th and morning of the 14th November. The division of the Viceroy Eugene, consisting of about the same number as that of Napoleon, but inferior in quality, as comprehending none of the Imperial Guard, could not be collected till late on the 15th November, when the wearied wretches were once more put into march by promises of a safe arrival in that Lithuania, which so few of them were ever to see again. On the 16th Davoust, after some high words with Ney, who would have hurried his departure, set out with another 4th part of the Grand Army, approaching to, or exceeding 10,000 men in number. Ney remained till the 17th of November, as he had once more the perilous task of covering the retreat, which duty he had performed so admirably betwixt Wyazma and Smolensk. His division was fortified with about 4,000 of the Imperial Guard, to whom, as better fed than the other troops besides their high character, as veterans more, could be trusted even in the most desperate circumstances. Ere the French left the town they obeyed the strict commands of the Emperor in blowing up the towers with which Smolensk was surrounded, that it might not again, as Napoleon expressed himself, form an obstacle to a French army. Such was the language of this extraordinary man, as if affecting to provide for re-entering into Russia at a time when it was the only question whether he himself, or any individual of his army, should ever be able to leave the fatal country. We must next attend to the motions of the Russians. The general voice of the Russian army had demanded Prince Goluchev Kutuzov as a chief who would put an end to Barclay de Tolly's system of retreat, and oppose the invaders in a pitched battle. He had done so at Borodino, but it was his last effort of the kind. His character was naturally the reverse of enterprising. Age had increased his disposition to extreme prudence, and the success which attended his procrastinating and cautious measures, while stationed at Tarutino in the neighborhood of Moscow, had riveted him to his own system of risking as little as possible. It was in vain pointed out to him that the Russian troops were in high condition, and that against an enemy so utterly broken and dispirited as the French then were, everything might be trusted to those brave soldiers who had not shrunk from an equal conflict with the same troops when in their vigor, and who, if then worsted, had left the enemy very little to boast of having insulted his camp and occupied the field of battle. Even on the very night of his victory, could Suwarrow have been recalled from the dead, or even the noble Bagration, the guard of the army as his name signifies in Russian, or had Barclay de Tolly Bennigsen or Miloradovich been permitted to act when the moment of action approached, it seems probable that Napoleon would have revisited the Kremlin not as a conqueror, but as a prisoner. But Kutuzov, trusting to the climate of Russia, was contented to let the French army decay under its influence. He had determined not to encounter the slightest risk, but to glean up the wreck of the elements, rather than anticipate their work by the sword. His general plan was to maintain himself on the flank of Napoleon's army, and from time to time to attack them by his vanguard, but by no means to enter into a general action. He surrounded their corps with Cossacks who brought with them light field guns mounted on sledges, which did infinite damage on points where the heavy French guns could not be easily pointed so as to reply to them. This system may be traced in the preceding pages, and still more in those which are about to follow, it has been applauded by many competent judges as gaining everything without putting anything in hazard, but it is ridiculed by others, and especially by the French, who acknowledge themselves obliged to the tardiness of Kutuzov and the blunders of the Admiral Chichagov for the escape of the poor remnant of the Grand Army, which was preserved, and especially for the personal safety of the Emperor himself. With these explanations, we resume our melancholy and momentous story. Krasny. Without any purpose of departing from his maxims of caution, Kutuzov commenced the attack on the retreating army by a movement which appeared to indicate a more vigorous plan of procedure. He put his army in motion towards Krasny upon a parallel line with that of Bonaparte, moving on the left flank of the French, so as to place Napoleon's line of advance at his mercy. Whenever he should think proper to assail it at the same time, he detached several large bodies to operate on the march of the enemy's column. Miloradovich, with a large vanguard, pushed forward upon the highroad leading from Smolensk to Krasny. Bonaparte had already reached the latter point at the head of his division, but Eugene, who brought up the rear of the column, was effectually cut off. They were summoned to lay down their arms, but the viceroy manfully rejected the proposal. Immediately each surrounding hill poured forth, like a volcano, a torrent of fire upon them. The French and Italians maintained their ground with unavailing bravery. Numbers were killed, others made prisoners, and the division almost entirely destroyed. Still the viceroy made his defence good. Till night the friend of the overmatched approached to protect him, when at the head of his division diminished to one half, he quitted the highroad, leaving his fires burning to mislead the enemy, and gaining the open fields accomplished with great loss and ineffable fatigue his junction with Napoleon at Krasny, which he reached by a circuitous route. The challenge of a sentinel during this delicate maneuver might have been utter destruction, and, in fact, they did encounter such a challenge. They were saved from the consequences by a ready-witted Pole, who, answering the sentinel in Russian, imposed silence on him, pretending that they were the corps of Orloff employed upon a secret expedition. At length, upon the next morning, 17th November, Eugene reached the headquarters of his father-in-law, who had been very anxious on his account. When the diminished division of Eugene was united to that of the Emperor, they did not exceed 15,000 men in total amount. Yet on being joined by Eugene, the active genius of Napoleon in these most disadvantageous circumstances displayed its ascendancy. He had caused General Roget, with a detachment of the Young Guard in the night between the 15th and 16th, to beat up the quarters of a Russian detachment, which approached his own too closely, and having thus taught the hunters to respect the lair of the lion, he embraced the audacious resolution of remaining at Krasny, in defiance of the Russian army, till the detachments of Davoust and Ney should again join him. Whatever had been his reasons for separating from these divisions, he now saw the necessity of once more uniting his forces. Even the cold and cautious spirit of Kutuzov could not miss the opportunity occasioned by this halt of 15,000 men, in the face of perhaps 3 times their number, but neither the persuasions of his own officers nor the reproaches of Sir Robert Wilson, the English commissioner, could prevail on the old general to attack with the vivacity which the occasion demanded. He would only consent to wage a distant engagement with artillery at daybreak on the 17th. Eugene, whose forces the preceding battle had altogether disabled, was directed to take the advance towards Liadi, the next miserable stage of the French army, while Bonaparte drew his sword, and saying he had already played the Emperor, and must now once more be the general, led in person his 6,000 guards, attended by Mortier at the head of 5,000 soldiers, more to meet as great odds as it should please Kutuzov to dispatch against him in the sort of battle which followed. The Russians acted with great caution. The name of Napoleon almost alone protected his army. The French suffered indeed from the fire of 100 pieces of artillery, and from charges of cavalry which they had no means of answering or repelling, but though gaps were made in their line, and some of their squares were forced by the cavalry, yet neither success nor repulse could induce Kutuzov to hazard a serious attack upon Napoleon for the purpose of altogether destroying the invader, and his army. Even Bouteroulin, a friendly critic, where the reputation of the old Russian general is concerned, regrets he had not taken the bold course of placing his army across the direct line of Bonaparte's retreat, when the French, overcome at once by physical suffering and moral depression, must, even supposing them equal in numbers, have been extremely inferior to their opponents upon the whole. Kutuzov seems to have acted towards Napoleon and the Grand Army as the Greenland fishers do to the whale whom they are careful not to approach in his dying agonies, when pain, fury, and a sense of revenge render the last struggles of the Leviathan peculiarly dangerous. The battle or cannonade of Krasny was concluded by the appearance of Davoust, and his column surrounded and followed by a large body of Cossacks, from whom he endeavored to extricate himself by a precipitate march. When they came in sight of Krasny, most of the soldiers who had been horribly harassed since they left Smolensk broke their ranks and hurried across the fields to escape the Russians and gain the cover of the town. In the streets of which their officers rallied them with difficulty in this miserable condition was the Third Corps of the army, according to its latest division, when it was reunited to the main body. Upon inquiring after Ney and the rearguard, Napoleon had the mortification to learn that Ney was probably still at Smolensk, or if upon the road, that he must be surrounded with difficulties out of which it was impossible he could extricate himself. Marches on Lyudyny's retreat. In the meantime, Napoleon learned that the Russians were acting with more vigor, and that Prince Galitzin was about to occupy Krasny, and further, that if he did not advance with all dispatch on Lyudy, he might probably find it in possession of the enemy. Gladly as Napoleon would have kept the field in order to protect the approach of Ney, he now saw that such perseverance must necessarily expose himself and the remnant of his army to the greatest peril, without in all human probability being of use to his marshal. Under this conviction, he put himself at the head of the Old Guard to march on as fast as possible and secure Lyudy, and with it the passage of the Dnieper, from which he might otherwise have been excluded. Davoust and Mortier were left to defend Krasny if practicable till nightfall, and then to follow under cover of the darkness. The retreat of Napoleon seemed to remove the charm which had chilled the Russians and warmed the French. A very fierce assault was made on the 2nd and 3rd divisions, and Mortier and Ney, having both suffered greatly, made their escape to Lyudy with much difficulty. The French left on this fatal field 45 pieces of cannon, upwards of 6,000 prisoners, with a great number of slain, and as many wounded, who were necessarily left to the mercy of the Russians to complete their losses. Ney's division of the army was by the direction of the other columns upon Lyudy left, with the whole Russian army betwixt himself and Napoleon. The retreat of that celebrated soldier must next be narrated. On the 17th of November, Ney, last of the invading army, left Smolensk at the head of 7,000 or 8,000 fighting men, leaving behind 5,000 sick and wounded, and dragging along with them the remaining stragglers whom the cannon of Platov, who entered the town immediately on Ney's departure, had compelled to resume their march. They advanced without much interruption till they reached the field of battle of Krasny, where they saw all the relics of a bloody action and heaps of dead, from whose dress and appearance they could recognize the different corps in which they had served in Napoleon's army. Though there was no one to tell the fate of the survivors, they had not proceeded much farther beyond this fatal spot, when they approached the banks of the Lozmina, where all had been prepared at leisure for their reception. Miloradovich lay here at the head of a great force, and a thick mist, which covered the ground, occasioned Ney's column to advance under the Russian batteries before being aware of the danger. A single Russian officer appeared and invited Ney to capitulate. A marshal of France never surrenders, answered that intrepid general. The officer retired, and the Russian batteries opened a fire of grapeshot at the distance of only 250 yards, while, at the concussion, the mist arose and showed the devoted column of French, with a ravine in front manned by their enemies, subjected on every side to a fire of artillery, while the hills were black with the Russian troops placed to support their guns. Far from losing heart in so perilous a situation, the French guards, with rare intrepidity, forced their way through the ravine of the Lozmina and rushed with the utmost fury on the Russian batteries. They were, however, charged in their turn with the bayonet, and such as had crossed the stream suffered dreadfully. In spite of this failure, Ney persevered in the attempt to cut his passage by main force through this superior body of Russians who lay opposed to him. In front again, the French advanced upon the cannon, losing whole ranks which were supplied by their comrades. As fast as they fell, the assault was once more unsuccessful, and Ney, seeing that the general fate of his column was no longer doubtful, endeavored at least to save a part from the wreck. Having selected about 4,000 of the best men, he separated himself from the rest and set forth under shelter of the night, moving to the rear as if about to return to Smolensk. This, indeed, was the only road open to him, but he did not pursue it long, for as soon as he reached a rivulet which had the appearance of being one of the feeders of the Dnieper, he adopted it for his guide to the banks of that river, which he reached in safety near the village of Syrakovenia. Here he found a single place in the river frozen over, though the ice was so thin that it bent beneath the steps of the soldiers. 3 hours were permitted to allow stragglers from the column during the nightmare to rally at this place, should their good fortune enable them to find it. These 3 hours Ney spent in profound sleep lying on the banks of the river, and wrapped up in his cloak. When the stipulated time had elapsed, the passage to the other side began and continued, although the motion of the ice and the off sound of it splitting into large cracks prevented more than one from crossing at once. The wagons, some loaded with sick and wounded last, attempted to pass, but the ice broke with them, and the heavy plunge and stifled moaning apprised their companions of their fate. The Cossacks, as usual, speedily appeared in the rear, gleaned up some hundreds of prisoners, and took possession of the artillery and baggage. Ney had thus put the Dnieper betwixt him and the regulars of the Russian army by a retreat which has few parallels in military history. But he had not escaped the Cossacks, who were spread abroad over the face of the country, and soon assembled around the remains of his column. With their light artillery and long lances by these enemies, they were several times placed in the utmost jeopardy. Nevertheless, at the head of a reduced band of 1,500 men, the marshal fought his way to Auxerre, to which town Napoleon had removed from Leyden. Having crossed the Dnieper, Ney arrived on the 20th November, and found Eugene Mortier, and Davoust the emperor was 2 leagues in advance when they met. Napoleon hailed Ney with the undisputed title, the bravest of the brave, and declared he would have given all his treasures to be assured of his existence. His comrades hastened to welcome and to relieve him, and being now in Poland, provisions and accommodation had become more plenty among them. Junction of the Grand Army. Borisov. All Napoleon's Grand Army was now united, but the whole, which had at Smolensk amounted to 40,000, consisted now of scarcely 12,000 men, who retained the name and discipline of soldiers. So much had want, and the sword thinned the ranks of these invincible legions. There were besides perhaps 30,000 stragglers of every description, but these added little or nothing to the strength of the army, and only served to encumber its numbers, as they were under no discipline, but plundered the country without mercy. At this dreadful crisis, too, Napoleon had the mortification to learn the fall of Minsk, and the retreat of Schwarzenberg, to cover Warsaw, which of course left him no hopes of receiving succor from the Austrians. He heard also that Victor and Oudinot had quarrelled in what manner Wittgenstein should be attacked, and had on that account left him unattacked on any point. That general was therefore at freedom to threaten the left of the Grand Army, should it remain long on the Dnieper, while Kutuzov might resume at his pleasure his old station on Napoleon's left, and Tchichagov might occupy the Beresina in his front. In the bitterness of his heart, the emperor exclaimed, "Thus it befalls when we commit faults upon faults." Minsk being out of the question, Napoleon's next point of direction was Borisov. Here there was over the Beresina a bridge of 300 fathoms in length, the possession of which appeared essential to his final escape from Russia. But while Napoleon was considering what should be his next movement, after crossing the Beresina at Borisov, he was once more surprised with the additional evil tidings that this town also, with the bridge so necessary to him, was lost. That Borisov was taken as formerly mentioned, and Dombrowski defeated under its walls. "Is it then written," he said, looking upwards, and striking the earth with his cane, "is it written that we shall commit nothing but errors?" About the same gloomy period Segur relates the following anecdote. Napoleon had stretched himself on a couch, and apparently slumbered, while his faithful servants Duroc and Daru, sitting in his apartment, talked over their critical situation in their whispered conversation. The words "prisoner of state" reached the sleepless ear of Napoleon. "How," said he, raising himself, "do you think they would dare in answer?" Daru mentioned the phrase, well known to the emperor, of state policy, as a thing independent of public law or of morality. But France, said the emperor, to whom state policy sounded at present less pleasantly than when it was appealed to for deciding some great movement of his own. "What will France say? Who can answer that question, sire?" continued Duroc, but added it was his warmest wish that the emperor at least could reach France, were it through the air. If earth were stopped against his passage, then I am in your way, I suppose, said the emperor. The reply was affirmative. "And you," continued the emperor with an affectation of treating the matter lightly, "have no wish to become a prisoner of state. To be a prisoner of war is sufficient for me," said Daru. Napoleon was silent for a time, then asked if the reports of his ministers were burnt. "Not yet," was the reply. "Then let them be destroyed," he continued, "for it must be confessed, we are in a most lamentable condition." This was the strongest sign he had yet given of Napoleon's deep feeling of the situation to which he had reduced himself. In studying the map to discover the fittest place to pass the Beresina, he approached his finger to the country of the Cossacks, and was heard to murmur, "Ah, Charles Roman 12 Poltawa," but these were only the momentary ejaculations dictated by a sense of his condition. All his resolutions were calmly and firmly taken, with a sense of what was due to himself and to his followers. It was finally determined that in despite of Chichagov and his army, which occupied the left bank, the passage of the Beresina should be attempted at a place above Borisov called Studzianka, where the stream was only 55 fathoms across and 6 feet deep. There were heights, it is true, on the opposite bank, surrounding a piece of meadow ground, and these the adventurers must look to find strongly occupied, so that those who had ventured on the passage must expect to land in that marshy meadow under a heavy fire from that position. Lastly, this perilous attempt must in all probability be made in the very teeth of the Moldavian army, with Napoleon's 10 or 12,000 fighting men, and twice or three times the number of disorderly stragglers. The attempt to force such a passage would have been utter insanity, but the star of Napoleon had not yet set. Success of Victor and Oudinot. The first dawn of reviving fortune was marked by the success of Victor and Oudinot. They were advancing with the hope of saving Borisov, when they received intelligence that Dombrowski was routed by Wittgenstein, and that the fragments of the Polish corps were close at hand, followed by the victorious Russians. Oudinot instantly gathered the scattered Poles under his protection, and moving on to meet the Russian advanced guard, they drove them back with considerable loss. Wittgenstein, in consequence of this, Czech found himself obliged to abandon Borisov, and once more to place the Beresina betwixt himself and the French, but in repassing that river he took care to destroy the bridge at Borisov, so that the town, though secured by the French, was no longer useful to them as a place of passage, and the Emperor, when he learned the news, was still compelled to abide by the plan of crossing as he best could at Studzianka. The task was rendered more easy by the prospect of his scattered and broken army being reinforced by the troops of Victor and Oudinot, who were on the same side of the fatal river with himself, and might form an immediate junction with him. Meantime, as a preparation for the march, the Emperor limited all the officers, even of the highest rank, to one carriage, and ordered one half of the wagons to be destroyed, that all the horses and draughtoxen might be applied to getting forward the ammunition and artillery. There is reason to think these commands were very imperfectly obeyed. Another order, marking strongly the exigencies of the time, respected such officers as still retained their horses. The cavalry under Latter Moberg had since leaving Smolensk been reduced from 1,800 to 150. To supply this deficiency, about 500 officers, all who remained mounted, were formed into a body called the Sacred Squadron to attend upon the emperors. Person Grouchy and Sebastiani had the command of this body, in which officers formed the privates and generals of division served as captains, but it was not long ere fatigue and want of forage, no respecters of rank or condition, dismounted the greater part of the Sacred Squadron. The army thus in some small degree reorganized and refreshed by the better quarters and nourishment which they had received since the Battle of Krasnoy, now plunged into the immense pine forests which conceal the course of the Beresina, to disguise their adventurous march the more completely from the enemy. They were moving towards Borisov, when loud shouts from the forest at first spread confusion among their ranks under the idea of an unexpected attack. But this fear was soon changed into joy when they found themselves on the point of uniting with the army of Victor and Oudinot, amounting to 50,000 men complete, and provided with everything. Yet whatever the joy on the part of the Grand Army, it was at least equalled by the astonishment of their comrades when they recognized the remains of the innumerable host which had left them in such splendid equipment, and now returned in the guise, and with the gait and manner of spectres raised from a churchyard, they filed past their happier comrades, with squalid countenances, their uniform replaced by women's pelisses, or what various rags each could pick up, their feet bare and bleeding, or protected by bundles of filthy rags instead of shoes. All discipline seemed gone. The officer gave no command, the soldier obeyed none. A sense of common danger led them to keep together, and to struggle forward, and mutual fatigue made them take repose by the same fires. But what else they had learned of discipline was practiced rather by instinct than by duty, and in many cases was altogether forgotten. The army of the two marshals, however, though scarce recovered from their astonishment, joined the ranks of the Grand Army, and as if disorder had been infectious, very soon showed a disposition to get rid of that military discipline which their new associates had flung aside, leaving Napoleon on his advance to the river. It is now necessary to notice the motions of the Russians. The glory and the trophies of the march of the Grand Army had been enough entirely to satisfy Kutuzov. They were indeed sufficient to gorge such a limited ambition as that general might be supposed to possess at his advanced age, when men are usually more bent on saving than on winning. From the 15th to the 19th November the Russians had obtained possession of 228 guns, had made 26,000 prisoners, of whom 300 were officers, besides 10,000 men slain in battle, or destroyed by fatigue. Satisfied with such advantages, the cautious veteran proceeded by short journeys to Carpin on the Dnieper, without crossing that river or attempting to second the defense of the Beresina by an attack on the rear of the enemy. It is true that the Russian army had sustained great losses, not less, it was said, than 30,000 sick and wounded, were for the present unable to serve, although the greater part of them afterwards recovered. It is no less true that the Russian soldiers suffered greatly from want of hospitals being unprovided for a struggle on such an extensive scale as Napoleon's invasion gave rise to. Nor can it be denied that Kutauzov's minute attention to the proper providing of his army with all necessaries was highly laudable, yet we must still be of opinion that an object so important as the capture of Bonaparte and the destruction of his army would have vindicated, even if the soldier himself had been appealed to 2 or 3 forced marches, with the hardships attending them. Such, however, was not Kutauzov's opinion. He halted at Carpin, and contented himself with dispatching his Cossacks and light troops to annoy Napoleon's rear. Studzianka. The danger not being pressing on the part of the Grand Army of Russia, Napoleon had only to apprehend the opposition of Tchichagov, whose army, about 35,000 men in all, was posted along the Beresina to oppose the passage of Bonaparte wherever it should be attempted. Unfortunately, the admiral was one of an ordinary description of people who, having once determined in their own mind that an adversary entertains a particular design, proceed to act upon that belief as an absolute certainty, and can rarely be brought to reason on the possibility of his having any other purpose, thus taking it for granted that Napoleon's attempt to cross the Beresina would take place below Borisov. Tchichagov could not be persuaded that the passage might be as well essayed above that town. Napoleon, by various inquiries and reports transmitted through the Jews who for money served as spies on both sides, contrived to strengthen Tchichagov in the belief that he was only designing a feint upon Studzianka in order to withdraw the attention of the Russians from the lower Beresina. Never was a stratagem more successful. On the very day when Napoleon prepared for the passage at Studzianka, Tchichagov, instead of noticing what was going forward above Borisov, not only marched down the river with all the forces under his own immediate command, but issued orders to the division of T-Chaplets, which amounted to 6,000 men, and at present watched the very spot where Napoleon meant to erect his bridges to leave that position and follow him in the same direction. These were the very orders which Bonaparte would have dictated to the Russian leader if he had had his choice. When the French arrived at Studzianka, their first business was to prepare 2 bridges, a work which was attended with much danger and difficulty. They labored by night, expecting in the morning to be saluted with a cannonade from the Russian detachment under T-Chaplets, which occupied the heights already mentioned on the opposite bank. The French generals, and particularly Murat, considered the peril as so eminent that they wished Bonaparte to commit himself to the faith of some Poles who knew the country and leave the army to their fate. But Napoleon rejected the proposal as unworthy of him. All night the French labored at the bridges, which were yet but little advanced, and might have been easily demolished by the artillery of the Russians. But what was the joy and surprise of the French to see, with the earliest beams of the morning, that artillery and those Russians in full march, retreating from their position, availing himself of their disappearance, Bonaparte threw across a body of men who swam their horses over the river with each a voltigeur behind him. Thus a footing was gained on the other bank of this perilous stream. Great part of Victor's army had moved up the river towards Studzianka, while the last division lay still at Borisov, of which town that Marshal had possession. This constituted a rearguard to protect the army of Napoleon during the critical moment of its passage from the interruption which might be expected from the corps of Wittgenstein. During the 26th and 27th, Napoleon pushed troops across the river, those of Oudinot forming the advance, and was soon so secure that T-Chaplets, discovering his error and moving back to regain his important position at Studzianka, found the French too strongly posted on the left bank of the Beresina for his regaining the opportunity which he had lost. He halted therefore at Stachauer and waited for reinforcements and orders. Meanwhile, the passage of the Beresina continued slowly indeed, for the number of stragglers and the quantity of baggage was immense. Yet by noon Napoleon and his guards had crossed the river. Victor, whose division constituted the rearguard of the Grand Army, had relieved the Imperial Guards in their post on the left bank, and Partenot, who formed the rear of the whole army, was moving from Borisov, where he had been stationed with the purpose of fixing the enemy's attention upon the spot. No sooner had he left the town then it was again in the hands of the Russians, being instantly occupied by Platov. But the indefatigable Wittgenstein was in motion on the left bank, pressing forward, as Victor closed up towards Napoleon, and throwing himself betwixt Studzianka and Borisov, on a plain called Stary Borisov, he cut off Parthenon's division from the rest of the French army. That general made a gallant resistance, and attempted to force his way at the sword's point through the troops opposed to him. At length the hetman, Platov, and the Russian partisan Seslowin, coming up the French general, found himself entirely overpowered, and after a brave resistance laid down his arms. 3 generals with artillery, and according to the Russian accounts about 7,000 men, fell into the hands of the Russian surprise, the more valuable, as the prisoners belonged chiefly to the unbroken and unexhausted division of Victor, and comprehended 800 fine cavalry in good order. Passage of the Beresina. To improve this advantage, the Russians threw a bridge of pontoons across the Beresina at Borisov, and Tchichagov and Wittgenstein, having communicated, resolved on a joint attack upon both banks of the river at once. With this purpose, upon the 28th of November, Admiral Tchichagov moved to Stakhoa upon the right bank to reinforce Tschaplitz and assault that part of the French army which had crossed the Beresina, and Wittgenstein with Platov marched towards Studzianka to destroy the Emperor's rearguard, which no exertion on the part of Napoleon or his generals had yet been able to get across the river. Thus the extraordinary good fortune of finding a place of passage, and of being enabled by an uncommon chance to complete his bridges without opposition, was so far from placing Napoleon in safety that his danger seemed only to multiply around him. But yet upon his side of the river, now the right bank, his own presence of mind, and the bravery of his soldiers, gave him a decided superiority, and the tardiness, to say the least, of Tchichagov's motions, ensured his safety. Tschaplitz, who seems to have been a brave and active officer, commenced the battle by advancing from Stakhoa, but he was worsted by the French, who were superior in numbers, and he received no succours from the admiral, though repeatedly demanded. In this manner were the French enabled to force their way towards a village called Brelow through deep morasses, and over long bridges or railways formed of the trunks of pine trees, where a bold attack might have rendered their advance impossible. The least exertion on the part of Tchichagov might have caused these bridges to be burnt, and as combustibles were laid ready for the purpose it required, but according to Seger's expression, a spark from the pipe of a Cossack, to have set them on fire. The destruction of this railway, enclosing the French between the morass and the river, must have rendered the passage of the Beresina entirely useless, but it was not so decreed, and the French under Oudinot were enabled to preserve the means of a movement so essential to their safety. Meanwhile, the scene on the left bank had become the wildest and most horrible which war can exhibit. On the heights of Studzianka, Victor, who commanded the French rearguard, amounting perhaps to 8,000 or 10,000 men, was prepared to cover the retreat over the bridges. The right of this corps d'army rested on the river. A ravine full of bushes covered their front, but the left wing had no point of support. It remained, according to the military phrase, in the air, and was covered by 2 regiments of cavalry. Behind this defensive line were many thousands of stragglers, mingled with the usual followers of a camp, and with all those individuals who, accompanying for various reasons the French from Moscow, had survived the horrors of the march. Women, children, domestics, the aged, and the infants were seen among the wretched mass, and wandered by the side of this fatal river like the fabled spectres which throng the banks of the infernal Styx, and seek in vain for passage. The want of order, which it was impossible to preserve, the breaking of the bridges, and the time spent in the repaired fears of the unhappy wretches to trust themselves to the dangerous and crowded passages, had all operated to detain them on the right bank. The baggage, which, in spite of the quantity already lost, of the difficulty of transportation, and of Napoleon's precise orders, amounted still to a very great number of carts, wains, and the like, and which was now augmented by all that belonged to the troops of Oudinot and Victor, was seen some filing towards the bridges, and the greater part standing in confusion upon the shore. The artillery itself, such as remained, was in no better state. Such was the condition of matters at the bridge, when Wittgenstein, warm from his victory over Parthenon, marching down the left bank of the Beresina, engaged in a fierce combat with the rearguard under Victor, and the balls of the Russians began to fall among the mingled and disordered mass which we have endeavoured to describe. It was then that the whole body of stragglers and fugitives rushed like distracted beings towards the bridges, every feeling of prudence or humanity swallowed up by the animal instinct of self-preservation. the horrible scene of disorder was augmented by the desperate violence of those who determined to make their own way at all risks threw down, and trampled upon whatever came in their road. The weak and helpless either shrunk back from the fray, and sat down to wait their fate at a distance, or mixing in it, were thrust over the bridges, crushed under carriages, cut down perhaps with sabres, or trampled to death under the feet of their countrymen. All this, while the action continued with fury, and as if the heavens meant to match their wrath with that of man, a hurricane arose and added terrors to a scene which was already of a character so dreadful. Dreadful losses of the French. About midday the French, still bravely resisting, began to lose ground. The Russians, coming gradually up in strength, succeeded in forcing the ravine, and compelling them to assume a position nearer the bridges. About the same time, the larger bridge that constructed for artillery and heavy carriages broke down, and multitudes were forced into the water. The scream of mortal agony which arose from the despairing multitude became at this crisis for a moment so universal that it rose shrilly audible over the noise of the elements, and the thunders of war above the wild whistling of the tempest, and the sustained and redoubled hours of the Cossacks. The witness from whom we have this information declares that the sound was in his ears for many weeks. This dreadful scene continued till dark, many being forced into the icy river, some throwing themselves in betwixt absolute despair and the faint hope of gaining the opposite bank by swimming, some getting across only to die of cold and exhaustion. As the obscurity came on, Victor, with the remainder of his troops, which was much reduced, quitted the station he had defended so bravely, and led them in their turn across all night. The miscellaneous multitude continued to throng along the bridge under the fire of the Russian artillery, to whom even in the darkness the noise which accompanied their march made them a distinct mark. At daybreak the French engineer General Ebel finally set fire to the bridge. All that remained on the other side, including many prisoners and a great quantity of guns and baggage, became the prisoners and the prey of the Russians. The amount of the French loss was never exactly known, but the Russian report concerning the bodies of the invaders, which were collected and burnt as soon as the thaw permitted, states that upwards of 36,000 were found in the Beresina. Chapter Roman 63. Napoleon determines to return to Paris. He leaves Smorgoni on 5th December, reaches Warsaw on the 10th. Curious interview with the Abbé de Prat. Arrives at Dresden on the 14th, and at Paris on the 18th at midnight. Dreadful state of the Grand Army, when left by Napoleon. Arrive at Wilna, whence they are driven by the Cossacks, directing their flight upon Kauno. Dissensions among the French generals. Cautious policy of the Austrians under Schwarzenberg. Precarious state of MacDonald. He retreats upon Tilsit de York, separates his troops from the French. MacDonald effects his retreat to Königsberg, close of the Russian expedition, with a loss on the part of the French of 450,000 men in killed and prisoners. Discussion of the causes which led to this ruinous catastrophe. When the army of Bonaparte was assembled on the other side of the Beresina, they exhibited symptoms of total disorganization. The village of Brillow, where they halted on the night of their passage, was entirely pulled down that the materials might supply campfires, and a considerable part of Bonaparte's headquarters was included in the same fate, his own apartment being with difficulty saved from the soldiery. They could scarcely be blamed for this want of discipline, for the night was deadly cold, and of the wet and shivering wretches who had been immersed in the icy river, many laid their heads down never to raise them more. On the 29th November, the Emperor left the fatal banks of the Beresina at the head of an army more disorganized than ever, for few of Oudinot's corps, and scarcely any belonging to Victor's, who were yet remaining, were able to resist the general contagion of disorder. They pushed on without any regular disposition, having no more vanguard, centre, or rear than can be ascribed to a flock of sheep. To outstrip the Russians was their only desire, and yet numbers were daily surprised by the partisans and Cossacks. Most fortunately for Napoleon, the precaution of the Duke of Bassano had dispatched to the banks of the Beresina a division of French commanded by General Mason, who were sufficient to form a rearguard, and to protect this disorderly and defenceless mass of fugitives. Thus they reached Malogno on the 3d December. Here Bonaparte opened to his chief confidants his resolution to leave the army and push forward to Paris. The late conspiracy of Mallet had convinced him of the necessity of his presence there. His remaining with an army which scarce had existence in a military sense could be of no use. He was near Prussia, where, from reluctant allies, the inhabitants were likely to be changed into bitter enemies. He was conscious of what he had meditated against the King of Prussia, had he returned victorious, and judged from his own purposes the part which Frederick was likely to adopt in consequence of this great reverse in his fortunes. This resolution being adopted, Napoleon announced that preparations for his departure should be made at Smorgoni, intending to remain at Malogno till he should be joined by General Mason with the rearguard, which was left a day's march behind the main body. He now waited until it should close up with him. They came at last, but with tea chaplets, and the Russians at their heels. Intense cold, the thermometer being 20 degrees below zero, prevented anything more than skirmishes between them. Smorgoni sets out for Paris. On the 5th December, Bonaparte was at Smorgoni, where he again received a welcome reinforcement, being joined by Loyson, advancing at the head of the garrison of Wilna to protect his retreat to that place, and whose opportune assistance gave a new rearguard to supply that commanded by Mason, which the war and weather had already rendered as incapable of effectual service as those whom they had protected from the banks of the Beresina to Smorgoni. Loyson had orders to take in his turn this destructive duty, for which purpose he was to remain a day's march as usual behind the mass of what had been the army. The order of the march to Wilna, thus arranged, Napoleon determined on his own departure. 3 sledges were provided, one of which was prepared to carry him, and Caulaincourt, whose title the emperor proposed to assume while travelling incognito, although their figures were strikingly dissimilar, the Duke of Vicenza being a tall, raw-boned, stiff-looking man in a general audience at which were present the King of Naples, the Viceroy Berthier, and the marshals. Napoleon announced to them that he had left Murat to command the army as generalissimo. He talked to them in terms of hope and confidence. He promised to check the Austrians and Prussians in their disposition for war by presenting himself at the head of the French nation, and 1,200,000 men. Said he had ordered Ney to Wilna to reorganize the army and to strike such a blow as should discourage the advance of the Russians. Lastly, he assured them of winter quarters beyond the Niemen. He then took an affectionate and individual farewell of each of his generals, and stepping into his train, a lively emblem of the fishing boat of Xerxes, he departed from Smorgoni at the late hour of 10 at night. With what feelings this extraordinary man left the remains of the army, we have no means even of guessing. His outward bearing during his extreme distresses had been in general that of the utmost firmness, so that such expressions of grief or irritation as at times broke from him were picked up and registered by those who heard them as curious instances of departure from his usual state of composure. To preserve his tranquillity, he permitted no details to be given him of the want and misery with which he was surrounded. Thus, when Colonel d'Albignac brought news of Ney's distresses after the Battle of Wiersma, he stopped his mouth by saying sharply he desired to know no particulars. It was of a piece with this resolution that he always gave out orders, as if the whole imperial army had existed in its various divisions after 2/3 had been destroyed, and the remainder reduced to an undisciplined mob. Would you deprive me of my tranquillity? He said angrily to an officer who thought it necessary to dwell on the actual circumstances of the army when some orders expressed in this manner had been issued, and when the persevering functionary persisted to explain, thinking perhaps in his simplicity that Napoleon did not know that, which in fact he only was reluctant to dwell upon, reiterated angrily, "I ask you, sir, why you would deprive me of my tranquillity." It is evident that Napoleon must have known the condition of his army as well as anyone around him, but to admit that he was acquainted with that which he could not remedy would have been acknowledging a want of power inconsistent with the character of one who would willingly be thought rather the controller than the subject of fate. Napoleon was none of those princes mentioned by Horace, who in poverty and exile lay aside their titles of majesty and language of authority. The headquarters of Smorgoni and the residences of Portoferraggio and St. Helena can alike bear witness to the tenacity with which he clung not only to power, but to the forms and circumstance attendant upon sovereignty at periods when the essence of that sovereignty was either endangered or lost. A deeper glance into his real feelings may be obtained from the report of the Abbé de Prat, which is well worth transcribing. After narrowly escaping being taken by the Russian partisan Seslowin at a hamlet called Upernui, Napoleon reached Warsaw upon the 10th December. Here the Abbé de Prat, then Minister of France to the Diet of Poland, was in the act of endeavouring to reconcile the various rumours which poured in from every quarter, when a figure like a spectre wrapped in furs, which were stiffened by hoarfrost, stalked into his apartments supported by a domestic, and was with difficulty recognised by the ambassador as the Duke of Vicenza. Interview with de Prat. "You hear Caulaincourt," said the astonished prelate, "and where is the emperor? At the Hotel d'Angleterre, waiting for you. Why not stop at the palace? He travels incognito. Do you need anything, some Burgundy or Malagarol? Is at your service, but whither are you travelling to? Paris to Paris. But where is the army? It exists no longer, said Caulaincourt, looking upwards, and the victory of the Beresinond, the 6,000 prisoners, 227. We got across, that is, all the prisoners were a few hundred men who have escaped. We have had other business than to guard them. His curiosity thus far satisfied, the Abbe de Prat hastened to the hotel. In the yard stood 3 sledges in a dilapidated condition, one for the emperor, and Caulaincourt II, for 2 officers of rank, the third for the Mameluke Rustan, and another domestic. He was introduced with some mystery into a badin's bad room where a servant wench was blowing a fire made of green wood. Here was the emperor whom the Abbe de Prat had last seen, when he played King of Kings among the assembled sovereigns of Dresden. He was dressed in a green pelisse covered with lace and lined with furs, and by walking briskly about the apartment was endeavouring to obtain the warmth which the chimney refused. He saluted Monsieur l'Ambassadeur, as he termed him, with gaiety. The Abbe felt a movement of sensibility to which he was disposed to give way. But as he says, the poor man did not understand me. He limited his expressions of devotion, therefore, to helping Napoleon off with his cloak to us. It seems that Napoleon repelled the effusions of the Bishop of Malines' interest, because he did not choose to be the object either of his interest or his pity. He heard from his minister that the minds of the inhabitants of the Grand Duchy had been much changed since they had been led to despair of the regeneration of their country, and that they were already, since they could not be free Polanders, studying how to reconcile themselves with their former governors of Prussia. The entrance of 2 Polish ministers checked the ambassador's communications. The conversation was maintained from that moment by Napoleon alone, or rather he indulged in a monologue turning upon the sense. He entertained that the failure of his Russian expedition would diminish his reputation, while he struggled against the painful conviction, by numbering up the plans by which he might repair his losses and alleging the natural obstacles to which he had been obliged to succumb. We must levy 10,000 Poles, he said, and check the advance of these Russians. A lance and a horse are all that is necessary. There is but a single step betwixt the sublime and the ridiculous. The functionaries congratulated him on his escape from so many dangers. He replied, none in the world. I live in agitation. The more I bustle, the better. It is for kings of Cockaigne to fatten in their palais horseback, and the fields are for me. From the sublime to the ridiculous there is but a single step. Why do I find you so much alarmed here? We are at a loss to gather the truth of the news about the army. Bah, replied the emperor, the army is in a superb condition. I have 120,000 men. I have beat the Russians in every action. They are no longer the soldiers of Friedland and Eylau. The army will recruit at Wilna. I am going to bring up 300,000 men. Success will render the Russians foolhardy. I will give them battle twice or thrice upon the Oder, and in a month I will be again on the Niemen. I have more weight when on my throne than at the head of my army. Certainly, I quit my soldiers with regret, but I must watch Austria and Prussia, and I have more weight seated on my throne than at the head of my army. All that has happened goes for nothing, a mere misfortune, in which the enemy can claim no merit. I beat them everywhere. They wished to cut me off at the Beresina. I made a fool of that ass of an admiral. He could never pronounce the name Tchichagov. I had good troops and cannon. The position was superb. Toises of Marsha River. This he repeated twice, then run over the distinction in the 29th bulletin between men of strong and feeble minds, and proceeded, I have seen worse affairs than this at Marengo. I was beaten till 6 o'clock in the evening next day. I was master of Italy at Essling. That Archduke tried to stop me. He published something or other. My army had already advanced a league and a half. I did not even condescend to make any disposition. All the world knows how such things are managed when I am in the field. I could not help the Danube rising 16 feet in one night. Without that there would have been an end of the Austrian monarchy. But it was written in heaven that I should marry an archduchess. This was said with an air of much gaiety. In the same manner in Russia, I could not prevent its freezing. They told me every morning that I had lost 10,000 horses during the night. Well, farewell to you. He bade them adieu 5 or 6 times in the course of the harangue, but always returned to the subject. Our Norman horses are less hardy than those of the Russians. They sink under 10 degrees of cold beneath zero. It is the same with the men. Look at the Bavarians. There is not one left. Perhaps it may be said that I stopped too long at Moscow. That may be true, but the weather was finer. The winter came on prematurely. Besides, I expected peace on the 5th October. I sent Lauriston to treat. I thought of going to St. Petersburg, and I had time enough to have done so, or to have gone to the south of Russia, or to Smolensk. Well, we will make head at Wilna. Murat is left there. Ha ha ha, it is a great political game. Nothing venture, nothing win. It is but one step from the sublime to the ludicrous. The Russians have shown they have character. Their emperor is beloved by his people. They have clouds of Corsican. Is something to have such a kingdom. The peasants of the crown love their government. Nobility are all mounted on horseback. They proposed to me to set the slaves at liberty, but that I would not consent. Tarthy would have massacred every one. I made regular war upon the Emperor Alexander. But who could have expected such a blow as the burning of Moscow? Now they would lay it on us. But it was in fact themselves who did it. That sacrifice would have done honor to ancient Rome. He returned to his favorite purpose of checking the Russians, who had just annihilated his grand army, by raising a large body of Polish lancers, to whom as things stood it would have been difficult to have proposed any adequate motive for exertion. The fire went out, and the councillors listened in frozen despair, while keeping himself warm by walking up and down, and by his own energies. The emperor went on with his monologue, now betraying in spite of himself feelings and sentiments which he would have concealed, now dwelling upon that which he wished others to believe, and often repeating as the burden of his harangue the aphorism which he has rendered immortal concerning the vicinity of the sublime and the ludicrous. His passage through Silesia being mentioned, he answered in a doubtful tone, "Ha, Prussia," as if questioning the security of that route. At length he decided to depart in good earnest, cut short the respectful wishes for the preservation of his health, with the brief assurance that he could not be in better health with the very devil in him, and threw himself into the humble sledge, which carried Caesar and his fortunes. The horses sprung forward, nearly overturning the carriage, as it crossed the courtyard gate, and disappeared in the darkness. Such is the lively account of the Abbé de Pratt, who declares solemnly that on taxing his memory to the utmost, he accuses himself of neither want of accuracy nor forgetfulness. Napoleon does not deny that such a long conversation took place, but alleges that the Abbé has caricatured it in the meanwhile. He said he scratched an order for Monsieur l'Ambassadeur to return immediately to Paris, which, considering what had happened in Russia, and was about to happen in Poland, could not but be a most welcome mandate, especially as it was likely to be soon enforced by the lances of the Cossacks. Napoleon leaves Warsaw. Napoleon continued to pass on with as much speed as possible. He said, when at St. Helena, that he was nigh being arrested in Silesia. But the Prussians, he said, passed the time in consulting which they ought to have employed in action. They acted like the Saxons, of whom Charles Roman 12 said gaily, when he left Dresden, "They will be deliberating today whether they should have arrested me yesterday." If such an idea was entertained by anyone, it may have been by some of the Tugendbund Bund, who might think it no crime to seize on one who made universal liberty his spoil. But we do not believe that Frederick ever harbored the thought, while he continued in alliance with France. Meanwhile Napoleon continued his journey in secrecy, and with rapidity. On the 14th December, he was at Dresden, where he had a long private conference with the good old king, who did not feel his gratitude to the emperor as a benefactor, abated by his accumulated misfortunes. The interview, how different from their last, was held in the hotel where Bonaparte alighted, and where Augustus came to visit him incognito on the 18th in the evening. He arrived at Paris, where the city had been for 2 days agitated by the circulation of the 29th Bulletin, in which the veil, though with a reluctant hand, was raised up to show the disasters of the Russian war. It may not be thought minute to mention that Napoleon and his attendant had difficulty in procuring admittance to the Tuileries. At so late an hour, the Empress had retired to her private apartment. 2 figures muffled in furs entered the anteroom, and one of them directed his course to the door of the Empress' sleeping chamber. The lady-in-waiting hastened to throw herself betwixt the intruder and the entrance, but recognizing the Emperor, she shrieked aloud, and alarmed Maria Luisa, who entered the anteroom. Their meeting was extremely affectionate, and showed that amidst all his late losses Napoleon had still domestic happiness within his reach. Dreadful state of Grand Army. We return to the Grand Army, or rather to the assemblage of those who had once belonged to it, for of an army it had scarce the semblance left. The soldiers of the Imperial Guard, who had hitherto made it their pride to preserve some degree of discipline, would after the departure of Napoleon give obedience to no one else. Murat, to whom the chief command had been delegated, seemed scarcely to use it, nor when he did was he obeyed. If Ney and some of the marshals still retained authority, they were only attended to from habit, or because the instinct of discipline revived when the actual battle drew near. They could not, however, have offered any effectual defence, nor could they have escaped actual slaughter and dispersion, had it not been for Loysen's troops, who continued to form the rearguard, and who, never having been on the eastern side of the fatal Beresina, had amid great suffering still preserved sufficient discipline to keep their ranks behave like soldiers and make themselves be respected not only by the Cossacks, but by T-Chaplets Wittgenstein and the Russians detached from the main army who followed them close, and annoyed them constantly. The division of Loyson remained like a shield to protect the disorderly retreat of the main body. Still, some degree of order is so essential to human society that even in that disorganized mass, the stragglers, which now comprehended almost the whole army, divided into little bands who assisted each other, and had sometimes the aid of a miserable horse, which, when it fell down under the burden of what they had piled on, it was torn to pieces and eaten while life was yet palpitating in its veins. These bands had chiefs selected from among themselves, but this species of union, though advantageous on the whole, led to particular evils. Those associated into such a fraternity would communicate to none save those of their own party. A mouthful of riado, which seasoned with gunpowder for want of salt, and eaten with a boil of horseflesh, formed the best part of their food. Neither would they permit a stranger to warm himself at their fires. And when spoil was found, two of these companies, often especially if of different countries, fought for the possession of it, and a handful of meal was a sufficient temptation for putting to death the wretch who could not defend his booty. The prisoners, it is said, and we heartily wish the fact could be refuted, were parked every night without receiving any victuals whatever, and perished like impounded cattle from want of food, cold, and the delirious fury which such treatment inspired among these unfortunates. Some became cannibals, and the same horrible reproach has been cast on the French themselves. To enhance misfortunes so dreadful, the cold, which had been for some time endurable, increased on the 6th December to the most bitter degree of frost, being 27 or 28 degrees below zero. Many dropped down and expired in silence. The blood of others was determined to the head by the want of circulation. It gushed at length from eyes and mouth, and the wretches sunk down on the gory snow, and were relieved by death at the night bivouacs. The soldiers approached their frozen limbs to the fire so closely that, falling asleep in that posture, their feet were scorched to the bone, while their hair was frozen to the ground. In this condition they were often found by the Cossacks, and happy were those upon whom the pursuers bestowed a thrust with the lance to finish their misery. Other horrors there were which are better left in silence. Enough has been said to show that such a calamity in such an extent never before darkened the pages of history. In this horrible retreat 20,000 recruits had joined the army since crossing the Beresina, where, including the corps of Oudinot and Victor, they amounted to 80,000 men. But of this sum of 80,212 men, one half perished betwixt the Beresina and the walls of Wilna. In such a plight did the army arrive at Wilna, where great provision had been made for their reception. The magazines were groaning with plenty, but as at Smolensk, the administrators and commissioners, terrified for their own responsibility, dared not issue provisions to a disorderly mob who could neither produce authority for drawing rations nor give a regular receipt. The famished wretches fell down in the streets before the magazines, and died there, cursing with their latest breath the ill-timed punctiliousness of office, which refused to starving men the morsel that might have saved their lives. In other places of the town, stores, both of provision and liquor, were broken open by the desperate soldiery, plundered, and wasted numbers became intoxicated, and to those, as they sunk down in the street, death came before sobriety. The sick who went to the hospitals found them crowded not only with the dying, but with the dead, whose corpses were left to freeze or to putrefy on the stairs, and in the corridors, and sometimes in the apartments of those who yet survived. Such were the comforts of Wilna, from which so much had been hoped. Still, however, some of the citizens, moved by pity or terror, or from desire of gain, for many soldiers had still about their persons some remnants of the spoils of Moscow, were willing to give lodging and food to these exhausted phantoms who begged such relief, sometimes with furious threats and imprecations, sometimes in the plaintive tone of men ready to perish. Distributions began also to be made at the public stores, and men who for long had not eaten a morsel of bread, or reposed themselves upon any better lair than the frozen earth, or under any other canopy, save that of the snow-fraught sky, deemed it paradise to enjoy the most common household comforts, of which we think so little while we enjoy them, yet are miserable when they are abridged or withdrawn. Some wept for joy at receiving an ordinary loaf of bread, and finding themselves at liberty to eat it seated, and under a roof. On a sudden the repast, which seemed earnest of a return to safety and to social life, was disturbed by a distant cannonade, which came nigher and nigher than by the fire of musketry. At length, by their own drums beating to arms in the streets, every alarm was in vain. Even the imperial guard no longer attended to the summons. The soldiers were weary of their lives, and it seemed as if they would have been contented to perish like the Jews in the wilderness with their food, betwixt their teeth at length the distant aurora, and the nearer cry of Cossacks, Cossacks, which for some time had been their most available signal for marching, compelled them to tear themselves from their refreshment and rush into the street. There, they found their rearguard and Loyson, although they had been reinforced by the body of Bavarians commanded by Reed, who had been left on the verge of Volhynia, hurrying into the town in disorder like men defeated, and learned that they had been driven back by Wittgenstein with Platoff and other partisan leaders, who had followed them up to the gates. Wilna, besides the immense magazines belonging to the French army, contained a vast deposit of wealth and property, which had been left there in the advance upon Moscow, and in particular a quantity of treasure belonging to Napoleon. The town, though open, might have been made good till the magazines were destroyed, and the baggage removed, but such was the confusion of the moment that the Russians forced their way into the town by one access, whilst the French left it by another, directing their flight upon Kauno with the most valuable part of their baggage, or such as could be most speedily harnessed the inhabitants of the town, the lower orders that is, and particularly, the Jews now thought of propitiating the victors, by butchering the wretches whom they had received into their houses, or at best stripping, and thrusting them naked into the streets for this inhumanity. The Jews are said to have been afterwards punished by the Russians, who caused several of them to be hanged. Meanwhile the flying column had attained a hill and defile called Panari, when the carriages became entangled, and at length one of the treasure wagons being overturned burst, and discovered its contents. All shadow of discipline was then lost, and as if to anticipate the Russians, the French soldiers themselves fell upon the baggage, broke open the wains, and appropriated their contents. The Cossacks rode up during the fray, and so rich was the booty that even they were content to plunder in company, suspending for the instant their national animosity where there seemed wealth enough for all and no time to lose in fighting. Yet it is said that the privates of the Imperial Guard displayed a rare example of honor and discipline. The Count de Turenne, having beaten off the Cossacks who pressed in, distributed the private treasure of Napoleon among his guard, the individuals of which afterwards restored them. Not a single piece of money, says Segur, was lost. This, however, must be partly imagination, for many of the guard fell after this, and the Cossacks who became their executors could have had little idea of making restitution. It is not worthwhile to trace further the flight of this miserable body of wanderers. They arrived at length at Kauno, the last town of Russian Poland, Ney alone endeavouring to give them some military direction and assistance, while they were at every instant deserting him and themselves at Kauno. It seems that about 1,000 men were still under arms, about 20 times that number in total dispersion. The pursuit of the Russians appeared to cease after the fugitives had recrossed the Niemen on the ice. They did not choose to push the war into Prussia. At Gumbinnen the remaining marshals and commanders held a council, in which Murat gave way to the stifled resentment he had long entertained against his brother-in-law. He had been displeased with Napoleon for not severely repressing the insolence with which, as he conceived, he had been treated by Davoust, and at another time by Ney, and he openly inveighed against his relative as a madman, upon whose word no reliance was to be placed in these moments of anger and mutiny. Murat blamed himself for rejecting the proposals of the English. Had he not done so, he said he might still have been a great king like the sovereigns of Austria and Russia. These kings, answered Davoust bitterly, are monarchs by the grace of God, by the sanction of time and the course of custom, but you are only a king by the grace of Napoleon, and through the blood of Frenchmen you are grossly ungrateful, and as such I will denounce you to the emperor. Such was this strange scene, of which the marshals were silent witnesses. It served to show how little unity there was in their councils, when the master spirit ceased to preside among them. From Gumbinnen, the French went to show their miseries at Königsberg. Everywhere they were coldly yet not coarsely treated by the Prussians, who had before felt their oppression, but did not consider them in their present state as becoming objects of vengeance. At Königsberg they learnt the fate of their two extreme wings, which was of a nature to close all hopes. On the right of the French original line of advance, Schwarzenberg had no sooner learned that the emperor was totally defeated, and his army irretrievably dispersed, than in the quality of a mere auxiliary, he thought himself no longer entitled to hazard a single Austrian life. In the quarrel, there was an armistice concluded between the Austrians and Russians, by the terms of which they agreed to maneuver as at a game of chess, but not to fight thus when the Russians should gain such a position as in actual war would have given them an advantage. The Austrians were under the engagement to retreat, and the campaign resembled nothing so much as a Pacific field day in which two generals in the same service venture upon a trial of skill. Schwarzenberg, by his maneuvers, protected the French corps under Rignier as long as possible, obtained good terms for Warsaw, and gained for Rignier 3 days' advantage. When at last he ceased to cover the place, having thus protected his allies to the last, he retired into the Austrian territories, and although Rignier was finally overtaken and surprised at Kalisz, it could not be imputed to Schwarzenberg's desertion of him, but to his own making too long a halt to protect some Polish depots. The relics of Rignier's army, such at least as fled into the Austrian territories, were well received there, and afterwards restored to their own banners. Still, the alliance with Austria, which in one sense had cost Napoleon so dear, was now dissolved, and his right wing totally dissipated by the defection of his allies on the left wing. Matters had no better, or rather they had a much worse appearance. Precarious state of MacDonald. During the eventful 6 months of the Russian campaign, MacDonald, who commanded the left wing, had remained in Curdled with an army of about 30,000 men, of whom 22,000 were Prussians, the rest Germans of different countries. It would seem that Napoleon had been averse from the beginning to employ these unwilling auxiliaries upon any service where their defection might influence the other parts of his army, yet they behaved well upon several occasions, when MacDonald had occasion to repel the attacks and sallies of the numerous garrison of Riga, and their active exertions enabled him to save the park of heavy artillery destined for the siege of that place, which had almost fallen into the hands of the Russian general Lewis at Mittau on the 29th of September. But on this occasion, though having every reason to be pleased with the soldiers, MacDonald saw room to suspect their leader de York of coldness to the French cause. That officer was indeed engaged in a service which at heart he detested. He was one of the Tugendbund, so often mentioned, an ardent Prussian patriot, and eager to free his native country from a foreign yoke. He therefore eagerly watched for a plausible opportunity, when he might without dishonor disunite his forces from those of the French marshal. About the beginning of December, the situation of MacDonald became precarious. Nothing was heard on every side save of the rout and disasters of the French Grand Army, and the marshal anxiously expected orders for a retreat while it was yet open to him, but such was the confusion at the headquarters after the Emperor's departure that neither Murat nor Berthier thought of sending the necessary authority to MacDonald, and when they did, though the order to retreat might have reached him in 5 days, it was 10 days on the road. He commenced his retreat upon Tilsit, his vanguard, consisting of Massenbach's Prussian division, chiefly cavalry, he himself following with the Bavarians, Saxons, Roman 100, and de York, bringing up the rear with 15,000 Prussians, the residue of that auxiliary army in this order, with the Prussians divided into 2 corps, and his own posted between them, as if to secure against their combining. The marshal marched on in sufficient anxiety, but without complaint on his side or difficulties on that of the Prussian general. But when the marshal upon 28th January arrived at Tilsit, which was in the line of their retreat, and had sent forward the cavalry of Massenbach as far as Rignitz, the troops of de York in the rear had detached themselves so far that MacDonald was obliged to halt for them. He sent letters to de York pressing him to come up. Hare sent to the cavalry of Massenbach in the van commanding them to return from de York. Came no answer at Rignitz. The French general Barcalou, who had been sent to act as adjutant general with Massenbach's corps, could find no obedience. The colonels of the Prussian cavalry objected to the weather and the state of the roads. They would not give the order to sound to horse, and when the horses were at length reluctantly ordered out and produced, the soldiers were equally restive. They would not mount while the Prussian troops were in this state of mutiny. A Russian emissary was heard to press them to deliver up the Frenchmen, but the soldiers, though resolved to leave Barcalou, would not betray him. The proposal shocked their feelings of honor, and they mounted and marched back to Tilsit to restore Barcalou to MacDonald's army. But their purpose was unchanged. As at Rignitz they had refused to mount their horses, so at Tilsit they refused to alight. At length they were prevailed upon to dismount and retire to their quarters, but it was only a feint, for shortly after they were supposed asleep the Prussians mounted in great silence, and with Massenbach and their officers at their head, marched off to join their countrymen under de York. That general had now and forever separated his troops from the French. Upon 30th December, he had concluded an armistice with the Russian general Dibach. By this agreement, the Prussian troops were to be cantoned in their own territories, and remain neutral for 2 months. At the end of that period, if their king so determined, they should be at liberty to rejoin the French troops. Both de York and Massenbach wrote to MacDonald announcing their secession from his army. De York contented himself with stating that he cared not what opinion the world might form on his conduct. It was dictated by the purest motivesci's duty to his troops and to his country. Massenbach expressed his respect and esteem for General MacDonald, and declared that his reason for leaving him without an interview was the fear he felt that his personal regard for the marshal might have prevented his obeying the call of duty. Thus did a Prussian general first set the example of deserting the cause, in which he served so unwillingly, an example which soon spread fast and far. It was a choice of difficulties on de York's side, for his zeal as a patriot was in some degree placed in opposition to the usual ideas of soldierly honour, but he had not left MacDonald till the marshal's safety, and that of the remainder of his army, was in some measure provided, for he was out of the Russian territory, and free, or nearly so, from Russian pursuit. De York had become neutral, but not the enemy or his late commander. Here the question arises, how long were the Prussians to be held bound to sacrifice their blood for the foreigners, by whom they had been conquered, pillaged, and oppressed? And to what extent were they bound to endure adversity for those who had uniformly trampled on them during their prosperity? One thing we believe we may affirm with certainty, namely that de York acted entirely on his own responsibility, and without any encouragement direct or indirect from his sovereign. Nay, there is room to suppose that though the armistice of Torringen was afterwards declared good service by the King of Prussia, yet de York was not entirely forgiven by his prince for having entered into it. It was one of the numerous cases in which a subject's departing from the letter of the sovereign's command, although for that sovereign's more effectual service, is still a line of conduct less grateful than implicit obedience. Upon receiving the news, Frederick disavowed the conduct of his general and appointed Massenbach and him to be sent to Berlin for trial, but the officers retained their authority for the Prussian army, and people considered their sovereign as acting under the restraint of the French troops under Augereau, who then occupied his capital. MacDonald, with the remains of his army reduced to about 9,000 men, accomplished his retreat to Königsberg after a sharp skirmish. Close of the Russian expedition. And thus ended the memorable Russian expedition, the first of Napoleon's undertakings in which he was utterly defeated, and of which we scarce know whether most to wonder at the daring audacity of the attempt or the terrific catastrophe. The loss of the Grand Army was total, and the results are probably correctly stated by Bouterlin as follows. Slain in battle 125,000. Died from fatigue, hunger, and the severity of the climate 132,000. Prisoners comprehending 48 generals, 3,000 officers, and upwards of 190,000 men, 193,000. Total 450,000. The relics of the troops which escaped from that overwhelming disaster, independent of the two auxiliary armies of Austrians and Prussians, who were never much engaged in its terrors, might be about 40,000 men, of whom scarcely 10,000 were Frenchmen. The Russians, notwithstanding the care that was taken to destroy these trophies, took 75 eagles' colours or standards and upwards of 900 pieces of cannon. Thus had the greatest military captain of the age, at the head of an innumerable array, rushed upon his gigantic adversary, defeated his army and destroyed, or been the cause of the destruction of his capital, only to place himself in a situation where the ruin of nearly the whole of his own force, without even the intervention of a general action, became the indispensable price of his safe return. Causes of the catastrophe. The causes of this total and calamitous failure lay in miscalculations, both moral and physical, which were involved in the first concoction of the enterprise, and began to operate from its very commencement. We are aware that this is, with the idolaters of Napoleon, an unpalatable view of the case. They believe, according to the doctrine which he himself promulgated, that he could be conquered by the elements alone. This was what he averred in the 29th Bulletin. Till the 6th November, he stated that he had been uniformly successful. The snow then fell, and in 6 days destroyed the character of the army, depressed their courage, elated that of the despicable Cossacks, deprived the French of artillery, baggage, and cavalry, and reduced them, with little aid from the Russians, to the melancholy state in which they returned to Poland. This opinion Napoleon wished to perpetuate. In medal on which the retreat from Moscow is represented by the figure of Aeolus blowing upon the soldiers, who are shown shrinking from the storm or falling under it. The same statement he always supported, and it is one of those tenets which his extravagant admirers are least willing to relinquish. 3 questions, however, remain to be examined ere we can subscribe to this doctrine. 1. Does the mere fall of snow, nay, a march through a country covered with it necessarily, and of itself, Infer the extent of misfortune here attributed to its agency. Roman 2. Was not the possibility of such a storm a contingency, which ought in reason to have entered into Napoleon's calculations? Roman 3. Was it the mere severity of the snowstorm dreadful, as it was which occasioned the destruction of Bonaparte's army, or did not the effects of climate rather come in to aid various causes of ruin, which were inherent in this extravagant expedition from the very beginning, and were operating actively when the weather merely came to their assistance? On the first question, it is needless to say much snow accompanied with hard frost is not necessarily destructive to a retreating army. The weaker individuals must perish, but to the army it affords, if they are provided for the season, better opportunities of moving than rainy and open, whether in the snow hard frozen upon the surface, as it is in Russia and Canada. The whole face of the country becomes a road, and an army lightly equipped, and having sledges instead of wains, may move in as many parallel columns as they will, instead of being confined, as in moist weather, to one highroad along which the divisions must follow each other in succession. Such an extension of the front, by multiplying the number of marching columns, must be particularly convenient to an army which, like that of Napoleon, is obliged to maintain itself as much as possible at the expense of the country, where there are only prolonged columns following each other over the same roads. The marauders from the first body must exhaust the country on each side, so that the corps which follow must send their purveyors beyond the ground which has been already pillaged, until at length the distance becomes so great that the rearward must satisfy themselves with gleaning after the wasteful harvest of those who have preceded them, supposing 6, 8, or 10 columns marching in parallel lines upon the same front, and leaving an interval betwixt each. They will cover 6, 8, or 10 times the breadth of country, and of course supply themselves more plentifully, as well as much more easily. Such columns, keeping parallel front, can, if attacked, receive reciprocal aid by lateral movements more easily than when assistance must be sent from the van to the rear of one long moving line, and the march being lateral on such occasions does not infer the loss of time and other inconveniences incurred by a countermarch from the front to support the rear. Lastly, the frost often renders bridges unnecessary, fills ravines, and makes morasses passable, thus compensating in some degree to a marching army for the rigorous temperature to which it subjects them. But 2dly, it may be asked, if frost and snow are so irresistible and destructive in Russia as to infer the destruction of whole armies, why did not these casualties enter into the calculations of so great a general entering on such an immense undertaking? Does it never snow in Russia, or is frost a rare phenomenon there in the month of November? It is said that the cold weather began earlier than usual. This, we are assured, was not the case, but at any rate it was most unwise to suffer the safety of an army, and an army of such numbers and importance, to depend on the mere chance of a frost setting in a few days sooner or later. The fact is that Napoleon, whose judgment was seldom misled save by the ardor of his wishes, had foreseen in October the coming of the frost, as he had been aware in July of the necessity of collecting sufficient supplies of food for his army, yet without making adequate provision against what he knew was to happen in either case. In the 22d bulletin, it is intimated that the Moskwa and other rivers of Russia might be expected to be frozen over about the middle of November, which ought to have prepared the emperor for the snow and frost commencing 5 or 6 days sooner, which actually took place in the 26th bulletin. The necessity of winter quarters is admitted, and the emperor is represented as looking luxuriously around him to consider whether he should choose them in the south of Russia or in the friendly country of Poland. The weather is then stated to be fine, but on the first days of November cold was to be expected. Winter quarters, therefore, must be thought upon. The cavalry above all stand in need of them. It is impossible that he under whose eye or by whose hand these bulletins were drawn up could have been surprised by the arrival of snow on the 6th November. It was a probability foreseen, though left unprovided for. Even the most ordinary precaution, that of roughshoeing the horses of the cavalry and the draft horses, was totally neglected, for the bulletins complain of the shoes being smooth. This is saying, in other words, that the animals had not been noosehard at all, for French horses may be termed always roughshod until the shoes are grown old and worn smooth through use. If therefore frost and snow be so very dangerous to armies, Napoleon wilfully braved their rigor, and by his want of due preparations brought upon himself the very disaster of which he complained so heavily. Thirdly, though unquestionably the severity of the frost did greatly increase the distress and loss of an army suffering under famine, nakedness, and privations of every kind, yet it was neither the first nor in any respect the principal cause of their disasters, the reader must keep in remembrance the march through Lithuania, in which without a blow struck Napoleon lost 10,000 horses at once and nearly 100,000 men. When passing through a country which was friendly did this loss, which happened in June and July, arise from the premature snow, as it has been called, of the 6th of November? No, surely it arose from what the bulletin itself describes as the uncertainty, the distresses, the marches and countermarches of the troops, their fatigues and sufferances to the system, in short of forced marches, by which after all Napoleon was unable to gain any actual advance. This cost him 1/4 or nearly so of his army before a blow was struck, if we suppose that he left on both his flanks and in his rear a force of 100,000 men under Macdonald, Schwarzenberg, Oudinot, and others. He commenced the actual invasion of Russia proper with 200,000 soldiers. A moiety of this large force perished before he reached Moscow, which he entered at the head of less than 100,000 men. The ranks had been thinned by fatigue, and the fields of battle and hospitals must answer for the remainder. Finally, Napoleon left Moscow on the 19th October as a place where he could not remain, and yet from which he saw no safe mode of exit. He was then at the head of about 120,000 men. So much was his army recruited by convalescents, the collection of stragglers, and some reserves which had been brought up. He fought the unavailing though most honourably sustained battle of Malo-Yaroslavets, failed in forcing his way to Kalauga and Tula, and like a stag at bay was forced back on the wasted and broken-up road to Smolensk by Borodino. On this road was fought the Battle of Wyazma, in which the French loss was very considerable, and his columns were harassed by the Cossacks at every point of their march, and many thousands of prisoners were taken. 2 battles so severely fought, besides the defeat of Murat, and constant skirmishes, cost the French in killed and wounded, and every wounded man was lost to Napoleon, not less than 25,000 men, and so far had the French army been diminished. This brought him to the 6th November, until which day not a flake had fallen of that snow to which all his disasters are attributed, but which in fact did not commence until he had in a great measure experienced them by this time. Also his wings and reserves had undergone severe fighting and great loss without any favourable results. Thus well nigh 3/4 of his original army were destroyed, and the remnant reduced to a most melancholy and disorderly condition before commencement of the storm, to which he found it afterwards convenient to impute his calamities. It is scarcely necessary to notice that when the snow did begin to fall, it found Napoleon not a victor, but a fugitive, quitting ground before his antagonists, and indebted for his safety not to the timidity of the Russians, but to the overcaution of their general. The Cossacks, long before the snow tempest commenced, were muttering against Kutuzov for letting these skeletons, as they called the French army, walk back into a bloodless grave. When the severe frost came, it aggravated greatly the misery, and increased the loss of the French army, but winter was only the ally of the Russians, not, as has been contended, their sole protectress. She rendered the retreat of the Grand Army more calamitous, but it had already been an indispensable measure, and was in the act of being executed at the lancer point of the Cossacks, before the storms of the north contributed to overwhelm the invaders. What then occasioned this most calamitous catastrophe? We venture to reply that a moral error, or rather, a crime, converted Napoleon's wisdom into folly, and that he was misled by the injustice of his views into the great political, nay military errors, which he acted upon in his attempt to realize them. We are aware there are many who think that the justice of a quarrel is of little moment, providing the aggressor has strength and courage to make good what his adversary murmurs against as wrong. With such reasoners, the race is uniformly to the swift, and the battle to the strong, and they reply to others with the profane jest of the King of Prussia, that the deity always espouses the cause of the most powerful, but the maxim is as false as it is impious. Without expecting miracles in this later age, we know that the world is subjected to moral as well as physical laws, and that the breach of the former frequently carries even a temporal punishment. Along with it, let us try by this test the conduct of Napoleon in the Russian War. The causes assigned for his breach with Russia, unjust in their essence, had been put upon a plan of settlement, yet his armies continued to bear down upon the frontiers of the Russian Empire, so that to have given up the questions in dispute with the French bayonets at his breast would have been on the part of Alexander a surrender of the national independence, the demands of Napoleon unjust in themselves and attempted to be enforced by means of intimidation. It was impossible for a proud people and a high-spirited prince to comply with. Thus the first act of Bonaparte went to excite a national feeling from the banks of the Borysthenes to the wall of China, and to unite against him the wild and uncivilized inhabitants of an extended empire, possessed by a love to their religion, their government and their country, and having a character of stern devotion which he was incapable of estimating. It was a remarkable characteristic of Napoleon that, when he had once fixed his opinion, he saw everything as he wished to see it, and was apt to dispute even realities if they did not coincide with his preconceived ideas. He had persuaded himself that to beat an army and subdue a capital was, with the influence of his personal ascendancy, all that was necessary to obtain a triumphant peace. He had especially a confidence in his own command over the minds of such as he had been personally intimate with. Alexander's disposition, he believed, was perfectly known to him, and he entertained no doubt that by beating his army and taking his capital, he should resume the influence which he had once held over the Russian emperor by granting him a peace upon moderate terms, and in which the acknowledgment of the victor's superiority would have been the chief advantage stipulated for this. He hurried on by forced marches, losing so many thousands of men and horses in Lithuania, which an attention to ordinary rules would have saved from destruction. For this, when his own prudence, and that of his council, joined in recommending a halt at Vitebsk or at Smolensk, he hurried forward to the fight, and to the capture of the metropolis which he had flattered himself was to be the signal of peace. His wishes were apparently granted. Borodino, the bloodiest battle of our battling age, was gained. Moscow was taken, but he had totally failed to calculate the effect of these events upon the Russians and their emperor. When he expected their submission and a ransom for their capital, the city was consumed in his presence, yet even the desertion and destruction of Moscow could not tear the veil from his eyes, or persuade him that the people and their prince would prefer death to disgrace. It was his reluctance to relinquish the visionary hopes which egotism still induced him to nourish that prevented his quitting Moscow a month earlier than he Roman 999. He had no expectation that the mild climate of Fontainebleau would continue to gild the ruins of Moscow till the arrival of December, but he could not forgo the flattering belief that a letter and proposal of pacification must at last fulfill the anticipations which he so ardently entertained. It was only the attack upon Muret that finally dispelled this hope. Thus a hallucination, for such it may be termed, led this great soldier into a train of conduct which, as a military critic, he would have been the first to condemn, and which was the natural consequence of his deep moral error. He was hurried by this self-opinion, this ill-founded trust in the predominance of his own personal influence, into a gross neglect of the usual and prescribed rules of war. He put in motion an immense army too vast in numbers to be supported either by the supplies of the country through which they marched, or by the provisions they could transport along with them, and when plunging into Russia, he defeated her armies and took her metropolis, he neglected to calculate his line of advance on such an extent of base as should enable him to consolidate his conquests and turn to real advantage the victories which he attained. His army was but precariously connected with Lithuania when he was at Moscow, and all communication was soon afterwards entirely destroyed. Thus one unjust purpose, strongly and passionately entertained, marred the counsels of the wise, and rendered vain the exertions of the brave. We may read the moral in the words of Claudian: Gem non ad culmina rerum, injustos crevis quera tolunter in altum, ut lapsu gravia ruint. Claudian in Rufinum lib Roman 1 Roman 5. Chapter Roman 64 Effects of Napoleon's return upon the Parisians. Congratulations and addresses by all the public functionaries. Conspiracy of Malitvery, nearly successful, how at last defeated. The impression made by this event upon Bonaparte. Discussions with the Pope, who is brought to France, but remains in flexible state of affairs in Spain. Napoleon's great and successful exertions to recruit his army. Guards of honor. In the month of April, the army is raised to 350,000 men, independently of the troops left in garrison in Germany and in Spain and Italy. Upon the morning succeeding his return, which was like the sudden appearance of one dropped from the heavens, Paris resounded with the news which had. Such was the force of Napoleon's character, and the habits of subjection to which the Parisians were inured, the effect of giving a new impulse to the whole capital. If the impressions made by the 29th bulletin could not be effaced, they were carefully concealed. The grumblers suppressed their murmurs, which had begun to be alarming. The mourners dried their tears, or shed them in solitude. The safe return of Napoleon was a sufficient cure for the loss of 500,000 men, and served to assuage the sorrows of as many widows and orphans. The emperor convoked the council of state. He spoke with apparent frankness of the misfortunes which had befallen his army, and imputed them all to the snowball. Had gone well, he said. Moscow was in our power. Every obstacle was overcome. The conflagration of the city had produced no change on the flourishing condition of the French army, but winter has been productive of a general calamity, in consequence of which the army had sustained very great losses. One would have thought from his mode of stating the matter that the snow had surprised him in the midst of victory, and not in the course of a disastrous and inevitable retreat. The Monitor was at first silent on the news from Russia, and announced the advent of the Emperor, as if he had returned from Fontainebleau, but after an interval of this apparent coldness like the waters of a river, in the thaw accumulating behind and at length precipitating themselves over a barrier of ice, arose the general gratulation of the public functionaries, whose power and profit must stand or fall with the dominion of the Emperor, and whose voices alone were admitted to represent those of the people. The cities of Rome, Florence, Milan, Turin, Hamburg, Amsterdam, Mayence, and whatever others there were of consequence in the empire, joined in the general asseveration that the presence of the Emperor alone was all that was necessary to convert disquietude into happiness and tranquillity. The most exaggerated praise of Napoleon's great qualities, the most unlimited devotion to his service, the most implicit confidence in his wisdom, were the theme of these addresses. Their flattery was not only ill-timed, considering the great loss which the country had sustained, but it was so grossly exaggerated in some instances as to throw ridicule even upon the high talents of the party to whom it was addressed, as daubers are often seen to make a ridiculous caricature of the finest original in the few circles where criticism on these effusions of loyalty might be whispered. The authors of the addresses were compared to the duped devotee in Molière's comedy, who, instead of sympathizing in his wife's illness and the general indisposition of his family, only rejoices to hear that Tartuffe is in admirable good health. Yet there were few even among these scoffers who would have dared to stay behind, had they been commanded to attend the Emperor to Notre Dame, that Te Deum might be celebrated for the safe return of Napoleon, though purchased by the total destruction of his great army. Conspiracy of Mallet. But it was amongst the public offices that the return of the Emperor so unexpectedly produced the deepest sensation. They were accustomed to go on at a moderate rate with the ordinary routine of duty, while the Emperor was on any expedition, but his return had the sudden effect of the appearance of the master in the school, from which he had been a short time absent. All was bustle, alertness, exertion, and anticipation. On the present occasion double diligence, or the show of it, was exerted, for all feared, and some with reason, that their conduct on a late event might have incurred the severe censure of the Emperor. We allude to the conspiracy of Mallet, a singular incident the details of which we have omitted till now. During Bonaparte's former periods of absence, the government of the interior of France under the management of Cambyses went on in the ordinary course, as methodically though not so actively as when Napoleon was at the Tuileries. The system of administration was accurate, that of superintendents not less so. The obligations of the public functionaries were held as strict as those of military men, but during the length of Napoleon's absence on the Russian expedition, a plot was formed which served to show how little firm was the hold which the system of the imperial government had on the feelings of the nation, by what slight means its fall might be effected, and how small an interest a new revolution would have excited. It seemed that the Emperor's power showed stately and stable to the eye, like a tall pine tree which, while it spreads its shade broad around and raises its head to heaven, cannot send its roots like those of the oak deep into the bowels of the earth, but spreading them along the shallow surface, is liable to be overthrown by the first assault of the whirlwind. The final purpose of Mallet is not known. He was of noble birth, and served in the mousquetaires of the royal household before the Revolution, which inclined many to think that he had the interest of the Bourbons in view. As, however, he had risen to the head of chef de brigade in the Republican army, it is more probable that he belonged to the sect of Philadelphs. In 1808, General Mallet was committed to prison as concerned in an intrigue against the Emperor, and he was still under the restraint of the police when he formed the audacious scheme which had so nearly succeeded. While under a confinement now lenient in a maison de Saint, he was able to execute or procure to be executed a forged paper purporting to be a decree of the Senate, announcing officially the death of the Emperor, the abolition of the imperial government, and the establishment of a provisional committee of administration. This document was to appearance attested by the official seal and signatures. On the 22nd of October at midnight, he escaped from his place of confinement, dressed himself in his full uniform, and accompanied by a corporal in the dress of an aide-de-camp, repaired to the prison of La Force, where he demanded and obtained the liberation of two generals, Lahéry and Guidel, who were confined under circumstances not dissimilar to his own. They went together to the barracks at the Minims, not then inhabited by any part of the truest and most attached followers of Napoleon, who, while his power was tottering at home, were strewing with their bones the snows of Russia and the deserts of Spain, but by battalions of raw conscripts and recruits here. Mallet assumed an air of absolute authority, commanded the drums to beat, ordered the troops on parade, and dispatched parties upon different services. No one disputed his right to be obeyed, and solely a commandant of the troops placed them at his absolute disposal, being partly, as he himself alleged, confused in mind by a fever, which afflicted him at the time, partly perhaps influenced by a cheque for 100,000 francs which was laid down upon his bed, to cover, it was said, a gratuity to the soldiers, and an issue of double pay to the officers. One division seized Savary, the Minister of Police, and conducted him to prison. Another party found it as easy to arrest the person of the Prefect of Police. A battalion of soldiers under the same authority occupied the Place de Grève and took possession of the Hôtel de Ville, while Comte Frachat, who had been for 13 years the prefect of the Seine, stupefied by the suddenness of the intelligence and flattered perhaps by finding his own name in the list of the Provisional Committee of Government, had the complaisance to put the conspirators in possession of the Tower of St. Jacques, from which the tocsin was usually sounded, and get an apartment in the Hôtel de Ville, arranged for the reception of the new administration. But the principal conspirator, like Fiesco at Genoa, perished at the moment when his audacious enterprise seemed about to be crowned with success. Hitherto, none had thought of disobeying the pretended decree of the Senate. Rumour had prepared all men for the death of the emperor, and the subsequent revolution seemed a consequence so natural that it was readily acquiesced in, and little interest shown on the subject. But Mallet, who had himself gone to obtain possession of the headquarters in the Place Vendôme, was unexpectedly resisted by General Hulin. Prepared for every circumstance, the desperado fired a pistol at the head of the general, and wounded him grievously, but in the meanwhile he was himself recognized by laboured chief of the military police, who, incredulous that his late captive would have been selected by the Senate for the important duty which he was assuming, threw himself on Mallet, and made him prisoner. Thus ended the conspiracy. The soldiers who had been its blind instruments were marched back to the barracks. Mallet, with 24 of his associates, most of them military men, were tried by a military tribunal, and 12 of them were shot in the plain of Grenelle. 30th of October, he met his death with the utmost firmness. The sun was rising on the Hospital of Invalids, and the workmen were employed in gilding that splendid dome for which Bonaparte had given express orders in imitation, it was said, of those which he had seen in Moscow. The prisoner made some remarks upon the improvement which this would be to the capital. As he stepped towards the fatal ground, he said mysteriously but sternly, "You have got the tail, but you will not get the head." From this expression, it has been gathered that as the conspiracy of the infernal machine formed originally among the Jacobins was executed by the Royalists, so this plot was the device of the Royalists, though committed to the execution of Republican hands. The truth, though it must be known to some now alive, has never been made public. This was the news which reached Bonaparte on the fatal 6th of November, betwixt Wyazma and Smolensk, and which determined his retreat from the army at Smorgoni, and his rapid journey to Paris. It was not so much the conspiracy which alarmed him as the supineness or levity with which the nation, at least Paris its capital, seemed ready to abandon the dynasty which he had hoped to render perpetual. He was even startled by the number of executions, and exclaimed against the indiscriminate severity with which so many officers had been led to death, although rather dupes than accomplices of the principal conspirator. "It is a massacre," he said. "A fusillade, what impression will it make on France?" Paris. When Napoleon reached the metropolis, he found the Parisians as little interested in the execution of the criminals as they had been in their ephemeral success, but the sting remained in his own mind, and on the first audience of his ministers, he exclaimed against ideology, or in other words against any doctrine, which, appealing to the general feelings of patriotism or of liberty, should resist the indefeasible and divine right of the sovereign. He sounded the praises of Harlay and Mole, ministers of justice, who had died in protecting the rights of the crown, and exclaimed that the best death would be that of the soldier who falls on the field of battle, if the end of the magistrate who dies in defence of the throne and laws was not still more glorious. This keynote formed an admirable theme for the flourishes of the various councillors of the sections, to whom the fate of Frachat, the peccant prefect, had been submitted with reference to the extent of his crime, and his punishment. Not even the addresses to James Roman II of Britain, who had at least a hereditary right to the throne he occupied, poured forth such a torrent of professions, or were more indifferently backed with deeds when the observant courtiers were brought to the proof, than did those of the French functionaries at this period. What is life, said the Comte de Chabrol, who had been created prefect of Paris, in room of the timorous Frachat, what is life, in comparison to the immense interests which rest on the sacred head of the heir of the empire, for me, whom an unexpected glance of your imperial eye has called from a distance to a post so eminent? What I most value in the distinction is the honor and right of setting the foremost example of loyal devotion. It was the opinion of Roman 1000 Desfontaines, senator peer of France and grandmaster of the Imperial University, that reason pauses with respect before the mystery of power and obedience, and abandons all inquiry into its nature to that religion which made the persons of kings sacred after the image of God himself. It is his voice which humbles anarchy and factions in proclaiming the divine right of sovereigns. It is the deity himself who has made it an unalterable maxim of France, an unchangeable article of the law of our fathers. It is nature who appoints kings to succeed each other, while reason declares that the royalty itself is immutable. Permit, sire, he continued, that the University of Paris turn their eyes for a moment from the throne which you fill with so much glory to the august cradle of the heir of your grandeur. We unite him with your majesty in the love and respect we owe to both, and swear to him beforehand the same boundless devotion which we owe to your majesty. In better taste, because with less affectation of eloquence, Roman 1000 Ségur, the president of the court of Paris, contented himself with declaring that the magistrates of Paris were the surest supports of the imperial authority, that their predecessors had encountered perils in defense of monarchy, and they in their turn were ready to sacrifice everything for the sacred person of the emperor and for perpetuating his dynasty. Under cover of these violent protestations, the unfortunate Frachat escaped as a disabled vessel drops out of the line of battle under fire of her consorts. He was divested of his offices, but permitted to retire either to prosecute his studies in ideology or to indoctrinate himself into more deep acquaintance in the mysteries of hereditary right than he had hitherto shown himself possessed of. We have selected the above examples not with the purpose of inquiring whether the orators whom we believe in their individual capacity to have been men of honor and talents did, or did not redeem by their after exertions the pledges of which they were so profuse, but to mark with deep reprobation the universal system of assentation and simulation, to which even such men did not disdain to lend countenance and example. By such overstrained flatteries and protestations counsellors are degraded, and princes are misled. Truth and sincere advice become nauseous to the ear of the sovereign. Falsehood grows familiar to the tongue of the subject, and public danger is not discovered until escape or rescue has become impossible. Yet it cannot be denied that the universal tenor of these vows and protestations, supported by Bonaparte's sudden arrival and firm attitude, had the effect of suppressing for a time discontents which were silently making way amongst the French people. The more unthinking were influenced by the tenor of sentiments which seemed to be universal through the empire, and, upon the whole, this universal tide of assentation operated upon the internal doubts, sorrows, discontents, and approaching disaffection of the empire, like an effusion of oil on the surface of a torrent, whose murmurs it may check, and whose bubbling ripples it may smooth to the eye, but the deep and dark energy of whose course the unction cannot in reality check or subdue. To return to the current of our history, Bonaparte, having tried the temper of his senate, and not finding reason to apprehend any opposition among his subjects, proceeded, while straining every effort, as we shall presently see, for supporting foreign war, to take such means as were in his power for closing domestic wounds, which were the more dangerous that they bled inwardly without any external effusion to indicate their existence. The chief of these dissensions was the dispute with the Pope, which had occasioned and continued to foster so much scandal in the Gallican Church. We have mentioned already that the Pope, refusing to consent to any alienation of his secular dominions, had been forcibly carried off from Rome, removed to Grenoble, then brought back over the Alps to Savona in Italy. Napoleon, who denied that he had authorized this usage towards the father of the Church, yet continued to detain him at Savona. He was confined there until June 1812. In the meantime, a deputation of the French bishops was sent with a decree by Napoleon determining that if His Holiness should continue to refuse canonical institution to the French clergy, as he had done ever since the seizure of the city of Rome, and the patrimony of St. Peter's, a council of prelates should be held for the purpose of pronouncing his deposition. On 4 September 1811, the Holy Father admitted the deputation, listened to their arguments with patience, then knelt down before them, and repeated the psalm Judica me Domine, when the prelates attempted to vindicate themselves, Pius Roman VII, in an animated tone, threatened to fulminate an excommunication against anyone who should attempt to justify his conduct. Then, instantly recovering his natural benignity of disposition, he offered his hand to the offended bishops, who kissed it with reverence. The French prelates took leave sorrowfully, and in tears several of them showed themselves afterwards opposed to the views of Napoleon and sustained imprisonment, in consequence of their adhesion to what appeared to them their duty. The chemists of our time have discovered that some substances can only be decomposed in particular varieties of gas, and apparently it was in like manner found that the air of Italy only confirmed the inflexibility of the Pope. Interview with Pius Roman VII, His Holiness was hastily transported to Fontainebleau, where he arrived 19th June 1812. The French historians boast that the old man was not thrown into a dungeon, but on the contrary was well lodged in the palace, and was permitted to attend Mass. A wonderful condescension towards the head of the Catholic religion, but still, he was a captive. He abode at Fontainebleau till Napoleon's return from Russia, and it was on the 19th January 1813 that the Emperor, having left St. Cloud under pretext of a hunting party, suddenly presented himself before his venerable prisoner. He exerted all the powers of influence which he possessed, and they were very great to induce the pontiff to close with his propositions, and we readily believe that the accounts which charge him with having maltreated his person are not only unauthenticated but positively false. He rendered the submission which he required more easy to the conscience of Pius Roman VII by not demanding from him any express cession of his temporal rights, and by granting a delay of 6 months on the subject of canonical installment. 11 articles were agreed on and subscribed by the Emperor and the Pope. But hardly was this done ere the feud broke out afresh. It was of importance to Napoleon to have the schism soldered up as soon as possible, since the Pope refused to acknowledge the validity of his second marriage, and of course to ratify the legitimacy of his son. He therefore published the Articles of Treaty in the Moniteur, as containing a new concordat. The Pope complained of this, stating that the articles published were not a concordat in themselves, but only the preliminaries on which after due consideration such a treaty might have been formed. He was indignant at what he considered as circumvention on the part of the Emperor of France, and refused to abide by the alleged concordat. Thus failed Napoleon's attempt to close the schism of the Church, and the ecclesiastical feuds recommenced with more acrimony than ever. Looking towards Spain, Napoleon saw his affairs there in a better posture than he could have expected after the Battle of Salamanca, and the capture of Madrid. Lord Wellington, indifferently supported by the Spanish army, among whom quarrels and jealousies soon rose high, had been unable from want of a sufficient battering train to take the fortress of Burgos, and was placed in some danger of being intercepted by Soult's army, who had raised the siege of Cadiz, while engaged with that under d'Erlon, with whom was the intrusive king. The English general therefore, with his usual prudence, retreated into the territories of Portugal, and Napoleon, seeing that his army in Spain amounted to 270,000 men, thought them more than sufficient to oppose what forces Spain could present with the regular allied army of perhaps 70,000 at most under Lord Wellington's command. He withdrew accordingly 150 skeletons of battalions, which he meant to make the means of disciplining his young conscripts. Exertions to recruit the army. It was now that the 100 cohorts, or 100,000 youths of the first band of National Guards, who had been placed in frontier garrisons, under the declaration that they were not under any pretense to go beyond the limits of France, were converted into ordinary soldiers of the line, and destined to fill up the skeleton corps, which were brought from Spain. 4 regiments of guards, 1 of Polish cavalry, and 1 of gendarmes were at the same time withdrawn from the peninsula. The sailors of the French fleet, whose services were now indeed perfectly nominal, were landed, or brought rather, from the harbours and maritime towns in which they loitered away their time, and formed into corps of artillery. This reinforcement might comprehend 40,000 men, but while his credit continued with the nation, the conscription was Napoleon's best and never-failing resource, and with the assistance of a decree of the Senate, it once more placed in his hands the anticipation of the year 1814. This decree carried his levies of every kind to 350,000 men. The remounting and recruiting of the cavalry was a matter of greater difficulty, and to that task was to be joined the restoration of the artillery and materiel of the army, all of which had been utterly destroyed in the late fatal retreat. But the vaults under the Tuileries were not yet exhausted, although they had contributed largely to the preparations for the campaign of the preceding year, a profusion of treasure was expended. Every artisan whose skill could be made use of was set to work. Horses were purchased or procured in every direction, and such was the active spirit of Napoleon, and the extent of his resources that he was able to promise to the legislative representatives that he would, without augmenting the national burdens, provide the sum of 300 millions of francs, which were wanted to repair the losses of the Russian campaign. We must not forget that one of the ways and means of recruiting the cavalry was a species of conscription of a new invention, and which was calculated to sweep into the ranks of the army the youth of the higher ranks whom the former drafts had spared, or who had redeemed themselves from the service, by finding a substitute out of this class hitherto exempted from the conscription. Napoleon proposed to levy 10,000 youths of the higher ranks to be formed into 4 regiments of guards of honor, who were to be regarded much as the troops of the royal household under the old system. This idea was encouraged among the courtiers and assentators, who represented the well-born and well-educated youths as eager to exchange their fowling pieces for muskets, their shooting dresses for uniforms, and their rustic life for the toils of war. Politicians saw in it something of a deeper design than the mere adding 10,000 to the mass of recruits, and conceived that this corps of proprietors was proposed with the view of bringing into the emperor's power a body of hostages who should guarantee the fidelity of their fathers. The scheme, however, was interrupted, and for a time laid aside owing to the jealousy of the imperial guard. These Praetorian bands did not relish the introduction of such patrician corps as those proposed, whose privileges they conceived might interfere with their own, and accordingly the institution of the Guard of Honor was for some time suspended. The wonderful energies of Napoleon's mind, and the influence which he could exert over the minds of others, were never so striking as at this period of his reign. He had returned to his seat of empire at a dreadful crisis, and in a most calamitous condition. His subjects had been ignorant for 6 weeks whether he was dead or alive, and a formidable conspiracy, which was all but successful, had at once shown that there was an awakening activity amongst his secret enemies, and an apathy and indifference amongst his apparent friends. When he arrived, it was to declare a dreadful catastrophe of which his ambition had been the cause, the loss of 500,000 men, with all their arms, ammunition, and artillery, the death of so many children of France as threw the whole country into mourning. He had left behind him cold and involuntary allies, changing fast into foes, and foes encouraged by his losses, and his flight threatening to combine Europe in one great crusade, having for its object the demolition of his power. No sovereign ever presented himself before his people in a situation more precarious or overclouded by such calamities arrived, or in prospect. Yet Napoleon came and seemed but to stamp on the earth, and armed legions arose at his call. The doubts and discontents of the public disappeared as mists at sunrising, and the same confidence which had attended his prosperous fortunes revived in its full extent despite of his late reverses. In the month of April, his army was increased, as we have seen, by 350,000 men, in addition to the great garrisons maintained in Danzig, Thorn, Magdalen, Zamość, Częstochow, Kustrin, Roman. 100 augmented, as they now were, by the remains of the Grand Army, which had found refuge in these places of strength. He had besides an active levy of forces in Italy, and a very large army in Spain, notwithstanding all the drafts which his present necessity had made him bring out of that slaughterhouse. Whether therefore it was Napoleon's purpose to propose peace or carry on war, he was at the head of a force little inferior to that which he had heretofore commanded. Having thus given some account of the internal state of France, it is now necessary to look abroad and examine the consequences of the Russian campaign upon Europe in general. Chapter Roman 65. Murat leaves the Grand Army abruptly. Eugene appointed in his place. Measures taken by the King of Prussia for his disenthraldom. He leaves Berlin for Breslau. Treaty signed between Russia and Prussia. Early in March, Alexander arrives at Breslau on 15th. On the 16th, Prussia declares war against France. Warlike preparations of Prussia. Universal enthusiasm. Blücher appointed generalissimo. Vindication of the Crown Prince of Sweden for joining the Confederacy against France. Proceedings of Austria. Unabated spirit and pretensions of Napoleon. A regency is appointed in France during his absence, and Maria Luisa appointed regent with nominal powers. The command of the relics of the Grand Army had been conferred upon Murat when Napoleon left them at Smorgoni. It was of too painful and disagreeable a nature to afford any food to the ambition of the King of Naples, nor did he accept it as an adequate compensation for various mortifications which he had sustained during the campaign, and for which, as has already been noticed, he nourished considerable resentment against his brother-in-law, having besides more of the soldier than of the general war lost its charms for him, when he was not displaying his bravery at the head of his cavalry, and to augment his impatience, he became jealous of the authority which his wife was exercising at Naples during his absence, and longed to return thither. He therefore hastily disposed of the troops in the various Prussian fortresses, recently enumerated, where the French maintained garrisons, and suddenly left the army upon the 16th January. Napoleon, incensed at his conduct, announced his departure, and the substitution of Eugene the Viceroy of Italy in the general command of the army. With this note of censure, the Viceroy is more accustomed to the management of military affairs on a large scale, and besides enjoys the full confidence of the Emperor. This oblique sarcasm greatly increased the coldness betwixt the two brothers-in-law. Meantime the Russians continued to advance without opposition into Prussia, being desirous, by their presence, to bring that country to the decision which they had long expected. The manner in which Prussia had been treated by France, the extreme contributions which had been levied from her, the threats which had been held out of altogether annihilating her as a state, the occupation of her fortresses, and the depriving her of all the rights of independence, constituted an abuse of the rights of conquest exercised in consequence of superior force, which was sure to be ended so soon as that force ceased to be predominant. Napoleon, it is true, had the affectation to express confidence in the friendship of Prussia in his adversity, which he had never cultivated in prosperity. It would have been as reasonable in the patron of a Turkish cruiser to expect his galley slaves to continue out of a point of honor to pull the oars after the chain was broken, which fettered them to their benches. Exertions of Prussia. Accordingly, King Frederick took his measures to shake himself free of the French yoke, but he did so with wisdom and moderation. Whatever wrongs the Prussians had sustained from the French, the King of Prussia had sought no means of avenging them, even when routed armies falling back on his dominions, in a defenseless condition, might have been destroyed. Their desolate state by his peasantry alone, popular violence arising from the resentment of long-suffered injuries, did indeed practice cruelties on the French at Königsberg and elsewhere, but it was against the will of the government, which suppressed them as much as possible. The king did not take any measures to intercept the retreat even of Napoleon himself. Although there was ground to expect he might have come to that resolution, he renewed the armistice concluded by York. He suffered the distressed and frozen remains of the Grand Army to augment the hostile garrisons, which had occupied his own strongest fortresses. He observed, in short, all the duties of an ally, though an unwilling one, until the war in which he was engaged as an auxiliary was totally ended by the defeat and dispersion of the army of his principal. It is the more proper to enter at large into this topic, because the French historians usually mention the conduct of the King of Prussia on this occasion as defection, desertion, or some such word indicating a breach of faith. Nothing can be more unjust. It was not surely to be expected that Frederick was to submit his own dominions to the devastation of the Russians by continuing a war in which his share was only secondary, nor was it rational to believe that a country so much oppressed would neglect the means of emancipation which now presented themselves. It is therefore no marvel that Prussia should have taken this favourable opportunity for throwing off a yoke which she had found so oppressive. Nay, it is believed on good grounds that the course adopted by the King of Prussia was not only that of wisdom and patriotism, but even of necessity, for it is very probable that if he had refused to lead his subjects against the French, they might in that moment of excitation have found someone else to have placed at the head of the government. He had, as we have already said, denounced the convention entered into by York and Massenbach, and ordered them both to Berlin for the purpose of undergoing trial, but the generals had remained quietly in command of their troops, affording a strong example that had Frederick laboured ever so much for that purpose, it would have been vain, if not hazardous, to have opposed his royal authority to the impulse of the national spirit. Before the king took his final resolution, he resolved, as a measure of prudence, to secure his own person lest, like Ferdinand and the Spanish Bourbons, he should be seized upon as a hostage. He therefore suddenly left Berlin on 22 January 1813, and betook himself to Breslau, where there were no French soldiery. Immediately afterwards he published an address to his people calling his armies together, and giving the signal to the patriotism of thousands who longed to arise in arms. The French ambassador was nevertheless invited to follow the king to Breslau, where a variety of discussions immediately took place betwixt him and the Prussian cabinet. To the complaints of exactions and oppressions of every kind, the French negotiators could only reply by reminding the Prussians that Napoleon had, after decisive victory, suffered the nation to retain the name of independence, and the king to wear a precarious crown. A robber would have the same defense against restoring the booty he had acquired from a traveler if he stated that though he had despoiled, he had not murdered him. It was by the right of the strongest that France had acquired that influence over Prussia which she exercised so severely, and according to the dictates of common sense and human nature, when the advantage was on Prussia's side, she had a right to regain by strength what she had lost by weakness. Every obligation, according to the maxim of the civil law, is made void in the same manner in which it is rendered binding, as Arthegel, the emblematic champion of justice in Spenser's Allegory, decrees, as law that what the sea has brought the sea may resume. On the 1st of March, or about that period, Prussia, returning to a system which nothing but the extremity of her circumstances had ever interrupted, signed a treaty of alliance, offensive and defensive, with Russia. On the 15th March, the Emperor Alexander arrived at Breslau. The meeting was effecting betwixt the two sovereigns who had been such intimate friends and had always retained the same personal attachment for each other, although the circumstances of controlling necessity had made them enemies at a period when it was of importance to Russia to have as few foes as possible thrown into the scale against her. The King of Prussia wept. "Courage, my brother," said Alexander. "These are the last tears which Napoleon shall cause you to shed." Prussia declares war. On the 16th March, Prussia declared war against France. There is in the paper containing this denunciation much reasoning respecting the extent of contributions due and received, which might have been summed up in the declaration that France had made Prussia her subject and her slave, but that now Prussia was enabled to act for herself and shake off the fetters which violence had imposed on her. This real note was touched where the manifesto declares that, abandoned to herself and hopeless of receiving any effectual succor from an ally who had declined to render her even the demands of justice, Prussia must take counsel of herself in order to raise anew and support her existence as a nation. It was in the love and courage of his people that the king sought means to extricate himself and to restore to his monarchy the independence which is necessary to ensure the future prosperity of the kingdom. The Emperor Napoleon received that declaration of war with the calmness of one by whom it had been for some time expected. It was better, he said, to have a declared enemy than a doubtful ally by the Prussians at large. It was heard with all the rapture of gratified hope, and the sacrifices which they made not willingly only, but eagerly show more completely than anything else can the general hatred against France, and the feelings which that nation had excited during her career of success. From a country so trampled down and exhausted as Prussia, it might have been thought slender means of warfare could be provided. But vengeance is like the teeth of the dragon, a seed which wherever sown produces a crop of warriors. Freedom too was at stake, and when a nation is warring for its own rights, who shall place a limit to its exertions? Some preparation had been made by the monarch. The jealousy of France had limited the exercise of the Prussian militia to 25,000 men yearly, but the government had contrived to double this amount by calling out the militia twice in the year, and training on the second occasion the same number but different individuals from those who had been first summoned. Thus a certain portion of discipline had become general among the Prussian youth, and incited by the desire of their country's freedom they rushed to battle against France. As to a holy warfare, the means of providing artillery had also been sedulously augmented. This was not to be a war of posts or fortresses, but of fields of battle and of bayonets. Many therefore of the brass pieces of ordnance which garnished the walls of such towns and fortresses as were yet unoccupied by the French had been recast and converted into field pieces. Money was scarce, but England was liberal, and besides, the Prussian nobles and burgesses taxed themselves to the uttermost. Even the ladies gave up their diamonds and gold ornaments for chains and bracelets beautifully wrought out of iron. The state, enjoying the advantage of the exchange, in a future age these relics, when found in the female casket, will be more valuable than the richest Indian jewels. Meanwhile the resentment and desire of revenge, which had so long smouldered in the bosoms of the Prussians, broke forth with the force of a volcano. The youth of every description rushed to fill the ranks. The distinctions of birth were forgotten, nay, in a great measure, abolished. No question was asked of the Prussian, but whether he was able and willing to assist in the liberation of his country. The students, the cultivation of whose minds generally adds to their feeling for national freedom and national honor, arrayed themselves into battalions and squadrons. Some formed the black bands who at this time distinguished themselves. Others assumed the arms and dress of the Cossacks, whose name had become so terrible to the French in general. These volunteers were formed into mounted and dismounted squadrons of chasseurs, whose appearance differed from that of the line only in their uniform, being dark green instead of blue, their discipline formed on a system devised by Scharnhorst, was admirably calculated to give fresh levies the degree of training and discipline necessary to render them serviceable, without pretending to give them the accuracy in details which experience alone can teach. In a few weeks numerous armies were on foot, and Prussia, like a strong man rousing himself from slumber, stepped forward to assume her rank among independent nations. There could not be a greater contrast than between the same nation in her hour of presumption, her period of depression, and her present form of regeneration. To the Battle of Jena the Prussians had marched as to an assured conquest, with a splendid army well disposed and admirably appointed, but conducted with that negligence which is inspired by a presumptuous degree of confidence, and that pride which goes before destruction. In the campaign of 1812, the Black Eagle stooping their dishonored crests beneath those of France, they went a discouraged and reluctant band of auxiliaries to assist in the destruction of that power, whose subjugation they were well aware must lead to their own irretrievable bondage. And now such was the change of a few weeks, nay not many days, that Prussia again entered the lists with an army still deficient in its material provisions, but composed of soldiers whose hearts were in the trim, whom misfortunes had taught caution and oppression, had roused to resistance, who knew by melancholy experience the strength of their powerful adversary, but were not the less disposed to trust in their own good swords and good cause. Blücher, a leader, was selected, admirably formed by nature, to command a national army at such a crisis. This was the celebrated Blücher, one of the few Prussian generals who, even after the Battle of Jena, continued to maintain the fame of the great Frederick, under whom he had been trained, and to fight until every ray of hope had been entirely destroyed. This high-spirited and patriotic officer had remained in obscurity during the long period of the French domination. He was one of those ardent and inflexible characters that were dreaded by Napoleon, whose generosity, however it might display itself otherwise, was seldom observed to forgive those who had shown a steady and conscientious opposition to his power. Such men he held his enemies in every sense, personal as well as political, and watched closely by the police. Their safety could only be ensured by living strictly retired. But now the old warrior sprang eagerly from his obscure retreat, as in the ancient Roman shows a lion might have leaped from his dark den into the arena of the crowded amphitheatre, on which he was soon to act his terrible part. Blücher was indeed by character and disposition the very man whom the exigence and the Prussian nation required to support a national war. He was not possessed of war as a science, nor skilled in planning out the objects of a campaign. Scharnhorst and after him Gneisenau were entrusted with that part of the general's duty, as being completely acquainted with strategy. But in the field of battle, no man possessed the confidence of his soldiers so completely as General Blücher, the first to advance, the last to retreat. He was seldom too much elated by victory, and never depressed by bad success. Defeated today, he was as ready to renew the battle tomorrow. In his army was no instance of whole divisions throwing down their arms, because they conceived their line broken or their flank turned. It was his system that the greater part of fighting consists in taking and giving hard blows, and on all occasions he presented himself with a good grace to the bloody exercise. He was vigilant too, as taught by the exercise of his youth in the light cavalry, and so enterprising and active that Napoleon was heard to complain with his accustomed sneer that he had more trouble from that old dissipated hussar than from all the generals of the Allies. Beside deeply resenting the injuries of his country and his own exile, Blücher's whole soul was in the war against France and her ruler, and utterly devoid of the milder feelings of modern military leaders, he entered into hostilities with the embittered and personal animosity which Hannibal entertained of old against the Roman name and nation. Such were the character and energies of the veteran to whom Prussia now confided the defence of her dearest rights, the leading of her youth, and the care of her freedom. Sweden, or we ought rather to say the Crown Prince, had joined the Confederacy as already mentioned, and the spleen of Bonaparte, personal as well as public, had been directed even more against him than against the King of Prussia. The latter was represented as a rebellious and ungrateful vassal, the first as a refugee Frenchman who had renounced his country. The last accusation, so grossly urged, was if possible more unreasonably unjust than the first. The ties of our native country, strict and intimate as they are, may be dissolved in more ways than one. Its lawful government may be overthrown, and the faithful subjects of that government exiled to foreign countries for their adherence to it may lawfully bear arms which in that case are not directed against the home of their fathers, but against the band of thieves and robbers by which it is temporarily occupied. If this is not the case, what are we to think of the Revolution of 1688 and the invasion of King William in like manner? It is possible for a native of France or Britain so to link himself with another country as to transfer to it the devotion which in the general case is only due to the land of his birth. In becoming the heir of the crown of Sweden, Bernadotte had become in fact a Swede for no one circumstanced, as he was entitled in interweaving his personal fortunes with the fate of the nation, which adopts him to make a reserve of any case in which he can be called to desert their interest for that of another country, though originally his own. In assuming a French general for their crown prince, Sweden no doubt intended to give a pledge that she meant to remain on terms of amity with France, but it would be a wide step to argue from thence that it was her purpose to subject herself as a conquered province to that empire, and to hold the prince whom she had chosen to be no better than the lieutenant of Napoleon. This was indeed the construction which the French emperor put upon the kingdoms of his own creation, Holland, Westphalia, Spain, and so forth. But in these countries the crowns were at least of his conferring. That of Sweden, on the other hand, was given by the Diet at Åbro, representing the Swedish people, to a person of their own election, nor had Bonaparte anything to do in it farther than by consenting that a French subject should become King of Sweden, which consent, if available for anything, must be certainly held as releasing Bernadotte from every engagement to France inconsistent with the duties of a sovereign to an independent kingdom. When therefore at a period, only a few months afterwards, Napoleon authorized piracies upon the Swedish commerce, and seized with armed hand upon the only portion of the Swedish territories which lay within his grasp, nothing could be more unreasonable than to require that, because the crown prince was born in Bern, he should therefore submit to have war made upon him in his capacity of King of Sweden, without making all the resistance in his power. Supposing what might easily have chanced, that Corsica had remained a constituent part of the British dominions, it would have been ridiculous to have considered Napoleon, when at the head of the French government, as bound by the duties of a liege subject of George Roman III, simply because he was born at Ajaccio. Yet there is no difference betwixt the cases excepting in the relative size and importance of France and Corsica, a circumstance which can have no influence upon the nature of the obligations incurred by those who are born in the two countries. It may be readily granted that a person in the situation of the crown prince must suffer as a man of feeling when opposed to the ranks of his own countrymen. So must a judge if unhappily called upon to sit in judgment and pronounce sentence upon a brother or other near relation. In both cases public duty must take place of private or personal sentiment. Proceedings of Austria. While the powers of the north formed this coalition upon terms better concerted, and with forces of a different character from those which had existed upon former less fortunate occasions, Austria looked upon the approaching strife with a hesitating and doubtful eye. Her regard for a sovereign allied to her royal family by so close a tie as Napoleon had not prevented her cabinet from feeling alarm at the overgrown power of France and the ambition of her ruler. She had reluctantly contributed an auxiliary force to the assistance of France in the last campaign, and had taken the posture of a neutral, so soon as circumstances permitted the restoration of independence to the world, must restore to Austria the provinces which she had lost, especially Illyria and the Tyrol, and at the same time her influence both in Italy and Germany. But this might be obtained from Napoleon, disabled and willing to purchase his ransom from the reprisals of allied Europe, by surrender of his pretensions to universal monarchy, and Austria therefore concluded it best to assume the office of mediator betwixt France and the allies, reserving to herself to throw her sword into the scales in case the forces and ambition of Napoleon should again predominate, while on the other hand, should peace be restored by a treaty formed under her auspices, she would at once protect the son-in-law of her emperor, regain her lost provinces, and decayed influence, and contribute, by destroying the arrogant pretensions of France to the return of tranquility to Europe. Otto, the French minister at Vienna, could already see in the Austrian administration a disposition to revive the ancient claims which had been annulled by the victories of Napoleon, and wrote to his court, even in the beginning of January, that they were already making a merit of not instantly declaring war against France. A mission of General Bubna to Paris put a more favourable character upon the interference of the Austrian ministers. He informed the French cabinet that the Emperor Francis was about to treat with France as a good ally, providing Austria was permitted also to treat with others as an independent nation. It was in short the object of Austria, besides recovering her own losses, of which that cabinet, constantly tenacious of its objects, as it is well known to be, had never lost sight to restore as far as possible some equilibrium of power, by which the other states of which the European Republic was composed might become as formerly guarantees for the freedom and independence of each other. Such was not the system of Napoleon. He would gladly gratify any state who assisted him hostilities against, and the destruction of another with a handsome share of the spoil, but it was contrary to his policy to allow anyone a protecting veto in behalf of a neutral power. It was according to his system, in the present case, to open to Austria his determination to destroy Prussia entirely, and to assure her of Silesia as her share of the booty, if she would be his ally in the war. But he found to his surprise that Austria had adopted a different idea of policy, and that she rather saw her interest in supporting the weak against the strong, than while grasping at selfish objects in winking at the engrossing ambition of the ruler of France. Neither did he leave the Austrian cabinet long in the belief that his losses had in any degree lowered his lofty pretensions, or induced him to descend from the high claims which he had formed of universal sovereignty from his declarations to the Senate and representative body of France. One of two things was plain: either that no sense of past misfortunes or fear of those which might arrive would be of any avail to induce him to abandon the most unjustifiable of his usurpations, the most unreasonable of his pretensions, or else that he was determined to have his armed force re-established, and his sword once more in his hand, nay, that he had settled that a victory or two should wash out the memory of his retreat from Moscow before he would enter into any treaty of pacification. The notes in the Moniteur during this winter of 180,213, which were always written by himself, contained Bonaparte's bold defiance to Europe, and avowed his intention to maintain abreast of each other the two wars of Spain and Germany. He proposed at once to open the campaign in Germany, though he had lost the alliance both of Prussia and Austria, with an army of double the amount of that which marched against Russia, and to reinforce and keep up the armies of Spain at their complete establishment of 300,000 men. If anyone desired, he said, the price at which he was willing to grant peace, it had been expressed in the Duke of Bassano's letter to Lord Castlereagh, before commencement of the campaign of 1,812,254. When that document is referred to, it will be found to contain no cession whatever on the part of France, but a proposal that England should yield up Spain, now almost liberated, to his brother Joseph, with the admission that Portugal and Sicily, none of which kingdoms Napoleon had the means of making a serious impression upon, might remain to their legitimate sovereigns. In other words, he would desist from pretensions which he had no means to make good, on condition that every point which was yet doubtful should be conceded in his favor. It was extravagant to suppose that Britain, after the destruction occasioned by the Russian retreat, would accept terms which were refused when Napoleon was at the head of his fine army, and in the full hope of conquests. When therefore Austria offered herself as a mediator at the court of St. James, the English ministers contented themselves with pointing out the extravagant pretensions expressed by France in documents understood to be authentic, and demanding that these should be disavowed, and some concessions made or promised by Napoleon ere they would hamper themselves by any approach to a treaty. Upon the whole, it was clear that the fate of the world was once more committed to the chance of war, and that probably much more human blood must be spilled ere any principles could be settled on which a general pacification might be grounded. Maria Louisa appointed regent. A step of state policy was adopted by Napoleon, obviously, to conciliate his father-in-law, the Austrian emperor. A regency was established during his absence, and the Empress Maria Louisa was named regent, but her authority was curtailed of all real or effectual power, for he reserved to himself exclusively the privilege of presenting all decrees to be passed by the Senate, and the Empress had only the right to preside in that body. Chapter Roman 66. State of the French Grand Army. The Russians advance and show themselves on the Elbe. The French evacuate Berlin and retreat on the Elbe. The Crown Prince of Sweden joins the Allies with 35,000 men. Dresden is occupied by the sovereigns of Russia and Prussia. Marshal Bessieres killed on 1st May. Battle of Lutzen fought on the 2d. The Allies retire to Botzen. Hamburg taken possession of by the Danes and French. Battle of Botzen fought on the 20th and 21st May. The Allies retire in good order. The French generals Briers and Duroc killed on the 22d. Grief of Napoleon for the death of the latter. An armistice signed on 4th June. We must once more look out upon Germany, to which country so long the scene on which were fought the quarrels of Europe, the success of the Russians, and the total discomfiture of the army of Napoleon, had again removed the war. We left the wrecks of the Grand Army thronging in upon the fortresses held by their countrymen in Prussia, where they were deposited as follows. Into Thorn were thrown by Murat, before he left the Grand Army, 6,000 men. Into Magdalen 8,000. Into Zamosk 4,000. Into Grodence Prussians 6,000. Into Danzig 30,000. This total of 54,000 men comprehended the sole remaining part of what Napoleon continued to call the Grand Army of Russia, in which country, however, not one-third of them had ever been, having been employed in Lithuania or Volhynia, and having thus escaped the horrors of the retreat. Almost all these troops were sickly, some distressingly, so the garrison towns were however filled with them, and put in a state of defence judged sufficient to have checked the advance of the Russians. It would in all probability have done so upon any occasion of ordinary war, for Russia, having not only gained back Lithuania, but taken possession of Warsaw and that part of Poland, which formerly belonged to Prussia, ought not in a common case to have endangered her success by advancing beyond the Vistula, or by plunging her armies into Silesia, leaving so many fortresses in the rear. But the condition of Prussia, waiting the arrival of the Russians as a signal for rising at once, and by her example encouraging the general insurrection of Germany, was a temptation too powerful to be resisted, although unquestionably there was a risk incurred in giving way to it. The various fortresses were therefore masked with a certain number of troops, and the Russian light corps, advancing beyond the line even of the Oder, began to show themselves on the Elbe, joined everywhere by the inhabitants of the country who, influenced by the doctrines of the Tugendbund, and fired with detestation of the French, took arms wherever their deliverers appeared. The French everywhere retired, and Prince Eugene, evacuating Berlin, retreated upon the Elbe. It seemed as if the Allies had come armed with lighted matches, and the ground had been strewed with gunpowder, so readily did the Germans rise in arms at the hour of a body of Cossacks, or even at the distant gleam of their lances. The purpose of the war was not, however, to procure partial and desultory risings, from which no permanent benefit could be expected, but to prepare the means of occupying the north of Germany by an army conducted by one of the most celebrated generals of the age, and possessed of regular strength sufficient to secure what advantages might be gained, and thus influence the final decision of the eventful campaign. Crown Prince joins the Allies. While the light troops of Russia and Prussia overran Germany, at least the eastern and northern provinces, the King of Sweden, in virtue of the convention into which he had entered at Abo, crossed over to Stralsund in the month of May 1813, with a contingent amounting to 35,000 men, and anxiously awaited the junction which was to have placed under his command such corps of Russians and Germans as should increase his main body to 80,000 or 100,000. With such a force the Crown Prince proposed to undertake the offensive, and thus to compel Napoleon, when he should take the field, to make head at once against his force upon his left flank and defend himself in front against the advancing armies of Russia and Prussia. The proclamations of independence sent abroad by the Allies made them friends wherever they came, and 3 flying corps under Chernyshев, Tettenborn, and Winzingerode, spread along both sides of the Elbe. The French retreated everywhere to concentrate themselves under the walls of Magdeburg and other fortified places of which they still held possession. Meantime Hamburg, Lübeck, and other towns declared for the Allies, and received their troops with an alacrity which, in the case of Hamburg, was severely punished by subsequent events. The French general Morand endeavoured to put a stop to the stream of what was termed defection, and occupied Lüneburg, which had declared for the Allies, with nearly 4,000 men. His troops were already in the place, and about to precede it, was said to establish military tribunals and punish the political crimes of the citizens, when the Russians, commanded by the active Chernyshef, suddenly appeared, forced their way sword in hand into the town, and on 2 April 1813 killed or took prisoners the whole of Morand's corps. The Viceroy Eugene attempted to impose some bounds on the audacity now manifested by the Allies by striking a bold blow upon his side. He marched suddenly from the neighbourhood of Magdeburg with a view of surprising Berlin, but was himself surprised at Möckern, driven back, defeated, and obliged to shut himself up in Magdeburg, where he was blockaded. The predominance of the Allies in the north of Germany seemed now so effectually ascertained that the warmest adherents of France appeared disposed to desert her cause. Denmark began to treat with the Allies, and even on one occasion, as will be hereafter noticed, made a demonstration to join them in arms. The King of Saxony, who had been always Napoleon's most sincere friend, dared not now abide the storm. He retreated to a place of security in Franconia, while his army separated themselves from the French, and throwing themselves into Torgau, began to stipulate for a neutrality which would probably have terminated like that of York, in their actually joining the Allies. Davoust retreated to the northward, after blowing up the fine bridge at Dresden. Amid the tumultuary opposition and execration of the inhabitants, Dresden itself soon after became the headquarters of the Emperor of Russia and King of Prussia, who were received with joyful acclamations by all classes of the citizens. In like manner, 3 of the fortresses held by the French in Prussia, Spandau, and Częstochow surrendered to the Allies, and afforded hope that the French might be dislodged from the rest in the course of the summer. But the farther results of the activity of the Allied generals were in a great measure prevented or postponed by the arrival of the numerous forces which Napoleon had so speedily levied to restore his late losses. It would be severe to give the name of rashness to the conduct of the Allies in this bold advance into the middle and north of Germany. A great part of their power was of a moral character, and consisted in acting upon the feelings of the Germans, who were enchanted with the prospect of freedom and independence. Still, there was much audacity in the Allied monarchs, venturing across the Elbe, and subjecting themselves to the encounter of Napoleon and his numerous levies before their own resources had been brought forward. It was now, however, no time to dispute which plan ought to have been preferred. The sovereigns of Russia and Prussia had no other alternative than to follow out boldly that from which they could not now retreat. Eugene, at the approach of the new French levies through the passes of the Thuringian mountains, removed to Magdeburg, and formed a junction with them on the Saale. The force in total might amount to 115,000. Present in the field the greater part, however, were new levies, and many almost mere boys. The Allied army was collected towards Leipzig, and lay full in Napoleon's road to that city, and from thence to Dresden, which was the point on which he advanced. Lutzen. It has been thought that the plains of Lutzen would have been the most advantageous field of battle for the Allies, whose strength lay in their fine body of cavalry, to which it has been replied that they expected to encounter Bonaparte on the other side of the Saale, and there to have obtained open ground for their cavalry, and a field fitting for their vengeance in the plains of Jena. But though the activity of the Allies had of late been sufficient to distress Napoleon's lieutenants, it was not as yet adequate to match that of the Emperor himself. An important change had lately taken place in their army by the death of the veteran Kutuzov, in whose place Wittgenstein had succeeded to the supreme command. Skirmishes took place at Weissenfels and Posen upon 29th April and 1st May, on which last day an event occurred distressing to Bonaparte's feelings. A contest took place in the defile of Ripach near Posen, which was only remarkable for the death of an excellent officer, Marshal Bessières, whose name the reader must remember as the leader of Napoleon's household troops, from the time they bore the humble name of Guides, until now that they were the Imperial Guard, and he, their colonel-general, coming up to see how the action went, was killed by a cannon shot. His body was covered with a white sheet, and the loss concealed as long as possible from the guards, who were much attached to him. Upon a former occasion, when his horse was killed, Bonaparte told him he was obliged to the bullet for making it known to him how much he was beloved, since the whole guard had wept for him. His time was, however, now come. He was sincerely lamented by Napoleon, who was thus, when the world was going harder against him than formerly, deprived of an early and attached follower. But the war kept its pace. The French army continued to advance upon Leipzig on the south. The Allies approached from the north to defend the place. Battle of Lutzen. The centre of the French army was stationed at a village called Kaya. It was under the command of Ney. He was sustained by the Imperial Guard, with its fine artillery, drawn up before the well-known town of Lutzen, which, having seen the last conflict of Gustavus Adolphus, was now to witness a more bloody tragedy. Marmont, who commanded the right, extended as far as the defile of Posen and rested with his left upon the centre. The left wing of the French reached from Kaya to the Elster, as they did not expect to be brought to action in that place, or upon that day, May 2. Napoleon was pressing forward from his right, Lauriston being at the head of the column, with the purpose of possessing himself of Leipzig, behind which he expected to see the army of the Allies. But these, encouraged by the presence of the Emperor Alexander and King of Prussia, had formed the daring resolution of marching southward along the left bank of the Elster, during the night transporting themselves to the right bank in the morning, and assaulting with the choicest of their troops under Blücher, the centre of the French led by Ney. The fury of the attack was irresistible, and in despite of a most obstinate defence, the Allies obtained possession of Kaya, the point on which the centre of the French army rested. This was a crisis worthy of Napoleon's genius, and he was not wanting to himself assailed on the flank, when in the act of advancing in column, he yet contrived by masterly movement to wheel up his two wings, so as in turn to outflank those of the enemy. He hurried in person to bring up his guard, to support the centre, which was in fact nearly broken through. The combat was the more desperate and deplorable, that on the one side fought the flower of the Prussian youth, which had left their universities to support the cause of national honour and freedom, and on the other the young men of Paris, many of them of the best rank, who bravely endeavoured to sustain their country's long preeminent claim to victory. Both combated under the eyes of their respective sovereigns, maintained the honour of their country, and paid an ample tribute to the carnage of the day. The battle lasted for several hours before it could be judged whether the Allies would carry their point by breaking through the French centre, or whether the French, before sustaining that calamity, would be able to wheel their wings upon the flanks of the Allies at length. The last event began to be anticipated as the most probable. The distant discharge of musketry was seen on right and left, closing inwards on the central tumult, and recognized for the fire of Macdonald and Bertrand, who commanded the French wings at the same time. The Emperor made a successful struggle to recover the village of Kaya, and the Allies, extricating themselves skillfully from the combat, led back their exhausted forces from between the forceps, as we may term it, formed by the closing wings of Napoleon, without further loss than the carnage sustained in the field of battle. But that was immense. The Allies lost 20,000 men in killed and wounded. Among these was Scharnhorst, one of the best staff officers in Europe, and who had organized with such ability the Prussian landwehr and volunteers. The Prince Leopold of Hesse-Homburg and the Prince of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, nearly allied to the royal family of England, were also killed. The veteran Blücher was wounded, but refusing to retire, had his wounds dressed upon the field of battle. 7 or 8 French generals were also slain or wounded, and the loss of the French army was very severe. Two circumstances greatly assisted to decide the fate of the action. General Bertrand, who was not come up when it began, arrived in time to act upon the left of the Allies, and to permit Marmont, whose place he occupied, to unite himself in the hour of need to the defence of the centre. On the part of the Allies, on the contrary, the division of Miloradowicz, from some mistake or want of orders, never came into action. Few prisoners and no artillery were taken. The Allies moved off in safety, protected by their fine cavalry, and the sole trophy of the victors was the possession of the bloody field. But Napoleon had need of renown to animate his drooping partisans, and accordingly the battle was scarce ended ere the most exaggerated reports of the Emperor's success were dispatched to every friendly court, and even so far as Constantinople. The very best of Napoleon's rhetorical ornaments were exhausted on this occasion. The Battle of Lutzen was described as having, like a clap of thunder, pulverized all the schemes of the Allies, and the cloudy train of intrigues formed by the cabinet of St. James as having been destroyed like the Gordian knot under the sword of Alexander. The eloquence of Cardinal Maury, who said Te Deum on the occasion at Paris, was equally florid, until at length his wonder was raised so high as scarce to admit that the hero who surmounted so many difficulties, performed so many duties, united so much activity, to so much foresight, such brilliancy of conception, to such accuracy of detail, was only after all a mortal like himself and the congregation. The Battle of Lutzen had indeed results of importance, though inferior by far to those on which such high colouring was bestowed by the court chaplain, and the bulletins. The allied monarchs fell back upon the Mulde, and all hope of engaging Saxony in the general cause was necessarily adjourned. The French troops were again admitted into Torgau by the positive order of their sovereign, notwithstanding the opposition of the Saxon general Thielmann. The King of Saxony returned from Prague, his last place of refuge, and came to Dresden on the 12th. Napoleon made a military fête to receive the good old monarch, and conducted him in a kind of triumph through his beautiful capital. It could afford little pleasure at present to the paternal heart of Frederick Augustus, for while that part of Dresden which was on the left side of the Elbe was held by the French, the other was scarcely evacuated by the Allies, and the bridge of boats, burnt to the water's edge, was still the subject of contest betwixt the partist French, seeking to repair, the Allies to destroy it. Another consequence of the Battle of Lutzen was that the Allies could no longer maintain themselves on the Elbe. The main army, however, only retired to Botzen, a town near the sources of the Spree, about 12 French leagues from Dresden, where they selected a strong position. An army of observation under Bülow was destined to cover Berlin should the enemy make any attempt in that direction, and they were thus in a situation equally convenient for receiving reinforcements or retiring upon Silesia, in case of being attacked ere such succours came up. They also took measures for concentrating their army by calling in their advanced corps in all directions. Hamburg-Dresden. One of the most unpleasant consequences was their being obliged upon the whole line to withdraw to the right side of the Elbe Chernischew and Tettenborn, whose appearance had occasioned Hamburg and other towns in that direction to declare themselves for the good cause and levy men in behalf of the Allies, were now under the necessity of abandoning them to the vengeance of the French, who were certain to treat them as revolted subjects. The fate of Hamburg in particular in itself, a town so interesting, and which had distinguished itself by the number and spirit of the volunteers which were raised there in the cause of the Allies, was peculiarly tantalizing. No sooner were the main body of the Allies withdrawn on the 9th May, than the place was fiercely attacked by Davoust at the head of 5,000 or 6,000 men, uttering denunciations of vengeance against the city, for the part it had taken when this force, which they possessed no adequate means of repelling, was in the act of approaching to storm the place. The alarmed citizens of Hamburg, to their own wonder, were supported by Danish artillery and gunboats sent from Altona to protect the city. This kindness had not been expected at the hand of the Danes, who had as yet been understood to be the allies of France, but the reality was that as the Danish treaty with the Allies was still independence, it was thought that this voluntary espousal of the cause of their neighbour might have a good effect upon the negotiation. Something perhaps might arise from the personal zeal of Blücher, the commandant of Altona, who was a relation of the celebrated Prussian general. The Danes, however, after this show of friendship, evacuated Hamburg on the evening of the 12th of May, to return shortly after in a very different character, for it being in the interval ascertained that the Allies were determined to insist upon Denmark's ceding Norway to Sweden, and the news of the Battle of Lutzen seeming to show that Napoleon's star was becoming again preeminent, the Danish prince broke off his negotiation with the Allies, and returned to his league offensive and defensive with France. The hopes and fears of the citizens of Hamburg were doomed to be yet further tantalized. The Crown Prince of Sweden was at Stralsund with a considerable army, and 3,000 Swedes next appeared for the purpose of protecting Hamburg, but as this Swedish army, as already mentioned, was intended to be augmented to the number of 90,000 by reinforcements of Russians and Prussians which had not yet appeared, and which the Crown Prince was soliciting with the utmost anxiety, he could not divide his forces without risking the grand objects for which this large force was to be collected, and the additional chance of his Swedish army, of whose blood he was justly and wisely frugal, being destroyed in detail. We may add to this that, from a letter addressed by the Crown Prince to Alexander at this very period, it appears he was agitated with the greatest doubt and anxiety concerning the arrival of these important reinforcements, and justly apprehensive for the probable consequences of their being delayed at such a crisis. Therefore, he was in no condition to throw any part of his forces into Hamburg as a permanent garrison. The reasons urged for withdrawing the Swedish troops seem sufficient, but the condition of the citizens of Hamburg was not the less hard. Alternately deserted by Russians, Danes and Swedes, on the 30th of May 5,000 Danes, now the allies of France, and 1,500 French troops took possession of the town in the name of Napoleon. They kept good discipline, and only plundered after the fashion of regular exactions, but this occupation was the prelude to a train of distresses to which Hamburg was subjected during the whole continuance of the war. Meanwhile, though this forlorn city was lost for the time, the war continued in its neighbourhood. The gallant Chernischew, as if to avenge himself for the compulsory retreat of his Cossacks from Hamburg, contrived near Halberstadt to cut off a body of French infantry, forming a hollow square of musketry, and having 14 field pieces. It was seen on this occasion that these sons of the desert were something very different from miserable hordes, as they were termed in the language with which the French writers and Napoleon himself indulged their spleen at one shrill whoop of their commander. They dispersed themselves much in the manner of a fan. When thrown open at another signal, each horseman acting for himself came on at full gallop. Thus they escaped in a considerable degree the fire of the enemy, which could not be pointed against any mass, penetrated the square, took the cannon, made prisoners near 1,000 men, and piked or sabred more than 700, not a Frenchman escaping from the field of battle. This skirmish was so successfully managed on Chernischew's part that a French force much superior to his own came up in time to see the execution done, but not to render assistance to their countrymen. In the meanwhile, Dresden was the scene of political negotiations, and its neighbourhood resounded with the din of war. Count Bubna, on the part of the Austrian emperor, made the strongest remonstrances to Bonaparte on the subject of a general peace, while it seems probable that Napoleon endeavoured to dazzle the cabinet of Vienna with such views of individual advantage as to make her declare without scruple for his side, the audiences of Count Bubna were prolonged till long past midnight, and matters of the last importance seemed to be under discussion. The war was for a few days confined to skirmishes of doubtful and alternate success, maintained on the right bank of the Danube. On the 12th May, Ney crossed the river near Torgau and menaced the Prussian territories, directing himself on Spremberg and Hoyerswerda, as if threatening Berlin, which was only protected by Bülow and his army of observation. The purpose was probably, by exciting an alarm for the Prussian capital, to induce the Allies to leave their strong position at Botzen, but they remained stationary there, so that Napoleon moved forward to dislodge them in person. On the 18th May, he quitted Dresden in his road towards Botzen. He passed the ruins of the beautiful little town of Biskopswerda and expressed particular sympathy upon finding it had been burnt by the French soldiery. After a rencounter near the spot with a body of Russians, he declared that he would rebuild the place, and actually presented the inhabitants with 100,000 francs towards repairing their losses on other occasions. Riding where the recently wounded had not been yet removed, he expressed, as indeed was his custom, for he could never view bodily pain without sympathy, a very considerable degree of sensibility. "His wound is incurable, sire," said a surgeon upon whom he was laying his orders to attend to one of these miserable objects. "Dry, however," said Napoleon, and added in a suppressed voice, "there will always be one fewer of them, doubtless of the victims of his wars." Napoleon's is not the only instance in which men have trembled or wept at looking upon the details of misery, which have followed in consequence of some abstract resolutions of their own. The Battle of Botzen. Arriving at Botzen on the 21st, the Emperor in person reconnoitred the formidable position of the Allies. They were formed to the rear of the town of Botzen, which was too much advanced to make a part of their position, and had the Spree in their front. Their right wing rested on fortified eminences, their left upon wooded hills on their right towards Hoyerswerda. They were watched by Ney and Lauriston, who of course were prepared to act in communication with Napoleon, but the Allies disconcerted this part of the Emperor's scheme with singular address and boldness. They surprised by a movement from their right a column of 7,000 Italians, and so entirely routed them that those who escaped dispersed and fled into Bohemia, after which exploit de Tolly and de York, who had commanded the attacking division, again united themselves with the main force of the Allies and resumed their place in the line. Ney moved to the support of the Italians, but too late either for rescue or revenge. He united himself with the Emperor about 3 in the afternoon, and the army accomplished the passage of the Spree at different points in front of the Allied army. Napoleon fixed his headquarters in the deserted town of Botzen, and his army, advancing towards the enemy slowly and with caution, bivouacked with their line extending north and south, and their front to the Allies. The latter concentrated themselves with the same caution, abandoning whatever points they thought too distant to be effectually maintained their position, covering the principal road towards Zittau, and that to Görlitz. Their right-wing Prussians resting upon the fortified heights of Klein and Klein-Botzen, which were the keys of the position, while the left wing, composed of Russians, was supported by wooded hills. The centre was rendered unapproachable by commanding batteries. As it was vain to think of storming such a position in front, Napoleon had recourse to the manoeuvre of modern war, which no general better understood, that of turning it, and thereby rendering it unserviceable. Ney was therefore directed to make a considerable circuit round the Russian extreme right, while their left was attacked more closely by Oudinot, who was to engage their attention by attempting to occupy the valleys and debouching from the hills, on which they rested. For this last attempt the Russians were prepared. Miloradowicz and the Prince of Württemberg made good the defence on this point with extreme gallantry, and the fortune of the day, notwithstanding the great exertions of Bonaparte, seemed to be with the Allies. The next attempt was made on the fortified heights on the right of the Allies, defended by the Prussians. Here also Napoleon encountered great difficulties and sustained much loss. It was not till he brought up all his reserves and combined them for one of those desperate exertions which had so often turned the fate of battle that he was able to succeed in his purpose. The attack was conducted by Soult, and it was maintained at the point of the bayonet, at the price of nearly 4 hours' struggle, in the course of which the heights were often gained, lost, and again retaken. The French remained masters of them. At the very time when their right point of support was carried by the French, the corps of Ney, with that of Lauriston, and that of Regnier, amounting to 60,000 men, had established themselves in the enemy's rear. It was then that Blücher was compelled to evacuate those heights which he had defended so long and so valiantly. But although the Allies were thus turned upon both flanks and their wings in consequence forced in upon their centre, their retreat was as orderly as it had been after the Battle of Lutzen. Not a gun was taken scarce. A prisoner made the Allies retired, as if on the parade placed their guns in position wherever the ground permitted, and repeatedly compelled the pursuers to deploy for the purpose of turning them, in which operation the French suffered greatly. The night closed, and the only decided advantage which Napoleon had derived from this day of carnage was the cutting off the Allies from their retreat by the great roads on Silesia and its capital Breslau, and driving them on the more impracticable roads near to the Bohemian frontier. But they accomplished this unfavourable change of position without being thrown into disorder, or prevented from achieving the same skilful defence by which their retreat had hitherto been protected. The whole day of the 22d of May was spent in attacks upon the rear of the Allies, which were always repelled by their coolness and military conduct. The Emperor Napoleon placed himself in the very front of the pursuing column, and exposed his person to the heavy and well-aimed fire by which Miloradovich covered his retreat. He urged his generals to the pursuit, making use of such expressions as betokened his impetuosity. "You creep scoundrel" was one which he applied to a general officer upon such an occasion. He lost patience, in fact, when he came to compare the cost of the battle with its consequences, and said in a tone of bad humour, "What no results after so much carnage, not a gunshot, a prisoner these people will not leave me so much as an." At the heights of Reichenbach, the Russian rearguard made a halt, and while the cuirassiers of the guards disputed the pass with the Russian lancers, the French general Briers was struck down by a bullet. He was a veteran of the army of Italy, and favoured by Bonaparte as having been a companion of his early honours, but fortune had reserved for that day a still more severe trial of Napoleon's feelings, as he surveyed the last point on which the Russians continued to make a stand. A ball killed a trooper of his escort close by his side. Duroc, he said to his ancient and faithful follower and confidant, now the grandmaster of his palace, fortune has a spite at us today, it was not yet exhausted. Some time afterwards, as the emperor with his suite rode along a hollow way, 3 cannon were fired. One ball shivered a tree close to Napoleon, and rebounding killed General Kirchner, and mortally wounded Duroc, whom the emperor had just spoken to. A halt was ordered, and for the rest of the day Napoleon remained in front of his tent, surrounded by his guard, who pitied their emperor as if he had lost one of his children. He visited the dying man, whose entrails were torn by the shot, and expressed his affection and regret on no other, but that single occasion was he ever observed so much exhausted or absorbed by grief as to decline listening to military details or giving military orders. Everything tomorrow was his answer to those who ventured to ask his commands. He made more than one decree in favour of Duroc's family, and impledged the sum of 200 Napoleons in the hands of the pastor in whose house Duroc had expired to raise monument to his memory, for which he dictated a modest and affecting epitaph in Bessieres. And Duroc, Napoleon, lost 2 of his best officers and most attached friends, whose sentiments had more influence on him than others, in whom he reposed less confidence. The double deprivation was omen of the worst kind for his fortunes. In resuming the sum of the loss arising from the battle, we must observe that the French suffered most, because the strong position of the Allies covered them from the fire. Nevertheless, the Allies lost in slain and wounded about 10,000 men. It would take perhaps 5,000 more to approximate the amount of the French loss. Armistice. On the day preceding that sanguinary battle, an armistice had been proposed by Count Nesselrode in a letter to Caulaincourt, Duke of Vicenza. In compliance, it was stated, with the wishes of the court of Vienna. It was seconded by a letter from Count Stadion to Talleyrand, whom, as well as Fouche, Napoleon had summoned to his presence, because perhaps he doubted the effect of their intrigues during his absence, and in his difficulties this armistice was to be preliminary to a negotiation in which Austria proposed to assume the character of mediator. In the meanwhile Napoleon marched forward, occupied Breslau, from which the princesses of the Prussian royal family removed into Bohemia, and relieved the blockade of Glogau, where the garrison had begun to suffer by famine. Some bloody skirmishes were fought without any general result, and where victory seemed to distribute her favours equally, but the main body of the Allies showed no inclination to a third general engagement, and retreating upon Upper Silesia, not even the demonstration of advance upon Berlin itself could bring them to action. The armistice was at length agreed upon and signed on the 4th of June. Bonaparte showed either a sincere wish for peace or a desire to be considered as entertaining such by renouncing the possession of Breslau and Lower Silesia to the Allies, which enabled them to regain their communications with Berlin. The interests of the world, which had been so long committed to the decision of the sword, seemed now about to be rested upon the arguments of a convention of politicians. Chapter Roman 67 chain, in the results formerly produced by the French victories, despondency of the generals' decay, in the discipline of the troops' views of Austria, arguments in favor of peace, stated and discuss pertinacity of Napoleon's state of the French interior hid from him by the slavery of the press interview betwixt Napoleon and the Austrian minister, Metternich delays in the negotiations plan of pacification proposed by Austria on 7 August, the armistice, broken off on the 10th, when Austria joins the Allies. Sudden placability of Napoleon at this period ascribed to the news of the Battle of Vittoria. The victories of Lutzen and Botzen were so unexpected and so brilliant that they completely dazzled all those who, reposing a superstitious confidence in Bonaparte's star, conceived that they again saw it reviving in all the splendor of its first rising. But the expressions of Augereau to Fouch at Mentz, as the latter passed to join Bonaparte at Dresden, show what was the sense of Napoleon's best officers. Alas, he said, our son has set how little do the two actions of which they make so much at Paris resemble our victories. In Italy, when I taught Bonaparte the art of war, which he now abuses, how much labor has been thrown away only to win a few marches onward. At Lutzen our centre was broken, several regiments disbanded, and all was lost but for the young guard we have taught the Allies to beat us. After such a butchery as that of Botzen, there were no results, no cannon taken, no prisoners made. The enemy everywhere opposed us with advantage, and we were roughly handled at Reichenbach the very day after the battle. Then one ball strikes off Bessieres, another Duroc, the only friend he had in the world, Briers, and Kirchner are swept away by spent bullets. What a war it will make an end of all of us. He will not make peace, you know him as well as I do. He will cause himself be surrounded by 500,000 of men, for believe me, Austria will not be more faithful to him than Prussia. Yes, he will remain inflexible, and unless he be killed as killed, he will not be. There is an end of all of us. It was indeed generally observed that though the French troops had all their usual brilliancy of courage, and although their emperor showed all his customary talent, the former effect of both upon the Allies seemed in a great measure lost. The rapidity with which Bonaparte's soldiers made their attacks was now repelled with steadiness, or anticipated with yet superior alertness, so that the French, who during their course of victory had become so secure as to neglect the precautions of sentinels and patrols, now frequently suffered for their carelessness. On the other hand, the Allies chose their days and hours of battle, continued the conflict as long as they found convenient, suspended it when it became unfavorable, and renewed it when they saw cause. There was an end to the times when a battle decided the fate of a campaign, and a campaign the course of the war. Discipline of the army. It was also seen that though Bonaparte had been able to renew the numbers of his army by an unparalleled effort of exertion, it was not even in his power to restore the discipline which the old soldiers had lost in the horrors of the Russian retreat, and which the young levies had never acquired. The Saxons and Silesians felt that the burdens which the presence of an armed force always must inflict were no longer mitigated by the species of discipline which the French soldiers had formerly exercised amongst themselves, and which secured against wanton outrage and waste of the plunder which they seized. But now it was an ordinary thing to see one body of soldiers treading down and destroying the provisions for want of which the next battalion was perhaps starving. The courage and energy of the French soldier were the same, but the recollection of former distresses had made him more selfish and more wasteful as well as more ferocious. Those who saw matters under this disadvantageous light went so far, though friends both to France and Napoleon, as to wish that neither the Battle of Lutzen or Botzen had been fought, since they became in their consequences the greatest obstacles to a settled pacification. Even Eugene Beauharnois used this despairing language. It is true they allowed that these memorable conflicts had sustained or even elevated the emperor's military character, and that there was some truth in the courtly speech of Narbonne, who, when Napoleon desired to know what the people at Vienna thought of these actions, replied, "Some think you an angel, sire, some a devil, but all agree you are more than man." But according to the sentiments of such persons, these encomiums on a point of the emperor's character, which had before rendered him sufficiently feared and sufficiently hated, were only calculated to elevate his mind above prudential considerations, and to render his chance of effecting a permanent reconciliation with other nations more difficult if not altogether impossible the maxim of Europe at present seemed to be. Odi accipitrum qui semper vivit in armies. The question of peace. A point was now reached when Buonaparte's talents as a soldier were rather likely to disturb a negotiation which an opinion of his moderate views in future, could such have been entertained on plausible grounds, would certainly have influenced favourably. This was particularly felt by Austria, who after having received so many humiliations from Napoleon seemed now to be called upon to decide on his destiny. The views of that power could not be mistaken. She desired to regain her lost provinces, and her influence in Germany, and unquestionably would use this propitious hour to obtain both, but then she desired still farther for the preservation of her dominions, and of her influence that France should desist from her dream of absolute dominion and Napoleon from those extravagant claims of universal royalty, which he had hitherto broadly acted upon. To what purpose was asked by the friends of peace? Could it avail Buonaparte to maintain large armies in Germany? To what purpose keep possession of the fortified towns even on the eastern frontier of that empire, excepting to show that whatever temporary advantage Napoleon might look for in an alliance with Austria, it was no part of his plan to abandon his conquests, or to sink from his claims of supreme dominion into a coordinate prince among the independent sovereigns of Europe. If he meant to prosecute the war, they urged that his lingering in Saxony and Prussia would certainly induce Austria to join the coalition against him, and that supposing Dresden to be the pivot of his operations, he would be exposed to be taken in flank by the immense armies of Austria descending upon the valley of the Elbe from the passes of the Bohemian mountains. Another and a very opposite course of measures would, said the same councillors, be at once a guarantee to Austria of the French emperor's peaceable intentions, and tend to check and intimidate the other allies. Let Napoleon evacuate a free, will the blockaded fortresses upon the Oder and Elbe, and thereby add to his army 50,000 veteran troops. Let him with these and his present army fall back on the Rhine, so often acknowledged as the natural boundary of France. Who would dare to attack him on his own strong frontier, with such an army in front, and all the resources of France in his rear, not Austria? For if assured that Napoleon had abandoned his scheme to make France victorious, and limited his views to making her happy, that power would surely desire to maintain a dynasty connected with her own on a throne which might become a protection and ornament to Europe, instead of being her scourge and terror. The northern nations, Russia, Prussia, and Sweden, would have no motive to undertake so wild a crusade as a march to the Rhine, and Great Britain her commerce restored, and the peace of the continent established, could not, if she were desirous, find any sound reason for protracting the war which she had always carried on against the system, not the person of Buonaparte, until events showed that they were indivisible. Thus France, by assuming an attitude which expressed moderation as well as firmness, might cause the swords of the Allies to fall from their hands, without another drop of blood being shed. Indeed, although it may appear that by the course recommended Napoleon must have made great sacrifices, yet as circumstances stood he resigned claims, dependent on the chance of war, rather than advantages in possession, and yielded up little or nothing that was firmly and effectually part of his empire. This will appear from a glance at the terms of the supposed surrender. Spain he must have relinquished all claim to, but Napoleon had just received accounts of the decisive Battle of Vittoria, which sealed the emancipation of the peninsula, and he must have been aware that in this long-contested point he would lose nothing of which the fate of war had not previously deprived him, and would obtain for the southwestern provinces of France protection against the army of the Duke of Wellington, which already threatened invasion. Germany was indeed partly in Napoleon's possession as far as the occupation of fortresses, and such treaties as he had imposed on his vassal princes could give him influence, but the whole nation in every city and province was alienated from France and her ruler on account of the paramount sovereignty which he had assumed, and the distresses which he had brought upon them by the unceasing demand of troops for distant expeditions, and by his continental system. Besides, the enfranchisement of Germany was the very question of war and peace, and that not being granted, Napoleon must have been well aware that he must fight out the battle with Russia, Prussia, and Sweden, the insurgent Germans ready to arise on every hand, and all the weighty force of Austria to back them. If peace was to be established on any terms, the destruction of the unnatural influence of France on the right side of the Rhine must have been an indispensable article, and it was better for Napoleon to make the cession voluntarily than to wait till, through the insurrection of the people and the discontent of the monarchs lately, his dependence, the whole system should explode and go to pieces of itself. England would doubtless insist on the liberation of Holland, yet even this could be no great sacrifice on the part of Napoleon, who would have retained Flanders, and the whole left side of the Rhine from Huningen to Cleves, including the finest territories of the ancient Dukes of Burgundy, which had never belonged to the former kings of France. The emancipation of Holland might have been also compensated by the restoration of some of the French colonies. England has never made hard bargains on the occasion of a general peace. There might have been difficulties on the subject of Italy, but the near connection betwixt the emperors of Austria and France offered various means of accommodating these. Italy might, for example, have made an appanage for Eugene, or in the case of such existing for Bonaparte's second son, so as to ensure the kingdoms of France and Italy passing into distinct and independent sovereignties in the next reign, or it is believed that if Austria had been absolutely determined to break off the treaty for this sole object, she would have found the belligerent powers inclined in their turn to act as mediators, and been herself compelled to listen to moderate terms. From what has been said, it would appear that such cessions as have been hinted at would at once have put an end to the war, leaving Napoleon still in possession of the fairest kingdom of Europe, augmented to an extent of territory greatly beyond what her most powerful monarchs before him had ever possessed, while on the other hand the countries and claims which in the case supposed he was called upon to resign resembled the wounded mast in the tempest which the seaman cuts away purposely as endangering the vessel which it has ceased to assist. But it unfortunately happened that Bonaparte, generally tenacious of his own opinion, and particularly when his reputation was concerned, imagined to himself that he could not cut away the mast without striking the colours which were nailed to it, that he could not resign his high pretensions, however unreasonable, without dimming his personal glory in the lustre of which he placed his happiness. He would not therefore listen to those who, with such arguments as we have above stated, pressed him to make a virtue of necessity, and assume a merit from giving up what he could not attempt to hold without its being in all probability wrested from him. He persisted in maintaining the contrary, referred back to the various instances in which he had come off in triumph, when every other person had despaired of his safety, and had previously protested against the hazardous means which he used to ascertain it. This pertinacity did not arise solely out of the natural confidence in his own superiority which always attends minds so powerful, and so determined it was fostered by the whole course of his life. At the age of 30, he said of himself, "I had gained victories, I had influenced the world, I had appeased a national tempest, that melted parties into one, had rallied a nation, I have, it must be allowed, been spoiled by success, I have always been in supreme command from my first entrance into life, I have enjoyed high power and circumstances, and my own force of character have been such that from the instant I gained a superiority, I have recognized neither masters nor laws." To a confession so ingenuous the historian can add nothing. It is no wonder that one to whom luck had been uniformly favourable should love the excitation of the play, and making cast after cast, in confidence of his own fortune, press the winning game, until it became a losing one, instead of withdrawing from the table, as prudence would have dictated when the stakes deepened, and the luck began to chain. Napoleon had established in his own mind, as well as that of others, an opinion that he in his proper person enjoyed an amnesty from the ordinary chances of fortune. This was a belief most useful to him, as it was received by others, but dangerous in his own adoption of it, since it hindered him from listening in his own case to calculations, which in that of others he would have allowed to be well-founded. Talleyrand and Fouché. Both Talleyrand and Fouché gave their master the advantage of their experience on this occasion, and touched with less or more reserve upon the terror which his ambition had spread, and the determination of the Allies, as well as Austria, not to make peace without such a guarantee as should protect them against future encroachments. Napoleon rejected their opinion and advice with disdain, imputing it to their doubts in the persevering exertions of his genius, or to an anxiety for their own private fortunes, which induced them to desire at all risks the end of the war. His military councillors endeavoured to enforce similar advice, with the same want of success. Berthier, with the assistance of the celebrated engineer Rogniat, had drawn up a plan for removing the French army, reinforced with all the garrisons which they had in Germany, from the line of the Elbe to that of the Rhine. "Good God," exclaimed Bonaparte as he glanced at the labours of his adjutant-general, 10 lost battles could not bring me so low as you would have me stoop, and that too when I command so many strong places on the Elbe and Oder. Dresden is the point on which I will manoeuvre to receive all attacks, while my enemies develop themselves like a line of circumference round a centre. do you suppose it possible for troops of various nations, and variously commanded to act with regularity upon such an extensive line of operations, the enemy cannot force me back on the Rhine till they have gained 10 battles, but allow me only 1 victory, and I will march on their capitals of Berlin and Breslau, relieve my garrisons on the Vistula and Oder, and force the Allies to such a peace as shall leave my glory untarnished. Your defensive retreat does not suit me. Besides, I do not ask you for plans, but for assistance to carry into execution my own projects." Thus Napoleon silenced his military as well as his civil councillors, but there was one adviser whose mouth he had stopped, whose advice, if it could have reached him, would probably have altered his fatal resolution. One of Bonaparte's most impolitic as well as unjustifiable measures had been his total destruction of every mode by which the public opinion of the people of France could be manifested, his system of despotism, which had left no manner of expression whatever, either by public meetings, by means of the press, or through the representative bodies, by which the national sentiments on public affairs could be made known, became now a serious evil. The manifestation of public opinion was miserably supplied by the voices of hired functionaries, who, like artificial fountains, merely returned back, with various flourishes, the sentiments with which they had been supplied from the common reservoir at Paris. Had free agents of any kind been permitted to report upon the state of the public mind, Napoleon would have had before him a picture which would have quickly summoned him back to France. He would have heard that the nation, blind to the evils of war, while dazzled with victory and military glory, had become acutely sensible of them so soon as these evils became associated with defeats, and the occasion of new drafts on the population of France. He would have learned that the fatal retreat of Moscow and this precarious campaign of Saxony had awakened parties and interests which had long been dormant, that the name of the Bourbons was again mentioned in the West, that 50,000 recusant conscripts were wandering through France, forming themselves into bands, and ready to join any standard which was raised against the imperial authority, and that in the legislative body, as well as the Senate, there was already organized a tacit opposition to his government that wanted but a moment of weakness to show itself. All this and more he would have learned, and must have been taught the necessity of concentrating his forces, returning to the frontiers of France, recovering the allegiance of those who hesitated, by accepting the best terms of peace which he could extort from the Allies, and assuming on the Rhine such a firm attitude of defence as should at once overawe domestic dissatisfaction and repel foreign invasion. But the least spiracle by which the voice of France could find its way to the ears of her sovereign was effectually closed. The fate of Napoleon turned on this circumstance, for the sovereign who deprives himself of the means of collecting the general sense of the nation over which he rules is like the householder who destroys his faithful mastiff. Both may perhaps alarm their master by baying without just cause or at an inconvenient time, but when the hour of action comes no other sentinel can supply the want of their vigilance. The armistice now afforded an apt occasion for arranging a general peace, or rather, for that was the real purpose, for giving Austria an opportunity of declaring what were her real and definitive intentions in this unexpected crisis, which had rendered her to a great degree arbitress of the fate of Europe. Napoleon, from his first arrival in Saxony, had adopted a belief that although Austria was likely to use the present crisis as an opportunity of compelling him to restore the Illyrian provinces, and perhaps other territories of which former wars had deprived her, yet that in the end, the family connection with the awe entertained for his talents would prevail to hinder her cabinet from uniting their cause to that of the Allies. An expression had dropped from the Austrian minister Metternich, which would have altered this belief had it been reported to him. Marat, Duke of Bassano, had pressed the Austrian hard on the ties arising from the marriage, when the Austrian answered emphatically, the marriagate was a match founded on political considerations, but interview with Metternich. This single brief word disclosed as much as does the least key when it opens the strongest cabinet, made it clear that the connection formed by the marriage would not prevent Austria from taking the line in the present dispute, which general policy demanded, and this was soon seen when Count Metternich came to Dresden to have an audience of Napoleon. This celebrated statesman and accomplished courtier had been very acceptable at the Tuileries, and Napoleon seems to have imagined him one of those persons whose gaiety and good humour were combined with a flexible character, liable to be mastered and guided by one of power and energy like his own. This was a great mistake. Metternich, a man of liveliness and address when in society, was firm and decisive in business. He saw that the opportunity of controlling the absolute power of France and of Bonaparte had at length arrived, and was determined, so far as Austria was concerned, and under his administration that no partial views or advantages should prevent its being effectually employed. His interview with Napoleon took place at Dresden on the 28th June, and the following particulars are accredited. Napoleon always piqued himself on a plain downright style of negotiation, or rather upon his system of at once announcing the only terms on which he would consent to negotiate. He would hear of no counter-project, and admit of no medium, betwixt the resumption of hostilities and acceptance of peace upon the terms which it suited him. To dictate this frank and unanswerable mode of treating greatly tended to abridge the formalities of diplomacy. It had but this single disadvantage, that it was only suitable for the lips of a victor, whose renewal of war was to be in all human probability the resuming a career of victory. Such a tone of negotiation became the Piartor when he environed with a circle the feeble Eastern monarch, and insisted on a categorical answer to the terms he had proposed ere he should step beyond the line. And perhaps it became Napoleon when at Campo Formio he threw down the piece of porcelain, declaring that the Austrian Empire should be destroyed in the same manner, unless they instantly accepted his conditions. But the same abrupt dictatorial manner was less felicitously employed when the question was to persuade Austria not to throw her force of 200,000 men into the scale of the Allies, which already too equally balanced that of France. Yet that ill-chosen tone may be observed in the following conference. Napoleon upbraided Metternich with having favoured his adversaries. By being so tardy in opening the negotiation, he intimated that the Austrian minister perhaps stayed away in order that France might be reduced to a lower state than at the opening of the campaign, while now that he had gained 2 battles Austria thrust in her mediation that he might be prevented from following up his success in claiming to be a negotiator. Austria, he said, was neither his friend nor his impartial judge, was his enemy. You were about to declare yourself, he said, when the victory at Lutzen rendered it prudent in the first place to collect more forces. Now you have assembled behind the screen of the Bohemian mountains 200,000 men under Schwarzenberg's command. Metternich, I guess the purpose of your cabinet. You wish to profit by my embarrassments and seize on the favourable moment to regain as much as you can of what I have taken from you. The only question with you is whether you will make most by allowing me to ransom myself, or by going to war with me. You are uncertain on that point, and perhaps you only come here to ascertain which is your best course. Well, let us drive a bargain. How much is it you want? To this insulting commencement, Metternich replied that the only advantage desired by his master was to see that moderation and respect for the rights of nations, which filled his own bosom, restored to the general councils of Europe, and such a well-balanced system introduced as should place the universal tranquillity under the guarantee of an association of independent states. It was easy to see which way this pointed, and to anticipate the conclusion. Napoleon affected to treat it as a figure of speech which was to cloak the private views of Austria. I speak clearly, he said, and come to the point. Will it suit you to accept of Illyria, and to remain neutral? Your neutrality is all I require. I can deal with the Russians and Prussians with my own army. Sire, replied Metternich, it depends solely on your Majesty to unite all our forces with yours, but the truth must be told. Matters are come to that extremity that Austria cannot remain neutral. We must be with you or against you. After this explicit declaration, from which it was to be inferred that Austria would not lay aside her arms, unless Bonaparte would comply with the terms which she had fixed upon as the conditions of a general pacification, and that she was determined to refuse all that might be offered as a bribe for her neutrality, the Emperor of France and the Austrian statesmen retired into a cabinet apart from the secretaries, where it is to be presumed Metternich communicated more specifically the conditions which Austria had to propose. Napoleon's voice was presently heard exclaiming aloud what not only Illyria, but half of Italy, the restoration of the Pope, and the abandoning of Poland, and the resignation of Spain and Holland, and the confederation of the Rhine and Switzerland. Is this your moderation? You hawk about your alliance from the one camp to the other, where the greatest partition of territory is to be obtained, and then you talk of the independence of nations. In plain truth, you would have Italy. Sweden demands, Norway. Prussia requires, Saxony. England would have Holland and Belgium. You would dismember the French Empire, and all these changes to be operated by Austria's mere threat of going to war. Can you pretend to win by a single stroke of the pen so many of the strongest fortresses in Europe, the keys of which I have gained by battles and victories? And think you that I will be so docile as to march back my soldiers with their arms reversed over the Rhine, the Alps, and the Pyrenees, and by subscribing a treaty, which is one vast capitulation, deliver myself like a fool into the hands of my enemies, and trust for a doubtful permission to exist to their generosity, is it when my army is triumphing at the gates of Berlin and Breslau, that Austria hopes to extort such a cession from me, without striking a blow or drawing a sword? It is an affront to expect it, and is it my father-in-law who entertains such a project? Is it he who sends you to me? What attitude would he place me before the eyes of the French people? He is in a strange mistake, if he supposes that a mutilated throne can in France afford shelter to his daughter, and his grandson our Metternich. He concluded, what has England given you to induce you to make war on me? The Austrian minister, disdaining to defend himself against so coarse an accusation, only replied by a look of scorn and resentment. A profound silence followed, during which Napoleon and Metternich traversed the apartment with long steps. Without looking at each other, Napoleon dropped his hat, perhaps to give a turn to this awkward situation, but Metternich was too deeply affronted for any office of courtesy, and the emperor was obliged to lift it himself. Bonaparte then resumed the discourse in a more temperate strain, and said he did not yet despair of peace. He insisted that the Congress should be assembled, and that even if hostilities should recommence, negotiations for peace should nevertheless not be discontinued. And like a wary trader when driving a bargain, he whispered Metternich that his offer of Illyria was not his last word. His last word, however, had been in reality spoken, and both he and Metternich were fully acquainted with each other's views. Metternich had refused all private conditions which could be offered to detach Austria from the general cause, and Bonaparte had rejected as an insult any terms which went to lower him to a rank of equality with the other sovereigns of Europe. He would be Caesar or nothing. It did not mend the prospect of negotiation that he had formally insulted one of the persons most influential in the Austrian councils. The chance of peace seemed farther off than ever. Accordingly, all the proceedings at the Congress of Prague were lingering and evasive. The meeting had been fixed for the 5th July, and the dissolution was postponed till the 10th August in order to allow time for trying to adjust the disputed claims. England had declined being concerned with the armistice, alleging she was satisfied that Napoleon would come to no reasonable terms. Caulaincourt, to whom Bonaparte chiefly trusted the negotiation, did not appear till 25th July. Detained, it was idly alleged, by his services as an officer of the palace. Austria spun out the time by proposing that the other commissioners should hold no direct intercourse, but only negotiate through the medium of the mediator. Other disputes arose, and in fact it seems as if all parties maneuvered to gain time with a view to forward military preparations, rather than to avail themselves of the brief space allowed for adjusting the articles of peace. At length, so late as the 7th August, Austria produced her plan of pacification, of which the bases were the following: Roman 1, the dissolution of the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, which was to be divided between Russia, Prussia, and Austria. Roman 2, the re-establishment of the Hanseatic towns in their former independence. Roman 3, the reconstruction of Prussia, assigning to that kingdom a frontier on the Elbe. Roman 4, the cession to Austria of the maritime town of Trieste with the Illyrian provinces, the emancipation of Spain and Holland. As matters in which England, no party to the Congress, took chief interest, was not stirred for the present, but reserved for consideration at the general peace, a concluding article stipulated that the condition of the European powers, great and small as might be settled at the peace, should be guaranteed to all and each of them, and not innovated upon except by general consent. Bonaparte in return offered much, but most of his cessions were clogged with conditions which at once showed how unwillingly they were made, and seemed in most cases to provide the means of annulling them when times should be favorable. Roman 1, the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, Napoleon agreed to yield up, but stipulated that Danzig, with its fortifications demolished, should remain a free town, and that Saxony should be indemnified for the cession of the duchy at the expense of Prussia and Austria. Roman 2, the cession of the Illyrian provinces was agreed to, but the seaport of Trieste was reserved. Roman 3 contained a stipulation that the German Confederation should extend to the Oder. Lastly, the territory of Denmark was to be guaranteed. Austria joins the Allies. Before this tardy agreement to grant some of the terms which the Allies had demanded could arrive at Prague, the 10th of August, the day which concluded the armistice, had expired, and Austria had passed from the friendship of France into the federation of the Allies. On the night betwixt the 10th and 11th, rockets of a new and brilliant kind flickered in the air from height to height betwixt Prague and Trachenberg, the headquarters of the Emperor of Russia and King of Prussia, to announce to these sovereigns that the armistice was broken off. Metternich and Caulaincourt still continued their negotiations, and Napoleon seemed on a sudden sincerely desirous of the peace, about which he had hitherto trifled Metternich, persisted in his demand of Trieste, and the Hanse towns he rejected the extension of the Confederation of the Rhine as a demand made at a time so ill-chosen as to be nearly ridiculous, and he required that the independence of Germany should be declared free as well as that of Switzerland. Bonaparte at length consented to all these demands which, if they had been admitted during his interview with Metternich on 28 June, or declared to the Congress before the 10th August, must have availed to secure peace, it is probable either that Napoleon was unwilling to make his mind up to consent to terms which he thought humiliating, or that he made the concessions at a time when they would not in all likelihood be accepted, in order that he might obtain the chance of war, yet preserve with his subjects the credit of having been willing to make peace. It has been said with much plausibility that the Allies on their part were confirmed in their resolution to demand high terms by the news of the decisive Battle of Vittoria, and the probability that in consequence the Duke of Wellington's army might be soon employed in the invasion of France. Napoleon entertained the same impression, and sent Soult, the ablest of his generals, to make a stand if possible against the victorious English general, and protect at least the territory of France itself. Chapter Romans 68, Amount and distribution of the French army at the resumption of hostilities. The armies of the Allies' plan of the campaign on both sides. Return of Moreau from America to join the Allies' attack on Dresden by the Allies on 26 August. Napoleon arrives to its succor. Battle continued on the 27th. Death of General Moreau. Defeat and retreat of the Allies with great loss. Napoleon returns from the pursuit to Dresden. Indisposed Vandamme attacks the Allies at Culmes. Driven back towards Peterswald. Conflict on the heights of Peterswald. Vandamme is defeated and made prisoner. Effects of the victory of Culm on the Alisande on Napoleon.